Chapter 1, Get out of the way, I'm going to start showing off. Lin Yuan, I like you. I want to have a serious relationship, starting with you and never ending. Xia Qingxi. Pleasant sounds and dazzling sunlight. At Jiangcheng College, during the martial arts talent awakening ceremony, Lin Yuan looked around in confusion. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. Monsters are rampant and strange things are wreaking havoc. I've arrived at the Traversal concentration camp, the Blue Star continent. Lin Yuan's eyes were dull as he looked up at the girl standing on the podium who had confessed her love to him. She was wearing a loose school uniform, but it couldn't hide her slender legs and the graceful curves of her upper body. Her eyes are as bright as stars, and her skin is as white as frost and snow. Her facial features are delicate and perfect, and her whole body exudes a sense of alienation and coldness, like a work of art. What is even more eye-catching is the talent test crystal behind her, which is shining with colorful rainbow light. This is the legendary SS-level martial arts talent. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, and memories of the girl emerged. Xia Qingxi, the most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng College. However, what's a bit ridiculous is that this favored girl has actually been secretly in love with me. She had been planning this confession for a long time. After Lin Yuan digested these memories, he suddenly said, "This is not typical. In this situation, shouldn't I, who traveled through time, be cheated on and broken up with, then awaken my system, come ashore, and kill the couple in anger? As a bookworm for 10 years, I haven't seen this plot yet and I'm not familiar with it." Ding! The happy lottery system is loading. 10%. 30%. 50%. 70%. 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the happy signing system. Lin Yuan heard the system prompt sound suddenly ringing in his mind, his eyes flashed, the golden finger has arrived. No lateness, no absence. That's just right. Happy sign-in system, simple and straightforward. As long as the host completes the sign-in task, they will get a chance to draw a lottery with all kinds of prizes. Products produced by the system must be top quality. Just as Lin Yuan was immersed in the joy of binding the system, the girl on the podium mustered up her courage again. "Lin Yuan, I like you, be my boyfriend." As soon as these words were spoken, the huge playground fell into deathly silence. But at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Yuan, if you dare agree, I'll break you into 3 pieces." In the first row, in the exclusive area for the elite class of Jiangcheng College, a burly boy turned around and threatened with a fierce look on his face. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxi's pretty face, which had been blushing just a second ago, instantly turned cold as ice. "Zhang Boqi, how dare you? Xia Qingxi, Lin Yuan is trash. If you don't believe me, ask him if he dares to accept your confession." All of a sudden, all the boys turned their heads to look at Lin Yuan, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and recalled the relevant information about this person, Zhang Boqi, a genius in the elite class, who has reached the 7th level of the first realm and has just awakened his A-level martial arts talent. Because of Xia Qingxi, he relied on his own strength to bully his predecessor for 3 years. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he thought to himself, this is definitely a big villain. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Sign-in mission released. Host, please sign in at the talent testing station. After hearing this, Lin Yuan glanced at Zhang Boqi and ignored him. He looked calm and said loudly, "Principal, I haven't taken the martial arts talent test yet. Should we continue?" As soon as the words fell, the playground burst into laughter. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt like he was nailed to the pillar of shame. "Xia Qingxi, did you see that? I'm right, right? Lin Yuan is trash. He doesn't even have the courage to accept your confession." Zhang Boqi sneered and continued to mock. Before Xia Qingxi could speak, Jiangcheng College President Wang Genoa's majestic voice echoed throughout the playground. "All right. The martial arts talent test continues. Lin Yuan, take the test." Under everyone's gaze, the young man, dressed in black, walked up to the test bench with steady steps. Xia Qingxi bit her red lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yuan walking towards her. Her eyes were filled with grievance and unwillingness. You really don't like me? If there's something wrong with me, tell me, and I'll change." It is the hardest to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. At this moment, Lin Yuan deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. Under Xiao Qingxi's gaze, he felt like a heartless man, his heart filled with guilt, and he didn't dare to look directly at that pretty face with tears in her eyes. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, only women can affect my sword drawing speed. He walked around the girl with tears on her face and stood in front of the test crystal. The system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, pull. Congratulations on winning the golden treasure chest. Sign-in reward, SSS level martial arts talent. Host, please start showing off. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, grasped the spherical test crystal, and released spiritual energy. The next second, the test crystal burst out with a 1,000-foot-long ray of light, soaring into the sky. The light was so bright and dazzling, like a Milky Way hanging upside down in the sky, and the entire Jiangqing College was shrouded in a misty atmosphere. In the sky, colorful clouds gathered and the sky was filled with rosy clouds. And in this rosy glow, faint bursts of Buddhist sounds can be heard, deafening. On the ground, a strong wind suddenly blew up, making everyone's clothes flutter. They were stunned by this astonishing sight. The smugness on Zhang Boqi's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless anger and disbelief. Xiao Qingxi, who originally had tearful eyes, was now illuminated by the light and forgot everything. In her beautiful eyes like bright stars, there was only admiration and surprise for Lin Yuan. Principal Wang Zhenhua was so excited that his hands were shaking and tears were streaming down his face. He raised his arms and shouted, "Rainbow light shines on the world, rosy clouds fill the sky, purple air comes from the east, and the evil spirit descends upon the earth." This is the legendary 9-color rainbow light, SSS level martial arts talent. The scene was completely silent, with only Wang Zhenhua's roar echoing in their ears. SSS level martial arts talent. Who? Lin Yuan. Fuck. I'm the clown. Amidst the constant discussions, Lin Yuan let his hands hang naturally, and the spiritual energy in his body flowed through his limbs and bones like a surging river or sea, and his realm began to soar. 1 realm, 5 transformations, broken. 1 realm, 6 transformations, broken. 1 realm, 7 transformations, broken. 1 realm, 8 transformations, broken. 1 realm, 9 turns, stop. Only half a step away from the second realm. Ha! Is this the joy of being a cheater? Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air, and his blood and energy surged, and his spiritual energy overflowed. He turned his head to look at Xiao Qingxi, whose beautiful eyes were shining, and hooked his finger. Faced with such a frivolous action, Xiao Qingxi not only did not feel any discomfort, but moved her lotus steps to Lin Yuan. The girl blushed, lowered her head, and fiddled with the zipper of her school uniform with her hands. Chapter 2 Brother Lin, I didn't bring my ID card. Are you sure you didn't lose in the game of dare? Lin Yuan asked doubtfully. Xiao Qingxi shook her head slightly, her face flushed, and she used all her strength to shout loudly, "Lin Yuan, I like you." Her eyes were determined as if she wanted to join the party. But I still feel a little unreliable. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the girl in front of him suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave him a kiss. A cool feeling instantly swept over my body. Looking at the two people kissing, the playground was silent for a few seconds, and then it was like a drop of water dropped into a frying pan, and the pan suddenly exploded. Wang Defa. Kiss, kiss, I think I saw the goddess sticking out her tongue. The goddess's first kiss is gone just like that. Lin Yuan, I will never forgive you. No. Is this still my aloof goddess? How can she be so proactive? I can't let her go. Brother, the goddess you can't let go of, Lin Yuan is about to let her in. After the kiss, Xiao Qingxi's pretty face turned red as if blood was dripping. She whispered as softly as a mosquito, "Is it reliable now?" Lin Yuan touched his wet lips and nodded, "Reliable." So, do you agree to be my boyfriend? The girl blinked her black and white eyes, full of anticipation. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, "You can give it a try." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingxi burst into tears of joy, and threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, hugging him tightly. Zhang Boqi saw this and his face darkened to the point of gloom. He roared, "Lin Yuan, take your FING claws away. Get off me right now." The playground was silent again. All the boys were united in their hatred of the enemy and regarded Zhang Boqi as their last hope. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He let go of Xiao Qingxi, jumped off the podium, and walked straight towards Zhang Boqi. Tat-tack. The footsteps were steady and powerful, sounding unusually harsh in the quiet playground. Zhang Boqi was enraged, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Yuan, who was walking towards him. You rubbish! Do you think that just because you've awakened your SSS level martial arts talent, you can turn things around and get rid of me? I'm telling you, it's impossible. So what if I have SSS level martial arts talent? I'm at a higher level than you, and I'm stronger than you. I can still beat you. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said slowly, you are half like Shakespeare. Shabi. You're looking for death. Zhang Boqi was furious and punched out. His spiritual energy raged and there was a faint sound of a tiger's roar. But the next second, his murderous, sandbag-sized fist was easily blocked by a slender palm. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhang Boqi's pupils contracted, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. No! Impossible! How could you, at the 5th level of the first realm, block my fierce tiger fist? Who told you that I'm at the 5th level of the first realm? The young man's voice was cold and teasing, and then the spiritual energy in his body gushed out and his blood soared. He sneered, let's learn about the 9 transformations in the first realm. What? You are in the 9th level of the first level. Before Zhang Boqi could finish his words, the sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Crack! Lin Yuan crushed the fist as big as a sandbag into pieces, leaving a bloody mess. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout Jiangcheng College. All the students on the playground stared at this scene in a daze, not reacting at all. However, for Lin Yuan, this is just the beginning. Today, he will repay the 3 years of bullying 1,000-fold. Lin Yuan grabbed Zhang Boqi's hair and pulled it down hard, while lifting his knees and pushing upwards. Crack! Blood splattered. Zhang Boqi took off from the spot and crashed into the crowd. He struggled to stand up and just emerged. Lin Yuan took a step forward, and the gravel under his feet flew everywhere, shooting out like a cannonball. He suddenly raised his arms and pierced his ears with a double wind, almost blowing his head off. Zhang Boqi was seen bleeding from all 7 orifices, falling on his back, lying on the ground like a dead dog, twitching constantly and groaning incoherently. Stop fighting. I give up. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, his face smiling brightly. Give up? Sorry, it's too late. After saying that, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhang Boqi in the head. Blood is flying and people are screaming. The ground shook with every kick Lin Yuan took. The students around them quickly stepped back, fearing that they would be splashed with blood. On the podium, the teacher in charge of the talent test looked at Zhang Boqi, who was about to be beaten to death, and whispered, Principal, if you keep fighting, someone will die. I don't understand what you are saying. So, the beating lasted for more than 10 minutes, and everyone's scalp was numb. Finally, Lin Yuan stepped on Zhang Boqi's chest to end the fight. Crack! The chest was sunken, and the white bones were exposed. Ah! I woke up in shock from my dying dream. Zhang Boqi let out a scream and then fell silent. The playground with thousands of people was so silent that even a pin drop would make a sound. Everyone looked at the young man in black in the field, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Is this still the cowardly and inferior Lin Yuan? It's so fucking bloody and violent. Why does he seem like a different person? Especially his eyes are so scary. Lin Yuan, your hand doesn't hurt, does it? Suddenly, a concerned voice sounded. Xiao ran over, and with a look of heartache, she pulled up Lin Yuan's bloody hand, carefully wiped off the blood, and blew on it. When everyone saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded and wailed. She actually gave him a blowjob. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoqingxi's nearly perfect profile. For a moment, his heart was pounding. He held Xiaoqingxi's soft, boneless hand and whispered, I'm fine. However, at this moment, Xiaoqingxi suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Boqi, who had fainted. Her beautiful eyes flashed with cold light, and the spiritual energy in her body exploded. You're useless. You deserve to die for dirtying Brother Lin's hands. The girl's voice was as cold as ice. Without any warning, she kicked out. Zhang Boqi flew up again and was embedded in the wall, dying. Principal Wang Genoa's voice rang out at the right moment. Lin Yuan, congratulations on awakening your SSS level martial arts talent. Since you defeated Zhang Boqi from the elite class, from now on, you are officially promoted to the elite class. Enjoy all the privileges of the elite class. As Wang Genoa's voice fell, thunderous applause broke out on the playground. There is an old saying, he who knows the times is a hero. When Lin Yuan heard that he was promoted to the elite class, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Entering the elite class means that he is qualified to practice martial arts. And you can enjoy rich cultivation resources. It's simply a perfect start. The system just works hard and leaves the rest to fate. Lin Yuan clasped his hands together, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, "Thank you, principal." Wang Zhenhua was full of admiration, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This was an SSS-level martial arts talent. The population of Jilin province is over 100 million, but there has not been a single SSS-level martial arts talent awakener so far. Even SS-level ones are rare. However, today, an SS-level and an SSS-level student appeared at Jiangcheng College at the same time, and the sensation it will cause can be imagined. I believe that it won't be long before this news spreads throughout Jilin province and even the great Xiao kingdom. By that time, his status will also rise. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenhua's smile became even more intense. He said loudly, "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always tell me. The school will do its best to help you solve your problems." Alright. That's all for now. Go back and get some rest. Report to the elite class tomorrow and someone will explain the specific procedures. Yes. Principal. After Lin Yuan said that, he took Xia Qingxi's hand and left the playground under the watchful eyes of everyone. Jiangcheng College has a rule that after each martial arts talent test, students can move freely, go home or stay in school to practice. At this time, at the gate of Jiangcheng College, Xia Qingxi saw Lin Yuan taking her directly out of the school gate. For a moment, her delicate little face flushed, and she stammered, "Brother Lin, I didn't bring my ID card." Chapter 3 Madam, please respect yourself. Your husband knows it's not good. Lin Yuan stopped, his eyes full of confusion. Why do you need your ID card? Xia Qingxi lowered her head, looking shy, and squeezed out a sentence from her throat. Going to the hotel? No, don't you need an ID card? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched after hearing this. He raised his hand and gently tapped Xia Qingxi's forehead. He said helplessly, "What are you thinking? Do I look lewd? I'm taking you to ride the 69 bus, and you won't do it? Huh? Take the bus? This is so embarrassing." Xia Qingxi screamed in shock, covered her face with her hands, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Don't be embarrassed yet, the bus is coming. Lin Yuan took Xia Qingxi's hand again and ran forward. Night falls. Inside the rental apartment, Lin Yuan sat on a chair, looking up at the starry sky, and muttered softly, "I really traveled through time." He had just sorted out all his memories. This world was called the Blue Star Continent, which was composed of an alliance of 5 countries. 1,000 years ago, the void cracked and endless spiritual energy poured in. Ferocious beasts are rampant and alien races are wreaking havoc. Humans awaken their martial arts talents, become warriors to resist ferocious beasts and suppress alien races, and the era of spiritual revival officially begins. Warriors are divided into 9 realms, 1 to 9, and each realm has 9 turns. When chaos first began and the spiritual source began to move, the spiritual power was like the faint flickering stars. This is the first realm, the initial realm. It is the initial perception, gathering the spirit in the body. A flash of spiritual light suddenly appears, and the edge gradually becomes apparent. The spiritual power is like a sharp sword that has just been sharpened. This is the second realm, the edge realm. The spiritual power is manifested and begins to gain power. The mind is as steady as a rock, the dantian is firmly guarded, and the spiritual power is like a cornerstone deeply rooted in the earth. This is the third realm, the pan realm. It consolidates the foundation and resists impacts. The spiritual wind is vast and unstoppable, and the spiritual power is like a whistling and rushing gale. This is the fourth realm, the sharp realm. The spiritual power is like the wind, attacking swiftly. The spirit soars in the sky, flying freely, and the spiritual power is like wings that can be controlled at will. This is the fifth realm, the control realm, flying in the air, agile and free. The stars are shining, the spirits are shining all around, and the spiritual power is like the shining stars. This is the sixth realm, the shining realm. The spiritual power is brilliant, illuminating all directions. The spiritual abyss is boundless and dominates the rise and fall. The spiritual power is like the bottomless spiritual abyss, which is the seventh realm. The abyss realm control the spiritual power and move it as you wish. This world is the only one that is supreme, looking down upon the sky, and the spiritual power is like a scepter that controls all things. This is the 8th realm, the Zun realm. I am the only one that is supreme, commanding heaven and earth. The Great Way returns to one, chaos is eternal, and spiritual power is like the origin of chaos, which is the 9th realm, the holy realm transcending the ordinary and becoming a saint, returning to the original state. Martial arts talent is the only factor that determines which of the 9 realms a warrior can reach. So, when Lin Yuan awakened his SSS level martial arts talent, Principal Wang Genoa was so excited. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who?" However, there was no response. Dong dong dong. The knocking continued. Lin Yuan had no choice but to open the door wearing only a pair of shorts. The next second, he was stunned on the spot, with a very interesting expression on his face. "Landlady, by Hui? Aunt Bai? What are you doing?" Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, the woman covered his mouth, pushed him into the room, and hooked the door shut with her foot, all in one go. Lin Yuan was numb. Looking at the mature woman in front of him, who was still charming in her nightgown and whose chest was rising and falling violently due to nervousness, he couldn't help but look alert. "Auntie Bai, what are you doing?" A blush appeared on the woman's well-maintained face. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "Shaolin, Aunt Bai wants to. I want to ask you for a favor." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. This plot seemed familiar. "Aunt Bai, if you have anything to say, you can just say it tomorrow. It's not good for the gentleman to do it so late." Lin Yuan took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Bai Hui covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The giggle sound was very touching. "What are you afraid of, little brat? That damn thing is so sound asleep he won't know. Come here and let Aunt Bai feel it to see if it's big enough." Looking at Bai Hui's aggressive words, Lin Yuan frowned. "Aunt Bai, I don't understand what you are saying." "Get out. Why are you pretending? You think I don't know that you're always staring at me? Today I'll let you see enough, and touch enough." Before she finished speaking, Bai Hui tore open her collar and the red nightgown slipped off in an instant. What a cunning old man. Lin Yuan was numb, his eyes fixed on the naked landlady in front of him, his face flushed red. "Little brat, I wonder how long you can keep pretending." As the landlady spoke, one hand moved downward. However, at this moment, the volume of the TV was suddenly inexplicably increased. "Attention all citizens of Zhangchang. An urgent announcement. The Spirit Enforcement Team has discovered members of the Blood Robe cult. They specialize in seducing strong young men and sucking their semen and blood. Whenever you meet a woman in red, be careful." In the room, the two looked at each other and the air suddenly became quiet. The emergency notice was still being repeated on TV. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "What a coincidence." The landlady smiled coquettishly. "What a coincidence indeed. Do you think I'm the blood-stained cultist they talk about on TV? It would be strange if you weren't." The spiritual energy in Lin Yuan's body exploded, and he took a step forward, shooting straight towards the landlady. "Little brat. I originally wanted to let you have a good time before you die, but you don't know what's good for you and pretend to be noble. In that case, then go to hell." The landlady's voice became sharp and shrill, and her naked body was covered with strange red lines, emitting bursts of evil aura. Seeing this, Lin Yuan did not dare to be careless. He punched out, creating a series of sonic booms. Without any martial arts skills, he was dwarfed in the battle. You can only fight in the most ordinary way. The strength is greatly reduced. Bang! All I heard was a muffled sound. The sinister smile on the landlady's face suddenly froze, and her body flew backwards, hitting the wall heavily, causing the whole room to shake violently. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, her eyes filled with fear, and she sternly asked, "Little devil, how come you were so strong?" Lin Yuan had a blank expression on his face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're so long-winded." After saying that, he approached again. "Damn it!" The landlady's face changed drastically. She rolled on the ground, struggling to avoid Lin Yuan's attack. She lay on the ground, making strange movements with her hands, her face full of piety. "Please God, grant me strength." As she shouted, a terrifying force actually erupted from her body. In the blink of an eye, the landlady with a sexy and charming appearance and a slim figure turned into a fat woman with distorted facial features and a bloated body. Her body was covered with black pustules, rising and falling. "Little devil, I'm going to slowly enjoy your sperm and blood." The landlady licked her lips with greed and ferocity in her eyes. If she had done this action just now, it would have had a different flavor, full of charm and arousing the heart. But, now? Ugh! Lin Yuan's stomach was churning. Damn it! The landlady screamed loudly. Chapter 4, Young and Energetic. Go to hell, little devil. The landlady's face was ferocious as she pounced towards Lin Yuan. The ground was directly stepped through by her sudden force. The landlord who was sleeping downstairs suddenly woke up and cursed, "Fuck. Kid, you're doing market work and demolishing my house." Lin Yuan ignored her. After the transformation, the landlady was more than twice as powerful as before. It was indeed difficult for him to deal with her without any martial arts skills. But at this moment, an idea suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, and he raised the corner of his mouth. Who said I don't have martial arts? Wild horses split their manes to the left and right. With a low shout, Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual energy, moving left and right, cleverly avoiding the attack. The landlady's distorted face froze for a moment, and she cried out in surprise. Little brat, you actually practiced martial arts? But you still can't escape death. After saying that, it turned around suddenly, blood and energy gushing out of it, and its speed was extremely fast. However, Lin Yuan had gradually gotten into the state. He first used the wild horse splits its mane left and right to avoid the landlord's wife's attack, and then used the white crane spreads its wings to attack from both upper and lower hands. With the blessing of violent spiritual energy, the moves that had no lethality could deal tons of damage. The landlady was spurting blood and her fleshy body was embedded in the wall. The whole process happened in a flash. No! How can you be so strong? The landlady screamed at the top of her lungs and struggled desperately. Lin Yuan strode forward and punched the landlady in the face. Blood splattered. With a miserable scream, the landlady's face was disfigured and she completely lost her fighting ability. Lin Yuan pulled it out and threw it on the ground. The ground shook violently and gravel splashed down. At this moment, the landlord came back to his senses, looked at the boy upstairs with horror in his eyes, and smiled awkwardly. Hey, Xiaolin, uncle was just joking, don't mind it. My dear, please save me. I am Bai Kui. Please save me. A weak voice sounded. The landlord was terrified when he heard this. WQNMD. My wife is so beautiful, how could she be a monster like you, huh? The landlord looked back as he spoke, but there was no one behind him. Wife, stop making trouble and come back. Stop shouting, I really am your wife. Before the landlady finished her words, she turned back into her normal appearance, but her charming little face was covered in blood. The landlord looked at the white body that was so familiar to him, and his mind went blank. Are you really my wife? Yes. I'm Bai Hui, save me. The landlady held out her hand, hysterical. But just when the landlord was about to plead for mercy, Lin Yuan suddenly stomped on the landlord's wife's head without warning. Red and white liquid splashed everywhere. The scene fell into dead silence. Patta, patta, patta. Blood mixed with brain matter dripped down. The landlord looked bewildered. Touching the hot, fishy liquid on his face, he widened his eyes and sternly shouted, You little bastard, return my wife's life to me. The landlord was seen rushing up in a hurry. Lin Yuan had a blank expression on his face. She's a member of the blood robe cult, a monster. WQNMD. You little bastard, stop your nonsense. Kill someone and you must pay with your life. I'm going to fight you. A strange look flashed in the landlord's eyes. He looked ferocious and picked up the thermos and threw it at Lin Yuan. It seems you need to calm down. After saying that, Lin Yuan jumped down from the building and knocked the landlord unconscious with a punch. The air was quiet. Lin Yuan sat down on the blood-soaked sofa, bent over, and exhaled a breath of foul air. But at this moment, there was a loud bang and the door was smashed to pieces by a huge force. Two men and women in black uniforms appeared at the door. When they saw the scene in the room, the two people who were on high alert were stunned for a moment. One of the men, a cigarette in his mouth, pointed at the landlady's body on the ground and asked, Did you kill her? Good boy, the blood robe cult members are at least at the second level. Judging from your condition, you can completely defeat them. What you see is just the surface. I'm actually very tired too. Can't you see I'm bent over the whole time? Youth is full of energy, I understand. The man laughed obscenely. Lin Yuan coughed and quickly changed the subject. Her appearance can't be a coincidence. After all, I've lived here for 10 years, and they are still very affectionate at night. After hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he smiled and said, "The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The alien race does not want an awakened person with SSS-level martial arts talent to grow up." An alien race? Isn't it the blood robe cult? The man took a deep puff of his cigarette, flicked the cigarette butt away, dropping it accurately into the ashtray, then blew out a smoke ring, thinking he looked very handsome. The blood robe cult is nothing but a puppet of an alien race. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. "So, I'm in danger, a fight to the death?" "That's understandable, but please trust the spirit enforcement team's abilities. Today was just an accident." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes. Indeed, if you had come a little later, I might have already fallen asleep." The man's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. He thought to himself, "This kid has such a bad mouth. Don't waste time, take the body back first." The woman's voice was cold and unquestionable. "Receive." The man chuckled, bent down, picked up the body on the ground, and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he paused, turned back and said, "Sun Yen, we will meet again. Remember my name, Yi Wudao." Lin Yuan watched the two men leave and muttered softly, "Why didn't the spirit control team invite me? This doesn't make sense." After saying that, he stood up and sighed helplessly when he saw the messy room. "Hey! I just crossed over and my home is gone." After a quick tidy up, Lin Yuan was just about to go to sleep when a pleasant voice suddenly rang out, "Brother Lin, are you okay?" Xiao Qingxi rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Looking at Lin Yuan covered in blood, tears welled up in her eyes. "Woo woo woo. Brother Lin, I'll take you to the hospital." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he pulled Xiao Qingxi back with his backhand, saying with a smile, "I'm fine, the blood on my body is not mine." "Really?" Xiao Qingxi's eyes were filled with tears and her voice was trembling. "Really? By the way, why are you here?" Xiao Qingxi gently wiped the blood off Lin Yuan's face and whispered, "I was lying in bed watching videos and came across Jiangcheng observation. The residential complex and unit number just happened to be yours." Lin Yuan's face was stunned. He looked at the girl in pajamas. A warm feeling surged in his heart and he couldn't help but hug her tightly. Xiao Qingxi really enjoyed this strong embrace. Her face flushed red as she whispered softly, "Brother Lin, do you still want to live in this house after it's been ruined like this? Deal with it for one night first, and then move to another house tomorrow. How about you move in with me? I live alone too." Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the shy and lovely girl in his arms. For a moment, a part of his body reacted. Ning Ning. Chapter 5, The Sniper Shot Last Night. "Brother Lin, you were so bad." Xiao Qingxi's voice trembled, as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly broke free from Lin Yuan's arms and jumped aside, lowering her head, shy and timid. However, her eyes would occasionally glance at the weapon that had just hurt her, and her pretty face would become hot and red. Lin Yuan's face flushed red, and he pressed it down with his hand without leaving any trace. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "That is a normal reaction. You big pervert." Xiao Qingxi rolled her eyes, bit her lip, and squeezed out a sentence, "Are you going to move in with me or not?" Lin Yuan looked alert. "You don't have any ideas about me, do you? Let me tell you, I'm not a casual person. You have feelings for me, right?" Xiao Qingxi blushed and gritted her teeth. Lin Yuan spoke nonsense seriously, "He is him, I am me, sometimes he loses control." "Damn it! Hurry up and pack up, I want to go back to sleep." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan drove a red Ferrari to a villa. He had thought that Xiao Qingxi's family would be wealthy. "But I never expected it to be so wealthy. Brother Lin, what are you still standing there for? Come in." Xiao Qingxi stood at the door and extended an invitation with a smile. Lin Yuan came back to his senses and asked seriously, "You want to support me?" Xiao Qingxi seemed to have been struck by this. Her eyes flickered as she hesitantly said, "I did have this thought before, but after seeing your talent in martial arts, I gave up the idea." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. He stepped forward and hugged the girl's slender waist, saying slowly, "No. My stomach has been precious since I was a child." Xiao Qingxi blushed and said softly, and the two walked into the room. Lin Yuan kicked the door shut, held up her pretty face, which was flushed with a charming blush, and kissed her. Lips touch. Xiao Qingxi seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She collapsed in Lin Yuan's arms, her heart pounding, her eyes blurry, and she let him do whatever he wanted. 3 years of secret love, this moment is worth it. Xiao Qingxi made up her mind and hugged Lin Yuan tightly, breathing softly, "Brother Lin, give." Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a shrill cell phone ringtone rang out of nowhere. Interrupt all the beauty. Xiao Qingxi regained consciousness, quickly stood up, covered her face and fled. Lin Yuan's face flushed red. He took out his phone and answered it. His cold voice was filled with endless anger. "You'd better give me a reason not to kill you." "Hey! My brother! Why are you so angry?" "Let me guess, I didn't disturb your good thing." The owner of this mean-spirited voice is Lin Yuan's only friend and bad friend, Fan Tong, a fat man who likes to be clever and take advantage of others. If you have something to say, you should fart. "Brother Lin, your attitude makes me very sad. I was worried about your safety." "Okay, you don't sound hurt, I'm hanging up." Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Lin Yuan calmed down for a long time before his anger dissipated. He walked towards the stairs and came to the closed door. "Qingxi, are you still going on?" Only Xiao Qingxi's trembling voice was heard. "No. I'm tired and sleepy. Your room is next to mine, good night." Lin Yuan had no choice but to give up and return to his room dejectedly. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning. The long night was very lonely. The next day, the sun was warm and the weather was sunny. Xiao Qingxi drove the car with a sly smile on her pretty face. From time to time, her eyes drifted towards the drowsy Lin Yuan in the passenger seat. She asked knowingly, "Brother Lin, did you not sleep well last night?" Lin Yuan just said and showed no interest in speaking. Xiao Qingxi stuck out her tongue and gave up, concentrating on driving. Jiangcheng College. When the boys passing by saw Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi appearing as a couple, they were petrified and lost all desire to live. The two of them caused quite a stir, with discussions circulating one after another. "My goddess was finally taken down. I'm furious. Can you feel my rage?" "Yes." "Your hands are shaking." "No. My hands are shaking from the sniper last night." "Actually, it's my heart that's shaking. Don't you think Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi are a perfect match? They're both talented and pretty. I'm already starting to support them." "No. The goddess and I are the perfect match. You are a beauty and a beast." The elite class, as the name suggests, is a class where the elites of Jiangcheng College gather. There are 9 people in total, and Xiao Qingxi is one of them. On the way to the designated training ground for the elite class, Xiao Qingxi introduced to Lin Yuan the privileges enjoyed by the elite class. "Brother Lin, every member of the elite class has an independent training room. They can go to the martial arts pavilion to choose a martial art that suits them. They will also receive 10,000 dasha coins as a scholarship every month. At the same time, you can use the spirit beads and spirit medicines freely, without any restrictions." Hearing the last sentence, Lin Yuan was really a little surprised. Some things are already there when you enter school, and it is difficult to obtain them no matter how hard you work later. This is also why members of the elite class will not be kicked out until graduation. Lin Yuan was an unexpected accident. The two arrived at the elite class training ground. Instructor Li Tai turned his head to look at them. His face was dark, but he was intimidating without being angry. His voice was loud and clear. "Lin Yuan, as a new member of the elite class, you need to take the entrance examination. Only by passing it can you officially become a member of the elite class. Do you have any objections?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "No problem." Li Tai nodded and got straight to the point, saying loudly, "First item, strength test. Full strength attack strength tester, 300 to 500 kilograms pass, 500 to 700 kilograms good, 700 to 1000 kilograms excellent. Do you understand?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Under the gaze of all the elite class members, he walked to the strength tester, stood in front of it, and punched out. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The digital display of the strength tester jumped rapidly. Peak strength, 1,507 kilograms. A deafening broadcast sounded. The training ground was completely silent. Everyone, including instructor Li Tai, was stunned. What does 1507 kilograms mean? It's comparable to a full-strength attack from the second realm, third turn. It's fake. It's definitely fake. He definitely cheated. Suddenly a sarcastic voice broke the silence of the training ground. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and raised his eyebrows. Before he could speak, Xiao Qingxi took a step forward with a cold face and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Wang Wei, do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Wang Wei sneered. "Xiao Qingxi, you've already gotten into the girlfriend role so quickly. Looks like you didn't have much fun last night." Court death. Quiet. Li Tai frowned and shouted in a deep voice, so Xiao Qingxi had to give up. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a murderous look flashing across his face. "Instructor, what's the next test?" "Actual combat." Li Tai looked at Lin Yuan deeply and continued, "You can choose the person to challenge. You must persist for 10 minutes to pass. Everything has its own destiny." Chapter 6, Reaching Out. Lin Yuan's mouth corners turned up, and his face was as bright as a flower. "I challenge him." Throne, come out and prepare to accept the challenge. Before Li Tai finished speaking, Wang Wei put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and walked out of the crowd. "Challenge me? Are you worthy?" Ding. Sign-in mission released, remove this person's arm, then the host is free to play. Hearing the sudden system prompt in his mind, Lin Yuan smiled even brighter. "Do you live in Dunhuang? Looking for death?" The smile on Wang Wei's face froze instantly, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. Tiger Fist. The same martial arts as Zhang Boqi. However, the throne is clearly more proficient. Not only was there a tiger roar, but there was also a faint shadow of a tiger emerging. This is the sign that the Tiger Fist has been mastered to perfection. Everyone watching the game gasped. In their view, this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Wang Wei practiced the Tiger Fist to perfection, and his strength was close to the second level of the second realm. Lin Yuan is at best a little stronger, but compared to martial arts, he is nothing. Fuck. Lin Yuan is so damn brave, he's actually charging forward. Lin Yuan did not retreat but advanced. He took a step forward, and the ground of the training ground shook violently, with gravel flying everywhere. He shot out like a cannonball. A punch sent out a series of sonic booms. Even though he has no martial arts skills, his momentum is no less than that of the Tiger Fist that Wang Wei has cultivated to perfection. The two fists collided, making a dull sound. The aftermath of the attack spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. Wang Wei's eyes widened and he opened his mouth to scream, but the blood in his body surged up and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Before everyone could react, Lin Yuan rushed forward again and turned into a shadow. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams broke the silence in the training ground. The throne curled up on the ground like a shrimp, roaring heartbreakingly, "Impossible, how could I lose? You are cheating." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Prophet, the knife is coming." After he finished speaking, he stomped his foot down hard. With a loud bang, Wang Wei's head sank deeply into the ground, his flesh and blood blurred beyond recognition. The blood blurred his vision, and he could vaguely see a smiling face, staring at him like a devil. I give up." Wang Wei raised his hand, and at this moment he was still thinking about raising his hand to report. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, grabbed his arm tightly, and then suddenly exerted force. Puff! Blood gushed out like a pillar. Ah! The scream was so painful that it made one want to die. Such a scene is simply horrific. The training ground fell into deathly silence. Except for Li Tai, who remained calm, everyone else felt a chill all over their body. This devil. Lin Yuan held the broken arm of the throne and thought to himself, "Free play?" Suddenly, his eyes fell on the raised butt of the throne, and an idea came to him. How about reaching out and taking it? Just at this moment, Wang Wei saw the bright smile on Lin Yuan's face, and his heart beat violently. What do you want to do?" Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "I will make you live in fear forever and ever." Before he finished speaking, he grabbed the broken arm of the throne with both hands and exerted force suddenly. Puff! Ah woo! This attack was fast, accurate and fierce, a stab. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but clamp their legs together and their back door tightened. Oh my god! This devil! It's so thick, it's scary just thinking about it. Wang Wei is at the second level of the second realm, and has mastered the fierce Tiger Fist, yet he is still no match for Lin Yuan. How is this possible? It must be fake. Isn't he an orphan? Fuck you, what's wrong with an orphan? Did the orphan eat your family's food? You keep calling him an orphan. The orphan is your father. I'm not. You're so fucking excited. Why am I so excited, you big idiot? Lin Yuan bent down, patted Wang Wei's bloody face, grinned, and said, "Can you shut up?" The king's eyes were filled with fear, and he was shaking violently. Can, please, let me go. Don't be nervous, I'm actually very cruel. Lin Yuan said, raising his hand to pinch Wang Wei's chin and exerting force suddenly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the training ground. Li Tai finally came to his senses and shouted, "Stop!" Then, a nitrogen acceleration plus tail drift appeared beside Lin Yuan, pulling the throne behind him. Li Tai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Lin Yuan succeeded in the challenge. Congratulations on your official promotion to the elite class." Then he quickly waved his hand and had the throne carried away. Lin Yuan stood up with a smile on his face. "Instructor, is the assessment over?" Li Tai said unnaturally, "There is one more item, passing through the stone puppet forest. However, your strength does not require the third item." "Yes. Follow the normal process. I don't want any special treatment." "Are you sure?" "Sure." Upon hearing this, Li Tai thought to himself that with Lin Yuan's strength, the first level difficulty would probably not have an impact on him. So, Li Tai took out the tablet and directly selected level 3 on the difficulty interface. As he pressed the green confirm button, the center of the training ground slowly sank, and then 10 human-shaped stone puppets appeared. The strength of each stone doll is equivalent to that of a warrior at the second level. Xiao Qingxi noticed something unusual immediately and shouted coldly, "Instructor, if I remember correctly, the difficulty level of crossing the stone puppet forest should be level 1, but now it's level 3. Li Tai was a little embarrassed when he was found out, and said in a muffled voice, "I am the instructor, I have the final say." Xiao Qingxi frowned and wanted to say something, but Lin Yuan stopped her with a look. "Qingxi, obey the instructions. Brother Lin, be careful and stay safe." Xiao Qingxi glanced at Li Tai coldly and returned to the team. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the stone puppet forest, but he paused and turned back to ask, "Instructor, this stone puppet is quite expensive, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" Li Tai had a bad feeling. Lin Yuan chuckled, "I just want to ask, if it's destroyed, do I have to pay for it? If you can really destroy the stone Opu forest, you can come and go as you please during future training." "Really? Really?" After hearing this, the smile on Lin Yuan's face disappeared instantly. He dived and accelerated, rushing into the stone puppet forest. More than a dozen stone puppets reacted quickly and launched an attack immediately. Lin Yuan smashed the nearest stone statue's head with one punch, and then picked it up by the waist. It was a bit heavy, but of the right size. Lin Yuan yelled, "Gone!" The next second, he waved the stone puppet in his hand left and right, performing with great vigor. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds rang out one after another. The remaining stone puppets flew in all directions. This? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Holy crap! There's even this way to open the stone Lin. It's like a knife hitting your butt. It's really eye-opening. Toilet jumping, that's too much. A little cow is on a plane, so awesome. Chapter 7, Mirror Flowers and Water Moons. Li Tai's face turned pale and he shouted angrily, "Shut the fuck up, everyone! Get out of the way!" The shattered fragments of the stone statue rushed around. Inside the training ground, the elites were running around. Some stones broke through the windows and hit the playground. At this time, the students who were playing football on the playground had not yet realized what was happening. The goalkeeper looked at the flying ball and blocked it with his body without hesitation, shouting with great vigor, "You want to break my goal? No way, look at my head. Bang! Puff! Oh my goodness! Who shot me? Who the hell is good enough to shoot a shot put?" Pieces of stone figurine flew all over the sky. The students on the playground looked at the impending disaster and began to dodge left and right, their movements more agile and graceful than each other. "Instructor, you don't have to worry anymore because my physical skills 1T passed the test." The training ground was in a mess, and Lin Yuan stood proudly in black. Li Tai's face was gloomy and ashen. He used nitrogen acceleration and drifting again and rushed towards Shilin. Lin Yuan immediately came forward and chuckled, "Instructor, I'm fine, don't worry. Get out of my way." Li Tai stretched out his hand and pushed Lin Yuan aside. He rushed into the stone doll forest with a sad face. Looking at the stone doll fragments all over the ground, his heart was broken. Weedy. These are all genuine dasha coins. One head is worth 10 million, 10 heads, one son. Thinking of this, Li Tailanzi's blood was dripping. If the old principal knew about this, wouldn't he kill me? Bang! There was a loud bang. The door of the training ground was kicked open. Wang Zhenhua strode over with a sullen, murderous look on his face. Li Tai, what's going on? A student on the playground reported you for throwing objects from high places during training. Li Tai's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. Principal Wang, you need to listen to my explanation. What do you want to explain? Wang Zhenhua noticed the broken pieces of stone figurines scattered all over the ground and raised his eyebrows. Why do these stones look so much like the stone figurines in the stone puppet forest that I just upgraded for you? Li Tai's face turned green when he heard this. Principal Wang, you say, is there a possibility that these fragments are those stone men? What? Wang Zhenhua screamed, his eyes wide open. He stared at Li Tai, gritting his teeth. What did you say? Li Tai's face was full of smiles, but it was ugly. Principal Wang, the third-level stone puppet forest, is ruined. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Li Tai flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Wang Zhenhua stepped forward and shouted, this is a level 3 stone puppet forest. Which student could destroy it? Are you setting an example for the students? I didn't. No? Before Wang Zhenhua could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Wang Zhenhua turned around and prepared to leave without saying a word. However, before leaving, he glared at Li Tai fiercely and said through gritted teeth, I'm telling you, this matter is not over yet. With Wang Zhenhua's departure, the training ground returned to silence. Li Tai struggled to his feet and waved his hand with a look of despair, disband, free time. At this time, Lin Yuan walked over and said slowly, do you want me to tell Principal Wang that I broke the stone puppet forest? Li Tai waved his hand and said, no need. Just let me face it alone. What I said before is effective. From now on, for all future training sessions, you can come if you want to, and you don't have to come if you don't want to. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, without any pretense, walked over to talk to Xiao, and then left the training ground. In the eyes of this group of elite students, his back was like an insurmountable mountain, unreachable. With SSS-level martial arts talent and such strong strength, if I were Lin Yuan, I would even have a separate page in my family tree. We are all born as human beings, why is there such a big difference? Compared to Lin Yuan, I'm like a fucking middle finger to the world when I stand on the ground. After leaving the training ground, Lin Yuan came to the super luxurious training room specially prepared for him by Jiangcheng College, which was equipped with all kinds of facilities and equipment. Spiritual beads and spiritual medicines that are rarely seen in daily life are placed in boxes on the side for you to use at will. However, Lin Yuan was not interested in enjoying these for the time being. He was always thinking about the system's sign and task rewards. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and asked in his mind, System, can I draw the lottery now? Ding. Of course. Lin Yuan, then I'll smoke now. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple treasure chest appeared on the virtual interface in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the purple treasure chest. Do you want to open it immediately? Open. Ding. Sign and quest reward, skill, Mirror Flower and Water Moon LV1. Mirror Flowers and Water Moons. Note, skills are different from martial arts. Awakening is the peak. As the host's realm improves, the corresponding level will increase. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, attacks are negated. At the same level, any martial arts attack or weapon attack within half a meter of the protagonist casting Mirror Flower, Water Moon is equivalent to entering the killing line. The Mirror Flower and Water Moon skill will transform the host's martial arts and weapons into mirrors. With a slight twist of the host's fingers, the mirrors will explode and turn into mirror flowers, which can also hurt people. Special note, the Mirror Flower and Water Moon skill is ineffective against attacks of pure physical strength. After reading the introduction of Mirror Flower and Water Moon skills, Lin Yuan was stunned. Is it so perverted? As long as he could use Mirror Flower and Water Moon, would that mean he would be invincible in the same realm? It's worthy of being a system, the product selection is impeccable. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to find someone to try out Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and a face immediately appeared in his mind. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. When the call was connected, a weak groaning sound was heard. Hey! My brother, your brother is injured, his head is broken open. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Damn it! When I was guarding a border, a thief attacked me. Speak human language. Alright. I was the goalkeeper today, and I wanted to be cool and get a header, but some bastard shot me with a shot put and sent me straight to the hospital. I shot it. Fan Tong on the other end of the phone chose to remain silent, because silence is golden. Brother, which hospital are you in? Lin Yuan asked. Beep, beep, beep. He was answered by a busy tone. Since no one can let him try out the power of mirror flowers and water moons, he can only give up for now. What is urgently needed now is martial arts. Mirror flower and water moon tend to use defensive skills, while he prefers active attacks. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the door of the training room. When he just opened the door, he happened to see the Principal Wang Zhenhua appear at the door. Principal Wang, why are you here? Lin Yuan's first reaction was that Li Tai had sold him out, otherwise why would Wang Zhenhua come to his house to accuse him? I wonder if I can protect myself with SSS level martial arts talent. Chapter 8 Payroll Plan. Wang Zhenhua's expression was extremely gloomy a second ago, but upon seeing Lin Yuan, he instantly became amiable, his brows and eyes kind. I'm here to give you a martial arts manual. Lin Yuan was stunned after hearing this. It turned out that they were not coming to punish him, but to show their warmth. Principal, you are so polite. Why bother you to come here in person? Wang Zhenhua waved his hand. No trouble. As he spoke, he took out a blue-covered martial arts book from his arms, Dragon Extreme Fist. Lin Yuan repeated, Dragon. Domination Fist. I felt something was amiss. The smile on Wang Zhenhua's face gradually faded, and he said very seriously, Shaolin, this Dragon Extreme Hegemony Fist is a 6th level boxing technique. Although the grade is not very high, it can be used before you break through the 7th realm Abyss realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Principal Wang, isn't this gift a bit too expensive? The 6th level martial arts technique is priceless. For example, Wang Zhenhua, the principal of Jiangcheng College, is a 6th level expert, but he only has one 6th level martial arts method, and that is because he is the principal of Jiangcheng College. If a cultivator has no power or background, it will be difficult for him to practice a 6th level technique in his entire life. Therefore, the world where spiritual energy is revived is very cruel. Only the strong survive. This fucking world never changes. Wang Zhenhua presented the handwritten copy of Dragon Extreme Fist with both hands. Take it. It's an honor for me in Jiangcheng College to contribute to your growth. This sentence is not pretentious, not false, but very honest. Lin Yuan no longer refused and took the Dragon Extreme Fist with both hands, bowing slightly and saying, Thank you, Principal Wang. I will remember this in my heart. Wang Zhenhua laughed heartily, just your words are enough. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and continued, I have good news to tell you. Perhaps you won't have to take the martial arts exam. The 4 major colleges of Daxiao will come to Jiangcheng College one after another in the next 2 days to invite you to join. Do you have a favorite target? When Lin Yuan heard the news, his brows furrowed slightly. He knew something about the 4 major courtyards that Wang Zhenhua mentioned. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are 4 top universities, namely, Tiandu Academy, Jinling Academy, Lulan Academy, and Fengtian Academy. The 4 major academies are ranked in no particular order and are on par with each other. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, Principal, I haven't thought about it yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenhua smiled and said, Then you can think about it carefully now. In the next 2 days, the masters from the 4 academies will arrive one after another. After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded and said, I'll think about it carefully. Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. Practice hard and don't waste your martial arts talent. After Wang Zhenhua finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged again with the Dragon Extreme Fist in his hand and entered the state of cultivation. Dragon's ultimate fist, the dragon leaps into the sky, the dragon coils around the 5 mountains, the dragon travels across the 4 seas, the dragon's might is mighty, the dragon breaks through the sky. Each move represents a level of proficiency. Getting started, mastering, small success, great success, perfection. As an SSS level martial arts talent awakener, any martial arts is not difficult for Lin Yuan. He can easily get started with just a little practice. The first move, dragon leaps into the sky. The fist is as powerful as a dragon, soaring through the sky, rushing towards the enemy with extremely fast speed and powerful force through unpredictable trajectory, making it difficult to avoid. Lin Yuan stood up, and the aura around him suddenly exploded. I saw a long dragon shadow appearing faintly around his body, swimming in a winding manner, with its fangs and claws bared. The sound of dragon roars also echoed in the air. It was soul-stirring, as if a roar from ancient times, carrying endless majesty and power. Lin Yuan's eyes were bright and shining like stars. Every breath he took echoed with the dragon's roar, as if he had become one with the illusory dragon. His figure is as steady as a mountain, yet as agile as the wind. Every movement caused the shadow of a long dragon to move along with it, which was majestic and frightening. The surrounding air was oppressed by this powerful momentum, forming visible ripples that spread out in all directions. What a terrifying power! Lin Yuan spread out his hands, looking at the violent power fluctuations in his palms, eager to try. Is this the power of martial arts? If I were to confront the landlady and the throne right now, I'm afraid I could kill them with just one punch. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Qingshi's pleasant voice came from outside the door. Brother Lin, school is over. Lin Yuan absorbed all the violent spiritual energy fluctuations into his body, keeping the low profile. The door opened, and a beautiful figure threw herself into his arms. Her soft body and refreshing fragrance would inevitably make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Brother Lin, please go home quickly. I'm so hungry. Xiao Qingshi pouted her little mouth, looking playful yet cool, creating an extreme sense of contrast. I'll let you eat my pussy when we get home. Okay. I want to taste Brother Lin's bottom and see if it tastes good. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Do you want cold noodles or hot soup noodles? Cold noodles. No problem. Xiao Qingshi held Lin Yuan's arm tightly, and the two of them were so close that others were envious. Now more and more people in Jiangcheng College are following these two. Under the gazes of a group of students filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, the red Ferrari roared and sped away. In the center of Jiangcheng City, there is a white four-story building. A group of warriors in black uniforms sat around an oval conference table. And in the center of the conference table, there is a 3D projection. Name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Realm level, 1 realm, 6 transformations. Martial arts talent level, SSS. Background, orphan parents mysteriously disappeared, with no clues. This is 3D projection content, a personal introduction to Lin Yuan, detailing the people Lin Yuan comes into contact with every day and everything he does. Even the red shorts worn on a certain day were recorded. Cough. Suddenly, a strong cough broke the silence in the meeting room. Everyone turned to look at the square-faced middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. I declare that Jiangcheng Spiritual Executive Team 129, the salary protection plan, has officially begun. Xinling, Lin Yuan. Everyone stood up at the same time and shouted in unison, yes. I promise. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded. The red alarm light enveloped the entire conference room. Report. Boss, there's a situation on Songjiang Middle Road, requesting support. Yi Wudao, I don't care what method you use, you must hold on until we support you. Yes. Boss. Target, Songjiang Middle Road, action. The middle-aged man with a square face disappeared out of thin air before he finished speaking. Brother Lin, look, the riverside is so beautiful tonight. Xiao Qingshi raised the corners of her mouth, outlining a brilliant smile that was breathtakingly beautiful. But this smile is somewhat intriguing. Chapter 9 Bloody Romance. It's beautiful. Lin Yuan replied meaningfully. On the dark street, a red Ferrari is speeding. Chi. Suddenly, the harsh sound of brakes broke the silence of the night. The intense friction between the tires and the ground produced billowing black smoke and a burning smell. Xiao Qingshi slammed on the brakes, looking nervous. Right in front of them were a dozen women in red clothes with long flowing hair, rushing towards the sports car. The afterimage is like blood. The distance is getting closer. The Ferrari was completely unable to stop and slid for hundreds of meters on the street. Since you can't stop, just step on the accelerator. Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, raised the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. After hearing this, Xiao Qingshi was stunned. Brother Lin, if you kill someone, you'll go to jail. They are not human, they are alien puppets. Lin Yuan repeated Yi Wudao's words verbatim. Xiao Qingxi stared at him with her beautiful eyes, shining brightly. Brother Lin, hold on tight. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly released her brake and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The engine roared, like a flash of red lightning cutting through the dark night. The faces of the women in red who were rushing towards them changed drastically, and they quickly dodged to the side. However, facing a sports car that can accelerate to 100 km per hour in just a few seconds, some people still cannot dodge in time and are directly hit and killed on the spot. The sports car lost its balance and crashed into the guardrail on the side. Bang! There was a loud bang. The Ferrari was completely written off, with thick smoke billowing and all the airbags deployed. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi were not seriously injured. They opened the car door and got out, safe and sound. The remaining 8 blood-robe cult members flashed and surrounded the 2 men. Handsome boy, come with us. The woman has big wavy red hair, a hot body, and her private area is faintly visible, adding a bit of mystery and temptation. It is enough to make any man willingly fall at her feet. Nausea. Xiao Qingxi's voice was cold and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. He. The wavy girl smiled coquettishly. Little sister, don't you know there's a saying that purity is worthless in the face of sexiness? Roll. Xiao Qingxi didn't bother to talk nonsense and launched an attack directly. With one palm strike, the spiritual energy raged. The charming smile on the wavy girl's face disappeared instantly, and she quickly raised her hands to defend herself. Crack. Ah. As the sound of bones cracked, the wave girl let out a scream. She never expected that the girl in front of her was actually at the 2nd level, 4th turn, and was so powerful. The wave girl looked at her deformed arm, her face gradually twisted. Little bitch, I'm going to cut your face. Come on, kill them together. Yes. The blood-robe cult members around them shouted in unison and launched an attack. Seeing this, Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled brightly. He could finally try out the power of Long Ji Ba Quan and Jing Hua Shuiyu. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and he used the mirror flower and water moon. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Just then, a member of the blood-throated cult stabbed him in the chest with a dagger. Seeing Lin Yuan motionless, Xiao Qingxi's pretty face turned pale. Brother Lin, be careful. However, the next second, she was stunned. Mirror. I saw that the dagger that entered the killing line suddenly turned into a mirror. Such a strange scene brought the battle to an abrupt end. Everyone looked at the mirror that appeared out of nowhere and stood there in a daze. When? As soon as the crisp sound of the snap of fingers fell, the sound of shattering followed. Crack. The mirrors in the hands of the blood-cloaked cult members exploded and turned into mirror flowers, which were bizarre and looked very dreamy. As everyone was stunned, a slow and unhurried voice sounded. I give you a flower, and hope that your world will fall into darkness from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, blood splattered. All those dreamy mirror flowers were embedded in the bodies of the blood-cloaked cult members. In this moment, bloody romance is embodied. What are you all still standing there for? Kill him. The wave girl's eyes were scarlet and glowing red. She screamed sharply and fell to the ground with a pious look on her face. Please, God. Give me strength. Just like the landlady last night, the hot wavy girl's body quickly expanded and turned into a ball of flesh in the blink of an eye. The black pustules all over the body suddenly burst and grew baby-like tentacles. It's definitely a giant tentacle monster. Such a strange and terrifying mutation makes people's scalp tingle and shudder. The rest of the blood robe cult followers were not willing to lag behind, and all of them asked the gods to transform at the same time. After the transformation, all the blood robe cult members broke through to the 2nd realm, which doubled the pressure on Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi. He. Eat them. The wave girl took the lead, waving countless tentacles at the same time. She shot out and pounced straight towards Xiao Qingxi. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and was about to provide support, but was stopped by the remaining blood robe cult members and was unable to get away for the time being. Little bitch, I'm going to tear your face apart and destroy you. The wave girl had a ferocious look on her face, waving her tentacles and screaming at the top of her lungs. But the next second, Xiao Qingxi actually took the lead in moving. Blue flames burning the sky. Xiao Qingxi cried out delicately, and a green sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed down with it. In an instant, the green sword cut through the void and instantly ignited a blazing green flame, as if it was going to burn the world to ashes. The green flames on the sword moved like dragons and snakes, emitting a heart-pounding high temperature and a breath of destruction. When the sword fell, the air was burned and distorted, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The tentacles swung by the wave girl were turned into ashes by the high temperature the moment they touched the blue flames, leaving her no room for resistance. The powerful sword energy merged with the blue flame to form a force that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and the rubble was sucked into the flames, instantly turning into magma. At this moment, there was only endless fear on the ferocious face of the wave girl. She wanted to retreat, but found herself locked in by this powerful force and had nowhere to escape. The Qingyan sword energy struck the wave girl with the force of thunder. With a shrill scream, her huge body was split in half by the sword, and black pus and blood splattered everywhere, but instantly evaporated under the burning of the blue flame. The blood-robed cult members around were so shocked by this horrifying scene that their movements paused for a moment. The girl was wearing a white long dress and holding a green sword. She stood in the green flames, like an inviolable god of war, cold and majestic. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he scratched his head and muttered, "How can this girl be so strong? Even I would have a hard time escaping this sword. Brother Lin, be careful." Suddenly, Xiao Qingxi's face changed drastically and she shouted loudly. A member of the blood robe cult suddenly came around behind Lin Yuan and launched a sneak attack. But Lin Yuan didn't even turn his head, he just raised his hand and snapped his fingers. When? No. Amidst the deafening screams, the woman in red was covered in mirror flowers. Chapter 10 Who Makes Me Love to Listen. You can go now. Lin Yuan spoke slowly, his voice calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, and the shadow of a long dragon appeared behind him, circling and moving. Roar! The dragon roared and the void trembled. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled calmly. Next, please enjoy my hunting moment. A dragon leaps into the sky. Before he finished speaking, he punched the blood-robe cult member in front of him, and a long dragon shadow rose into the air. Little brat. Do you think I'm just a decoration? The woman stared at Lin Yuan with a hideous smile on her face. She frantically urged the evil power in her body and was ready for battle. But suddenly, a fatal crisis struck from behind. The moment she turned around, a long dragon shadow rushed straight towards her face. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and blood rained down. The scene fell into deathly silence again. Everyone was stunned. How could this punch suddenly change its attack trajectory? It's like a parabola, with only a starting point and an end point, and the trajectory in between is unpredictable. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and threw out more than 10 punches in succession. Long dragon shadows raged through the air, emitting a devastating force. Wherever they went, the air exploded, and the bodies of the blood-cloaked cult members burst apart like paper, turning into a rain of blood. The ground was covered with broken flesh and bones, and black blood formed a river. It was a complete massacre without any suspense. Xiao Qingxi was dumbfounded, her stunningly beautiful face filled with shock. Brother Lin, you're so strong. You're not weak either. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Xiao Qingxi turned her head to look at the Ferrari that had been burned into a pile of scrap metal and said helplessly, "Looks like we have to walk home." Lin Yuan shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. "Someone will take us home." Ah? Xiao Qingxi blinked her black and white eyes in confusion, but soon she heard the roar of an engine coming from afar, getting closer and closer. I saw a Land Rover driving in the opposite direction, speeding towards me, and then it stopped steadily with a beautiful tailspin. The car window slowly lowered and a cloud of thick smoke blew in. Then a blood-stained face appeared in their sight. Hey! Little guy, we meet again. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he puffed at the cigarette in his hand and then blew out a smoke ring. It was originally a very handsome move, but now he looked very weak. There were 5 deep wounds on his chest that were so deep that the bones could be seen, and blood was oozing out. It was a shocking sight. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Are you telling me that the spirit control team has done their best? Cough cough cough. Yi Wudao started coughing violently, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He cursed with a smile, "You have a really dark tongue, you've made me spit blood." Hearing this, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and asked, "Do we need to go to the hospital?" Yi Wudao took a deep puff of his cigarette and shook his head. "It's okay. You won't die. I'll take you home first. Get in the car." Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and got into the car with Xiao Qingxi. Boom! Yi Wudao stepped on the accelerator and the Land Rover sped away, disappearing into the night. My house is in the back, it's a rebellion. Xiao Qingshi's cold voice rang out. Yi Wudao said vaguely, cigarette in hand, there is a strange situation ahead, no passing. Hearing this, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flickering, do they really want to kill me? Hey! You're right. They're as determined to kill you as I am every time I go to the bathroom. They won't stop until they poop out. Don't you think your metaphor is presumptuous? I was just stating those bastards' determination to kill you. This is the first time I've seen anything like this tonight. TSK. A fifth-level alien race, very rare. As Yi Wudao spoke, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his face was bloodthirsty and cruel. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, Imperial Realm? That's indeed very rare. Right. Your current worth is way higher than, huh? Something's not right. Yi Wudao narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flashed, he stopped the car, and stared at the dark street intently. It seemed like there was a bottomless abyss in front of him, swallowing everything. Even the light was absorbed. Very weird. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt inexplicably excited, and the violent factor in his body became restless. Is it an alien? How do you know? Isn't my question obvious enough? Okay. There's something wrong with my comprehension. Yi Wudao leaned against the car window helplessly, raised the scarlet cigarette butt in his hand, and then flicked it directly towards the dark street, sparks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, something strange happened. An evil and sinister force erupted, and the cigarette butt turned directly into ashes and scattered in the wind. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread out. At the end of the street, four humanoid monsters came towards us, like ghosts, blending into the darkness. Their bodies were long and thin, like stretched shadows, and their skin was dark purple and covered with twisted lines, like dark curse marks. As the four alien races approached, an evil aura spread like a tide, and the eerie atmosphere was oppressive. These guys have evolved very successfully. They even know how to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yi Wudao chuckled, then turned to look at Lin Yuan and asked, are you scared? Don't be afraid. Why? I believe in the ability of the spirit enforcement team. Yi Wudao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Boy, I seriously suspect you are flattering me, but who makes me like to hear it? Facing the approaching alien race, the two remained calm and composed without a trace of panic. But then again, do you believe I can handle them? Yi Wudao said as he raised his arm and stretched out two fingers. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly took out a cigarette and placed it between Yi Wudao's fingers. Ga? I'll continue for you. Okay. Next, I need you to get to know me again. Boy, you must open your eyes wide and watch carefully for this next sword strike. Why? Because, this sword will be very cool. After saying this, Yi Wudao put his two fingers together and slowly lowered them. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder and the sword broke through the sky. This sword was like a brilliant galaxy piercing through the sky, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire dark block. The powerful sword energy slashed down with devastating force. Right in front of them, black blood was splattered and sword energy was everywhere, and then everything returned to calm. The Land Rover's headlights came back on, dispelling the darkness. Looking at Yi Wudao, who instantly killed the alien with one sword, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. This sword is really very cool. Thanks. Are they weak? Not weak anymore. 4 people in the sharp realm can definitely beat the whole group. Yi Wudao grinned and revealed the cultivation level of the 4 alien races in one sentence. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. So, you are very strong? Not bad, but in the same realm. Yi Wudao paused, lit the cigarette Lin Yuan had just refilled for him, took a deep puff, and said, I'm invincible. Boom! With the roar of the engine, the Land Rover disappeared into the night. Yi Wudao's teasing voice echoed for a long time in the quiet street. Damn! He got it! Suddenly, an indignant voice sounded. Chapter 11. The spring in the garden cannot be confined. The spatial barrier began to distort, and a group of men and women covered in blood appeared out of thin air. Everyone looked at the direction the Land Rover left and felt relieved. The square-faced middle-aged man in the C position gradually relaxed his brows and said in a deep voice, this evildoer has the capital to pretend. He broke through the 4th realm at the age of 20, which is unprecedented. The Yi family is celebrating and intends to let him inherit the imperial clan. But no one would have thought that when he was 23 years old and about to break through the fifth realm, he did something that went against the will of heaven. He sealed off all 6 meridians in his body, stopping his breakthrough. He declared that the great Tao is incomplete. If the Tao is incomplete, he will not be able to break through the 4 realms in this lifetime. On the side, most of the members of the spirit control team did not know that Yi Wudao had this secret. After hearing it, they were stunned. So, Yi Wudao has been immersed in the 4 realms for more than 20 years? 23 years. The square-faced middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said in a resounding voice, Yi Wudao is the strongest 4th realm in history. If he could unlock the 6 meridians, how much stronger he would be, only God knows. The last sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the members of the spirit enforcement team. Perhaps it was not until this moment that they understood why Yi Wudao was the only one in Team 129 who dared to be the 6th and slack off. It turns out that to be the 6th in command one must have sufficient strength. You too, why don't you invite me, your savior, in for a cup of tea? In front of the villa, Yi Wudao stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, startling the dogs in the neighborhood and causing them to bark. Xia Qingxi's pretty face was startled. She took Lin Yuan's arm and turned to leave, saying, "It's too late. It's inconvenient." Bang! Looking at the tightly closed door, Yi Wudao gritted his teeth and said, "You two ungrateful little guys, I won't forgive you." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and made a call, grinning and saying, "Old Xia, congratulations, you're going to be a grandfather." After saying that, hang up directly. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the brightly lit villa, and said slowly, "Xia girl, you want to fight with me? Even your father doesn't have the courage." Before he finished speaking, Yi Wudao stepped on the accelerator and drove away in a cool manner. Inside the villa, Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi washed off the blood and fatigue, curled up on the sofa, watched the melodramatic skit, and ate KDJ, feeling so comfortable. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table vibrated. I opened WeChat and clicked on the chat interface of my pig teammate. "Brother Lin, something bad has happened. I just heard that Zhao Mingyuan is coming back." "Lin Yuan? Fanton, hey. My brother, you haven't forgotten the grudge between you and Zhao Mingyuan, right?" "Lin Yuan, I haven't forgotten. So, what do you want to say?" "Fanton, it turns out that men in love can also become stupid for 3 years." "Lin Yuan, brother, thank you. Fanton, rumor has it that Zhao Mingyuan has reached the 7th level of the 2nd realm and has just begun to glimpse the way of the sword. He may have only one purpose in coming back this time, to end things with you." "Lin Yuan, I have read it, please leave." "Fanton, damn it. I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a subject." "Lin Yuan, it's a eunuch." After replying the message, Lin Yuan turned off his phone and threw it aside. He looked down at the girl in his arms and said slowly, "It's late, let's get some rest." After hearing this, Xia Qingxi shuddered violently, her pretty face instantly flushed, and her eyes dodged. "Brother Lin, you go to sleep first, I'm not sleepy." "That's not up to you." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her without any warning. When their lips touched, it was as if an electric current was flowing through them. Xia Qingxi went from being reluctant at first to gradually adapting and finally becoming more proactive. The whole process took no more than a minute. The two of them separated reluctantly until they were suffocated, with a thread between their lips. The girl was in love, her beautiful eyes gradually blurred. "Brother Lin, I want to go back to my room." In a sense, this sentence can be regarded as a signal. Lin Yuan didn't say anything extra. He picked up the aroused girl and returned to the room. As the door closed, the two young boys and girls, who were ignorant of the world, opened the door to a new world. The spring scenery fills the house and cannot be contained, and the sounds are heard everywhere. At the same time, in the center of a high-end club in Jiangcheng, a young man was lying lazily on the sofa, with his head resting on 2 long legs wrapped in hi-fi, which was particularly eye-catching. "Tell me about Lin Yuan." The boy opened his mouth after he finished speaking. The woman hurriedly picked a grape and carefully put it into the boy's mouth. At this time, Zhang Boqi, who was sitting upright with fear in his eyes, trembled and said, "Brother Yuan, Lin Yuan, he seems to have become a different person." "Oh? What do you mean?" The boy ate grapes without spitting out the skins and asked vaguely. Zhang Boqi stared at his feet without looking away and replied, "Lin Yuan awakened an SSS-level martial arts talent during the awakening ceremony, and his cultivation also broke through to the 9th level of the 1st realm. He is very powerful." When the boy heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth, spit out the grapes, and laughed with interest. It's kind of interesting, but this is what makes it fun. If it was that loser from before, I wouldn't even have the urge to do anything. As he spoke, the young man seemed to have thought of something very bad. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and an extremely strong murderous aura gushed out. Plop! Zhang Boqi's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Brother Yuan, please calm down. Yeah. I really need to cool down. Before he finished speaking, the young man grabbed the long hair of the queen next to him and pressed it down hard. Zhang Boqi was stunned and his mind went blank. Does it look good? A cold voice sounded. When Zhang Boqi saw the boy's gloomy eyes, his heart seemed to be gripped by a big hand, and a feeling of suffocation swept through his body. Brother Yuan, I'm leaving now. Zhang Boqi stumbled out of the private room. The young man closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, and his gloomy eyes became clear again. He raised the corner of his mouth, smiling brightly, and took out a bank card from his pocket and sandwiched it between the snow-capped mountains. This is your cleaning fee, the password is 00000. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. It's my honor. The young man smiled and said nothing, then stood up and left the room. The next day. The first ray of sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw an exquisite and perfect face. His eyes were full of love, and the scenes of last night flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His virginity in 2 lifetimes was finally ended last night. And he also successfully got the first blood. Suddenly, the long eyelashes of the girl in his arms trembled slightly, and then a pair of black and white eyes slowly opened, without the reserve and shyness in the novel. Xiao Qingxi boldly spread her lotus root-like arms, wrapped them around Lin Yuan's neck, and exhaled a sweet breath. Brother Lin, what time is it? 10 o'clock sharp. Stop it, I'm so tired. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he tapped Xiao Qingxi's forehead and said, I meant it's already 10 o'clock. Ha? 10 o'clock? Oh no, then aren't we late? As Xiao Qingxi spoke, she ran off the bed, but after taking 2 steps, she let out a scream, ah. Then she squatted down with a look of pain on her face. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 12, calling him grandson. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He rushed over, gently picked him up, and asked with concern, what's wrong with you? It hurts so much. Xiao Qingxi stammered with a red face, covering her lower abdomen with both hands, and her body couldn't help shaking. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately reacted and said with embarrassment, how about taking a day off? Xiao Qingxi was about to nod in agreement when Lin Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering it, the cheerful voice of Principal Wang Zhenhua came through. Lin Yuan, where are you? Come to school quickly. The deans of Daxia's 4 colleges are already here and are waiting for you. After Wang Zhenhua finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xiao Qingxi's face lit up with joy, as if she had forgotten the severe pain in her lower body. She quickly pulled Lin Yuan's wrist and said, Brother Lin, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. Doesn't it hurt there? Xiao Qingxi shook her head. Much better. I'm fine. Let's go to school first. Jiangcheng College. The news of the visit from the dean of Daxia's 4th college spread quickly to every corner of the school as if it had wings. All the students gathered in the playground, looking at the 4 big shots on the rostrum they could only see on TV, and they were all very excited. Holy crap! This is the vice president of Daxia 4th Hospital. I finally saw him alive. Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. They can't really be here for Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, who has awakened an SSS-level martial arts talent, what else do you think this crappy school has that's worth these for making a personal trip? That's what you say, but what if they come for me? Brother, you only have one face, save yourself from embarrassment. The discussion on the playground was endless. Wang Zhenhua smiled apologetically and said, I'm so sorry, please wait a moment. Lin Yuan is on his way. Whoever is in a hurry can go first, no one is stopping them. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The person who spoke was the youngest middle-aged man among the 4. His name was Han Zhe. He was not the vice president, but the head coach of Fengtian Academy. But even so, the other 3 vice presidents did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in the face of Han Zhe's cold words. After all, no one wants to offend a madman. Moreover, Han Zhe's presence was most likely a trick used by Fengtian court to snatch this person away. The three of them cursed in their hearts at the same time, shameless. Time passed by minute, as all the teachers and students in the school waited anxiously. A cry of surprise came from the crowd, Lin Yuan is here. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked towards the school gate at the same time. I saw a young man dressed in black, walking towards me against the light with steady steps. Wang Zhenhua couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He quickly walked towards Lin Yuan and said, "My little ancestor, you're here. Principal, I can't stand it. You can handle it, so go." Ding. Sign-in mission released, call him grandson to enhance your relationship. The sudden system notification sound made Lin Yuan's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. He glanced at the old principal Wang Zhenhua's aged profile, opened his mouth, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. System, what will happen if the sign-in task is not completed? Ding. The sign-in task has not been completed for 3 times in total. The system will initiate a self-destruct sequence, and the host and the system will be finished. Grandson. Ah. Wang Zhenhua suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, his old face flushed red, and he said angrily, "What are you calling me? Grandson?" Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. "Principal, is there a possibility that you were hallucinating?" Hallucination? Brat, do you know I have a nickname, Superior? Wang Zhenhua said, his face full of smiles again, and he gritted his teeth and said, "For the sake of your SSS level martial arts talent, I won't bother with you." Then, he took Lin Yuan's hand, walked quickly to the podium, and introduced, "This is the SSS level martial arts talent awakener, Lin Yuan." As soon as Wang Zhenhua finished speaking, Lin Yuan stepped forward, clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and said in a loud voice, "Lin Yuan greets all the seniors." The 4 of them nodded and began to introduce themselves from left to right. Tian Duyuan, Myanbeay. Jinling Court, Shenfeng. Lulan Court, Su Yiming. Feng Tianyuan, Han Zhe. On the far left, Myanbeay's eyes were filled with admiration, and he spoke first. "Lin Yuan, Tiandu Academy welcomes you. To show our sincerity, Tiandu Academy has specially prepared 7th level martial arts and 7th level weapons for you as your admission reward. As for other cultivation resources, just ask and we will provide you with everything." Oh my god. A 7th level martial art, a 7th level weapon, any one of them can be considered a royal family's treasure. If anyone says martial arts talent is useless again, I'll fight him to the death. The only difference between Lin Yuan and me is an SSS level martial arts talent. Is there any dean willing to take the risk and invest in me? Investing in you? That's just a risk, not an investment. Amidst the heated discussions on the playground, the strong men from the other 3 academies also expressed their sincerity to Lin Yuan. However, generally speaking, the conditions offered by the 4 people were not very different, making it difficult for Lin Yuan to make a choice. For a moment, the noisy playground fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan at the same time, and a tense atmosphere enveloped Jiangcheng College. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, a harsh and cold voice sounded, breaking the silence at the scene. "Lin Yuan, Fengtian Academy will give you one more condition based on the ones I just gave you. If you agree to join Fengtian Academy, your girlfriend will receive the same treatment as you." After these words were spoken, the other 3 vice presidents frowned and looked at each other, then chose to remain silent in tacit understanding. Geniuses with SSS level martial arts talent are indeed worth pursuing at all costs. But if we break the academy's rules for a genius, it would be more trouble than it's worth. The reason why the 4 academies have been able to stand at the top of Daxia for hundreds of years is because of the principle of genius, and they never allow mediocre people to enter the academy. Are you 3 old guys still following? Han Zhe sneered, as if he had already guessed the 3 people's choices. As expected, Myanbeay sighed and said with regret, "I won't follow you anymore. SSS level martial arts talent is indeed unique, but the rules of my Tiandu Academy cannot be broken. Shenfeng, Jinling Court withdraw. Su Yiming, my Lulan Court is also withdrawing. Crazy Han, I admire your courage." Han Zhe raised the corners of his mouth when he heard that. The fact that he could make this expressionless man smile so brightly was enough to prove that he was happy at that moment. When Myanbeay and the other 2 saw the smile on Han Ze's face, they all frowned, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts at the same time. I vaguely felt that something was not right, as if I had been tricked. But Han Zhe didn't give them a chance to think. He stood up, looked at Lin Yuan, and asked, "Are you willing to join Fengtian Academy?" Chapter 13. It's time to end the show. Would you like to join Feng Tianyuan? To everyone, the outcome was certain. But Lin Yuan did not give an answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the girl at the back of the crowd whose eyes were fixed on him, and asked softly, "Do you want to join Feng Tianyuan?" Although he didn't mention her name, she knew he was asking her. The girl raised the corners of her mouth, her smile was so charming and beautiful that it was like a fleeting moment of beauty. She blinked her watery, star-like eyes, parted her red lips, and said in a sweet voice, "Wherever you go, I'll go." The students of Jiangcheng College are eating so much dog food, what a perfect example of husband and wife following each other's lead. Fuck. No. I can't watch this anymore, or I'll start believing in love again. I have to watch 2 episodes of the dismemberment case to calm down. If species aren't a consideration, I still want to marry the bed. Lin Yuan already had the answer in his mind. Looking at Hanzhe in front of him, he smiled and said, "I am willing to join Fengtian Academy." Hanzhe strode forward, patted Lin Yuan's shoulder vigorously, and said slowly, "Very good, I won't let you down." Although his voice was cold, it was not difficult to hear the excitement in his heart. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, "I believe in Fengtian Court." At this time, Myanbeay, who had been sitting in the chair, coughed and said, "Congratulations, Crazy Han, and congratulations to Fengtian Academy." "Then, shouldn't you withdraw from the next SS level martial arts talent? Don't let us come here in vain." Hanzhe said expressionlessly, "Okay. I quit." After saying that, he sat back in his chair, with a sullen face, and watched coldly. Myanbeay raised his eyebrows. He was a little uncomfortable with Hanzhe's easygoing nature, but he was not in the mood to engage in intrigue. Having missed out on the opportunity to meet a genius with SSS level martial arts talent, he is determined to get the remaining SS level 1. "Genoa, I heard there's another SS level martial arts genius in your school. Where's he? Call him up." "Brother Yen, there's no need to call her up now." Myanbeay raised his eyebrows, his expression somewhat unhappy. "Genoa, what do you mean? Do you think that Tiandu Academy is not qualified?" Wang Genoa waved his hands and said helplessly, "You've already missed it." "What the hell did I miss?" A hint of anger appeared in Myanbeay's eyes. But at this moment, Shinfeng stood up suddenly and said through gritted teeth, "Don't tell me that the girl just now is the SS level martial arts talent." Myanbeay and Su Yiming stood up one after another, their faces flushed. Wang Genoa suddenly felt a huge pressure. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he endured the pressure and slowly nodded, "Yes. Xiao Qingxi is the genius who awakened SS level martial arts talent." When the 3 people from Myanbeay heard this, how could they not know that they had been fooled by Hanzhe, and that he had been fooling them around? "Hanzhe, have you known this for a long time?" Myanbeay said in a low voice. Shinfeng and Su Yiming also stared at Hanzhe, burning with anger. Hanzhe casually raised his head and glanced at the 3 of them. "I know. You crazy Han, I never thought you could fool the 3 of us old guys." Myanbeay's voice trembled. He suppressed the anger in his heart, and his back teeth made a crunching sound. "Let's go," Shinfeng said, and left with a flick of his sleeves. This trip to Jiangcheng not only yielded nothing, but also resulted in a crushing defeat at the hands of others due to their intelligence. "Lin Yuan, do you dare to fight me to the death?" Just as the deputy director of the 3rd hospital turned to leave, a teasing voice sounded at an inappropriate time. For a moment, the entire playground fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and turned to look at the imposing young man in the crowd. "It's Zhao Mingyuan. When did he come back? Didn't he go to the sword pavilion to practice in seclusion?" The relationship between Lin Yuan and Zhao Mingyuan is the biggest unsolved mystery at Jiangcheng College. How could 2 people who have absolutely no connection with each other actually have such a huge conflict? It's going to be a good show. The former number 1 genius versus an SSS level martial arts talent awakener. I'd call this the ultimate battle. The vice presidents of the 3rd hospital who were about to leave stopped and sat back in their chairs. Lin Yuan, the person involved, turned to look at Hanzhe and asked calmly, "What if the Xiao family wants to kill me?" Hanzhe's face was expressionless. "Then there will be no Zhao family in Jiangcheng anymore." "Very good." Lin Yuan looked up at the young man in the crowd who had been bound to him for 14 years, and hooked his finger. "Come up, I'll give you a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd on the playground consciously retreated to both sides. Zhao Mingyuan walked towards the podium with a smile on his face. Tat-tack. With steady and powerful steps, he walked onto the podium under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 2 young men stood facing each other. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyuan took out a piece of black paper from his pocket. When he opened it, there were 3 big red words on it: life and death contract. The already quiet playground fell into complete deathly silence. Everyone stared at the 3 particularly eye-catching characters and felt dazed. Zhao Mingyuan cut his thumb, and bright red blood dripped onto the black paper. At the same time, a faint red bloodline emerged, connecting Zhao Mingyuan and the life and death contract. Do you dare to sign? Zhao Mingyuan threw the life and death contract to Lin Yuan and asked. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He took the contract of life and death, cut his finger, and let his blood drip. The whole process was done in one go. After Lin Yuan finished signing, the black paper swayed into the air, ignited black flames, and turned into ashes. This also means that the life and death contract officially takes effect. From this moment on, the lives of the 2 will be decided by each other. Only one of them can leave the podium alive. Oh my god. This is a life and death contract, and they signed it without even looking at it. Even when I clean my browsing history in front of my partner, they're still not as fast as me. I really don't know how much hatred and resentment they have. The onlookers on the playground were very nervous, but the person involved looked calm. Zhao Mingyuan raised the corners of his mouth and said slowly, ever since the day I left that place, I have been waiting for this day. This wait has lasted for 14 years. In fact, God gave you a chance for 13 years and 361 days, but you didn't seize it. Lin Yuan acted very sorry and even felt sorry for Zhao Mingyuan. Zhao Mingyuan didn't take Lin Yuan's words to heart. In his eyes, the other party was just someone whose SSS-level martial arts talent had awakened and was a little inflated. Do you think I took action today because I was afraid you would surpass me? Lin Yuan shook his head, no. You're afraid that I won't have the chance to take action once I enter Fengtian court. Smart. Zhao Mingyuan praised Lin Yuan generously, you've been smart since you were a child. You have been so green and stupid since you were little, yet so self-righteous. Lin Yuan curled his lips with a look of disgust. The smile on Zhao Mingyuan's face froze, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He smiled brightly and said in a loud voice, my dear brother, I have let you live for 14 more years. Today is the end of the play. Chapter 14, Big Lump. Boom. Suddenly, there were lightning and thunder, and heavy rain was pouring down. Why is it raining out of nowhere? I didn't get any warning. What? The Dragon King is your uncle, and he even told you it was going to rain. Get lost. It's just that the rain came so suddenly that it made me easily put myself into the plot of the novel. Usually in such situations, there will be unexpected changes. Hit. The long sword is unsheathed. Zhao Mingyuan was surrounded by sword energy, and his every move revealed the temperament of a swordmaster. Myanbeay, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows and said with interest, Genoa, this little guy is not bad. Wang Zhenhua nodded. This boy's name is Zhao Mingyuan. He has S-level martial arts talent and comes from the Xiao family. He's the most proud grandson of that old man Zhao Tailai. Oh? The royal Xiao family. Myanbeay's eyes flashed with a strange look, I didn't manage to get SSS level or SS level, so it's not a loss to bring back an S level. Hanzhe had a blank expression on his face and said coldly, if you don't mind, you can bring the body back to Tianduyuan. Crazy Han, what do you mean? Myanbeay didn't finish his words. There was only a buzzing sound. The sword chant seemed to drown out the deafening thunder. A shadow passed by and shot straight towards Lin Yuan, a cold light suddenly appeared, and the sword energy was shocking. This sword is very fast. It was so fast that everyone thought Lin Yuan was about to become a dead soul under the sword. However, the results left them stunned. Lin Yuan, who was motionless in the previous second, made a lightning-fast move in the next second and grabbed the 3-foot-long green sword that could cut through iron like mud. The battle came to an abrupt end. The smile on Zhao Mingyuan's face completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. You really surprised me. It seems that I underestimated the horror of SSS-level martial arts talent. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, released his hand, shook his head and smiled faintly. Is it difficult to admit that I am excellent? Zhao Mingyuan held a long sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As outstanding as you are, your cultivation has stagnated for 10 years? If cultivation is the standard for evaluating whether a person is excellent, then I can be excellent too. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, the smile on his face became even brighter. He took a step forward, and his blood surged. In an instant, a flash of inspiration appeared and his brilliance gradually emerged. This is the sign of the second realm being the forefront. But this was just the beginning. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations in Lin Yuan's body were extremely terrifying, and his blood and energy continued to surge. The next second, the second realm changes and is broken. Just 2 realms. As the calm voice sounded, all the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan was absorbed into his body. Calm returned to the rostrum. But everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 2 turns in a row. What a pervert! Zhao Mingyuan's eyes were dull and full of shock. For a moment, he began to doubt his life. He didn't know when the ant that he had thought could be destroyed with a wave of his hand turned into a ferocious elephant. But Zhao Mingyuan raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, "You are indeed very good, but you only make me more determined to kill you." "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Yuan hooked his finger and continued, "Come and die." Zhao Mingyuan laughed out loud when he heard this, and did not launch an attack mindlessly. He raised the long sword in his hand and swung out sword flowers. In an instant, the sword energy raged and rose from the ground. This sword energy was like a substance, transforming into sharp rays of light, shuttling wildly through the air. Wherever it passed, the rain was instantly cut into countless tiny water droplets, splashing in all directions, forming a misty water curtain. Swing the sword to cut the rain into a curtain. Good boy, you've actually reached the threshold of gradual enlightenment and have the potential to be a swordmaster. Myanbeay narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flickering. Lin Yuan, over the past 10 years, I've had countless opportunities to kill you, but I didn't. I was waiting. I was waiting for you to grow up, and then I'd kill you, because that way, I'd feel a greater sense of accomplishment. Zhao Mingyuan's words revealed a strong confidence in his own abilities. Next, I prepared this sword specially for you. I named it Ping Yuan. Flatten the abyss and slay the forest abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, endless sword energy gathered in the air, forming a giant sword that stood across the sky. Cut! Zhao Mingyuan roared, his hair standing on end in anger, and swung the sword in his hand. At the same time, the giant sword slashed down. At this moment, the rain stopped, the wind calmed down, and everything was silent. It seems that the only thing left between heaven and earth is the ultimate sword. The young man in black at the center of the storm had a calm expression. He raised his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. Mirror flowers and water moons. The moment the 4 words appeared, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. 2 mirrors appeared out of nowhere on the podium. One side is in Zhao Mingyuan's hand. The other side stands out of thin air. Mirror? Where did the mirror come from? Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Oh my. I thought he was going to hold it in, but it turned out to be a huge pile. A good start but a bad end. Listening to the discussions, the most confused person was Zhao Mingyuan, the protagonist of this mirror incident. His mind was blank. How could it turn out like this? Isn't that expected? A lazy voice sounded. Zhao Mingyuan looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. For some reason, the guy who used to be like an ant in his eyes now gave him the feeling of mysterious and even deadly. Aren't you tired of pretending for 10 years? Zhao Mingyuan's tone revealed unwillingness. Obviously, he misunderstood. However, Lin Yuan was too lazy to explain to a dead person, so he snapped his fingers. Crack! The sound of shattering suddenly exploded. The 2 mirrors exploded and turned into mirror flowers floating in the air. This scene is so beautiful and dreamy. Many girls on the playground took out their mobile phones to take pictures as souvenirs. But Zhao Mingyuan's heart tightened, and the fear of death swept through his body. Overwhelmed, he took a step back. For him, this step meant that all his 10 years of hard work had gone to waste. No! How could I possibly lose? I'm the heir to the royal Xiao family, and you're just an orphan. How could you possibly defeat me? This has to be fake, right? God damn it, you're kidding me. I'm Zhao Mingyuan, I won't lose. Lin Yuan, go to hell. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was circulating his spiritual energy crazily. He punched Lin Yuan and violent spiritual energy burst out. But the next second, his attack once again turned into hundreds of mirror flowers floating in the air. However, at this time, Zhao Mingyuan had gone mad and was throwing punches one after another. I know, it must be an SSS level martial arts talent. Yes, it must be an SSS level martial arts talent. How could an orphan like you awaken an SSS level martial arts talent? It should be mine. The SSS level martial arts talent is mine. Looking at Zhao Mingyuan, who had fallen into madness, Lin Yuan always had a faint smile on his face as he appreciated the clown's clumsy performance. I'm an orphan, so what are you? Xiao Lu. Chapter 15. I have minimum living allowance. Xiao Lu? The moment he heard the name, Zhao Mingyuan trembled violently, his facial features gradually distorted, and his voice became hoarse. Xiao Lu is dead, you know. I am now Zhao Mingyuan of the royal Xiao family. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, his face indifferent, and said, It doesn't matter anymore, does it? Zhao Mingyuan stared at Lin Yuan and said sternly, What do you mean? Do you really dare to kill me? Why not? You signed the life and death contract voluntarily. I didn't force you. Life and death contract? Zhao Mingyuan seemed to have heard a huge joke. If you lose, then the life and death contract is called a life and death contract. If I lose, then it's just a piece of waste paper. Fuck. This is the first time I've felt Zhao Mingyuan is so shameless. What can we do? After all, the Xiao family is a royal family. For us, that is an insurmountable mountain. What a pity. If I were Lin Yuan, I would be so frustrated that I would die. Are you still holding back your frustration? If Zhao Mingyuan were even more shameless, do you believe it would be Lin Yuan who would die? Power is fascinating. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Mingyuan regained his composure. Did you hear that? If I want to, the one who dies is. Nonsense. Before Zhao Mingyuan could finish his words, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers again. I saw countless mirror flowers bursting out. Puff, puff, puff. Blood flowers bloomed. Plop. Zhao Mingyuan opened his eyes wide and fell straight down, with no sign of life left. At this moment, the entire Jiangcheng College fell into deathly silence again. Boom! There were lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. Thunder roared through the dark clouds, and bean-sized raindrops formed lines and fell from the sky. The howling wind blew up the rain, forming curtains of rain that blurred people's vision. The branches swayed violently in the strong wind, as if struggling in pain, and broken branches fell from time to time. The bright red blood was washed away by the rain, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Dead, dead. Lin Yuan really killed Zhao Mingyuan. He killed the heir to the royal Xiao family? It's fake. He and they have such a deep hatred and such a deep resentment. Things have gotten out of hand. Myanbeay, who was sitting on the rostrum, glanced at the body riddled with wounds on the ground, shook his head and sighed, then his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Shenfeng and Su Yiming also used their skills to leave the scene. It was obvious that the three of them didn't want to get involved in this mess. Hanzei still sat on the chair with an expressionless face, as still as a mountain. The sound of raindrops continues to fall. The bodies under the storm had gradually turned white, became swollen and bloated. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open, and there was even a trace of disbelief left in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, thunder broke through the inky black sky. A figure shot out from a distance, with a flash of light. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire Jiangcheng College trembled violently, and a deep pit was directly dug out on the rostrum, with gravel flying everywhere and rain and fog hazy. The person who came was the current head of the Xiao family, Zhao Donghai. He was wearing a black suit and his slicked back hair was covered in a thick layer of mousse, but even standing in the rain, his hair didn't look messy at all. Zhao Donghai clenched his fists, which were shaking slightly. It was not difficult to see that he was very close to the edge of going berserk at this moment, and he was trying his best to control the anger in his heart. Do you know who he is? Zhao Donghai pointed at Zhao Mingyuan's body on the ground, his voice hoarse. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. I know. The heir of the Xiao family, Zhao Mingyuan. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was smiling and calm, Zhao Donghai frowned and fell into deep thought. This boy behaves so calmly, could he be from the imperial family? Thinking of this, Zhao Donghai's expression tightened. May I have your name? He asked very cautiously. The young man raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Zhao Donghai repeated, his brain spinning rapidly as he went through all the people with the surname Lin that he knew. However, no clues about Lin Yuan were found. Moreover, as far as he knew, there was no imperial or royal family with the surname Lin in the Great Xia Kingdom. Save some brain cells, I'm just an ordinary person, both my parents are dead, and I only receive the minimum living allowance. Lin Yuan gave a warm and enthusiastic reminder. But after hearing this, Zhao Donghai's expression not only did not ease, but became even more solemn. This boy has no background, yet he can remain so calm and fearless. There is only one reason. He has great talent in martial arts, and someone needs to protect him. How could a man who could be the head of the royal Zhao family be a hot-headed fool? Every move he makes may affect the direction of the giant Xiao family. Zhao Donghai took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous aura that had turned into substance, and looked very calm. After seeing Zhao Donghai calm down, Lin Yuan knew that the other party might have guessed it. He couldn't help but feel a pity. It seems that we can't completely eradicate it. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the podium. Seeing this, a hint of coldness appeared in Zhao Donghai's eyes. Even if this boy is very talented and someone wants to protect him, this matter cannot be let go. Zhao Donghai's son was killed just like that. Where is the dignity of the royal Zhao family? Zhao Donghai flashed and was about to stop Lin Yuan, but at this moment, a large yellow hand appeared on his shoulder, and a pungent smell of smoke came to his nose. Then a teasing voice sounded. Actually, sometimes, taking a step back can really open up a new world, am I right? Zhao Donghai's whole body stiffened, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the strange middle-aged man who was smoking a cigarette. The other person's profile was really handsome. But Zhao Donghai had no intention of appreciating it. His pupils dilated and his heart suddenly contracted. With his strength, he didn't even notice that there were multiple people around him. If he had attacked Lin Yuan just now, then he would be. At this moment, the crisis of death swept through my whole body. Zhao Donghai quickly retreated backwards to create some distance. I saw a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette and looking sloppy standing 5 meters away. He was in the heavy rain, but the rain falling like a curtain miraculously avoided his body. Even the cigarette in his mouth was still burning, emitting a scarlet glow. Zhao Donghai's brows were twisted into the shape of a character. The other party was obviously only in the fourth realm, but why did he feel an unprecedented sense of crisis? Moreover, he had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere. Why are you here? You need it, so I came. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, looked at Yi Wudao who was smiling, and said coldly, You dead pervert, you are spying on me. Yi Wudao's smile froze, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance, You have a dirty mind. Lin Yuan curled his lips and asked, How do we deal with this guy? Chapter 16, Superman wearing underwear outside. Yi Wudao took 2 puffs of his cigarette, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and said with regret, Maybe I came out too early. You realize it too late. Lin Yuan threw down a sentence and jumped directly off the podium. Zhao Donghai's eyes flashed, and before his brain could react, the man smoking a cigarette across from him spoke again, You may not know the significance of SSS-level martial arts talent. Let me tell you this, your royal family, the Xiao family, was wiped out tonight. A new royal family will be born in the early morning. And once an SSS-level martial arts talent is gone, it's truly gone. In fact, Zhao Donghai didn't listen to what Yi Wudao said next. As soon as he heard the words SSS-level martial arts talent, his eyes widened and he was stunned, as if the whole world had quieted down. Of course, he knew very well what SSS-level martial arts talent meant. It turns out that the one who wanted to protect him was not a certain person, but the Great Xia Kingdom. Forget it. It seems like you're no longer in the mood to listen to my nagging. Think about it carefully. The final decision is still in your hands. See you later. Of course, I suppose you don't wish to see me again, do you? The sound grew farther and farther away until it disappeared. Yi Wudao left. Hanzhe left without having time to show his performance. The life and death contract was signed by Zhao Mingyuan himself. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. After Wang Zhenhua finished speaking, he sighed, stood up and left. The wind is roaring and the rain is falling. Zhao Donghai stood in the rain for a very long time, his whole body was soaked, and his meticulously slicked back hair was messy and stuck to his forehead, blocking his vision. Is there any need to ask? SSS level. It doesn't matter anymore. Zhao Donghai laughed and then cried, the corners of his mouth twitching constantly, his tears were washed away by the rain, and the tears covered the rain, his silent sobs made him feel suffocated several times. He squatted down, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He raised his trembling hands to close Zhao Mingyuan's eyes, which were still open in death, and murmured, Does it matter who signed it? Son, come home. This is the second time Daddy is carrying you home. Xiao Donghai said, bent down and picked up Zhao Mingyuan, walked into the dark rainy night, leaving behind a hoarse voice. Son, I'm sorry. It's my dad's cleverness that made you walk the road to hell all alone. At the gate of Jiangcheng College, two men stood facing each other. One with a blank expression and cold and ruthless face. A man with a rich expression and a nonchalant look. You shouldn't have stolen my thunder. Fuck. You're sitting there like a dead person. Do I know what you mean? Hanzhe looked at Yi Wudao, who was cursing, raised his eyebrows, and a hint of coldness instantly appeared in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang and the two fists collided. The aftermath of the attack spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the rain seemed to be cut. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand the tremendous force and began to crack, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Hanzhe put away his fist, looked deeply at Yi Wudao, who remained calm, and said coldly, "You are indeed very strong." After saying that, he turned around and left, disappearing into the night and the rain. Yi Wudao didn't linger and walked in the opposite direction, muttering softly, "Stinky boy, to protect you, I unsealed half of my meridians. I feel like I owed you in my last life." Jiangcheng College, in the principal's office. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi sat side by side on the sofa. Opposite them was the smiling principal Wang Zhenhua. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhenhua laughed heartily and said in a loud voice, "Congratulations to you two for being admitted to Fengtian Academy with the highest score." "Thank you, principal, for tipping me off." Being exposed by Lin Yuan, Wang Zhenhua's old face turned red and he could only use dry coughs to cover up his embarrassment. Cough cough cough. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, "Feng Tianyuan gave quite a lot, didn't it?" Wang Zhenhua chuckled upon hearing this, "Not bad. Jiangcheng College has been given 10 special enrollment quotas. This year's admission rate at Jiangcheng College is sure to be amazing. Have you ever thought that if you tell this news to the other 3 hospitals, you might get even more?" The smile on Wang Zhenhua's face instantly disappeared, and he said very seriously, "The existence of SSS-level martial arts talent is an act that defies heaven. I don't know how many humans and alien races are thinking about you and want to tear you into pieces. Taking all factors into consideration, Jiangcheng is the safest place. With Fengtian Academy here, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Everything else will be taken care of for you." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. "So, I should thank you?" "Of course. I have selfish motives, but more importantly, I'm thinking about you. After all." Wang Zhenhua paused, then continued with fanaticism in his eyes, "After all, you are the hope of this world." Sublimated. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, speechless. If he continued, he was really afraid of being described as a Superman who saved the world. He doesn't want to wear his underwear outside. Wang Zhenhua sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "Before Hanzhe left, he asked me to tell you to report to Fengtian Court tomorrow." Lin Yuan turned to look at Xiao Qingxi for advice. The girl blinked her watery eyes, which were full of love, and said, "I'll listen to you." Wang Zhenhua's mouth twitched, he groaned, and cursed in his heart, "I'm so old, and you're still feeding me dog food? All right, you two go back and pack up. Report to Fengtian Court tomorrow. Of course, Fengtian Court has already prepared everything for you. As Hanzhe said, just go." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, took Xiao Qingxi's delicate hand, stood up and left. As the two of them came out of the principal's office, they ran into a fat boy who walked towards them with his arms open. He was smiling and shouted, "Hey! My brother! Long time no see." Brothers with karmic grudges, Fan Tong appears. Lin Yuan quickly pulled Xiao Qingxi behind him, then raised his hand to stop the fat man. "Your appearance is solely to prove the Creator's power. Brother Lin, you have such a dark mouth." "Dark? If you can't stand it, you can think about your own reasons." Fan Tong said with a bitter face, heartbroken, "Brother Lin, I came here to congratulate you on your successful admission to Fengtian Academy, but you hurt me." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "It's indeed worth congratulating you. I've finally parted ways with you, bringing our ill-fated relationship to a happy end." "Brother Lin, do you think it's possible that it's a comma?" Fan Tong said as he took out an admission letter from his arms and shook it at Lin Yuan. "I also received the admission letter from Fengtian Academy the day before yesterday." Lin Yuan was stunned, recalling Fan Tong's martial arts talent, which seemed to be B-level. This is obviously not enough to meet the admission standards of Fengtian Academy. Could it be? Lin Yuan stared at Fan Tong and asked, "Are you really?" Chapter 17 Black Gold Glazed Knife. You can't really be a beast master. Fantong didn't say anything, but smiled evilly and muttered something in his mouth. However, the next second, a huge hole appeared in the void with heavy rain, swallowing everything like an abyss. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the crack. What the hell? What happened? Why is there a crack? Why do I feel like there's something terrifying inside this crack? Oh my god! It's a ferocious beast! Run! Jiangcheng College was thrown into chaos, with students running around in fear. Lin Yuan looked out the window, the corners of his mouth twitching. Aren't you afraid that the principal will punish you? I'm not afraid of a thing. Fatty, I'm now a genius beast master of Fengtian Academy. Anyone who dares to touch me will be. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sudden crisp sound. Fantong was hit hard by a chestnut and turned around to look behind him with a dizzy head. Sure enough, the look in someone's eyes that wanted to stab someone couldn't be hidden. Wang Zhenhua's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "You idiot, is that a tumor on your neck? You're still showing off like that? Hurry up and take those beasts back. Quick!" Fantong covered his head, his large eyes widening. "Principal Wang, I'll give you a chance to reframe your words. The person standing before you now is Fantong, the genius beast master of Fengtian Academy. I think you're a good for nothing too." Wang Zhenhua lifted up the 200-pound Fantong and angrily shouted, "Can you get those beasts back right now? I'm asking you, can you, or can't you?" Yes. Old principal, please don't be so angry." Fantong immediately backed off and carefully pried Wang Zhenhua's hand away, a smile plastered on his fat face. "Principal, can you please let go first? Go quickly." Wang Zhenhua shouted loudly. Fantong quickly opened the window. Outside, on a rainy night, there were 3 huge first-level ferocious beasts, staring intently at the students shivering in the corner. There was a fierce look in their eyes, which was ferocious and brutal. The moment Fantong opened the window, a red mark appeared between his eyebrows. He immediately entered the state, his hands flashed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Retreat." After saying that, he waved his arms, and the 3 ferocious beasts turned around and disappeared into the crack, and the crack healed again, and everything returned to peace. Fantong chuckled, "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Wang Zhenhua snorted coldly and turned his head away, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Fantong smiled awkwardly, walked towards Lin Yuan, and whispered, "Brother Lin, see you at Fengtian Court tomorrow." After saying that, he left quickly. As Lin Yuan watched the fat man's back gradually receding, he couldn't help but recall what the fat man had said to him. "Brother Lin, although I, Fatty, have average cultivation and not much talent in martial arts, I am a genius beastmaster. I will definitely be the man who leads the army of ferocious beasts to the top of the world." When Lin Yuan saw the fat man say these words seriously, he really thought it was a joke. However, it turns out that anyone with a dream deserves respect. Although Fantong's work isn't very reliable, his talent for beast control is very strong. He was recognized by the Beast King of Fengtian Academy, who even specially drafted an admission letter for him. Although Wang Zhenhua wanted to skin the fat man alive just now, his eyes are now full of pride and pride. Whether it is Lin Yuan with SSS-level martial arts talent, Xiao Qingxi with SS-level martial arts talent, or the genius beast tamer Fantong, they are all students of Wang Zhenhua. It is the greatest honor of his life. Wang Zhenhua looked at Lin Yuan and said slowly, "After you go to Fengtian Court, you must take care of each other." Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes." "Then I'm relieved. Go ahead. You are the eternal pride of Jiangcheng College." Wang Zhenhua's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke, and he was deeply moved. "Brother Lin, what's going on between you and Zhao Mingyuan? Why does he hate you so much?" Inside the villa, Xiao Qingxi blinked her black and white eyes and asked the biggest unsolved mystery in the minds of all the students at Jiangcheng College. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Actually, Zhao Mingyuan and I grew up in an orphanage. It was only 10 years ago that the Xiao family found him and took him back into the family. The reason Zhao Mingyuan wanted to kill me was because he didn't want this shameful secret to be leaked out and affect his reputation as the heir to the royal family." After hearing this, Xiao Qingxi frowned slightly, with a cold glint in her eyes, and said coldly, "Then he really deserves to die." "Yes. So I killed him," Lin Yuan said with a smile. At this moment, Xia Qingxi suddenly put her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, looking tired. Brother Lin, I'm so tired, can we not do that tonight? I want to have a good sleep. Xia Qingxi couldn't bear the tearing pain any longer. Lin Yuan looked at the girl so close to him, his eyes full of doting. Of course, I'm not an animal who only thinks with my lower body. Trojan horse. Xia Qingxi pecked Lin Yuan lightly on the lips, smiling brightly. Brother Lin, wait until I recover, then we can do that again. Okay. You go and rest first, I'll consolidate my cultivation. Well. Then you should go to bed early too. After Xia Qingxi finished speaking, she limped up the stairs. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and woke up the system. Do I still have a mission reward that I haven't drawn yet? Ding. The host has a reward chest waiting to be drawn. Host, do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan, pull. At the same time, a golden treasure chest appeared in front of him. And again, withdrawal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the golden treasure chest. Mission reward, black gold glazed knife. As the system prompt ended, Lin Yuan felt his arm sink. He looked down and saw a black tang sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The whole blade is pitch black and shining. Runes are faintly visible on the blade. There is a blood-red groove in the middle, and a dragon is sitting in it, looking lifelike. Black gold glazed knife. The moment Lin Yuan gripped the black gold glazed knife tightly, his mind connected with it, as if it had become a part of his body. Buzz. The blade trembled slightly, and the sword made bursts of sound. Nice knife. Lin Yuan has had an inexplicable obsession with knives since he was a child. Different from the gentleman's sword, the knife is more domineering and powerful. This is the weapon a man should use. As soon as he realized it, the black gold glazed knife disappeared, and when he wanted to use it again, it reappeared. Call. Lin Yuan let out a breath. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He resisted the urge to go out and try the power of the black gold ancient sword, and got up and went upstairs to sleep. The next day. The sun was high in the sky, and under the warm sunlight, the boy and girl on the bed opened their eyes one after another, looked into each other's eyes, and their emotions heated up. The girl was shy and timid, and said in a soft voice, Brother Lin, I don't feel any pain anymore. Chapter 18 Fengtian Courtyard. At noon, the sun was scorching. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi dressed neatly and drove to Fengtianyuan to report. As one of the 4 academies of the Great Xia Kingdom, Fengtian Academy was not established in ancient cities such as Kyoto, Jinling, and Chang'an like the other 3 academies. Instead, the school was located in an unknown small town in the north, Jiangchang. In fact, if it weren't for Fengtianyuan, many people wouldn't know that there was a city called Jiangchang in the Great Xia Kingdom. Outside the east of Jiangchang City, there is a mountain named Longtan. It is shaped like a dragon, winding and coiling. Fengtian Temple is built on Longtan Mountain. From a distance, it looks like it is sitting on the back of a dragon, which means riding the dragon's momentum and soaring into the sky. As soon as Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi arrived at the gate of Fengtian Courtyard, Hanzhe appeared out of nowhere, walking towards the sports car with a grim look on his face. Instructor Han. The two said in unison. Hanzhe nodded slightly. Welcome to Fengtian Academy, follow me. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he said this coldly and turned around, his palm lightly brushing across the space in front of him. There was only a click sound. A crack appeared out of thin air in the space before his eyes. At first glance, it looked like a bottomless abyss, emitting bursts of spatial power. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, is this a space crack? Let's go. After Hanzhe finished speaking, he took a step forward, half of his body submerged in the space crack, then he waved his arm, and a powerful spiritual energy enveloped the sports car, taking both the man and the car away. Fengtianyuan, a group of dormitory villas for chief students. Crack. There was a sound of shattering. The void above a villa was torn open. Hanzhe walked out of the space crack with Lin Yuan, whose eyes were full of surprise, and Xia Qingxi, who had an indifferent expression. Lin Yuan looked around and asked, where is this? This dormitory was specially prepared for you by Fengtianyuan. It shouldn't be a problem for you two to share one. Hanzhe's cold voice might be the best way to ease the embarrassment. Lin Yuan touched his nose and said righteously, no problem. Let's save resources for the academy, starting with me. After hearing this, Hanzhe couldn't help but twitched his lips and continued, this villa is equipped with an intelligent assistant. You can ask it any questions you have. In addition, the smart assistant will also release some news and tasks. you can pay attention to them. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Before he finished speaking, Hanzhe disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Xia Qingxi, raised the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, Fengtian court is really thoughtful. Yeah. That's very thoughtful indeed. Maybe in 2 years, our children will be able to walk. After the girl finished speaking, she walked quickly into the villa. The blush on her pretty face was as bright and charming as the sunset. Lin Yuan followed closely behind. At this time, a sweet voice sounded. Welcome home, master. Xiaomei is happy to serve you. The overall style of the villa is simple and warm, with a living room on the first floor, a bedroom on the second floor, and a practice room on the third floor. The facilities are complete, and there are 2 vehicles parked in the underground garage, a Land Cruiser and a Lamborghini. It is not difficult to see from these that Feng Tianyuan is wealthy. Important Academy event notification: Enlightenment Cliff is open for a limited time. Master, with the Chief Student Badge, can go to Enlightenment Cliff to gain enlightenment and improve your understanding. Just as Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi were getting familiar with the dormitory and wanted to sit down to rest, Xiaomei's voice rang out again. Brother Lin, are you going? Xiao Qingxi was eager to try it out and seemed very interested in this Enlightenment Cliff. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't spoil the fun, of course we have to go. Xiaomei said it's an important event, how can we miss it, but what? We don't have the Chief Student Badge. Master, here. A pink robot moved in front of the 2 people, holding 2 purple gold badges in its mechanical hands. Their names were engraved on the front and the word Fengtian on the back. This is the highest honor badge for Fengtian students, the purple gold badge. There are 100,000 geniuses in Fengtian Academy, but only 100 of them are top students. Each of them is a naturally gifted and arrogant person. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi came to the underground garage with the purple gold badge. Lin Yuan looked at the white label, V18, Black Warrior version of the Land Cruiser in front of him. He liked it from the bottom of his heart. It was simply every boy's dream car. I'll do this. There was a hint of excitement in his voice as he opened the car door and got in. Xiao Qingxi sat in the passenger seat, stunned, and asked doubtfully, Brother Lin, do you have a driver's license? Lin Yuan chuckled, of course, I've been a driver for 10 years. After saying that, he couldn't wait to start it with one click. Boom boom. The exclusive sound from the V18 engine is deafening and echoes throughout the villa. For Lin Yuan, there are 2 sounds that can make him excited, and at this moment, they are both there. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Land Cruiser roared and took off like a steel beast, rushing out of the villa. Great force works miracles. Xiao Qingxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Lin Yuan's skillful driving skills, and her heart was finally at ease. It turned out that he was driving without a license only when it came to her. Wudao Cliff is located deep in Fengtian Temple, close to the top of Longtan Mountain. The rugged mountain road allows this Black Warrior Land Cruiser to demonstrate extremely terrifying dominance, as if it were walking on flat ground. Wherever she went, both boys and girls would look at her with envy and amazement. Wudao Cliff rises high into the clouds, and its steep cliffs seem to be split by a giant axe, with clouds and mist lingering around it, like a dream. The top of the cliff is flat and open, and the sunlight shines through the thin clouds, casting a golden glow on this mysterious place. There are several ancient and strange trees growing on the edge of the cliff. Their branches are twisted and winding, and even after countless years, they are still full of vitality. The ground is covered with colorful stones, each of which seems to contain the power of the Tao. A breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness and a vague mysterious atmosphere. This place can communicate with the heaven and earth and comprehend the great truth. This is the Cliff of Enlightenment. Lin Yuan parked the car in the parking lot, then got out and walked under the curious gazes of many students. Along the way, many boys and girls were walking in the same direction, talking and laughing. It was not difficult to see that the limited time opening of Wudao Cliff attracted the attention of many students. The appearance of Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi also caused a commotion. Oh my god! The passenger seat of a luxury car never disappoints. This girl, whether in temperament or appearance, is definitely on the level of the most beautiful girl in Fengtian University. Could they be freshmen? I love innocent schoolgirls the most. You can only understand that contrast if you experience it yourself. Please stay, both of you. The Enlightenment Cliff is open for a limited time, and the number of places is limited. If you want to go to the Enlightenment Cliff, you need to spend 300 credits. If you have decided, take out your badges to earn credits. In front of the space gate, a girl wearing black framed glasses reached out to stop the two of them, her tone stiff. Chapter 19. The Great Way is simple. Lin Yuan said slowly, we don't have 300 credits. Hearing this, the woman with black framed glasses waved her hand and said, if you don't have any, get out of the way. Don't waste time. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly took out the purple gold badge and asked, can I go in with this? Purple gold badge. There was a burst of exclamations at the scene. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The woman with black framed glasses looked at Lin Yuan deeply and softened her tone, you can go in, but she can't. I can't? Xiao Qingxi raised her eyebrows, took out the purple gold badge, and continued to ask, is it okay now? Oh shit. Another chief daddy. These two people look very unfamiliar, they must be newcomers. Newcomer chief? That means these two are either the top scorers in the provincial martial arts exam, or special recruits with incredible martial arts talent and strength. Oh my god, my titanium eyes are worthy of seeing two new chiefs? Can we go in now? Lin Yuan's calm voice sounded. The previous coldness and arrogance of the woman with black framed glasses had long since disappeared. She nodded woodenly, yes, you can go in. After saying that, she quickly made way. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi took the next step across the space gate under the stunned gaze of everyone. Behind the door is a Taoist temple, which seems like another world. A gray stone tablet without words stands between heaven and earth, like a monument spanning heaven and earth, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The huge monument seems to be connected to the heaven and earth, which makes people feel intimidated. Although there are no words on its surface, it contains an extremely terrifying Taoist rhyme, like layers of ripples, spreading out from the stone tablet to the surrounding areas. Every ripple is heart-shaking. By studying this stele, you can improve your understanding. There are also rumors that if one fully comprehends the stele, one can also improve the level of martial arts talent. This stone tablet without any words is the treasure of Feng Tianyuan, the Tongxian stone. It is said to be something from outer space. There are 9 steps in front of the Tongxian stone, and each step has 9 enlightenment cushions. When you place yourself on the cushions, you can enter a state of enlightenment. At this time, of the 99 and 81 cushions in front of the Tongxian stone, only 5 were not occupied, and the scene was quiet and silent. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi found a double cushion to sit on. Xiao Qingxi blinked and whispered, Brother Lin, see you later. See you later. Lin Yuan had just closed his eyes when he finished speaking when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Sign in mission, carved Lin Yuan was here on the Tongxian stone. When Lin Yuan heard about the sign-in task, he almost fell down. This is the fucking treasure of Feng Tianyuan. Let me die, just say it straight, why beat around the bush? It seems to be very direct. Lin Yuan cursed the system in his heart, then he let out a breath and calmed down. Take one step at a time, there is always a way out. Lin Yuan closed his eyes again and entered a state of meditation. The so-called comprehension is nothing more than understanding the Tao rhyme emitted by the Tongxian stone. However, as Lin Yuan gradually immersed himself in it, a strange look appeared on his face. The Tao rhyme released by the Tongxian stone did not belong to the 3,000 great Taos, but a completely new Tao, the simple Tao. As the name suggests, the simplest way is the best. Those who obtain this Tao can achieve perfection in every Tao and deduce all Taos. Martial arts and cultivation can all be improved from simple to holy. After comprehending this, Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, quite interesting. Jian Dao was completely tailor-made for him. If one can obtain Jian Dao, coupled with SSS-level martial arts talent, future training will surely be smooth sailing without any bottlenecks. I am determined to succeed in this path. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immersed himself in comprehending the Tongxian stone. As an SSS-level martial arts talent awakener, his comprehension was ridiculously high. He only needed to make a slight move and it would start with 0 frames. Time flies quickly. Among the 81 people in front of the Tongxian stone, nearly 70 of them have failed to comprehend the truth one after another, and they stand up and leave dejectedly. There are only a few people left. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise broke the dead silence in Wudao Cliff. Look, Chen Feiyu has succeeded in enlightenment. I saw a young man in white standing up and walking towards the Tongxian stone standing between heaven and earth. The young man in white seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. He closed his eyes, walked steadily, and his whole body was filled with a strong aura of the Tao. Chen Feiyu is indeed the strongest junior college student. It's hard to imagine how strong this guy would be if he had been admitted to Fengtian Academy from the beginning. His ranking on the Fengtian ranking would definitely not be just last place. You call this the last place on the Fengtian ranking? That's the top 100 out of tens of thousands of students at Fengtian Academy. Chen Feiyu is only at the peak of the second realm, right? Although his character isn't great, his strength is undeniable. Talent? What the hell is your level? Boom 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 boom. The 5 muffled sounds were as deafening as the sound of a huge bell, making people tremble with fear. Tongxian 5 rings, the 5th level of Jiandao. Chen Feiyu's comprehension has increased 5-fold. Holy crap! I can't imagine how terrifying this guy's cultivation speed will be in the future. He is the only person who has reached the 5th level of Tongxian in the past 2 years. At this time, the young man in white had already arrived in front of the Tongxian stone, and the Taoist shrine with golden light sprinkled down, covering it. When everyone saw the scene, they couldn't hide their envy. 5 times the improvement in understanding. Even cows and horses can become geniuses. Boom 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 boom. The Tongxian stone, which had just fallen silent, began to sound again, emitting 8 dull sounds in one breath. Some weaker students vomited blood and turned pale under the dull loud noises. Everyone looked at the shining Tongxian stone in disbelief. I was dumbfounded for a moment. At this moment, a young girl appeared in front of the Tongxian stone. She was tall and graceful, with a delicate face as cold as ice, keeping people at a distance. She was wearing a long black dress that fluttered in the wind. Enshrouded in golden light, the girl exuded an extremely rich Taoist aura. Dad! Hey! Thief! Fuck! What the hell? It's already this late, and you still want to be my dad? It will never affect my determination to be your father. But, speaking of which, the Tongxian 8 rings, can it be fake? Fuck you, look up and see who those 2 guys are. Amidst the noisy discussions, 2 figures stood in the air above the Wudao cliff. One of them is the head coach Han Zhe, and the other is the vice president of Fengtian Academy, Yang Jinshan. The appearance of the 2 made the noisy Wudao cliff quiet and silent in an instant. This girl must be the proud daughter of the Xiao family. Vice President Yang Jinshan asked with a smile in his eyes. Even when facing his immediate superior, Han Zhe had a cold face and didn't say any unnecessary words. Yang Jinshan was no longer surprised by this. He stroked his long beard, the smile on his face became brighter, and he praised it in admiration. Not bad, not bad, not bad, you did a great job on this. After saying that, he looked away and looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged. He smiled and asked, how many times do you think this little guy can make a sound? Han Zhe pondered for a moment and stretched out a finger. Chapter 20. What a friend said. 1 sound. It keeps ringing. Han Ze's cold voice was full of trust in Lin Yuan. It keeps ringing. Yang Jinshan's mouth twitched and he was about to speak. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted it. Who are you? Get out of here. In front of the Tongxian stone, Chen Feiyu, who had just finished the inheritance, stared at Xiao Qingxi, who was receiving the inheritance, with anger in his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body gushed out and he had evil thoughts in his mind. Although Chen Feiyu had just received the inheritance, his consciousness was very clear and he knew everything that happened in the Enlightenment Cliff. There is only one purpose for doing this: this is his home court, and he will not allow anyone to steal his limelight. A hint of cruelty flashed in Chen Feiyu's eyes, and he punched out, and his spiritual energy raged. No! Chen Feiyu, playing dirty, this cunt. It's over, my schoolmate is in trouble. If she is interrupted while receiving the inheritance, all her efforts may be wasted. This is fucking delicious. You are so despicable. At the critical moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The next second, Chen Feiyu's fist was blocked by a white palm. The violent spiritual energy collided with each other, and the 2 men retreated several steps before they could barely stabilize their bodies. Who are you? Chen Feiyu frowned, staring intently at the young man in black who had stopped him. A solemn look appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself. He had used at least 70% of his strength in that punch just now, but was easily blocked by the opponent. There is no way such a strong young man could be unknown. But why have I never seen it? In the entire Wudao Cliff, only 2 important figures from Fengtian Court knew the young man's identity. The others, like Chen Feiyu, looked bewildered. The young man glanced at Chen Feiyu, who was full of anger, but did not immediately pay attention. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xiao Qingxi behind him and said slowly, I am here, so accept the inheritance with peace of mind. I will clean up this garbage. Xiao Qingxi, enveloped in golden light, did not speak a word, but she nodded slightly, raised the corners of her mouth, and her cold and beautiful face was smiling like a flower. A smile is enough to conquer the city. With him around, she feels at ease. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Feiyu, who was 10 meters away again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the first time he had such a strong murderous intent towards someone. Even when facing Zhao Mingyuan, he did not have such a strong murderous intent. You shouldn't have any bad thoughts about her. As Lin Yuan spoke, he raised his leg and walked towards Chen Feiyu. With every step he took, the murderous intent on his body became stronger. His blood surged, and he was filled with murderous intent. Chen Feiyu looked at the young man in black walking towards him, and a sense of death and suffocation rose in his heart, but the other party's cultivation level was clearly only at the second level of the second realm. No. This must be my imagination. Chen Feiyu shook his head vigorously and comforted himself in his heart. Leave the hand that just attacked you, and get out. Lin Yuan stopped, and there was only 1 meter between them. Chen Feiyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what if I say no? Then I'll do it myself, but you need to give me another hand as payment. The boy's voice was calm and had a hint of teasing in it. As the chief of Fengtian Academy, Chen Feiyu has his own pride, and the uneasiness he just felt has long since disappeared. Now, he just wanted to teach this ignorant guy in front of him a lesson. If I'm not mistaken, you're a freshman. You guessed right. Then you don't know what the 5 words Chief of Fengtian Court mean, right? Lin Yuan took out the purple gold badge from his pocket and asked with a playful look in his eyes, what does it mean? Chen Feiyu's pupils contracted. You are also the chief? So, put away your self-righteous pride, leave one hand behind, and get out. Otherwise, even Jesus can't save you, I say. Chen Feiyu's face gradually became solemn. Things were a little beyond his expectations. The new chief was of very high quality. Even Jesus can't save you, I said. Holy shit. That line is so fucking cool. Wow, the new chief, the ceiling of the province's young generation's strength and talent. That's awesome. Has Chen Feiyu hit a wall this time? Iron plate? This is clearly a fucking steel plate. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Feiyu narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his face. He really didn't like it. Being talked about behind his back was his biggest taboo. I'll use you to shut up these useless people. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a deep pit suddenly appeared under his feet, with gravel flying everywhere. Chen Feiyu rushed forward and punched out with a deafening sonic boom. Lin Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he advanced instead of retreating. A dragon leaps into the sky. Roar! Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, Lin Yuan's arm seemed to turn into a long dragon and smashed straight towards Chen Feiyu. Boom! The two fists collided with each other, and there was a loud bang. The aftermath of the attack spread out in all directions in visible ripples. Rocks were flying and dust was rising. When everything dispersed and calm returned, everyone stared at the two people in the field intently. The air suddenly became quiet. The outcome of this battle is still undecided? Crack! The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out, blood splattered, and a hand fell to the ground. It was a shocking sight. No one could see clearly what happened, only a faint flash of black light was seen. This hand is the price. Lin Yuan's calm voice sounded. At the same time, Chen Feiyu's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said sternly, I will kill you. After saying that, he rushed forward like a madman, circulating his spiritual energy frantically. Lin Yuan dodged sideways, grabbed Chen Feiyu's wrist, and said slowly, this hand is my labor fee. As he finished speaking, another stream of blood splattered. The two palms fell together in perfect harmony. The entire Wudao cliff fell into deathly silence. Chen Feiyu was dressed in white, which was stained with blood, and his two bare wrists were bleeding. The young man opposite stood proudly with a smile on his face, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, not a drop of blood on them. In this battle, Lin Yuan won completely. No. Impossible. You are at the second level, second transformation, and I am at the peak of the second level. How could I lose? Chen Feiyu's eyes were wide open and he was shouting at the top of his lungs. On the other hand, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered what a friend said, I am invincible in my realm. As soon as these words were spoken, Wudao Cliff became quiet again. Chen Feiyu's face was distorted, and he seemed unable to accept this fact. He shook his head and said sternly, this can't be true? I am a genius of Tongxian Wuxiang. I am the strongest junior college student. I will not lose, I will not lose. Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, Tongxian 5 rings? Have you ever thought about why I appeared here? Yes. Why? This question successfully resonated with everyone in Wudao Cliff. Logically speaking, it is impossible to appear in front of the Tongxian stone without comprehending the Jian Dao. No one can withstand the pressure of the Supreme Dao. Yang Jinshan and Han Zhe looked at each other, both puzzled. However, at this moment, Chapter 21 Even the King of Heaven will die. However, at this moment, Xiao Qingxi ended the inheritance, moved with lotus steps, and walked towards Lin Yuan. A smile appeared on her cold face, as bright as a flower. This smile is stunning. It's like a fairy falling into the mortal world. She seemed to smile into my heart. Her icy complexion and graceful figure are like the cold moon. Fuck. So wet, what a slut. The girl took Lin Yuan's arm naturally and generously, blinking her watery eyes and asking curiously, Brother Lin, you haven't reached the 9th level yet. 9th level? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, I'm not sure either, but I'll know the answer soon. Say it. Lin Yuan turned and looked at the Tongxian stone. His eyes flickered slightly, and he muttered softly, I also want to know what level I have reached. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands flashed, and the strongest and simplest Taoist aura emanated from his body. At the same time, the Tongxian stone shone brightly, like a vast galaxy hanging upside down, with endless stars twinkling in it, and the lights intertwined, like a dream. Dong dong dong. The Buddhist chanting continued without any sign of stopping. It's like the sound of a huge bell, making people's hearts tremble. Does anyone know what time it is? I'm counting, 20. 20 rings? Holy crap. That's a fucking bell. By the way, the quality of the freshman chief is still increasing. Along with the rolling Buddhist chants, the misty breath became thicker and thicker, enveloping Lin Yuan. The aura of the great Tao permeated the air, and the entire space was filled with an invisible pressure. The stars flowed, and 3 golden characters appeared out of thin air on the originally blank Tongxian stone, Wu, Kong, Do. However, only Lin Yuan could see these 3 golden characters. As for others, all they saw was light and shadow shrouded in mist. Vice President Yang Jinshan tried to use his magical powers to see through the light and shadow, but his spiritual power was almost wiped out by the Dao rhyme as soon as it came into contact with the light and shadow. Puff! Yang Jinshan spat out blood, feeling terrified. What a terrifying power. I wonder what kind of inheritance this little fellow is going through. I advise you not to have any evil thoughts, otherwise, you will die miserably. Han Zhe reminded coldly. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinshan frowned and said unconvincedly, although I may not care about this, if I really want to harm this little guy, who can stop me? Old man Yang, want one? A playful laugh suddenly rang out. Yang Jinshan's pupils contracted and he turned around suddenly. A lit cigarette came towards him and went straight into his mouth. The scarlet cigarette but exudes scorching heat. Sizzle. Ouch. Bastard. Who are you to attack me? Yang Jinshan's body was filled with raging spiritual energy, and his eyes were wide open with anger. Standing before him was Yi Wudao, who had a harmless smile on his face. He sighed helplessly, Old Yang, don't be nervous. It's me, don't you recognize me? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, who are you? Why did you attack me? Oh no. You really are old and your butt is loose. You must have pooped your brain out. Yang Jinshan had lived a life of luxury and had never suffered such an insult. He immediately became furious and punched out, distorting the surrounding space barrier. But Yi Wudao just waved his hand and easily neutralized Yang Jinshan's attack. Old Yang, my patience is running out. Don't be so shameless. How dare you? No one has ever dared to speak so rudely to me. Even if you are the king of heaven today, I will kill you. Yang Jinshan punched the motionless Yi Wudao with murderous intent. However, at this moment, Han Zhe's cold voice rang out, Yi family, young third master, Yi Wudao. Yang Jinshan's fist immediately changed its trajectory, smashing the air with one punch, and bursts of sonic booms were heard. Then, his old face was filled with smiles, like a chrysanthemum in winter, wrinkled. Hey! It's the third master of the Yi family. Isn't it the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple? Family members no longer recognize each other. Didn't you say he would die even if he was the king of heaven? Hanzei's cold voice came from behind at a very inopportune time. Yang Jinshan twitched his lips and laughed heartily. Of course he'll die if the king of heaven comes, but he's the third master. Yi Wudao held a cigarette in his mouth and rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, if this kid gets into trouble in your Fengtian courtyard, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Yang Jinshan's eyes flashed, and he asked cautiously, Young Master San, is it the Yi family who wants to? No. What is that? Do you know there's a saying that goes, the more you know, the faster you die? Master San, I know a place with all the pretty girls. Yang Jinshan's transition was so smooth. Yi Wudao opened his mouth and was about to speak when suddenly a cry of surprise was heard. Holy shit! Look, what is he doing? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young man holding a black tang sword, with his butt sticking out, and carving words on the Tongshan stone with Hungchi Hungchi. He kept muttering, why is this broken stone so hard? If I don't finish carving it, it will be discovered. Cough. Xia Qingxi coughed forcefully. Lin Yuan paused and turned around slowly. When he saw the stunned crowd, he thought to himself, oh no. Old Zhang, which girl from which station did you just mention is so pretty? Hurry, let's go. Yi Wudao winked at Lin Yuan, then put his arm around Yang Jinshan's shoulders and stood up to leave. At the same time, Hanzei said coldly, the opening hours of Wudao Cliff have ended. Everyone must exit in an orderly manner. Lin Yuan was stunned. He didn't dare to let everyone down, so he used all his strength to carve on the Tongshan stone. Lin Yuan was here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to enter the lottery now? After hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan quickly took Xia Qingxi's hand and walked towards the space door, and replied in his heart, draw later. But just as the two were about to walk out of the space gate, Hanzei stopped him and asked expressionlessly, which level? No rank. No rank? No rank? No rank. Hanzei frowned and repeated it silently in his mind over and over again. Suddenly, he looked up at the young man who was about to disappear from his sight. His eyes, as calm as a cold pond, were filled with horror. Unclassed? Unbounded. His understanding has no limits. What a horrible young man. Hanzei took a deep breath, his voice extremely uneasy. Boom. The land cruiser makes a deafening sound that makes people's blood boil. Lin Yuan lightly stepped on the brakes and pressed the electronic handbrake to prepare to drive away. But at this moment, Chen Feiyu, who had lost both hands, appeared in front of the car strangely. He grinned and hit the hood with his knee, signaling Lin Yuan to lower the window. Brother Lin, I'll go down and take care of him. With new hatred and old grudges added to hers, Xia Qingxi's eyes were filled with murderous intent and her voice was as cold as ice. Chapter 22 3 Words Mantra. Don't get your hands dirty, let me do it. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, a harmless smile appeared on his face. He fastened his seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! Squeak! Black smoke billowed. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Chen Feiyu, who was in front of the car, was knocked hundreds of meters away. However, Lin Yuan did not stop there. His foot was welded to the accelerator, and the 18-cylinder Land Cruiser rushed out like a steel beast, running directly over Chen Feiyu, and the tires were covered in blood. Lin Yuan rolled down the car window, glanced at Chen Feiyu, who lay on the ground, his life or death uncertain. He did a beautiful drift and sped away, leaving behind a sentence, I was so scared just now that I couldn't tell the difference between the accelerator and the brake. The onlookers around were stunned as they watched the taillights disappear from their sight and the dark marks of death all over the ground. This is comparable to the drifting of a professional driver. Can't you tell the difference between the accelerator and the brake? Are you trying to fool someone? Sure enough, there are 10,000 excuses to kill someone. Fuck. Chen, where's Chen Feiyu? Suddenly, a scream was heard from the crowd. Chen Feiyu, who was lying in a pool of blood, disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Look! Chen Feiyu is there. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw Chen Feiyu dragging his deformed left leg and walking forward with difficulty, leaving a long line of blood on the ground. He walked further and further away, and his figure became more and more blurred. How did he do it? He was injured like this and still able to walk? I just thought he was dead. Dead-o. You might have forgotten that Chen Feiyu originally attended Blue Shield Vocational and Technical College, known as the breeding ground for meat tanks in the Great Xiao Nation. Apartment 1. Xia Qingxi blinked her watery eyes and asked curiously, Brother Lin, what do you mean by no rank? No rank means. Lin Yuan paused, pondered for a moment, and continued, no rank means there are no boundaries. My martial arts and cultivation will no longer have any bottlenecks. Everything will come naturally. For example, if you give me a set of skills, 1 eye will get me started, 2 eyes will get me proficient, 3 eyes will get me to a minor degree, 4 eyes will get me to a major degree, and 5 eyes will get me to perfection. Oh my god? Is it so exaggerated? Xia Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Lin Yuan smiled and spoke slowly, it's okay. How can you intimidate those guys who have bad intentions towards you without exaggerating a little? Brother Lin, they are really annoying, look at my WeChat. Xia Qingxi pouted and opened WeChat. The number of new friends in the column was already over 99. Moreover, the friend verification is constantly being refreshed. Lin Yuan was stunned, raised his eyebrows, and reminded, Sheer, don't you know that WeChat has a function that prohibits adding friends? Oh? Really? I didn't know. Lin Yuan was just about to demonstrate it to her, but when he saw the naughty smile on the girl's lips, he knew he was being fooled. Okay. How dare you lie to me? Xia Qingxi quickly dodged and hid aside, her silver bell-like laughter echoing throughout the villa. Finally, under Lin Yuan's supervision, she rejected all the boys who added her as a friend, and then set WeChat to prohibit adding friends in any way. After doing all this, Lin Yuan let her go with satisfaction. Brother Lin, I want to go to the martial arts pavilion. Do you want to go? Xia Qingxi suddenly asked. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. The most urgent thing now was to find out the secret of the 3 words, and collect the mission reward. The matter of the martial arts pavilion needs to be slowed down. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, Sheer, you go, I won't go. Okay then, see you tonight, bye. Boo. As Xia Qingxi spoke, she pecked Lin Yuan lightly on the lips, then turned and left. Lin Yuan did not waste any time and hurried to the training room on the 3rd floor. After sitting down, he woke up the system. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding. Got it. Task treasure chest is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for winning the red treasure chest. Do you want to open it immediately? Lin Yuan, open. Ding. Sign in mission reward, strengthening fruit, a dragon fruit. Note, taking the enhanced dragon fruit will increase your strength by 20%. Adverse reaction, after strengthening, you will spit fire dragon fruit during battle. As the system prompt sounded, a red dragon fruit appeared in Lin Yuan's palm, looking no different from ordinary fruits. He murmured doubtfully, is this dragon fruit really that magical? Lin Yuan thought it over again and again, resisting the urge to give it a try. He put the dragon fruit aside, then his eyes moved slightly and he spread out his right palm. Buzz buzz buzz. The void trembles. 3 golden characters appeared on Lin Yuan's palm, Wu, Kong, and Fight. These 3 words are the final inheritance he obtained from the Tongxian stone. 3-word mantra. In fact, the Tongxian stone contains the 9-character mantra. However, due to his limited strength, the 3-word mantra is already his limit. The remaining 6-word mantra can only be practiced after breaking through the 4th realm. Wu represents understanding, he has fully understood. Space represents time and space. Time and space are the ultimate of all heavens and worlds and are difficult to control. However, with his understanding and martial arts talent, he has already achieved a certain level of accomplishment in space, and simple teleportation and short distance tearing through the void are no problem for him. But time is too profound and there is little progress. Fighting, in combat, there are no fancy martial arts moves. Your fists and feet can deal tons of real damage, doubling your combat power, starting with the legendary 0 frames. Lin Yuan flipped his palm, leaving behind the words and. With enlightenment, Wukong. Take me as the source, quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, the space where Lin Yuan was located became still for 0.01 seconds. He stands at the god's perspective and controls time. Although it only takes 0.01 seconds, there are many things you can do. Killing is enough. Even for some quick shooters, they can create humans. The three mantras of enlightenment, emptiness, and fighting are all mastered. Moreover, Lin Yuan believed that it wouldn't take long before he could reach the state where his words would become reality. When that time comes, Lin Yuan fantasized about the future in a very childish way. At the same time, in the center of Jiangqing City, there was a magnificent manor. On the huge plaque at the entrance of the manor were two large gold-plated characters engraved, Zhao Mansion. Zhao Donghai sat in the main hall with an expressionless face, and below him sat the direct descendants of the royal Zhao family and their retainers. A depressing and heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire Zhao mansion. "Brother, why did you hide Mingyuan's death from us? Tell me who killed Mingyuan, and I'll tear him apart." Below, a burly, bearded middle-aged man shouted loudly, deafening everyone. This man's name is Zhao Dongbiao, the third son of the Zhao family. He is domineering by nature, simple-minded and strong-limbed. "Lin Yuan," Xiao Donghai said, waving his hand expressionlessly, "go ahead, tear him apart." "Brother, where is the person?" Feng Tianyuan. Chapter 23. This name is full of testosterone. Feng Tianyuan? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Does anyone know which community it is? Zhao Dongbiao racked his brains, scratching his head, but couldn't remember it. "Third brother, I beg you, just shut up, okay? Go back and eat the walnuts I bought for you. Second brother, you must know which residential complex Feng Tianyuan is. Tell me quickly, and I'll go tear that little bastard Lin Yuan apart and avenge Mingyuan." The man with glasses was helpless. He shook his head inside, keeping silent. Seeing this, Zhao Laosan gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't tell me, I will search it myself." "Say it." He took out his phone, opened Loda map, and typed in, Fengtian Garden Courtyard. Long Tan Mountain, Feng Tianyuan. The fourth hospital of Daxia? When Zhao Laosan saw these extremely eye-catching words, his eyes suddenly widened, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he immediately realized that it was Fengtian Courtyard. He hurriedly exited the navigation and stood aside for a while. He is a little stupid, but not stupid. Go to Feng Tianyuan to kill people? The people arrived at 8 o'clock, and the body was thrown out of the school gate at 8:01. And that minute in between was when he revealed his murderous intent. Zhao Donghai looked at Zhao Laosan expressionlessly and said slowly, "Go. Didn't the navigation tell you how to get there?" Zhao Laosan lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, I'll listen to you." Zhao Donghai didn't bother to waste words. He retracted his gaze and waved his hand, "Everyone, go down. I will avenge Mingyuan." The Zhao family's direct descendants and retainers retreated one after another. There were only two people left in the spacious and bright main hall, Zhao Donghai and the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Dongyi, who was wearing glasses. Neither of them spoke first. The air suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere became more depressing. After a long moment, Zhao Dongyi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Brother, this matter may not be that simple. Does Lin Yuan have a strong background?" "Orphan." "Orphan?" Zhao Dongyi narrowed his eyes, a gleam in his eyes. "Lin Yuan is an SS-level martial arts talent. Does anyone want to protect him? The name of Zhao's Zhuge is not undeserved. Zhao Dongyi is resourceful, and Zhao Dongbiao is brave. The two brothers complement each other and are the right-hand men of the boss Zhao Donghai." However, this time, Zhuge of the Zhao family miscalculated. Zhao Donghai shook his head slightly. Lin Yuan, SSS-level martial arts talent, is protected by the Great Xia Kingdom. After hearing this, Zhao Donghai's pupils contracted and the expression on his face instantly became extremely solemn. This was the first time in more than 40 years that he had lost his composure like this. "Brother, this matter may be a bit tricky. Should we consider it carefully? Don't think about it. Sometimes we should be a little stupid, right?" Zhao Donghai said, and suddenly laughed. But he started crying while laughing. When Zhao Dongyi saw Zhao Donghai in tears, he was touched for a moment and his heart was broken. This is the head of the royal Zhao family. He is ruthless, cruel, and merciless. But now, he is just a father who lost his son. Sometimes you really need to be a little stupid. Zhao Dongyi walked towards Zhao Donghai, patted his shoulder vigorously, and grinned, "Brother, let's be stupid together. I am enough on my own. The Zhao family cannot be without a leader. You and the third brother are my last resort. Brother, you." Zhao Donghai raised his hand to interrupt him, then stood up and walked towards the door, leaving behind a sentence without looking back, after swallowing a golden pill, I realized that my fate is not determined by heaven. I have planned everything. From now on, you take over the Xiao family. After he finished speaking, Zhao Donghai disappeared out of thin air. Zhao Doni, who was standing in place, frowned. Even though he was smart, facing this difficult problem, he had no solution. Night falls. On the mountain path of Feng Tianyuan, the yellow street lights on both sides sway gently in the wind. The cool evening breeze makes people feel refreshed. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi walked hand in hand in the mountains, enjoying the leisure time after dinner. The students passing by looked at the two of them with envy and jealousy in their eyes. For a while, discussions were heard one after another. Rumor has it, these two freshmen are from Jiangcheng College. The male, Lin Yuan, has an SSS-level martial arts talent, and the female, Xiao Qingxi, has an SS-level martial arts talent. Holy crap! A powerful alliance. Wrong. It's a powerful combination. It seems that this corner is difficult to pry open. Are you still trying to steal someone else's girl? Let me tell you another piece of gossip. The last guy who set his sights on Xiao Qingxi is still in the hospital. Furthermore, this Lin Yuan killed Zhao Mingyuan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, 2 days ago. Faced with the discussions around them, Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi smiled at each other and ignored them. Hey! Brother, wait for me. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded behind him. Even without turning around, Lin Yuan knew who was coming. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy footsteps came from far away. At the same time, there was heavy breathing. The next second, Fan Tong's big, red face appeared in front of them. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said with a wheezing breath, "Brother Lin, I have something to tell you." Did I gag you? The fat on Fan Tong's big face trembled and he rolled his eyes resentfully. Get out of my way. I'm going to vomit. Brother Lin, you are insulting me. That's good to know. Damn it. Fan Tong cursed and continued, I just received news that Chen Feiyu is hooked up with Wang Jinggang, who's ranked 70th on the Fengtian ranking, and he's planning to attack you. Wang Jinggang? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, this girl's name is quite testosterone rich. Male. Men? Yeah, that's right. It's just as you thought. In order to get revenge on you, Chen Feiyu has cleaned himself up and opened the back door. Anything else? Gone. Lin Yuan said nothing, walked around the mountain in front and moved forward. Fan Tong's fat face was startled, and he quickly chased after him, no. Brother Lin, aren't you afraid that Wang Jinggang will retaliate against you? I'm afraid he won't come to retaliate against me. Okay, you're such an eyesore. If you're bored, go get something to eat and find something to do. You're still asking me to eat? I'm almost as fat as a pig. Be more confident, you are a pig. Fuck. If I can beat you, I'll definitely fight you today no matter what. Bang. A dull sound was heard. Fan Tong flew directly into the distance, with no poetry, only pain. Brother Lin, he won't be hurt. Xiao Qingxi asked. Lin Yuan curled his lips, his innate armor is ridiculously strong, he'll be fine. Oh. Okay. Xiao Qingxi said as she leaned into Lin Yuan's arms and shuddered. Brother Lin, it's getting cold. Let's go back. The two returned to Villa number 1 along the same route. As soon as they entered the door, a shrill cell phone ringtone rang out. Ring, ring, ring. When Lin Yuan saw the caller ID, he felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 24 I am your guardian angel. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yuan looked at the caller ID on the screen with the words Dean on it, frowned, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly answered the phone. Brother Lindsay, help. There's a monster that wants to eat us. Sure enough, something happened. Xiao Shuai, don't be afraid. How are you guys doing now? Brother Lindsay, we are safe for now. We have all hidden in the escape pod, but the Dean, he is still outside. Woo woo. Xiao Shuai's crying was full of fear. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Xiao Shuai, Brother Lindsay will go save you now. You and everyone else stay in the escape pod and don't move. Don't go out, you hear me? Listen, I heard it. Xiao Shuai's choked voice was heard. The moment Lin Yuan hung up the phone, a murderous aura burst out, filling every corner of the villa. Xiao Qingxi's pretty face was slightly pale, her eyes full of worry. She asked softly, Brother Lin, what's wrong? Sheer, the orphanage where I grew up is in danger. I have to rush over right now. I'll go with you. Lin Yuan took Xia Qingxi's hand and said with unprecedented seriousness, stay here and wait for me. I promise to be back soon. Okay. But you have to promise me that you must ensure your own safety. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Boom. Half a minute later, a deafening roar of an engine sounded, and the land cruiser shot out and rushed into the night. Inside the villa, Xia Qingxi stared at the disappearing taillights, her eyes growing colder as she parted her red lips. Protect Brother Lin well. If anything happens to him, bring your head to me. Boom boom boom. On the quiet street, the land cruiser let out an ear-splitting roar. Like a flash of lightning, whizzing past. Lin Yuan's expression was grim. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, murderous intent in his eyes, and scenes from the welfare home emerged in his mind. The amiable old dean and the lively and cheerful children, who could they offend? Yes? How could they offend people? So, the monsters Xiao mentioned are aliens. Could it be? Lin Yuan seemed to have grasped some clue. He stepped on the accelerator hard, wishing he could stick his foot into the fuel tank. The land cruiser has exploded. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded in the white building in the city center. Immediately afterwards, Yi Wudao's serious voice resounded throughout the white building. There's a scent of an alien king in Jiangcheng welfare home. Lin Yuan is heading to the welfare home. He might be the target of the alien king. Hurry up and get moving. As Yi Wudao finished speaking, the white building was instantly empty. At this time, there was a very old welfare home in the west of Jiangcheng. The door was closed and there was dead silence all around. The rusty iron gate looked particularly eerie in the moonlight, as if it was the entrance to hell. A layer of black aura enveloped the orphanage, as thick as ink, flowing slowly and emitting a chilling evil aura. This spiritual energy seemed to have life, sometimes expanding and contracting, sometimes rolling, and occasionally forming hideous faces and emitting creepy howls. Chi! The sudden sound of brakes broke the silence. The tearful headlights illuminated the pitch-black welfare home as if it were daytime. Lin Yuan looked indifferent as he got out of the car and walked towards the door of the welfare home. Crack! The rusty door slowly opened. Call! The cold wind blew, making the clothes rustle. Lin Yuan did not stop and stepped through the door. Shaolinzi, what are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. These monsters are coming for you. Suddenly, an anxious roar was heard. Lin Yuan paused. Right in front of him, the void cracked open, revealing an old man covered in blood, disheveled and with his limbs pierced by black tentacles, trapped in the void. His face was distorted, and he stared at Lin Yuan with eyes full of anger, shouting loudly, "Little bastard, run away, don't come over here." Lin Yuan's eyes flushed red as he bent down deeply and said in a deep voice, "Old man, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I hurt everyone. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of here, quickly." The old man struggled desperately, and blood flowed from his wounds, which was a shocking sight. At this moment, the space barrier began to distort, and 9 monsters appeared in front of the old man. Like a human, but not like a human. It is said to be human-like because it has the same head and body as a human. The reason why it is said that it does not look like a human is that its body is covered with black tentacles, like a centipede, which are sharp and pointed, and its body is as big as a black bear. More importantly, it has the face of a crying baby. Pale, tender, and weird. These beasts are from the second-order infant-eating tribe. The face you see now is the final appearance of the baby they ate. Before he could finish his words, a puff of thick smoke hit him in the face. Lin Yuan knew who the visitor was even without looking. How come you always show up so promptly? Because I am your guardian angel. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wudao laughed uncontrollably, a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and without any nonsense, he shot out with the black gold glazed knife in his hand. This kid is still too young. He can't keep his composure. He can't keep his composure at all. Yi Wudao muttered as he reached over his shoulder, grasped the hilt of his long sword, and slowly pulled it out. The 3-foot green sword was exposed in the air, making a slight buzzing sound. Just when Yi Wudao was stabilizing himself here, Lin Yuan in front had gone crazy, and the black gold glazed knife in his hand cut out black rays of light, cutting through the night sky. The nearest second-level baby-eating creature was hacked to death. Black blood splattered, emitting a fishy smell that was disgusting. After the remaining 8 baby-eating tribe members came to their senses, their pale baby faces gradually twisted, revealing a gloomy and ferocious look that was very inconsistent with their appearance. Is he the SSS-level talent awakener? So strong. His blood must taste better than those little guys' blood. I want to eat his hand, it's so white. Then I'll eat his head. I like sucking the brains and enjoying the pleasure. The baby-eating tribe chattered at once, their voices sounding like babies crying. Suddenly, countless tentacles shot towards Lin Yuan like sharp arrows. The 8 baby-eating creatures attacked at the same time. However, the next second, Lin Yuan was surrounded by mirrors. The scene fell into deathly silence. Fuck. This move is so fucking cool. Yi Wudao in the distance couldn't help but scream. Crack. The sound of shattering suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yuan chopped off more than 10 times without any hesitation. Strange heads were thrown into the air. 8 headless corpses of the baby-eating tribe lay in a pool of blood. Instant second. Stinky boy, when did you become so powerful? At this time, the seriously injured old dean was shocked and raised his voice. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, his eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, I. Before he could finish his words, the old dean who was right next to him disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 25, One man guards the pass, and all demons cannot break through. Old Dean. Lin Yuan's eyes widened with anger and he shouted in a deep voice. Crack. A crack appeared where the old dean had just been. If you want to save this old thing, come in. A sharp sound came from the crack. However, before Lin Yuan could react, a figure as fast as lightning rushed into the crack. You little brat, this is a baby-devouring king, very strong. Stand back a little and leave it to me. As soon as Yi Wudao finished speaking, the crack seemed to be forcibly closed by a pair of giant hands. Damn it! You bastard, open the door and let me in. Don't we have a better chance of winning if we work together? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. What he didn't expect was that Yi Wudao actually responded to him, big ass. Your mediocre skills are not even enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the infant-devouring king. You are just a burden if you come in. Go back to Fengtian courtyard as soon as possible. This is a planned, premeditated robbery and assassination attempt on you. The Seoul enforcement team has been stopped on the road. No one can help you for now. Hurry back to Feng. Damn it, don't hit me. Yi Wudao's voice disappeared abruptly. Lin Yuan frowned. He had guessed everything on the way here, but there was one doubt. Who revealed his past to the alien race? There is only one person who knows that he grew up in this orphanage, Zhao Mingyuan. Could it be the Xiao family? But his intuition told him that it was not the Xiao family. Moreover, after careful analysis, the first family to be eliminated was the Xiao family. First of all, Zhao Donghai will not take risks. Knowing that he was protected by the spirit enforcement team, he still dared to take action. That would be equivalent to pushing the royal Zhao family into the abyss. Another point is that Zhao Donghai would not make such a stupid decision. As a father, he would definitely avenge Zhao Mingyuan, but definitely not in this way. Who is the mastermind behind this? Lin Yuan shook his head and could only put the matter aside for the time being. He had more important things to do, which was to find Xiao Shuai. Rustle. Suddenly, a burst of dense footsteps sounded. Lin Yuan stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and he couldn't help shivering. Hundreds of baby-eating creatures covered with tentacles rushed in. The good news for Lin Yuan is that the highest level of cultivation of these beasts is only level 2, and most of them are level 1. Those tender baby faces look so weird and evil. It's hard to imagine how many babies these beasts ate. Lin Yuan clenched the black gold glazed knife in his hand, and murderous aura gushed out of his body. Kill. Instead of retreating, he advanced, rushing towards countless baby-eating tribes with a knife. Fight! Lin Yuan roared, his tiger body shook, and he clearly felt his strength begin to surge. At the same time, he used Mirror Flower and Water Moon to transform the attacks of the baby-eating clan into mirrors. He opened fire at full force and walked towards the door, killing with every step. The mirror flowers are magnificent under the moonlight. Romance under evil. The dark and thick liquid flowed like a river, and the air was filled with a pungent fishy smell that was nauseating. Lin Yuan, holding a knife, stood guard at the door of the welfare home. This is his last line of defense and his only line of defense. The group of baby-eating people seemed to be competing with Lin Yuan. Instead of climbing over the wall to find other ways to enter the welfare home, they set their sights on the rusty iron gate and rushed in one after another. Juvenile. I am alone at this gate. The sword cuts all the demons to death. One man can hold the pass against all demons. Kill. 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 Lin Yuan turned into a killing machine, and the black gold glazed knife in his hand turned into a death harvester of the baby-eating clan. With a wave of his hand and a slash of his sword, the baby-eating tribe fell one after another. At this moment, he didn't need any martial arts. He had the killing intent in his heart and was ready to carve out a path for himself. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the dark night. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, ferocious beast. What a shitty luck, it's raining cats and dogs when the roof is leaking. Then let the storm come even harder. Lin Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he circulated his spiritual energy, and endless spiritual energy and sword light gathered together. With one slash of the sword, a gap was created in the baby-eating clan. This attack dealt tons of damage. Lin Yuan rushed into the baby-eating tribe, killing one with one sword, and each sword strike was a critical hit. It was not as smooth as chopping cabbage, and thick black liquid splashed everywhere. Hey! Brother, did I provide support in time? A mean voice sounded. Lin Yuan looked up at Fan Tong, who was riding on a pig's back in the void. For a moment, he almost couldn't tell who was the pig and who was the human. Fatty? Why are you here? Fan Tong patted the pink flying pig under his butt, grabbed the pig's ear as a steering wheel, and landed accurately outside the welfare home 100 meters away from Lin Yuan. You idiot, can you be more reliable? You are so short-sighted. What are you doing to me? Fan Tong's cursing voice came from outside the wall. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he shouted in a bad mood, that's enough. Save some energy and kill these beasts first. Okay. Brother Lin, we'll meet at the top later. After Fan Tong finished speaking, his hands flashed, the void cracked, and a majestic flying tiger and King Kong ape rushed out from the crack. With the addition of these two ferocious beasts, the baby-eating clan was doomed and would be slaughtered in minutes. Lin Yuan wiped the fishy liquid off his face, exhaled, and his heart finally settled down. Ting ting ting. The big fat pig dragged Fan Tong towards Lin Yuan, grunting. Fatty, how much do you weigh? Fan Tong was stunned, rolled his eyes, and said, Brother Lin, don't you know it's presumptuous to ask someone about their weight? Stop talking nonsense, how much do you weigh? 213. What about it? 210. After Fan Tong finished speaking, he glared with his eyes and continued with an unhappy look on his face, I don't know what's wrong with this pig. It eats more than me every day, but it doesn't get fat. I don't know if I think I'm stealing food from it. Fatty, how about you let it ride you from today on? Damn. The Tian gang is in reverse. Fan Tong slapped the pig's butt hard and stuffed it into the space crack. Lin Yuan felt sorry for the pig for 3 seconds. It would be more satisfying to serve it on the table. Why are you here? Fan Tong took out a dragon fruit from his pocket and ate it while mumbling, I went to apartment number 1 to look for you, but my sister-in-law told me that you went to the welfare home. Then I searched on the map and found that this was the only welfare home in Jiangcheng, so I came here. Lin Yuan suddenly had an idea, as if he remembered something. But when he saw the dragon fruit in Fan Tong's mouth, his brows furrowed slightly, Where did you get this dragon fruit? Fan Tong glanced at the dragon fruit in his hand and said in shock, Brother Lin, no way, you can even recognize this? My sister-in-law gave it to me. Xiao gave it to you? Then do you feel any discomfort? No, it's sour and sweet and a little cold, okay, huh? Oh no. Chapter 26 It's raining. Puff puff puff. Holy shit. This shit, it tricked me. No, why did it come so suddenly? It's going to flood. Fan Tong covered his butt and ran away. I just ran 2 steps. All I heard were puff and crackling sounds, like a fucking symphony. Lin Yuan turned his head and his cheeks twitched. Fan Tong's butt turned into a shotgun, and the dragon fruit was the bullet. With a bang 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 sound, it blew through his pants. Black dragon fruits were flying everywhere. A spectacular scene with flavor. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, is this a fucking reward? I should thank Xiao. Ding. Please don't feel any psychological burden. The system prompt sound suddenly rang. Lin Yuan replied angrily, "This person is useless, and you are still brainwashing me?" Ding. The mission reward does not have such a significant side effect on the host, please feel free to consume it. Lin Yuan was about to speak when Fan Tong, reeking of excrement, came towards him. "Brother Lin, this dragon fruit of yours is Croton brand, right? It's like a Gatling gun. Stop. Don't come over here." Lin Yuan shouted loudly while backing away. The aggrieved fat man said pitifully, "Brother Lin, do you dislike me?" "Yeah. I dislike you, don't question it, I just dislike you." Lin Yuan said this very seriously. Fan Tong burst into tears on the spot, rode on the white pig without saying a word, and staggered out of the welfare home. "Fatty, you're so redundant." Lin Yuan muttered softly, turned around, and ran into the main building of the welfare home. After pushing open the familiar wooden door, he walked straight to the stone wall opposite the door. Boom, boom, boom. He raised his hand and knocked lightly 3 times. 1 minute later, the entire wall began to move backward, and a completely enclosed black box appeared on the ground. Snap! The sound of unlocking was heard. A door suddenly appeared on the black box, and a small head popped out, excitedly yelling, "Brother Lindsay!" Then, he quickly climbed out of the black box and threw himself into Lin Yuan's arms. Blinking his eyes with a hint of fear, he asked, "Brother Lin, where is the dean?" "The director isn't at the orphanage." "Don't worry, he's safe," Lin Yuan said, stroking the little boy's head as he continued, "Xiao Shuai, Brother Lin Zi wants to give you a task. Can you complete it?" Xiao Shuai stood at attention and nodded vigorously, "Yes." Xiao Shuai promises to complete the task. Very good. Now, lead everyone out of the secret passage through the last exit. It must be the last exit. Remember? Remember. Brother Lindsay, please rest assured, I will definitely lead everyone out of the last exit of the secret passage. Xiao Shuai vowed. Lin Yuan patted Xiao Shuai's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Go." Xiao Shuai didn't waste any words and entered the black box again. But when he was about to close it, he suddenly stopped, stared at Lin Yuan intently, and shouted loudly, "Brother Lin, you must rescue the dean." Lin Yuan took a deep breath, nodded, and said firmly, "I will definitely rescue the dean." The black box slowly disappeared, and the wall returned to its original state. Lin Yuan walked out of the main building, closed the wooden door, then inhaled and sank into his dantian, shouting loudly, "Yi Wu Dao, let me in! Yi Wu Dao, let me in! Yi Wu Dao, let me in!" Only my own echo echoes in the silent night. The entire welfare home was in dead silence. Lin Yuan looked around and saw only darkness. The silence was so eerie that it made him feel uneasy. He could clearly feel that Yi Wudao was right beside him. And there is also a very, very scary guy, the baby-eating king. Lin Yuan frowned, suddenly closed his eyes, and remained motionless, like an old monk in meditation. "You little brat. That's how to behave." Yi Wudao looked at Lin Yuan, who had his eyes closed beside him, and praised him. But suddenly, his face flushed red, and his blood rushed up. Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing violently one after another. Blood spurted out. At this moment, Yi Wudao looked extremely miserable, covered in blood, with his left chest pierced by a sharp weapon. If it had been 2 centimeters lower, he would have been a corpse. Opposite Yi Wudao stood a person. It was the infant-eating king who was close to the 7th realm. It has 1 head, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a burly body, nearly 3 meters tall. Its baby face is full of sarcasm, and it looks at Yi Wudao with disdain. Ahem. 2A. Yi Wudao forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, chuckled, and raised the 3-foot green sword in his hand arrogantly, pointing it directly at the infant-eating king who was 10 meters away. "You beast, I'm not kidding, but if I had unlocked the final seal, you would have died 800 times already." Wow, wow, wow. Then what are you waiting for? Untie it. The sharp voice of the infant-eating king sounded, which was very harsh, especially its laughter, which was like crying and laughing, making people feel creepy. Yi Wudao cursed upon hearing this. "If I could be untied, would you still torture me over and over again? Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? Wow, wow, wow. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Go to hell." Before the infant-eating king's sharp voice fell, his huge and burly body moved and rushed towards Yi Wudao. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flying. Relying on his superior combat experience and agile body movements, Yi Wudao fought with the infant-eating king for hundreds of rounds. But in the end, he was defeated. Yi Wudao was knocked away by a punch from the infant devouring king, who was comparable to the seventh realm. Blood splattered in the night sky and he fell heavily to the ground, spurting blood wildly. The left chest, which had already suffered severe damage, was directly crushed this time, and the ribs were pierced and the flesh was exposed. That fucking hurts. Yi Wudao cursed, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't stop shaking. He really tried his best. But I can't beat him at all. This time, Yi Wudao struggled for a full 10 seconds before he sat up, but he kept his head down and blood kept flowing. He no longer had enough strength to hold up his head. The infant-eating king looked at the young man not far away, moved his neck, and made a crunching sound. It couldn't wait to enjoy the essence and blood of this legendary SSS-level talent awakener. Wow. Don't waste time. The infant devouring king finished speaking and was about to lift his leg. Boom. Under the cover of night, heavy rain poured down like a river bursting its banks. Dense raindrops hit the ground hard, splashing countless water. Lightning flashed across the night sky from time to time, illuminating the darkness in an instant, followed by deafening thunder. Yi Wudao and the infant-eating king were in the midst of this rainstorm, and the rain quickly gathered on the ground to form a river. The blood on Yi Wudao's body was washed away by the rain, and the blood and rain mixed together and flowed. Each lightning bolt clearly reflected Yi Wudao's pale and painful face, as well as the hideous and terrifying appearance of the infant-eating king, which was creepy. The whole world seemed to be left with only this endless rain curtain and heart-pounding lightning and thunder. Is it raining? Chapter 27, If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Is it raining? Yi Wudao raised his head with difficulty and looked at the thunder in the sky and the heavy rain pouring down, and spoke slowly. Yi Wudao. It's raining. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in his ears. Yi Wudao suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan behind him. He stood in the rain, looked up at the sky, and let the rain crackle on his face. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to feel Yi Wudao's gaze and turned around to look. Their eyes met across the space barrier. Yi Wudao, I know you can see me and hear my voice. Open the space barrier and let me in. You are not alone. The boy's voice was still so calm, but it made people feel inexplicably excited, especially for this middle-aged man in his 40s. Fuck. You've moved me like a woman, you little brat. Yi Wudao's face was wet, not sure if it was rain or tears. He took a deep breath, struggled to stand up, looked down at the sword in his hand, and spoke slowly. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed his sword at the sky. God, please strike me down and watch my last dance. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens were enraged, thunder roared, and world-destroying thunders like black dragons poured down, instantly enveloping Yi Wudao. The violent thunder seemed to tear the whole world apart, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at it. Yi Wudao's figure seemed so small in this endless sea of thunder, but he straightened his back and showed no intention of retreating. The space barrier collapsed. A crack appeared in the void, and then grew bigger and bigger. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted and he quickly turned around. When he saw Yi Wudao enveloped by thunder, he was bewildered. Why did you get struck by lightning? Maybe God is jealous of my handsomeness. Yi Wudao said something incoherently the previous second, but the next second, his eyes widened and he shouted loudly, "Open it for me." Crack. Something seemed to break inside Yi Wudao's body, and suddenly there was a cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, Yi Wudao felt the severe pain all over his body recede like the tide, and an unprecedented sense of power surged in his heart. All the cells in his body seemed to be on drugs, showing unprecedented vitality, and his heart was beating strongly and powerfully like a war drum beating between two armies on the battlefield. At the same time, a mysterious force field radiated outward with Yi Wudao as the center. Yi Wudao's cloudy eyes lit up, and he gently squeezed his hands, actually exploding the thunder surrounding his body. There was a crackling sound. The infant-eating king seemed to have sensed the danger. He growled, and his feet quickly ran in the rain, and he was ejected with terrifying force. Yi Wudao raised his head, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled brightly. He straightened his back slowly and gripped the 3-foot green sword tightly. The raindrops hit the surface of the sword, making a tinkling sound. I said, if I unblock you, I can kill you 800 times. Before he finished speaking, Yi Wudao swung out with his sword, and the sword energy traveled 9,000 miles, cutting through the rain curtain, slashing down the thunder, and slashing straight towards the infant devouring king. In an instant, a ferocious black arm was thrown high into the air. With one sword, he cut off the infant-eating king's arm. Yi Wudao held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand, and he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, looking up to the sky. Do you really think I'm a little Karami? I broke through 4 realms at the age of 20. If it weren't for the flaws in my great Tao, I wouldn't be a dog. How could I allow you to be so presumptuous in front of me? Boom. There was a loud thunder. But it couldn't cover up Yi Wudao's deafening roar. At this moment, he was full of vigor and looked down upon the world. The third young master of the Yi family, who was the best in Kyoto 20 years ago, did not get the title for nothing. He had the capital to do so. The heavy rain was like pillars, cleverly avoiding Yi Wudao's body. Across from him, the infant-eating king lowered his head and looked at his empty left arm. His tender baby face gradually became distorted by rage. It couldn't understand why the guy who was so vulnerable in the previous second and as small as an ant in front of it could suddenly burst out with such terrifying power and speed. Is this an illusion? Before it reacts, Yi Wudao moved. After breaking the seal, he reached an unprecedented state. He took a step forward and shot out like a cannonball. Wow wow wow. The infant-eating king's eyes were bloodshot. Having lost his left arm, he felt completely insane. A strange aura was raging all over his body, and his body expanded rapidly, but he was very flexible. He leaped up into the air, splashing a lot of water. The hard ground was cracked by this huge force. The two figures collided violently in mid-air. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. And then, swish, swish, swish. The sword energy is everywhere and the spiritual energy is rampant. Yi Wudao and the infant-eating king's movements were extremely fast, leaving trails of afterimages and sparks flying everywhere. The infant-eating king has no weapons, but any part of its body can be used as a weapon. Its entire body is a weapon, sharp and indestructible. However, at this time, he was facing Yi Wudao, who was in peak condition. Deep wounds visible to the bone appeared on the infant-eating king's body, which could be said to have absolute defense. Thick black liquid splattered out, and the fishy smell was nauseating. It's fucking awesome! Yi Wudao shouted excitedly. If I had known this earlier, I would have been a straw dog. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Mingyuan, who was standing below, looked up at the two figures fighting fiercely overhead, raised his eyebrows, and muttered softly, although this guy is a bit unremarkable, his strength is undeniable, and he has an aura of dominance that is overwhelming. Kill! Yi Wudao's blood and energy surged, and he jumped up again. When? Accompanied by a crisp sound. A sword cut off 1/3 of the left half of the infant-eating king's body, and thick black liquid splashed everywhere, exposing his human-like organs. But even though it was injured like this, the infant-eating king was still terrifyingly strong, and it took this opportunity to distance itself. But at this moment, Yi Wudao's eyes flashed and his brows frowned. He clearly felt the power fading and the loose seal began to heal again. Time is running out. Thinking of this, Yi Wudao rushed towards the infant-eating king again. However, this time, his speed and strength were obviously much weaker. Even the sword in his hand no longer had the same momentum as before. The infant-eating king seemed to have noticed something. Wow wow wow. It let out a shrill laugh and rushed straight towards Yi Wudao. With a punch, the terrifying force spread out in the surroundings in ripples visible to the naked eye. The two figures fought again and fought for hundreds of rounds. In the end, the infant-eating king knocked Yi Wudao away with one punch. Crack! Yi Wudao spurted blood and fell heavily to the ground. The chest was sunken and the ribs were broken. A truly heart-wrenching pain came over him, attacking every pain nerve in his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Yi Wudao clenched his fists and coughed up blood. He struggled to stand up. Chapter 28, No Fear of Death. A white and slender hand appeared in Yi Wudao's sight. Expected, but unexpected. Yi Wudao raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him, lost in thought. I told you, you are not fighting alone. Mingyuan raised the corners of his mouth and a bright smile appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudao burst into laughter, grabbed the young man's hand, clasped his two palms together, and the two smiled at each other. What can I do for you? Mingyuan asked. Yi Wudao gripped the long sword tightly in his hand, straightened his back, and his eyes were filled with a surging fighting spirit. If possible, bury me in a place with more women. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, blood-red flames burned all over his body. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted when he saw this, and a word appeared in his mind: burning blood essence. Asshole. What are you doing? Stop it. You're going to die. Yi Wudao shook his head. I can't stop. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to speak, he suddenly asked, Boy, do you know the patrol words of the spirit control team? Can you please stop talking nonsense and stop it? Looking at Lin Yuan's anxious face, Yi Wudao laughed heartily and said to himself, if the dark night is approaching, I am willing to burn myself in blood and become a bright lamp. I will not fear death. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Wudao reached his peak state again. His violent spiritual energy turned into substance and impacted the surrounding space barrier. There was a crackling sound. Boy, take out your phone. What? Record this sword move of mine and study it carefully when you get back. Once you master it, it will become a unique skill. Before Lin Yuan could react, Yi Wudao stepped on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, he soared into the air, broke through the rain curtain, and rushed towards the infant-eating king. No fancy moves. Yi Wudao raised his hand and swung his sword. It couldn't be simpler. I saw. A long rainbow pierced through the dark sky and cut straight down. This sword was so fast that even someone as strong as the infant-eating king couldn't dodge it. Puff! A head with a tender, pale baby face was thrown high into the air. A thick black liquid gushed out like a column. Plop! Yi Wudao fell straight down. Lin Yuan was quick and caught it steadily. He could clearly feel that Yi Wudao's vitality was declining rapidly and he was almost at the end of his strength. Hold on, I'm taking you to the doctor now. Ahem. No, it's okay. This happens when you burn your blood in essence. It's normal. But you're gonna fucking die. I know. Are you okay then? You're still alive, and the old dean is also alive. My mission is complete, cough cough cough, mission completed. Lin Yuan shuddered violently, and asked almost instinctively, is it worth it? Worth. Yi Wudao's answer was clear and concise, and a light flashed in his dilated pupils. For some reason, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his eyes and nose sore, and his vision gradually became blurred. Smelly boy, do me a favor, I have a cigarette in my pocket, give me one. Lin Yuan quickly did as he was told and took out a box of cigarettes soaked in blood from Yi Wudao's pocket. After Yi Wudao held it in his mouth, Lin Yuan took out a lighter, protected it with his hand, and pressed it. Crack crack crack. A faint flame ignited, lighting the cigarette in Yi Wudao's mouth. He took a deep breath, and the air penetrated his soul. He felt comfortable all over. He forgot about the pain and death, and just stared at the inky black sky. The world is quiet. The drizzle keeps falling. Lin Yuan. I just asked you to record it with your phone. Did you record it? I recorded it. Yi Wudao grinned, stinky boy, although we have known each other for a short time, but for some reason, cough cough cough. Yi Wudao started coughing violently again, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his vitality weakened a little. If I were you, you should shut up now and let me take you to the hospital. Lin Yuan said as he pretended to hug Yi Wudao, but was rejected by the other party who patted his shoulder and said, Don't waste your energy, it's useless. Just listen to me. Lin Yuan sat aside as if he was angry. Yi Wudao found a comfortable position again and continued, I feel very close to you, it's like we've known each other for a long time. Lin Yuan was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. In the silent night sky, it was very harsh. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the deep pit behind him, where a headless corpse was slowly crawling up. The head in the distance seemed to have grown legs and rolled towards the body. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The infant-eating king is not dead. Yi Wudao looked up at the night sky as if he was saying his final goodbye to this world. He did not notice the change in Lin Yuan's expression, nor did he notice the infant-eating king standing up again. By the way, Brat, don't forget to show the recorded video to those bastards on our team, so they can learn. Don't worry, I'll give them the video. I never dreamed that I would be able to kill a 7th-level infant devouring king in my lifetime. Ahem. Am I powerful? Lin Yuan glanced at the infant devouring king, who had already stood up completely and whose head was about to return to its place. He nodded and said, Powerful. Very powerful. He. Yi Wudao smiled happily, the light in his eyes dimmed a little, his breath became faint, his eyes were straight, and his body temperature dropped sharply. That sword move I made just now, was it cool? Handsome. Lin Yuan trembled violently and shouted loudly, handsome. So handsome. Pa. The hand holding the cigarette that had been extinguished by the rain slammed heavily to the ground, and his whole body stiffened. Yi Wudao is dead. Boom. Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded out of nowhere. Lin Yuan sat there in despair, his vision blurred by rain and tears, but he just stared at the lifeless Yi Wudao in his arms. I don't know how long it took. Tat-tack. Heavy footsteps were heard. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and looked at the resurrected infant-eating king. The baby-eating king looked even more terrifying at this time. The baby face had disappeared, and what remained was a bald, black head without any facial features. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. He had only one thought in his mind: kill. 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 The young man walked towards the infant-eating king step by step, holding a black knife. Suddenly, he sped up, turned into a stream of light, broke through the rain curtain, and rushed towards the infant-eating king. The mantra of emptiness came out of his mouth. He disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the infant-eating king. Null. Time suddenly stopped for 0.01 seconds. Fight. Lin Yuan slashed with his sword, and the sword light splashed. Violent power gushed out. When? Sparks flying. The infant-eating king's defense was still amazing. It turned its head to look at Lin Yuan, and its dark face seemed to be mocking him. Chapter 29 Colonel Yi returns triumphantly. You really deserve to die. Lin Yuan shouted softly. The true word emptiness comes out of my mouth. Time once again stood still for 0.01 seconds. The first time, the infant-eating king thought it was an illusion. But this time, it clearly felt that time had stopped. Roar, roar, roar. The cry it made was full of fear, and its featureless face became distorted. Suddenly, an almost impossible sense of death crisis swept over my body. The infant-devouring king desperately circulated his spiritual energy to dodge, but the tip of the knife, like glass, pierced straight into its forehead. Puff! Thick black liquid splashed out and a fishy smell spread in the air. Lin Yuan stabbed the infant-eating king's head with a knife, but it did not die. Instead, it let out a scream, waved its remaining tentacles, and a strange aura burst out. Lin Yuan roared loudly, empty. Time stood still again. Puff! The black glass knife slashed down in front of him. The blade sank deeply into the hard flesh of the infant-eating king. Lin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot and he shouted loudly. Kill! The knife fell with a loud swoop. Draw the sword and chop it down. Draw the sword again and chop it down again. He repeated this action endlessly and tirelessly. The baby-eating king had more and more wounds on his body, his attacks became slower, and his entire body was covered with thick black liquid. At this moment, Lin Yuan had gone crazy, with only one thought in his mind. Kill. 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 Revenge for Yi Wudao. Suddenly, Lin Yuan held the knife in both hands, bent his knees, jumped into the air, and used his own weight to chop at the infant-eating king from top to bottom. Clang. Sheath the knife. Lin Yuan turned around and left without any unnecessary movements. Plop. A dull sound was heard. The baby-eating king, who was as big as a mountain, was split into two, and his body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a lot of water. Lin Yuan walked to Yi Wudao without looking back. He bent down and felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and almost fell down. Even though the infant-eating king was at the end of his strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat him as all his spiritual energy and physical strength were exhausted. But fortunately, there is the mantra of emptiness. Call. Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air, sat down next to Yi Wudao, and slowly said, I know that you appeared by my side because of your SSS-level martial arts talent. I also know that you actually want me to join the spirit enforcement team. You have your own purpose, but... Looking at the cold corpse, he continued, but I still want to thank you. Thank you for saving my childhood and saving the old dean. As Lin Yuan spoke, he helped Yi Wudao up and sat him in the puddle of water. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the bustling city in the distance with bright lights and dazzling neon lights. Suddenly, he asked, is it really worth it for you to do this? The group of people you want to protect are living a life of luxury, indulging in extravagance and dissipating their lives. But you. If you die here, you will become an ordinary corpse. No one even knows that you are fighting for them and defeating the alien king of the 7th realm who was powerful enough to destroy the city. What they don't know is that the bright lights and neon lights in their eyes are your burning blood. Is it really worth it for you to do this? Lin Yuan stared at Yi Wudao's pale and lifeless face and sighed deeply. Actually, I really didn't want to get involved in this mess, but you saved me. I really don't like to owe others. After saying that, Lin Yuan bent down and picked up Yi Wudao, then carried the unconscious old director on his back and walked towards the door of the welfare home. Tat-tat. The drizzle washed away the blood in thick black liquid on the ground. The heavy footsteps drowned out the sound of falling rain. The elderly behind you are the one who raised us. The man in my arms is my lifesaver. Lin Yuan looked up at the dark night sky, his eyes calm. Perhaps he should do something. For Yi Wudao's life-saving grace. Also for the old dean's upbringing. I will protect everything you protect. The boy's voice was calm, but it revealed his greatest promise to his two benefactors. However, at this moment, the old dean on his back seemed to move his fingers and gently placed them on Yi Wudao's wrist. This action was so casual that even if Lin Yuan saw it, he would think it was a coincidence. However, is it really just a coincidence? Lin Yuan took the two of them into the rainy night. Captain, where is Yi San's position? In the drizzling rain, a woman in a black cloak with a cold face stood in the battlefield filled with the corpses of the baby-eating clan. The two crescent-shaped scimitars in her hands were dripping black liquid with a pat-pat sound. In the welfare home. A middle-aged man with a square face spoke from the side. He paused, his voice a little heavy. Zhao Yue, you'd better be mentally prepared. What's wrong? Zhao Yue's voice was already cold, and now it was even colder to the extreme. The square-faced middle-aged man took a deep breath and said with great difficulty, Yi San's spiritual emblem, the signal is cut off. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yue's pupils contracted, and she shot out like a madman. Impossible, you said he is the third master of the Yi family. Even you may not be his opponent. How could something happen to him? No. I definitely won't. Zhao Yue screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing throughout the dark rainy night. Stop. Before the middle-aged man with a square face could finish his words, he suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Yue. He frowned and said in a deep voice, that's the 7th realm infant devouring king. If you go there now, you'll be committing suicide. Get out of the way. Zhao Yue's eyes were filled with murderous intent, her voice was hoarse, and her black hair turned into 3,000 silver threads in the blink of an eye, as dazzling as snow. This scene made the hearts of all members of Team 129 suddenly shrink. White hair in an instant. Zhao Yue, every one of us is very worried about Yi San's condition, but the 7th realm infant devouring king is too strong. If we go over there now, we'll just die. As the captain, I am Yi San's man in life and Yi San's ghost in death. Zhao Yue said this coldly and walked forward. Boom! But at this moment, the roar of an engine was heard. Two beams of dazzling light came straight from a distance. Zhao Yue stopped and had a feeling that Yi San was in this car. Xie! With the harsh sound of brakes, the black warrior stopped steadily. The members of Team 129 turned their heads at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of white lightning streaked across the dark sky. At this moment, it feels like daytime. A young man was walking towards us in the sudden downpour. On his back was a 3-foot-long sword. She was holding the body of a man in her arms. The steps are firm and heavy. As he walked, he stopped and roared loudly with all his strength. Junior Lin Yuan, I am here to see Colonel Yi off, on his triumphant return. Chapter 30. You are just Lin Yuan. Feng Tianyuan, Villa Number 1. Xiao Qingxi was wearing a furry shawl and standing by the window. Her beautiful and cold face was tense and shrouded in frost. She raised her star-like eyes and looked at the dark night sky. Miss, my son-in-law is out of danger. A respectful voice sounded very abruptly. Xiao Qingxi retracted her gaze and raised her eyebrows. Did you make a move? The third master of the Yi family, Yi Wudao, used thunder to break the seal and severely injured the infant devouring king at the cost of his own life. In the end, he was hacked to death by my brother-in-law. Yi Wudao is dead? Xiao Qingxi's pupils contracted, and her pleasant voice was full of shock. If the dark night is approaching, I am willing to burn my body in blood and turn it into a bright lamp. I will not be afraid of death. The man hiding in the darkness couldn't help but repeat the motto of the spirit-carrying team. He stood in awe and said loudly, Master Yi-san, you did it. If dark night comes, I wish to burn my body in blood and become a bright lamp. Not afraid of death. These words kept echoing in Xia Qingxi's mind, and she felt they were truly enlightening. The villa was quiet and silent. After a long while, Xia Qingxi raised her eyes to the night sky again and said with a smile, the rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. The bright moonlight penetrates through layers of dark clouds, and the faint moonlight shines in the dark night, and everything is silent. The orphanage returned to its former tranquility. The blood and flesh on the ground had been cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. But the rusty iron door was silently recording everything that happened last night. The marks left by the sharp blades made the iron door full of holes. Tick, tick, tick. The evening breeze blew, making the raindrops hanging on the trees fall down. It splashed into the potholes, creating ripples. Gurgle, gurgle. In the dark night, a man in a black cloak stood in front of the rusty iron gate, looking through the crack in the door into the empty welfare home. A smile appeared in the pair of eyes that were exposed. After all the calculations, I finally revealed you, Yi Wudao. It's interesting, but this will make the game even more exciting. After he finished speaking, the man turned and left, walking into the darkness. In the city center, in a small white building. In the spacious and bright hall, on the oval conference table, Yi Wudao was lying quietly with the national flag covering his body, with Lin Yuan and members of Team 129 of the spiritual squad standing on both sides. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. How did he die? Zhao Yue's voice was hoarse, almost voiceless. From the moment she took Yi Wudao from Lin Yuan's arms, the tears in her eyes disappeared, her gaze became dull and her face looked wooden. Those 3,000 silver strands in the head are not only dazzling, but also heartbreaking. Lin Yuan had an impression of Zhao Yue. The first time he came into contact with the spirit control team, it was her and Yi Wudao. I didn't expect that when we met again, our former lovers were separated by death. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. He broke the seal and fought the infant-devouring king to the death, and they both perished in the end. Zhao Yue's dull eyes suddenly flashed, but soon dimmed again. She just stood there blankly, like a living dead. Her heart must be bleeding. Sit down first. The square-faced middle-aged man standing at the head said something expressionlessly, and then pressed the red button on the chair. The conference table turned into a black coffin and closed. Yi Wudao, covered with the national flag, slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The members of Team 129 are not surprised by this. This conference table is the final destination of every member of their spirit enforcement team. Of course, it is also the highest honor. Covered with the national flag, the soul will shine forever. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the captain of Team 129 of the spiritual control team, Song Tianming. Zhao Yue, with red eyes, raised her head with a dull look. Bright moon. The rest of the people introduced themselves one by one. Everyone was in a very low mood and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Lin Yuan nodded slightly in response. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Song Tianming continued, the infant devourer's appearance this time was clearly premeditated and planned. It's very likely someone wants to kill you. We will investigate this as soon as possible and get to the bottom of it. But before that, I want to ask, do you have any suspicions? For a moment, the eyes of the members of Team 129 all fell on Lin Yuan. This mastermind behind the scenes can be said to be the direct murderer of Yi Wudao, and is even more hateful than the infant-eating king. Lin Yuan frowned and shook his head. I don't have any suspects for now. Not yet? This sentence is very learned. After hearing this, a strange look flashed across Song Tianming's face. Then you can contact me anytime you suspect someone. Yes. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, his tone paused, his face more serious than ever before, his eyes determined. Captain Song, I would like to apply to join the spirit control team. When these words were spoken, the members of Team 129 were all stunned. I agree. No one expected that the first person to speak was the expressionless Zhao Yue. Song Tianming didn't nod in agreement, nor did he shake his head in rejection. He just stared at Lin Yuan and asked, because? Yi-san? That's right. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Yi Wudao's death is directly related to me, so I will complete the mission he didn't complete. Agree. I agree too. Second. The members of Team 129 expressed their opinions one after another. Lin Yuan applied to join Team 129 of the Spirit Enforcement Team. With only one vote from Song Tianming left, the application could be passed unanimously. But as the captain, Song Tianming has a veto power. I don't agree. Lin Yuan frowned. Why? You are Lin Yuan, not Yi Wudao. Song Tianming's words were resounding. I believe that even Yi San's spirit in heaven wouldn't want you to carry his mission. Lin Yuan felt helpless. How could this be completely inconsistent with the logic of the novel? It doesn't matter if the spirit carrying team is not invited. Now that I've offered myself to you, I'm still being turned away? This. No wonder novels tell us this story is purely fictional. They are really not similar at all. After seeing Lin Yuan's helpless expression, Song Tianming said in a deep voice, "The Spirit Control Team temple is too small to accommodate you. Here is a document. Take it back and read it carefully. Then someone will contact you." As he spoke, Song Tianming took out a file bag stained with blood from his arms and handed it to Lin Yuan. Red handwriting, SSS level top secret document. Very eye-catching. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the document in his hand was a hot potato. He regretted very much why he took it. However, Song Tianming was obviously much more relaxed at this time. I will arrange for others to continue to implement the salary protection plan, so you don't have to worry about your safety, just do whatever you want. Lin Yuan nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. The words haven't finished yet. Only the dull sounds of bang 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 were heard one after another. Chapter 31 Brother Lin, am I beautiful? Bang, bang, bang. The dull thud continued. It seems. Lin Yuan suddenly lowered his head and looked at the violently shaking conference table with an ecstatic look in his eyes. It's Yi Wudao, could it be that he is not dead? Crack. Suddenly, the conference table shattered, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The next second, a cursing voice rang out. Damn it! You bastards almost suffocated me to death. To everyone in the hall, this voice was so friendly. Even if Yi Wudao pointed at everyone's nose and scolded them at this moment, they would still be very happy. I knew you wouldn't die. Xiao rushed over and hugged Yi Wudao's neck tightly with both hands. Tears burst out of her eyes like a dam breaking, and her voice trembled. Yi Wudao's heart suddenly contracted when he looked at the 3,000 silver threads so close to him. Even though he was tortured to the point of being worse than death by the infant-devouring king, he did not frown. But at this moment, Yi Wudao's eyes were red, tears blurred his vision, and his voice trembled. You haven't given me a son yet, how can I bear to die? Give birth. You want a son, let's give birth now. After Xiao finished speaking, she kissed Yi Wudao's mouth madly. The familiar smell of cigarettes made her feel particularly at ease. Not suitable for children. Lin Yuan muttered something, smiled, turned around and left the white building. He smiled and looked up at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. His eyes were red and a tear appeared in them. It's great that I'm not dead. Are you crying? Suddenly, a thick smoke blew in my face and into my nose, with a familiar smell and a familiar sound. Lin Yuan retracted his gaze, took a deep breath of secondhand smoke, and smiled brightly. 3 seconds? So fast? Yi Wudao's fingers holding the cigarette trembled. 3 seconds? Who are you looking down on? It usually takes me at least 3 hours. Lin Yuan smiled and did not discuss it in depth. After all, mentioning time between men is very hurtful. He changed the subject and asked in confusion, you were clearly dead, how did you come back to life? I also want to know what happened. Could it be that he's faking his death? Yi Wudao's mouth twitched. He took a deep drag on the Lao Lacoon in his hand and blew out a smoke ring. Have you ever seen anyone who pretends to be dead as handsome as me? What a joke! Lin Yuan was too lazy to argue and was about to get up and leave when Yi Wudao stopped him again. Wait a minute, who do you think is behind this incident today? Actually, I think you need to make a glorious sacrifice. What do you mean, little brat? Lin Yuan didn't explain and waved his hand without even turning back. Goodbye, hero. Yi Wudao looked at the young man who gradually disappeared into the night, frowning and falling into deep thought. After a long time, his eyes lit up and an idea came to him. Lead the snake out of its hole. Apartment 1. Lin Yuan looked at the brightly lit villa and the girl standing by the window, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He quickened his pace, pushed the door open, and a beautiful figure flew towards him. Warm jade in my arms. Brother Lin, are you okay? Xiao Qingxi blinked her watery eyes, full of concern. She was worried that Yi Wudo's death would cause Lin Yuan to feel upset. If it cannot be solved, it will definitely affect martial arts. However, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face, "I'm fine, you go to sleep first, I'll take a shower." Xiao Qingxi's pretty face was stunned. Based on her understanding of Lin Yuan, that smile just now was definitely not fake, but a smile from the heart. What's going on? Xiao Qingxi frowned slightly. Are you sure Yi Wudo is dead? Miss, I saw it with my own eyes. How about I go and confirm it again? No need, you go down first. Xiao Qingxi glanced at the running water in the bathroom, pursed her lips, and thought to herself, Brother Lin may be pretending to be strong, I have to perform well later. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingxi returned to the room with a red face and took out a set of extremely sexy skin from her small bag and put them on. At this moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes, enjoying the pleasure of the showerhead, his mind clearer than ever before. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Besides Zhao Mingyuan, you're the only one who knows I came from an orphanage. If you're not the mastermind behind this, I can't imagine who else could it be. So, what exactly are you? Lin Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and talked to himself. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan exhaled, turned off the shower, and opened the blood-stained file bag. There was only a piece of paper inside. The Dawn Squad guards the last dawn of humanity. The entry requirements for the Dawn team, S-level martial arts talent, and personal recommendation by the captain. The goal is to create a versatile and comprehensive 6-man team. Eliminate alien races and guard the last dawn of humanity. The person who receives this document will be deemed the captain of the Dawn Squad, temporarily granted the rank of major, and have the right to select team members. Congratulations, young man, on receiving this honor. I wish you peace too. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, obviously having been tricked by Song Tianming. However, on second thought, joining the Dawn team might not be a bad thing for him. The alien race's covetous eyes made him feel under great pressure. It will be passive to always rely on the spirit team. I need my own team, so let's start from Dawn. Lin Yuan wants to build a team of his own, and he already has someone in mind. How could we forget Fan Tong, who has won the title of Best Friend of the Year for 2 consecutive years and is also a genius beastmaster? Achoo! A kilometer away, Fan Tong sneezed loudly in his sleep. Damn! Who thought of me like that? I almost blew my nose off. He mumbled something in a daze and fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Yuan walked into the bedroom naked, wearing only a pair of shorts. The room was pitch black. Sierra, are you asleep? Lin Yuan asked softly. No, I'm not asleep yet. I'm waiting for you. Xiao Qingxi hesitated, and her tone was a little off. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why don't you turn on the light? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of confusion, and raised his hand to turn on the light. Click. The moment the dazzling light illuminated the room, Lin Yuan's face flushed, and he stared at the girl in JK clothes standing beside the bed. Her white legs were wrapped in 2 knee-high stockings. The charming little face is flushed, and the watery eyes are full of spring, which is very captivating. Brother Lin, am I beautiful? Lin Yuan's mind went blank. He nodded vigorously, beautiful. Then what are you still standing there for? Come here. The girl's sweet voice was more powerful than the effect of adrenaline for Lin Yuan. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed over. He directly knocked Xiao Qingxi to the ground. Lin Yuan was breathing heavily and touching her all over. Chuckle. A silver bell-like laughter rang out. Xiao Qingxi gently pushed Lin Yuan away, her eyes seductive as silk, her lips slightly parted. Brother Lin, you were so bad, are you so impatient? Urgent. I'm. Too. Urgent. Chapter 32 I am a man and I like men. The next day, early morning. Lin Yuan glanced at the floor, and saw the lace underwear overlapping with the shorts, the torn hi-fi, and the white shoes that rolled under the bed. Everything tells of the intensity and madness of last night. When this girl went crazy, he almost couldn't handle it. Ning ning. The girl beside the pillow stretched out her body, and her naked body was completely exposed to the air. Lin Yuan could see it all, with curves in every shape and size, which was perfect. Ouch. That's disgusting. Don't look at it. When Xiao Qingxi felt Lin Yuan's fiery gaze, her pretty face turned red and she quickly pulled the quilt over herself, wrapping herself tightly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he secretly complained in his heart, I don't know who it was last night, who insisted on standing in front of the mirror. A rustling sound was heard under the quilt. Xiao Qingxi put on her pajamas and ran quickly into the bathroom. Lin Yuan leaned against the head of the bed, took out his mobile phone and turned it on. The WeChat and phone numbers were all 99 plus. And all this information came from the same person, Fantong. Brother Tian, something bad has happened. Wang Jinggang is looking for you all over the school right now. He wants to avenge Chen Feiyu. Brother Tian, you are not scared and dare not speak. Fuck. Brother Tian, you're doing the market without saying a word. Talk. Although it was just cold words, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to see that the fat man cared about him. The last message was from 5 minutes ago. Fantong, Brother Tian, Wang Jinggang has already said that he will break your limbs and make you get out of Fengtianyuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and replied, tell Wang Jinggang for me that if he wants to seek revenge on me, he's welcome to come to apartment 1 anytime, anywhere. Ring. As soon as the message was sent, the phone in his hand rang. After the call was connected, Fantong's voice came through, sounding very anxious, Brother Tian, something terrible has happened. Wang Jinggang and Chen Feiyu are coming to block you. Before he finished speaking, a loud shout echoed throughout apartment number 1. Lin Yuan, get out. Fuck. Brother Lin, that bear Wang Jinggang is making the noise. I'm coming over to support you right now. Fantong hung up the phone cursing. At the same time, Xiao Qingxi opened the bathroom door and walked out, her brows furrowed. Brother Lin, is someone looking for trouble? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, looking disapproving. It's that Wang Jinggang that Fantong mentioned last time. I'll go send him away. You wash up first. I'll go with you. Xiao Qingxi was probably afraid that Lin Yuan would refuse, so she walked towards the door while speaking. At this time, outside the gate of apartment number 1, there was a huge crowd of people, surrounded by a group of students who were watching the fun. A burly young man, who was 2 meters tall, stood with his hands on his shoulders and his eyes wide open. He looked like a mountain when he stood there, with a great visual impact. Standing next to the young man was Chen Feiyu, who looked like a delicate little bird. He was wrapped in bandages and had a bruised face and nose. Feiyu, this is apartment number 1. Are you sure that the freshman lives here? I'm sure. The young man frowned slightly and shouted again, Lin Yuan, get out. Looking at the 2 people who have a close relationship, the onlookers at the scene felt a chill. It has long been an open secret that Wang Jinggang likes men. Chen Feiyu was so damn cruel to himself that he even sacrificed his own keyhole for revenge. The main thing is, can his small body withstand Wang Jinggang's torment? Won't he bleed? Only he knows whether he can restrain himself or not. Everyone, is this the key point? Don't you want to know how Lin Yuan will respond next? If you ask me, Lin Yuan can't escape this beating. Otherwise, wouldn't Chen Feiyu's S be sold for nothing? Listening to the discussions lingering in his ears, Chen Feiyu frowned. This kind of thing was not glorious in the first place, and now he was equivalent to being stripped naked and exposed to the public. So shameful. Lin Yuan. It's all your fault. You ruined everything for me. Chen Feiyu roared silently in his heart. But at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Who's barking at my door? As the words fell, Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi walked out of the door side by side. The noisy doorway suddenly became quiet. Wang Jinggang looked at the black-clad young man in front of him, frowning, how dare you call me a dog? Isn't what I said true? There was a faint smile on Lin Yuan's lips. Wang Jinggang flew into a rage when these words came out, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Maybe I'm the only one who got the rabies vaccine. Court death. Wang Jinggang roared, strode forward, and swung his huge fist straight at Lin Yuan's head. The terrifying force produced sonic booms, distorting the surrounding air. Ranked 70 on the Feng Tian list is not just talk. There is no weakling under such a great reputation. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted and he quickly dodged. The difference in realm is too great, and facing a genius in the 3rd realm, the feeling of oppression is very strong. Waste, why are you hiding? Wang Jinggang roared angrily, his eyes full of disdain. The spectators around were not surprised by this, which was understandable. On the other hand, Lin Yuan stretched his muscles slowly, shook his head and smiled faintly, waste? As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, and his blood and energy soared. Before everyone could react, he easily broke through the second level of the second realm. However, this was just the beginning. The spiritual energy in Lin Yuan's body was like a vast ocean, flowing through his limbs and bones. His cultivation level improved rapidly like riding a rocket. Second realm, third transformation, broken. Second realm, fourth turn, broken. Second realm, fifth turn, broken. Second realm, sixth turn, stop. Everyone looked at the young man in black, who was oozing spiritual energy, and immediately looked as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It took me all my strength to break through one realm, but he broke through 5 realms in one go. It's open. It's definitely open. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a surge of power surged in his body, a faint spiritual light flowed all over his body, and his black clothes fluttered in the wind. He opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a breath of foul air, and the breath seemed to ripple in the air as if it were real. Wang Jinggang looked at Lin Yuan, whose spiritual energy was overflowing, and his brows were twisted into the shape of a Chuan character, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. It seems that I underestimated you, but... Wang Jinggang paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You are only at the 6th level of the second realm. The implication is, what if you break through? The second realm and the 6th level are still garbage. Lin Yuan smiled and said slowly, really? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, the ground cracked, and gravel flew everywhere. He shot out like a cannonball. Wang Jinggang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed forward. Strength was his best area. Chapter 33 Going crazy occasionally, always occasionally. Vajra fist. Wang Jinggang roared, and a black ape shadow appeared behind him. It was tall and mighty, with a ferocious and violent aura. Roar! The monkeys kept crying. The shadow of the black ape penetrated into Wang Jing'an's body, and the man and ape became one, their power skyrocketing. Kill! Wang Jing'an's roar was like the roar of a black ape, deafening. Even the air around them trembled violently. The crowd watching the excitement around them all changed their expressions drastically and stepped back. Holy crap! What a terrifying King Kong fist! Wang Jinggang has mastered it. This King Kong fist is tailor-made for King Kong. Too strong. Wang Jinggang has mastered the Vajra fist to perfection, and his strength is close to the 3rd level of the 3rd realm. There will be no accidents in this battle unless something unexpected happens. It happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Jinggang threw a punch, hitting Lin Yuan's head directly. Crack! The sonic boom was deafening. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly exerted force. A dragon leaps into the sky. As soon as the words fell, the murderous Wang Jinggang suddenly felt a fatal crisis coming from behind. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him, his pupils contracted, and his mind went blank. I saw a long dragon shadow coming straight towards me. Who the hell attacked me? Get lost. Before Wang Jinggang could finish his words, there was a muffled bang sound, and he spurted blood and slammed hard on the ground, digging out a deep pit, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. All the onlookers were confused, they had no idea what was happening. Did I act too aggressively? Wang Jinggang was clearly the one who had the upper hand, so how did he get overturned by Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan's punch just now was too strange. It was impossible to defend against it. So, in this battle, Lin Yuan won. Tat-tat. As the sound of powerful footsteps rang out, the discussions at the scene came to an abrupt halt. Lin Yuan walked towards Wang Jinggang step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on Wang Jing'ang's heart, and a feeling of suffocation instantly swept through his body. Wang Jinggang endured the severe pain and struggled to stand up. But before he could stand firm, Lin Yuan kicked him down, and the sole of shoe number 42 rubbed hard on Wang Jing'ang's face, causing blood to flow. Waste? A teasing voice sounded. Wang Jinggang shuddered suddenly. He raised his head with difficulty to look at Lin Yuan, who was looking down at him. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Let me go. You win. Let you go? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, and the smile on his face was intriguing. You want to kill me? The sudden words made the already quiet scene even more silent. Kill? Not really. What a great hatred and resentment. Moreover, Confronting Academy has a clear ban on students killing each other. They can compete with each other, but killing is absolutely not allowed during the competition. A trace of panic appeared on Wang Jingong's face, but it disappeared in an instant. He struggled to break free from Lin Yuan's shoes and shook his head frantically. I didn't. Lin Yuan, stop spitting blood. But I just felt murderous intent in your eyes. It was very strong. Given the gay relationship between you and Chen Feiyu, it shouldn't make you hate me so much. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, as if he could see through Wang Jingong's heart. Tell me. Who ordered you to kill me? Wang Jinggang shouted angrily. Lin Yuan, you are framing me. I will report you to the school. Let me go. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth with a faint smile. If I remember correctly, the Vajra fist is the Xiao family's unique skill. Zhao family? Wang Jingong's face twisted as he grinned. I don't know what Zhao family or Li family you're talking about. My Vajra fist was passed down from my grandfather. If you want to know, you can go downstairs and ask my grandfather. Wang Jinggang has gradually recovered his strength. Although he has not reached his peak condition, he can circulate his spiritual energy and try to break free from control. Get out of here. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in Wang Jingong's eyes, and a dagger appeared in his palm, stabbing it fiercely at Lin Yuan's lower body. Everyone present was shocked. Xiao Qingxi's expression changed drastically, and she screamed, Brother Lin, be careful. But the next second, she found that her worries were unnecessary. The dagger in Wang Jingong's hand turned into a mirror, reflecting his hideous, bloody face. Lin Yuan squatted down, grabbed Wang Jingong's hair, and grinned, Look. Your face is really ugly. As he said this, he slammed Wang Jingong's face into the mirror. Crack! Suddenly, the mirror exploded and turned into mirror flowers. Ah! The screams were heart-wrenching. The mirror flowers were deeply engraved on Wang Jingong's face, which was shocking. Ah! Lin Yuan, you lunatic, what are you doing? Let me go. Wang Jingong's vision was blurred by blood. One of his eyeballs had been shattered by the mirror flower. He struggled desperately. However, Lin Yuan's hands were like iron pliers, tightly grasping Wang Jingong's hair. He chuckled and said, Don't be nervous. I get crazy sometimes, all the time. Help, help, save me. Wang Jinggang wailed loudly. The onlookers around looked at the person who started all this, their faces filled with horror, and the timid ones couldn't help but tremble. Such cruel means are simply unheard of. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Han Zhe came out of nowhere. Everyone bowed quickly and saluted. Greetings, Coach Han. Coach Han, save me, save me. Lin Yuan is trying to kill me. Please save me. Although Wang Jingong's vision was blurred by the blood, his ears were very sharp. He quickly knelt on the ground, tears and blood flowing from his eyes, and screamed at the top of his lungs. When Han Zhe saw the unrecognizable Wang Jinggang, his cheeks twitched and he thought to himself, this kid is so cruel. He turned to look at Lin Yuan, frowning and asking, what's going on? Why did you do such a cruel thing? He wants to kill me. Lin Yuan said lightly. But before he could finish his words, Wang Jinggang shouted, you're fucking bullshit. Because he was too excited, Wang Jingong's facial expression was very intense, and the wound kept spurting blood, which looked terrifying. However, Wang Jinggang was completely insensitive at this moment. He was hysterical. Coach Han, I demand that Lin Yuan be severely punished. He is now charged with attempted murder. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said, attempted murder? Fine. Then it's as you wish. That's all. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lin Yuan raised his sword and chopped off Wang Jingong's hands very smoothly. If Han Zhe had not reacted in time, Wang Jinggang's legs would have been in danger of being saved. He fainted from the severe pain. The scene fell into deathly silence, and all the students looked at the young man in black with a harmless smile on his face, their eyes filled with fear. Do it in front of Han Zhe? How dare he? Are you so brave? Chapter 34. Yes, check it out. Han Zhe frowned, looked at Lin Yuan deeply, and said coldly, you are too harsh, and you have violated the rules of Confronting Academy. The onlookers around seemed to be relieved after hearing this. This guy's methods were so brutal and bloody. How could they feel balanced if he hadn't been punished yet? Chen Feiyu in the crowd smiled sinisterly. The current outcome clearly exceeded expectations. However, the person involved, Lin Yuan, kept smiling as he asked, Master Han, how do you want to punish me? In the afternoon, a forbidden temple will open in the southern barbarian Suzaku mountain. You should go and participate. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the onlookers suddenly became very interesting, and they were all stunned. Chen Feiyu, who had just had a sinister smile on his face, looked like he had eaten shit at this moment. Speaking of which, every time the Forbidden Ruins opens, there are heaven-defying opportunities, and the spots are so rare that even people would fight tooth and nail to get them. How come it's become a punishment for Lin Yuan? Fuck. Is this a fucking punishment? It's clearly a reward. Damn it. Can anyone tell me how to break this game? Amidst the surrounding discussions, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. Sign-in mission, host, please put aside your personal qualities, enjoy a wicked life, attract hatred, and win a big prize. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's smile grew even brighter. He bowed slightly, clasped his hands together, and said loudly, I have no complaints about being punished for my mistakes. Fuck. 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 How shameless. I'm so fucking mad, I want to rip his mouth apart. I support you mentally. +1. +1. Lin Yuan looked at everyone trying to get rid of him but unable to, almost going crazy. He was in a good mood. Coach Han, if there is nothing else, then I will go back and clean up, and then I will accept the punishment. He emphasized the last two words. There was another wailing sound at the scene. Hanzhe nodded, said then turned and left. But Lin Yuan did not return to courtyard number 1 immediately. Instead, he walked towards Chen Feiyu, who had a very gloomy face in the crowd. The onlookers opened their legs and made way for him. At the end of the road is Chen Feiyu, who contributed the keyhole for revenge. Eye contact. Chen Feiyu felt a chill all over his body. He could still vividly remember everything that Lin Yuan had just done to Wang Jinggang. Fear instantly swept through his body. However, Chen Feiyu gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm. Lin Yuan, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Coach Han is protecting you. So, even if you cripple me like you crippled Wang Jinggang, you won't be punished. But I guess you don't want to cause any more trouble for Coach Han. After all, we, a group of students with no background and no status, are all holding a grudge. Once it breaks out, even Coach Han will be affected. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flashing. Since you were so smart, why do you still do stupid things? If you want to blame someone, blame me for underestimating your strength. Chen Feiyu finished speaking, his eyes filled with resentment. You destroyed everything I had, I must avenge you. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, you are not naive enough to think that you can escape this beating. You. Before Chen Feiyu finished speaking, his face changed drastically, and his fist as big as a sandbag was infinitely enlarged in his sight. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Chen Feiyu's face was covered in blood, his teeth were flying everywhere, his facial features were distorted, and he let out a woo-woo scream. Your cleverness disgusts me. Lin Yuan said, grabbing Chen Feiyu's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent, you self-righteous thing, you should thank Feng Tianyuan. Say it. Lin Yuan threw out another punch. Blood splattered. Chen Feiyu flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the ground heavily and fainted. Lin Yuan slowly wiped the blood off his fist. Then, he swept his gaze across the faces of the onlookers present and spoke slowly. Aren't you going to leave and wait for the feast? Before he finished speaking, everyone dispersed. As for Wang Jinggang and Chen Feiyu, who were lying on the ground dying, they just lay there quietly and no one dared to interfere. Lin Yuan was about to return to apartment number 1 with Xiao in his arms when Fan Tong ran over panting. When he saw Wang Jinggang and Chen Feiyu lying on the ground, his small eyes widened. Hey! Brother, please leave me alive. Where are you from? The Eastern Tang dynasty? Fan Tong scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and quickly explained, Brother Lin, I rushed to you as soon as I hung up the phone, but something happened on the way, so I'll be delayed for a while. A little while? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. You might have some misunderstanding about the time word a little while. Brother Lin, I lied to you and you are a dog. You're a pig at best. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he and Xiao Qingxi walked into apartment number 1, followed closely by Fan Tong. Inside the villa. Xiao Qingxi's eyebrows knitted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Brother Lin, the Forbidden Ruins are open, and good and bad are intertwined. You must be careful. Forbidden ruins? Suddenly, Fan Tong yelled with his small eyes wide open, his big fat face ecstatic, my brother. You are not going to the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins too? Is it related to you? Yes. Check making trouble? Stop messing around. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. I'm also going to the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. I just said I had something to do on the way because I received an invitation from the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Originally, Fan Tong was still hesitating whether to go or not, but now that he heard that Lin Yuan was also going, he no longer had any concerns. Brother Lin, if we brothers work together, we can break any obstacle. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that Fan Tong also received an invitation, but when he thought about this guy's identity as a genius beastmaster, it made sense. Wait for me at the door first, see you later. I understand. Fan Tong chuckled, and that was so obscene. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan, wearing sunglasses, drove the Black Knight out of Fengtian Courtyard. Jinling City, one of the 4 courtyards, Jinling Courtyard. A young man with 2 buns on his hair was lying on his side on a high wall, holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth and closing his eyes to rest. The dazzling sunlight shone on his body, making him dazzling. The young man is powerful and full of energy. Why? Suddenly, he sighed, why are there only flowers and plants? It would be so pretty if someone were running naked. Crack. As the young man finished speaking, a crack appeared in the void behind him. Immediately afterwards, a hot, charming and sexy mature woman walked out slowly with her bare feet, bowed and had a pleasant voice. Master, it's time for you to eat. The boy closed his eyes and said, Auntie Xiang, I want to drink milk. A blush appeared on the charming face of the mature woman, and her eyes were reluctant to accept it. Master, you are bullying me again. The boy laughed and hooked his finger. Chapter 35 Feng Tianyuan Security Department. The mature woman sat down with a blushing face and gently placed the boy's head on her round legs. She suddenly thought of something and spoke quickly. Master. The SSS level talent from Feng Tianyuan has appeared. Oh? Where? The young man suddenly opened his eyes, and flames ignited in his eyes, red as blood. One of the 4 saints of Jiangchang, the southern barbarian vermilion bird, has opened a forbidden ruin. Forbidden ruins? I haven't been to the forbidden ruins for a long time. Let's go and join in the fun. After the boy finished speaking, he sat up without any warning and hit his head on 2 snow-capped mountains. The mature woman couldn't help but let out a sound that made your whole body numb. Auntie Xiang, are you okay? How about I massage you? The mature woman looked at the devil's claws reaching out and her pretty face turned purple. She dodged to the side and said, Don't bother the master. The young man felt very regretful. He reached back and grabbed the spear surrounded by flames, put it on his shoulder, then waved at the void, and a white card shot out. On the left side of the card is a photo of a young man with 2 sky-high buns tied with a red hairband, a flame mark between his eyebrows, blazing eyes, a fire cloud spear on his shoulder, and a cynical smile on his face. Next to the photo is an introduction about the boy. Jinling Academy Chief Student ID. Name, Li Jia. Gender, male. Martial arts level, SS level. The boy casually put his student ID into his pocket and grinned, Let's go. Master, please. Aunt Xiang's jade hand flashed, and a crack appeared in the void. The 2 of them stepped into the crack at the same time and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Lin Yuan had driven to the foot of the southern barbarian Suzaku mountain. On the way, he received detailed information about the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins from Hanzei. Forbidden Ruins level 3. Forbidden Ruins Opportunity, Nanming Liwa, the power of burning heaven. Opportunity location, Suzaku Temple. Be safe and proceed with caution. Lin Yuan replied with a fist-raising emoji and put his phone in his pocket. At this time, the foot of Juke Mountain was already crowded with people, and the news of the opening of the Forbidden Ruins spread at lightning speed. It attracted many warriors who wanted to enter the Forbidden Ruins to seek opportunities. However, most of the warriors present were at the 3rd realm, a small number were at the 2nd realm, there were very few at the 1st realm, and there were only a handful above the 3rd realm. The Forbidden Ruins Code of the Great Xiao Kingdom explicitly prohibits warriors above the 3rd level from entering the Forbidden Ruins. Its purpose is to prevent the destruction of the balance of the forbidden area and ensure sustainable use. The destructive power of warriors above the 4th level is astonishing. If they are not careful, they will destroy the Forbidden Ruins. This has happened frequently before. Therefore, the great Xia kingdom specially formulated a code to restrict warriors who entered the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Yuan parked the car in the parking lot and was about to get out when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan replied in his mind, pump. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the purple treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan, open. Ding! Sign-in quest reward, skill, the way of the gene cart LV1. Note, the way of the gene che, when the gene che is combined, it is a chopping block. Nothing can escape its slashing. No martial arts skills are needed. If you are at the same level, you can chop it off with one blow. Simple, crude, and unreasonable. If the skill 1, Mirror Flower and Water Moon, is more defensive, then the skill 2, the way of the gene che, is mainly offensive. Moreover, every strike was a critical hit. Lin Yuan's eyes were full of joy. Unlocking the second skill, the gene che, before entering the Forbidden Ruins was like adding wings to a tiger. With his strength, it is unlikely that he will meet an opponent in this Forbidden Ruins. So can't he just do whatever he wants? Brother Lin, let's go. The Forbidden Ruins will open soon. Let's go grab a good seat. Fantong chuckled and could no longer contain himself, ready to show his skills. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the gathering point with Fantong. There was a lot of discussion in the gathering point. Have you heard? The Suzaku Forbidden Ruins seem to be a third-level Forbidden Ruins. Level 3 Forbidden Ruins. Doesn't that mean there are level 3 ferocious beasts and level 3 alien races within the Forbidden Ruins? Good fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The third-level Forbidden Ruins are the easiest to produce gold. Who knows, there might be a shocking inheritance inside that can change your destiny. That's right. No risk, no gain. Give it a try, and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Go for it. You two little brothers, are you forming a group? We've been together for 10 years, and we're just missing 2 more. Get on board and we'll be off. Suddenly, a heavily made-up woman walked up to Lin Yuan and Fantong, threw them a wink, and invited them to form a team. Get lost. Go lie down wherever it's cooler. Do you really think I'm a fool? Fantong glared at her with his eyes wide open and cursed loudly, showing no mercy at all just because she was a woman. Little fatty, what do you mean? We sisters sincerely invite you to join our team, wouldn't you consider it? Think about your mother. Old brothel owner, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You think we're easy to fool, considering our young age, right? Fantong's voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of people around him. The woman's face turned red and purple, she felt a little embarrassed, and a hint of murderous intent inadvertently appeared in her eyes. After being treated like this by Fantong, how could they continue their business? Little fatty, do you know there's a saying that goes die from talking too much? The woman lowered her voice and continued to threaten, I tell you, if you don't want to die, then shut that hole of yours and take out the spirit pearl and treasure, otherwise. Bang! A white card suddenly hit the woman's face, and a red blood mark appeared immediately. Before the distorted woman could react, Fantong waved the card in front of her and asked with a smile, what else? When the woman caught a glimpse of the contents on the card, she was stunned and froze in place. Confronting Academy Chief Student ID card. Name, Fantong. Gender, male. Martial arts level, B. Special profession, S-level Beastmaster. Chief of Confronting Court. The woman was completely dumbfounded. Anyone could understand the value of this identity. Fantong sneered, come on. Tell me, what else can I do? The woman shuddered violently, her legs went weak, and she almost fell headfirst. She forced herself to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Handsome boy, is there any misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? Fantong chuckled, I think someone in Confronting Court would be willing to discuss this with you. As soon as Fantong finished speaking, the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins opened. Lin Yuan smiled and walked forward, with Fantong following closely behind. Seeing this, the woman's heart was about to fall. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded behind her. I'm a member of Confronting Academy's security department. We have no evidence to suspect you of threatening our school's top student. Come with us and we'll investigate. This is an order, not a negotiation. Any quibbling will be considered resistance and will be killed without mercy. Chapter 36, Too Many Smiles, Spoiled. The woman's face was ashen, she collapsed to the ground, yellow liquid was flowing from her body, and it smelled foul, but even so she couldn't escape the fate of being taken away. As for her two good sisters, they could only follow behind her obediently. The gathering point was completely silent, and everyone remembered the appearance of Lin Yuan and Fan Tong deeply. After all, they couldn't afford to offend the behemoth Feng Tianyuan. At the same time, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong had already entered the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Zhuke Mountain, as its name suggests, looks like a giant vermilion bird spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. It is rumored that this mountain is the incarnation of Zhuke, one of the four ancient sages. The surface of the mountain is reddish-brown. At first glance, it looks like a huge furnace with an extremely high temperature. The two walked for about 10 minutes and entered the interior of Zhuke Mountain. There were towering ancient trees, densely packed together, blocking out the sun. Even though the sun was shining brightly in the sky, it was dark inside Zhuke Mountain and one could not see the sun when looking up. Deep in the mountains, there are sometimes ferocious beasts roaring, the sound like a loud bell, deafening. The old pine trees swayed, and pine needles fluttered down. It was the first time that Lin Yuan saw such a scene. He felt a little strange in his heart and looked around in amazement. Fan Tong beside him stared with his small eyes as big as beans, looking around vigilantly, his fat body tensed, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time, and kept muttering. "This damn place, who wouldn't be confused when coming here? It's really bloody." Lin Yuan ignored Fan Tong and walked forward on his own. Fan Tong cursed under his breath, but his movements did not slow down at all. He followed Lin Yuan closely and walked towards the depths of the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Along the way, they met many warriors who were looking for opportunities. However, everyone was safe and sound and just passed by each other. It's not like the plot in a novel, where the protagonist turns into an experienced baby and is beaten by everyone as soon as he enters a secret realm. Immediately afterwards, various face-slapping plots occurred. In reality, the passers-by A, B, C, and D that Lin Yuan met completely ignored him and were all seizing the time to look for opportunities. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "I've already twisted my mouth, ready to become the Dragon King, but this is the end. Brother Lin, do you have a goal? We can't just keep walking around in the wild area." Lin Yuan shook his head and immediately asked, "Do you have one?" Fan Tong looked at the hurried cultivators and suddenly had a sinister idea. "Why don't we follow them and take a look? If I can't be the Dragon King, how about I be the villain?" Lin Yuan muttered softly. After hearing this, Fan Tong asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What Dragon King? What villain? What are you talking about, Brother Lin?" Lin Yuan was about to speak when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. He moved his ears and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Fan Tong beside him also heard the voice. The two looked at each other, laughed at the same time, and said in unison, "It's him. Senior Wu Yong, don't worry. The map I have is definitely the route to the temple. Let's follow this route and we will definitely find the temple. You're a smart kid. Tell me, what's your purpose in trying to please me like this? Senior Wu Yong, you are so smart. I do have a favor to ask of you." "Explain." "I'd like to ask Senior Wu Yong to help me teach a guy named Lin Yuan a lesson. He's in the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. If you can help me destroy him, I'll give you this map." "Lin Yuan? Who is this person?" "No big deal, just the chief of Fengtian Academy, an SSS-level martial arts talent awakener." A teasing voice sounded very abruptly, but seamlessly connected, responding to the young man's question. The scene fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, the young man holding the map and with scars all over his face suddenly changed his expression and screamed, "Lin Yuan, Fan Tong, why are you here? Zhang Boqi, aren't you surprised? A hug isn't too much to ask when old classmates meet." Fan Tong chuckled and walked towards Zhang Boqi with his arms open. "Fatty, stop right there. Don't come over here." Zhang Boqi shouted loudly while backing away, his face flushed. However, Fan Tong did not stop and continued to move forward. Zhang Boqi panicked and hid behind the burly Wu Yong, shouting, "Wu Yong! Destroy them, and this map is yours. Quick! Are you ordering me around?" Zhang Boqi's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "Senior Wu Yong, I don't dare. Please help me destroy them." Upon hearing this, Fan Tong narrowed his eyes into slits, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Wu Yong and asked, "Are you sure you want to help him?" Wu Yong's brows were twisted into the shape of a character, and he said nothing. He was very calm, and his eyes wandered between Fan Tong and Lin Yuan. Wu Yong felt a very strong sense of oppression from the two of them. Any one of them has strength comparable to his. Is it worth it to offend the chief of Fengtian Academy for a map that you don't know whether it is true or false? Obviously, the answer is no. Thinking of this, Wu Yong glanced back at Zhang Boqi and said in a deep voice, "Keep this map for yourself." After saying that, he turned around and left cleanly and neatly. For a moment, Zhang Boqi was stunned and his whole body was numb. He looked at Wu Yong's back, his mind went blank. This result was unexpected. "Senior Wu Yong, you come back. Wu Yong, come back soon. WCNM, you bastard." Zhang Boqi shouted at the top of his lungs. However, Wu Yong walked farther and farther away until he completely disappeared from his sight. The echo reverberated in my ears. Fan Tong grinned widely. "Tell me, which arm do you want to say goodbye to first?" "Fan Tong, what the hell do you want to do?" "I have no grudge against you, don't go too far." "Fuck. I really smile too much, you've become so used to me." Fan Tong said sweetly to the void, "Xiao hey, come out for dinner." Ouch. Accompanied by a wolf howl, a majestic, ferocious and brutal skyflame wolf appeared out of nowhere, opening its bloody mouth and biting down. Zhang Bo opened his eyes wide and tried his best to dodge. But his speed was much slower than that of a third-level skyflame wolf. Blood splattered and the screams were heart-wrenching. Fan Tong smiled and said calmly, "Go on, just spare his life." Ouch. The skyflame wolf growled, opened its bloody mouth again, and began to bite Zhang Boqi's body. The scene was bloody and cruel. Zhang Boqi fell in a pool of blood, dying, making incoherent cries. Lin Yuan on the side had a smile on his face. With Fan Tong around, he felt much more agile. "Brother Lin, here's a map." Fan Tong picked up the blood-stained map that had fallen on the ground and walked over quickly. Lin Yuan just took it in his hand, turned around suddenly, and punched out. Myanbeay. Chapter 37 The Great Sun Tathagata. Myanbeay. As a deep voice sounded. A young monk in a monk's robe jumped down from a towering ancient tree. Bang! There was a muffled sound and the ground shook violently. Clearance. What the hell? Where did this little bald donkey come from? Fan Tong exclaimed in surprise, ruining the mood. The little monk's mouth twitched, and then he slowly said, "Donor, you." "Fuck. Little bald donkey, who the hell are you calling a pig?" Myanbeay. Buddha said, "Well done." The smile on the little monk's face gradually disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Donor. Please be polite, or don't blame me for being rude." Fan Tong put his hands on his shoulders with great effort, squinted his eyes, and opened the phone close to his face. Ouch. "Do you think I was scared? Show me one of them." The young monk, with a solemn expression, clasped his hands together and said thoughtfully, "Myanbeay." Buddha said, "It is better to save one person than to persuade one person." Well done. After saying this, the little monk raised his leg and walked towards Fan Tong, feeling a strong sense of oppression. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and warned, "Be careful, this little monk is not simple." "Brother Lin, just wait and see. I, fatty, will kill any Buddha I meet today." Fan Tong chuckled, waved his hand, and shouted in a deep voice, "Tear this little bald donkey apart for me." Ouch. Roar. Amidst deafening roars, two ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air in front of Fan Tong, the skyflame wolf and the saber-toothed tiger, both at the peak of the second level. They stared at the little monk ferociously, opened their bloody mouths and growled. Fan Tong narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Little bald donkey, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, why are you hiding in the dark and spying on us?" Myanbeay. "I walk and sit upright, you scoundrel, stop slandering me." As the little monk finished speaking, a golden light shone from his body as he strode forward. Myanbeay. "You evil creature, die." No one expected that he would be the first to attack. Prajna fist. The little monk roared, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. He swung his fists and knocked the skyflame wolf that was in the front away, crashing it into the distant mountain and getting stuck in it. The skyflame wolf spurted blood and groaned in pain like a dead dog. Instant second. However, before Fan Tong could react, the little monk moved again, rushing towards the saber-toothed tiger with murderous intent, and his fists covered with golden light fell like meteors. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. accompanied by dull sounds. The sound of bones breaking was endless. After just one encounter, the saber-toothed tiger was beaten and kicked by the little monk and was suppressed forcefully. The tiger turned into a sick cat, crawling to the ground and groaning weakly. Ba. The young monk clasped his hands together, his face calm and his breath steady, and said, Donor. Do you have any other skills? I'm willing to learn from you. When Fan Tong heard this, the fat on his big face trembled and he quickly stepped back. Saber-toothed tiger and skyflame wolf are his two strongest generals so far. But now he has become a dead dog and a sick cat. What can he use to deal with the little monk in front of him? This battle was a complete defeat. Looking at the powerful little monk, Fan Tong had no choice but to put on a bitter face and said, Brother Lin, my skill CD is a bit long, I'm relying on you from now on. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming as he said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you're here to see me. The young monk clasped his hands together, a smile spreading across his face. Ba. Donor Lin is indeed very clever. My Buddhist name is Jingkong, and I come from Xianin Temple. A few days ago, I heard that an SSS-level genius had emerged in Zhangchang. Jingkong was quite curious and came here specially to see the unparalleled figure of Master Lin. Lin Yuan's lips curled up, a smile full of meaning on his face. You came all the way here just to see me? If I can have a sparring match with Benefactor Lin, this humble monk's journey will be complete. Jingkong smiled peacefully, but his voice was full of fighting spirit. Lin Yuan grinned and said, Why should I fulfill your wish? If Mr. Lin agrees to a sparring match, I am willing to agree to one condition. Make a deal. Lin Yuan agreed very readily, as if he was afraid that the other party would change his mind. Jingkong, who thought he could see through everything in the world, had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart at this moment. Donor Lin, your conditions cannot make me go against the Buddha's will. Jingkong couldn't help but remind him. Lin Yuan was stunned and said, Is it against the Buddha's will to let you have sex with a little nun and make a baby? After hearing this, Jingkong's jade-like face suddenly turned purple. Ba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Donor Lin, goodbye. Lin Yuan looked at Jingkong who was fleeing in panic, and with a flash of his body, he stopped him. Wait a minute, holy monk, we can change the conditions. What conditions? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Let's spar first. You can't let me go against the Buddha's will. No. I promise you will follow the Buddha's will. Jingkong let out a long sigh and clasped his hands together, Ba. Donor Lin, well done. In fact, Lin Yuan already had an idea in his mind. From the moment he saw the little monk, he included him in his plan. The naive Jingkong was walking step by step into the trap designed for him by Lin Yuan. Master Lin, can we begin? Certainly. Lin Yuan extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation, come on. Holy monk. Ba. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Master Jingkong clasped his hands together and bowed his head slightly. But the next second, he suddenly raised his head, the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, and his whole body was glowing with golden light. Be polite first, then use force. When Jingkong took a step forward, the earth shook. The great sun Tathagata. The sound of Sanskrit rolls in, awakening the deaf and deaf. Suddenly, a golden Buddha appeared in the void, sitting cross-legged, shoulder to shoulder with the sky. At the same time, Jingkong soared into the air and merged with the golden Buddha. Ba. The golden Buddha uttered Sanskrit sounds, raised his huge palm and slowly dropped it towards Lin Yuan. The entire space twisted and collapsed. The Buddha's power is so great that it shocks heaven and earth and makes ghosts and gods cry. I have something. Then I'll use you to test my Jin Che method. Lin Yuan shouted loudly and rushed out with the black gold glazed knife in his hand. Without any fancy moves, he swung the knife towards the golden Buddha. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Fan Tong, who was standing aside, looked up at the sky, looking confused. What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Chapter 38 Late Spring. Holy crap! One chi transforms into 3 pure beings. That's not right. This is fucking Buddhism. How can there be a 1 chi transformation 3 purities? Damn it! Brother Lin chopped up this giant Buddha for firewood. Suddenly, the golden Buddha sitting cross-legged split into 2 and tilted to both sides, turning into wisps of golden light and dissipating in the air. Seeing this, Lin Yuan looked down at the black gold glazed knife in his hand and muttered softly, "This Jinche technique is really powerful." At the same time, Jingkong fell from the void, barely stabilizing his body, with a look of fear in his eyes. If Lin Yuan had not stopped at the last moment, he would have suffered the same fate as the Golden Buddha. Thinking of this, Jingkong took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Amatba. Benefactor Lin, I am convinced of my defeat." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "You are very strong. If you had reached the third realm, I wouldn't have won so easily." After hearing this, Jingkong smiled carefreely. "Donor Lin, there's no need to comfort me. Even if I break through the third realm, my strength won't improve much, and the outcome will be the same." Seeing that Jingkong did not seem to be pretending to be strong, Lin Yuan did not explain too much. At this time, Jingkong suddenly said, "Master Lin, why don't we add each other as friends so that I can fulfill my promise?" "That's exactly what I meant." After the two became WeChat friends, Jingkong reminded him, "Donor Lin, please don't do anything too absurd." Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I promise not to let you and the little nun have a child." Jingkong's face flushed red, and he clasped his hands together again. "Amatba. Donor Lin, see you later." "See you later, belated spring." Lin Yuan never expected that Jingkong's online name would be so interesting. "Fuck. You little bald donkey, just wait for me, sooner or later I will hit you hard and make you have a big bump on your head." After making sure that Jingkong had left, Fan Tong said something harsh with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Lin Yuan ignored him, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. All around, towering ancient trees stand, blocking out the sun and making this world even more tranquil. The breeze blows, and the leaves rustle, which further highlights the tranquility of the moment. The mottled light and shadows shine through the dense branches and leaves, dotted on the ground like pieces of fine gold foil. Occasionally, the birds sing, melodiously and long, which seems particularly crisp in this silent atmosphere. The lingering sound soon disappears into the endless silence. Fan Tong held his breath, not even daring to breathe. Time passes by every second. After a long moment, Lin Yuan's eyes shone with thought. This trip to the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins will definitely be exciting. Fan Tong's eyes darted around, and he immediately understood. "Brother Lin, are you saying there are other people like Little Baldy who want to spar with you? I'm afraid it's more than just a competition. Whoever kills me will become famous in the great Xiao nation. No one would want to give up such a good opportunity." Lin Yuan revealed the heart of the arrogant man in one sentence. Fan Tong's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lin, I've thought it through. If you're in danger, this fat body of mine will be your thickest shield." Seeing that Fan Tong was speaking so seriously, Lin Yuan felt a little touched for a moment. "Thank you, fatty." "Fuck. Brother Lin, you actually said thank you to me. Is that too much?" Fan Tong was very excited and shouted loudly. Lin Yuan's ears were buzzing, and without warning he threw a large chestnut and cursed, "Calling you uncle." Fan Tong was in pain but also happy. "Hey. Brother, this is what it's all about." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and walked forward with the map he borrowed from the guy sleeping on the ground. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong successfully arrived at a cliff according to the instructions on the map, with an abyss in front of them that seemed to have no bottom. Fan Tong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his teeth grinding with a crunch, crunch, crunch sound. "Damn it. Zhang Boqi, don't let me touch you again, or I'll beat the shit out of you." Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He compared carefully along the way, and the result was, what is this? Cliff? Isn't this pure resentment? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." "Brother, where are we going?" "Find Zhang Boqi and kill him." "Good." The two hit it off immediately and returned the same way with murderous intent. But someone is one step faster than them. A figure crouched stealthily beside the seriously injured and dying Zhang Boqi, rolling over and over on him. Suddenly, the man's face turned ecstatic and he tore Zhang Boqi's clothes to pieces. A piece of animal skin stained with blood fell into the pool of dried blood. But just as he reached out to pick up the animal hide on the ground, Zhang Boqi woke up and shouted, "Wu Yong! Go to hell!" A cold light suddenly appeared. Zhang Boqi circulated his spiritual energy frantically, fought to the death, and stabbed Wu Yong in the chest with a dagger in his hand. Faced with the sudden change, Wu Yong had no time to react and could only avoid the vital points. Puff! Blood splattered. Zhang Boqi's long-planned attack took half of Wu Yong's life, and the entire dagger was embedded in the center of his chest. "Waste, I'll kill you." Wu Yong was furious. He endured the severe pain and pulled the dagger out of his chest. With murderous intent in his eyes, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so cunning." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Boqi laughed like crazy. "Wu Yong, you're not going to survive. I've smeared the dagger with a sharp pain." When Wu Yong heard this, he was about to speak, but his legs went weak and he fell headfirst. Zhang Boqi laughed even more crazily. "Wu Yong, do you feel weak and sore all over? Your vision is blurry. And the wound is itchy and painful, like 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart? Ha cough 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 ha 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 ha. I tell you, this is the most powerful poison, the 10,000 ant heart-eating poison. This knife was originally intended for Lin Yuan, but I didn't expect that you are actually smarter than Lin Yuan." Wu Yong could no longer hear the rest of the words. All that was left in his ears was a buzzing sound, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Wu Yong died, his eyes were wide open, he died with his eyes open. Is this a case of being too clever for one's own good? Zhang Boqi's face was twisted, and he couldn't stop grinning. He was lucky to be able to take one away before he died. As for the animal skin map on the ground, he wanted to destroy it, but he was powerless as he only had one arm left. Life is passing by quickly. The biggest regret for him was that he failed to kill Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Boqi's face was full of ferocity, and he gritted his teeth. "Lin Yuan, I. Plop." Before Zhang Boqi could finish his words, his head slammed hard against the ground, his eyes closed, and he died. But just before his consciousness fell into darkness, he faintly heard footsteps. Chapter 39. The young man in the python robe, the little prince. "Brother Lin, these two guys are in trouble." Fan Tong looked at Zhang Boqi and Wu Yong lying in a pool of blood and said in surprise. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, bent down and picked up the animal skin map on the ground. He seemed to have guessed it. Wu Yong must have known that the map he had snatched was fake, and the real map was still in Zhang Boqi's hands. So after he left, Wu Yong turned back. As a result, he was killed by Zhang Boqi. As for Zhang Boqi, in all likelihood, they died from severe injuries and excessive blood loss. I have to say that it makes sense for Lin Yuan to be the protagonist. His analysis is almost perfect and infinitely close to the truth of the matter. "Brother Lin, this map is not fake, right?" Fan Tong was indeed a man who was once bitten by a snake and became more cautious. Lin Yuan glanced at the now cold Zhang Boqi and said slowly, "I can't confirm whether it's fake or not, but he should only have this one map on him. What should we do then?" "Follow the map." "What if it's still fake?" Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Then come back and whip the corpse." As soon as the words fell, the two of them raised their legs and walked forward. But at this moment, buzz buzz buzz, there was a sound of breaking air from behind. A stick containing the power of thunder shot out from a distance, leaving behind arcs of electricity that crackled wherever it passed. The stick hit Lin Yuan's back with overwhelming force. However, in this situation where it was almost impossible to dodge, Lin Yuan seemed to have eyes behind him and punched out without even turning his head. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. The unstoppable stick, which was wrapped in the power of thunder, was blown away directly. Suddenly, a young man came from a distance. He stepped on the ground and flew into the air. He raised his hand, grabbed the stick and swung it hard, removing Lin Yuan's strength and landing steadily. The whole process was done in one go and was very smooth. The young man was wearing a python robe, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised with a hint of evil, his hair was unruly in front of his forehead, and his eyes were full of cruelty and arrogance. He was tall and burly, carrying a large black stick covered with lightning patterns on his shoulder, and exuding a bandit aura. Although he was only at the peak of the second realm, Lin Yuan felt that he was comparable to the fifth level of the third realm, and was even not much inferior to the previous Jinkong. I'm afraid he is another super genius. The young man in the python robe raised the black stick in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yuan. Boy, are you the guy who awakened the SSS level talent? If you have something to say, say it. Put down that broken stick in your hand, or don't blame me for breaking it for you. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He hated the feeling of having someone pointing at his forehead. The young man in the python robe was stunned when he heard Lin Yuan's words, but then he laughed in anger. Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Who the hell do you love? You deserve to die if you point a stick at me. Lin Yuan didn't say any extra words. He warned them once, but if they didn't listen, he would attack them directly with 0 frames. A dragon leaps into the sky. A punch was thrown, and dragon roars were heard. The young man in the python robe opposite was furious, with murderous intent in his eyes. Court death. After the young man in the python robe finished speaking, he shook the black stick in his hand, and the lightning patterns on it immediately turned into arcs of lightning, which made a crackling sound and covered his entire body. He seemed to have turned into a thundering figure. Instead of retreating, he advanced and swung his stick towards Lin Yuan, hitting him from a distance. Thunder shakes the universe. A loud shout rang out. A black and purple lightning bolt nearly 10 meters long fell from the sky, as if splitting the darkness that had shrouded Suzaku Mountain for countless years. In an instant, it penetrated the space in front of the two people. The speed of this thunder was extremely fast. Fortunately, I met Lin Yuan, otherwise it would be difficult for someone else to stop him. Mirror flowers and water moons. The black and purple lightning that the young man in the python robe smashed out directly turned into a 10-meter-high mirror, standing in the void. All offensives collapsed in an instant. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at the stunned young man in python robe opposite him, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the mirror suddenly exploded. Crack! There was a sound of shattering. Countless mirror flowers float in the air, which is very dreamy. The next second, Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, waved his arm lightly, and blurted out. Die! As Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, mirror flowers burst out. The pupils of the young man in the python robe contracted and his face changed drastically. An unprecedented sense of death and suffocation enveloped him and swept through his whole body. Those who commit crimes against their superiors shall be executed. Just when the young man in the python robe was about to be pierced like a sieve by the mirror flower, an old and hoarse voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, an old man appeared out of thin air in front of the young man. He waved his sleeves, and a violent spiritual energy burst out, crushing all the mirror flowers into powder and scattering them in the wind. The young man in the python robe looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He felt like he had survived a disaster, and his back was soaked with cold sweat without him knowing when. Call! The young man in the python robe exhaled a breath of foul air, and once again regained his arrogant demeanor. He stared at Lin Yuan intently and ordered, "Hand over the martial arts you just used, and I will consider letting you go." Lin Yuan curled his lips, not wanting to be accommodating at all, and directly retorted, "You're showing off here with a frog tattoo on your tadpole. Why should I give it to you?" "Why?" The young man in the python robe laughed grimly, pointing at the old man in front of him, "By him. And besides, this is an order, not a negotiation." The old man also had an arrogant look on his face and stretched out his hand, "Hand over your martial arts." Lin Yuan grinned, "Old man, do you think you can be shameless just because you're old?" Suddenly, he changed the subject and said, "Yi-san, why don't you come out and wait for me?" The next moment. Bang! The terrifying pressure descended instantly. The conceited and proud old man and the young man in the python robe felt suffocated at the same time, and the crisis of death enveloped them. It's like falling into an abyss, with no control over your fate. "Just a brilliance realm cultivator, are you so arrogant now?" A teasing voice sounded. At the same time, a puff of thick smoke blew towards the faces of the old man and the young man in the python robe. Pungent and choking. The old man's waist, which was already slightly hunched, sagged a little more. The young man in the python robe just fell to the ground, spitting blood. You are clearly in the fourth realm. How can you have such terrifying power?" The old man's face changed drastically, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. In fact, he had already discovered Yi-san's existence a long time ago, but because the other party was in the sharp realm, he didn't take it seriously at all. But at this moment, the fourth realm that he had ignored suddenly erupted with a power fluctuation that even he, a sixth realm cultivator, could not resist. In fact, the other party could wipe him out with just this thought. Yi Wudao held a cigarette in his mouth and said impatiently, "Why the hell do you care about me? Young people's affairs should be solved by young people. Why do you, at your age, want to interfere? Your hands are itchy, aren't they? Come on. I'll give you a good rub." After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he pressed the scarlet cigarette but between the old man's eyebrows. Sizzle. The smell of barbecue is wafting. Chapter 40. I respect the dead. The old man suddenly let out a scream and his face turned red. But before he could say anything, Yi Wudao beside him touched his stomach and said, "Stinky boy, I'm craving barbecue. When this order is finished, go out and arrange a barbecue for me, how about that?" Lin Yuan made an okay gesture. Yi Wudao chuckled, grabbed the old man by the back of his neck and dragged him into the space barrier. Then, without even turning his head, he said, "You can kill me or chop me up as you please. I'll take your responsibility. Just do it." Lin Yuan smiled knowingly, walked towards the young man in the python robe who had already struggled to stand up, and asked with a smile, "I respect the opinion of the deceased. Tell me, how do you want to die?" After hearing this, the young man in the python robe thought for a moment that he had misheard. "What did you say? You want to kill me? Wasn't I obvious enough?" Lin Yuan was very puzzled, and then the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. The young man in the python robe acted as if he had just heard a huge joke. "Lin Yuan, do you know who I am? I am Nalan Haoyu, from the Nalan royal family in the northern border. In the north, I only recognize the 4 kings of the north. As for the king of the north, Nalan, I've never heard of him." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, his figure flashed and shot out. Upon seeing this, Nalan Haoyu's face changed drastically and he swung the big black stick with great force. But he was severely injured and was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Facing the aggressive Lin Yuan, he had no chance to fight back at all. Bang! There was a dull sound and the big black stick flew out of his hand. Lin Yuan took advantage of the situation and pinched Nalan Haoyu's neck, and said slowly, "Have a safe journey." "No!" Nalan Haoyu's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "Lin Yuan, I am Nalan Haoyu. If you kill me, your whole family will be buried with you. Quick, let me go." Lin Yuan grinned, his face full of smiles. "I'm just an orphan, and you're threatening my whole family? Hilarious. You. Alright. If you have anything to say, please tell me in your dream." After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly dropped to freezing point, and he suddenly exerted force. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Nalan Haoyu's head drooped limply. Plop! Lin Yuan let go of his hand, and Nalan Haoyu's body fell to the ground. The scene fell into deathly silence. Gurgle. Fan Tong, standing by, swallowed hard, eyes filled with shock. Brother! The Nalan family is the true king of the Northern Territory, and this Nalan Haoyu is the most talented SS-level talent among the 3 generations of the Nalan family. If you kill him, it would be like piercing the sky of the north. Bang! Fan Tong's words were interrupted by a sudden muffled sound. There was another corpse under their feet. It was the old man who was dragged into the space barrier by Yi Wudao. The old man was already dead at this time, his neck also broken. Fan Tong had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words. These 2 guys were more perverted than the other. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "I want to know how many people in this forbidden ruins want to step on me to get to the top?" Yi Wudao chuckled, "Not many, only 10 S level and 4 SS level. Of course, you've already killed one and chased off another, so there are still 2 SS level ones left." "Just because I'm SSS rank? Because you're SSS rank. Fuck." Lin Yuan couldn't help but swear. Yi Wudao laughed unscrupulously, "What? Are you scared? I want to know, are you afraid?" Lin Yuan asked instead of answering. When Yi Wudao heard this, the smile on his face froze. No matter whether they were S-level geniuses or SS-level geniuses, there would be a force behind them to a greater or lesser extent. One Nalan family member is not a concern, just kill them, but what about 2, 3, or even 10 Nalan families? Even the Imperial Yi family can't stand it. Thinking of this, Yi Wudao forced a smile and said, "Stinky boy, the martial arts world is not about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and worldly wisdom." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, "Don't give me that. I have only one creed in life, I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will kill them." Okay. Just ignore what I said and let it go. Follow your heart. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong did not waste any time. They took the animal skin map and set out to find the temple. Meanwhile, in the north, a manor that looks like a palace sits on the top of a snow-capped mountain. The snow-capped mountains tower into the clouds, the white snow covers the mountains like a huge cloak, and the steep peaks are like sharp swords piercing the sky. The cold wind whistled across the snow, rolling up layers of snow and fog, blurring the vision. The manor is built on the mountain and is magnificent. It gives people a sense of standing on the top of the mountain and looking down on all the other mountains. It is like the supreme king of the north, overlooking everything. Bang! The sound like the collision of huge bells resounded throughout the manor and echoed among the mountains. Powerful auras erupted from the depths of the manor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen powerful men with gorgeous clothes and extraordinary temperament appeared above the manor. They walked in the air and flew towards the huge palace in the center of the manor. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from nowhere. Asshole! Find out! Who killed my grandson? 3 days. I only give you 3 days. If you can't find the murderer within 3 days, I, Nalan Batian, will slaughter the northern territory with blood and be buried with my grandson. The roar was so deafening under the blessing of spiritual energy that even the spatial barrier on the top of the snowy mountain began to distort and finally shattered. The expressions of the powerful men standing in the air changed drastically. The evening bell rings, and the tribe dies. But what all the strong men did not expect was that the fallen clan member was actually Nalan Xiao, who was highly expected by Nalan Batian and the entire Nalan family. In the northern border, in the great Xiao kingdom, who dares to kill the Nalan people? Nalan was furious and corpses were everywhere. The sky in the north has collapsed. Didn't the young prince go to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Ruins? Did something unexpected happen? You know the old prince's temper. Zhang is in danger. Everyone, prepare to massacre the city. Amid the discussions of the powerful men in the Nalan palace, the old prince Nalan Batian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the murderous aura on his body had turned into substance and spread in all directions. No one dared to approach within 100 meters. Hongi! Get over here! Following Nalan Batian's roar, a middle-aged man in a python robe approached from a distance. He was pale and knelt on one knee. Hongi, I pay my respects to my father. Let me ask you, where did Xiao go? Wasn't he in seclusion in the clanland, trying to break through the third realm? Nalan Hongi lowered his head and said cautiously, Father, Xiao went to the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins in Jiangchang. Jiangchang? Suzaku Forbidden Ruins? What is he doing there? Some time ago, an SSS-level genius awakened in Jiangchang. After Xiao heard about this, he wanted to compete with this person. After hearing this, Nalan Batian turned around and left. Father, where are you going? Jiangchang, Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Chapter 41, The Whole Nest is Destroyed. Jiangchang, the Forbidden Ruins of Suzaku. Fuck. Brother Lin, why did this beast have to chase us and wouldn't let go? Fan Tong ran wildly all the way, sweating profusely. Due to the intense exercise, his fat body was shaking up and down, his buttocks were charred, and the 2 big lumps of fat seemed to be cooked. As for Lin Yuan standing aside, although he was not as miserable as Fan Tong, he was not in much better shape either. His black robe was already soaked with sweat, and his back was covered in blood. The culprit behind all this was a 100-meter-long, third-level peak red flame 2-headed python. It chased the 2 men relentlessly, occasionally spitting out its tongue and spewing out red flames, as if it was teasing them. Stop talking nonsense, run, and get rid of this beast first. Lin Yuan shouted in a deep voice and sped up again. But Fan Tong suddenly stopped, sat down on the ground, and gasped for breath. Brother Lin, no, I can't do this anymore. I'm running, but I can't run anymore. I won't run anymore. If I have to die, then die. Death is better than suffering like this. Squeak. The red flame 2-headed python also stopped and circled around Fan Tong vigilantly, but did not attack immediately, fearing that it was a trap. Look at your mother. Come on. Eat fatty. Fuck. You long worm, I'm going to fight you. Fan Tong didn't know where he got the strength from. He took off from the spot and smashed into the red flame 2-headed python not far away. Bang. There was only a muffled sound. The red flame 2-headed python was hit directly by the fat man. Seeing this, Fan Tong's face was filled with ecstasy. His hands flashed and he shouted loudly, Eat it! Meow! 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 5 first-level blood civets appeared out of thin air, opened their mouths, revealed their sharp fangs and bit towards the red flame 2-headed python. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. Among the 5 blood civet cats, 2 successfully bit the red flame 2-headed python. But for the 2-headed python with thick skin and amazing defense, this injury is not a big deal. It opened its bloody mouth and easily swallowed all the blood civet cats into its stomach. It was a complete crushing victory. Then, the two-headed python moved its body, and its two huge heads looked down at Fantong from above. Squeak! Squeak! As the snake's tongue moved in and out, a thick black liquid flowed down and landed right on Fantong's body, with a fishy smell that filled his nose. Ugh! Fantong suddenly felt his stomach churning and he bent over and vomited violently. Ah! You beast, I'm going to fight you to the death. Fantong's face twisted as he pounced on the two-headed python. Putting aside his identity as a genius beast master, his cultivation level is only at the peak of the first realm. The two-headed python's eyes were sinister and cruel, and it opened its bloody mouth and waited for Fantong to fall into it. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from nowhere. Null! Fight! The way of the gene cart. Time stops for 0.01 second. Combat power doubled. Nothing is left uncut. The triple buff was fully stacked, and Lin Yuan, who had returned, held the black gold glazed knife in his hand. He took 3 steps to the 7-inch position of the two-headed python and jumped high. The black gold glazed knife slashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Puff! Blood gushed out like a pillar. Squeak! Squeak! The two-headed python, having regained its freedom, let out a shrill cry. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filled him. He turned his hand to the knife and slashed down again. The way of the gene cart. The black gold glazed knife that could cut through iron like mud once again pierced deeply into the 7-inch position of the red flame two-headed python. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and exerted force suddenly. Puff! The two-headed python, which was more than 100 meters long, was ripped open alive by Lin Yuan, and its organs fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, which was nauseating. In order to prevent the beast from coming back to life, Lin Yuan walked towards the two snake heads with the bloody black gold glazed knife and slashed them down with an expressionless face. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. Lin Yuan didn't know how many times he had chopped. When he stopped, Fantong was thinking about making some bread dumplings, especially one with the head of a red flame two-headed python as the filling. Fatty, did you do something behind my back? After the two sat down, Lin Yuan asked without warning. After hearing this, Fantong's eyes flickered, he shook his head and stammered, No, brother Lin, we have always been together, why would I do that behind your back? Stop messing around, hurry up, it's getting dark. Really? Lin Yuan stared at Fantong intently. He casually picked up the black gold glazed knife, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, Fatty. Your fat is very oily. It's more suitable for making dumplings than a two-headed python. Lin Yuan was sharpening his knife as he spoke. Crack! 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 Hearing the sound of knife sharpening, Fantong felt very uncomfortable. He stood up suddenly with a smile on his fat face. Hey! Brother! What are you talking about? It hurts my feelings. Sentimental? Maybe the fat guy I knew is already dead. It's your choice, brother. While Lin Yuan was speaking, he picked up the knife and scraped it with his thumb to test its sharpness. Fantong's legs softened and he sat down, crying out loudly, Brother Lin, I say, put the knife down. Explain. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, frightening Fantong so much that his face turned pale. He reached into his arms and after a long while of mumbling, he took out a black egg. The surface of the black egg was covered with patterns similar to snake skin. I took out its eggs when I went to the toilet. Fantong squeezed out a sentence from his throat with fear. Bang! Lin Yuan kicked the fat man away, his face livid. Fatty, you damn fat man, can't you even stop shitting? Brother Lin, I didn't know it was a scarlet flame two-headed python egg. I thought it was just an ordinary pheasant egg. Bang! Lin Yuan rushed towards Fantong and raised his hand to hit him with another big chestnut. You keep saying you don't know? You're a genius beast master, and you don't recognize the red flame two-headed python's egg? Fantong shrank his head, looking at the furious Lin Yuan. He didn't even dare to breathe, and said cautiously, Brother Lin, calm down. I promise this is the last time. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, you just took one? Also, more. After Fantong finished speaking, he reached into his arms again, made a sound of grunting, and took out another black egg. 2 minutes later, there were 20 snake eggs piled under their feet. Lin Yuan looked down at the 20 black snake eggs, his cheeks twitching. They say the two-headed python chased each other desperately, but you just wiped out the whole nest. What? You want to give birth to a snake from an egg? Can you hatch it? Fan Tong touched his bulging belly and chuckled, Brother Lin, I want to give it a try. If this litter of snake cubs hatches, my strength will skyrocket. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. At this moment he could only wish him well. As the two were talking, the sun went down and it was getting dark. The night in Zhuke Mountain was extremely dark, so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The moonlight emitted by the full moon in the sky seemed to be absorbed and blocked by some force. Sudden. Chapter 42. Congratulations, you're born. Suddenly, an evening breeze blew by, bringing with it a strange rustling sound, as if countless invisible hands were caressing the leaves in the darkness. The temperature around dropped sharply, completely different from the daytime, and a bone-chilling chill ran up my spine. Fan Tong and Lin Yuan couldn't help but shudder. They looked at each other and turned their heads to look at the dark surroundings. An inexplicable fear came over them. Brother Lin. Look, there's something in that beast's stomach. Fan Tong's eyes widened as he stared at the two-headed python's belly, which was emitting a blood-red glow. He looked panicked and couldn't help but step back. Why didn't you look scared when you took out its eggs? Lin Yuan asked with a pout. After hearing this, Fan Tong smiled awkwardly and said, At that time, I was just taking a shit and my mind got hot-headed. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, stood up and walked towards the two-headed python. As the distance got closer, an extremely strong demonic aura hit him in the face. Brother Lin, this beast is not dead yet, right? Although Fan Tong was very scared, he still gritted his teeth and followed. What is brotherhood? Live and die together. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and shook his head in denial. It's definitely dead, but there must be something in its stomach, be careful. Receive. While the two were whispering, they had already arrived next to the corpse of the two-headed python, and the evil aura became even stronger. Suddenly, a cold light appeared, and blood spilled into the night sky. Puff. Lin Yuan was seen holding the knife with his backhand. On the blade was a fist-sized bead that glowed with blood. Demonic energy was rippling, and the shadow of a red flame two-headed python appeared faintly. Holy crap! This is a demon pill. Fan Tong's small eyes were as bright as light bulbs, his face was flushed red, and he looked extremely excited. Fatty, can you open your eyes so wide? Lin Yuan was very surprised. At this moment, Fan Tong's entire attention was on the demon pill. He swallowed hard and urged, Brother Lin, this is a treasure. What are you still standing there for? Eat it quickly. A demon cultivates for 1,000 years and forms a pill, which is the demon pill. Warriors can take it directly to absorb the spiritual energy contained in the demon pill and improve their cultivation without any side effects. Therefore, demon pills are rare treasures in the eyes of warriors. However, for Lin Yuan, who was using cheats, it didn't have much effect. Improve your cultivation level? As long as he wants, he can break through at any time. Eat it. Lin Yuan shook his wrist, and the demon pill slid off the blade. Fan Tong instinctively raised his hand to take it, then asked in disbelief, Brother Lin, what did you say? I eat? Lin Yuan sheathed his sword and said nonchalantly, This thing doesn't have much effect on me. You can eat it and try to break through to the second realm as soon as possible. After hearing this, Fan Tong's eyes became red and he burst into tears of emotion. But just as he was about to say some heartfelt words to express his gratitude, Lin Yuan stopped him. Less talk, more action. I only look at actions. Fan Tong took a deep breath and said passionately, Hey! Brother! From now on, just watch me perform. Lin Yuan curled his lips, sat against a tree, closed his eyes and rested. Fan Tong opened his mouth and stuffed the entire demon pill into it. As soon as the demon pill entered the body, a powerful spiritual energy burst out. With him as the center, it spreads out in all directions. The big fat face suddenly turned the color of liver, and it felt like it was about to burst. Lin Yuan heard the noise and opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw Fan Tong standing beside him, his pupils contracted and he shouted, Hold steady. Don't panic. Circulate your spiritual energy. Fan Tong nodded, gritted his teeth and circulated his spiritual energy frantically. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The clothes on Fan Tong's body suddenly exploded and turned into pieces. However, this is just the beginning. As time passed, Fantong's belly swelled rapidly, just like a 10-month pregnancy. Ah! Suddenly, Fantong let out a scream, his belly exploded, cracks appeared, blood was dripping, and his scalp looked numb. Fantong was shaking violently, and beads of sweat the size of beans fell pat, 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 and mixed with the blood. Lin Yuan frowned. He never expected that the power contained in this demon pill would be so terrifying. With Fantong's strength, it would be extremely difficult to fully absorb it. But if he continues like this, he will surely explode and die. Lin Yuan's brain was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure, but he had no idea. Time passes by every second. Fantong's consciousness gradually fell into darkness, his body was covered with dense cracks, and blood was dripping. It was a horrible sight. Brother Lin, I might not be able to make it. Can you promise me one thing? Fantong's voice was hoarse and weak. Fatty, stop talking nonsense, you'll be fine. Brother Lin, stop comforting me. I know my situation very well. I can't survive. I didn't expect that Fatty would really die from this mouth. Ha 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 ha. Fantong smiled and grabbed Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, please take good care of me, my sister-in-law. Suddenly, his voice stopped. At the same time, the power released by the demon pill disappeared completely, which was very abrupt. Holy shit! What's going on? Fantong's face was filled with excitement of surviving a disaster. Lin Yuan's heart finally settled down, and he said unhappily, good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. Ha ha ha. Fantong laughed heartily. Fatty, I have survived a great disaster, so I will surely have good fortune in the future. Snap. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and the voice came from Fantong. Could it be that too much joy leads to sorrow? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, a childish voice came from Fantong again, which sounded very uncomfortable and made people feel uneasy all over. Squeak. The next second, a half-meter-long red snake appeared on Fantong's chest. Its scarlet eyes revealed cruelty as it looked around curiously. Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Fantong looked at each other. Fatty, congratulations, you've given birth to a baby snake. Brother Lin, stop it. Fantong's fat face twitched. He looked at the little red snake crawling onto his arm and liked it more and more. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a piece of meat that had fallen off his body. The little snake was also very dependent on him, and its head kept rubbing against his arm. Fatty, why is there only one? Where are the other eggs? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Fantong quickly took out the remaining 19 black eggs. The result was, all eggs have a hole in them and are empty inside. It seems my hatching survival rate is a bit low. Lin Yuan shook his head, thinking, maybe it's not your fault. Ah? Whose fault is that? It. Lin Yuan pointed at the little red snake, his eyes gleaming. If I'm not mistaken, it must have eaten all the two-headed pythons in the 19 snake eggs. Squeak. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, something strange happened. Chapter 43. Yours is a workbox. Something strange happened. A 10-meter-long, completely red python was crawling in the air, its eyes were bloodshot and flashing with ferocity. It stared at Lin Yuan and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Squeak. A mouth full of sharp fangs emits a faint cold light. Get down. Fantong shouted loudly, raised his hand, grabbed the red python's tail and smashed it to the ground. Bang! Along with a dull sound, the red python vomited blood and screamed miserably. Fantong did not give up. He rushed forward, sat on the red python's head, swung his fists, and struck down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds rang out one after another. Blood splattered. The red python was dying and lying on the ground motionless. Lin Yuan spoke up to stop him in time. All right. This is the first time we've met, so we might not be familiar with each other yet. If it happens again, just kill him. Yes. Brother Lin. After Fantong finished speaking, he glared at the red python fiercely and said in a cold voice, remember, this is my brother Lin. You should be more respectful to him than to me. Do you hear me? The red python raised its head with difficulty and looked at Lin Yuan, then nodded very humanely, and its eyes changed from the initial cruelty to awe. It returned to its original size, returned to Fantong's shoulder, found a comfortable position, closed its eyes, and healed itself. After discussing it, Lin Yuan and Fantong decided to take turns to keep watch. In the second half of the night, Zhuke Mountain is quiet and silent, and everything is still. The roar of the ferocious beast and the rustling of leaves in the wind all disappeared in an instant. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the sky was gray and the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins were shrouded in thick fog, with visibility less than 10 meters. The roars of ferocious beasts came from far away and near, which was very strange. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong were extremely alert and moved forward at full speed. Following the instructions on the animal skin map, they were now getting closer and closer to the top of Mount Suzaku. The temple marked on the map is on the top of Suzaku Mountain. According to Lin Yuan's speculation, this temple should be the Suzaku Temple mentioned by Hanzei in the information. It is also the location of the greatest opportunity in this Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. The power that burns the sky, the Nanming Fire. Fatty, speed up. Receive. Fan Tong's outfit was outrageous. I don't know where he got this oversized savage suit from. His fat body was faintly visible under the cover of the leaves. It's just eye-catching. The two men advanced at full speed in the heavy fog. The road up the mountain was rugged and steep, and full of dangers. Near the top of Suzaku Mountain, ferocious beasts are wreaking havoc. Lin Yuan held the knife in his backhand and killed all the way. Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. Walk on the edge of the abyss. After a long climb, looking back, I saw piles of corpses behind me. The top of Suzaku Mountain. The young man was dressed in black clothes that rustled the wind. He held a black gold glazed knife in his hand and stood proudly. Bright red blood dripped from the tip of the knife. The sound of click 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 is particularly harsh. Half a body length behind Lin Yuan stood Fan Tong, his face covered in blood. His small, bean-sized eyes were filled with awe and admiration. The young man in front of him is worthy of his lifelong pursuit. Brother! The wind on the top of this mountain is so strong. Yeah. It's really big. Lin Yuan's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Fan Tong's grass skirt that had been blown away, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Rogue! Fan Tong's fat face turned red, he covered his grass skirt with his hands and rolled his eyes resentfully. This series of outrageous actions almost made Lin Yuan vomit. It's like a wild boar has become a spirit. Get out! Disgusting! Brother Lin, are you jealous of my size? Lin Yuan was shocked by Fan Tong's arrogant words. He paused, frowned, glanced at the small grass skirt that was fluttering in the wind, and spoke slowly. Do you know what this grass skirt you wear is called? Fan Tong instinctively asked, what's your name? Workbox. Critical hit. After hearing this, Fan Tong looked down at his grass skirt, and his fat face instantly turned red. It is extremely harmful and insulting. Oh my god. A personal attack. Brother Lin, are you being presumptuous? Lin Yuan ignored Fan Tong's roar and walked forward, but at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Sign-in mission released, obtain the Nanming Liwa inheritance. Lin Yuan looked closely and saw that the top of Suzaku Mountain was as big as more than a dozen football fields. At first glance, there is no end in sight. The mountain top is shrouded in clouds and mist, and the fairyland is ethereal. The sunlight penetrates the clouds, creating a riot of color. Lin Yuan felt as if he was walking on the clouds, feeling relaxed and refreshed. Fuck! So cute! Really? Fan Tong screamed in shock. At this moment, on the ground in front of the two of them, there was a huge picture of the vermilion bird, one of the four saints. The vermilion bird holds its head high and chest out, with its wings spread wide, like a raging fire. Its long tail feathers float like flowing flames, and the feathers on its body have clear textures and sparkle with a mysterious light. The sharp beak seems to be able to tear the void, and the sharp eyes carry an innate majesty. The vermilion bird raises its head and sings to the sky, its bright red feathers reflecting the mountains and rivers. Its beak is like a sharp blade, its eyes are like lightning, and its tail dances like a stream of fire. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong were stunned by the lifelike vermilion bird in front of them, their hearts pounding. Brother Lin, how can there be a palace here? It's just a painting of the vermilion bird. After Fan Tong came to his senses, he looked around and said with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Yuan stared at the vermilion bird picture intently, his eyes moving slightly, as if thinking about something. This picture of vermilion bird must be related to the legendary Vermilion Bird Temple. If I'm not mistaken, the Suzaku Temple is right here. There might be a trap nearby. Look carefully. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, Fan Tong suddenly closed his eyes and muttered, "When searching for a dragon, always look for the winding mountains. Each winding mountain is a barrier. If there are thousands of locks on the door, the vermilion bird must be there." "Certainly." "Found it?" Fan Tong frowned and shook his head seriously. "Not yet." "I'll try again. Brother House N." Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked Fan Tong directly away. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fan Tong screamed in pain, "Brother Lin, I treat you like my own brother, you really don't take me seriously. Stop talking nonsense and find the mechanism quickly." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong said "Oh" and quickly stood up, looking around for the mechanism. Time passed by minute, and the two of them almost searched the entire mountaintop, but they couldn't find any clues. Fan Tong was sweating profusely, panting heavily, and sat down. "Brother Lin, I can't do this anymore. I'm too tired. Let's take a rest." Lin Yuan remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought, thinking to himself, "Did I guess wrong? The Suzaku temple isn't here? There is nothing else on the entire top of Zhuke Mountain except this picture of Zhuke. Where exactly is the Suzaku temple?" Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Fan Tong comforted him, "Brother Lin, don't be angry. Let's go back and whip the corpse. Zhang Boqi, that bastard, won't let us rest in peace even after his death." After saying that, the fat man struggled to stand up, and the moment he raised his butt. Sudden. Chapter 44, Suzaku Temple. Sudden. There was only a click sound. "Oh my god. Brother Lin, save me." Fan Tong was so nervous that his fat face turned red and his voice trembled. I saw a crack appear under him and spread out in all directions. Under the crack, magma flows, and the terrifying temperature instantly melts the fallen debris. "Fatty, don't move." Lin Yuan's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly. Fan Tong wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother Lin, I didn't move at all. It's the ground that's moving." Lin Yuan frowned, his mind spinning rapidly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Pig. Where's your pig? Quick, summon it." "Yeah. How could I forget about Hulu? Hulu, come and save me." As soon as Fan Tong finished speaking, a white pig appeared in the void with a grunt. When it felt the heat wave gushing out of the crack, its eyes widened with fear. "Come and save me, you stupid pig." Humph humph humph. Hulu came under Fan Tong with a reluctant look in his eyes, shaking his pigtail as thick as his little finger. Ouch! Hulu let out a scream and ran away dragging his owner, who was 13 pounds heavier than him. "Hulu! You are the one who matters most. From today on, you are my cousin." Fan Tong sat on the ground with lingering fear, breathing heavily and snoring with all his might. Seeing that the fat man was out of danger, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the rolling magma under the crack, and frowned slightly. His intuition told him that the Suzaku temple was within the magma. But in this situation, who would dare to go down and find out what's going on? As time passed, the cracks on the ground stopped spreading, and a huge deep pit appeared on the top of the extremely wide Suzaku mountain. Beneath the deep pit is a rolling flow of red magma, emitting heat waves that have the power to burn the sky. At this time, Fan Tong, who had just adjusted his state, walked cautiously to Lin Yuan's side, looked at the fire pit in front of him, and his eyes rolled. "Brother! Look carefully at the shape of this deep pit. Isn't it a Suzaku?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He also noticed this. The shape of the fire pit was indeed a vermilion bird, as if it was born from fire. This scene is extremely visually impactful. However, just as the two were shocked by the scene before them, the flowing magma disappeared out of thin air without any warning. Holy crap! Suzaku Temple, Brother Lin, this is Suzaku Temple. Fan Tong's face flushed with excitement, and the fat on his big face trembled. The moment after the magma disappeared, a huge and magnificent palace with a red glow slowly appeared. Lin Yuan was also a little excited, his eyes full of ecstasy. The Suzaku Temple has finally appeared. Before this, who would have thought that the Suzaku Temple would be hidden so deeply, causing the two of them to go through so much hardship? "Brother Lin, are you going down?" Fan Tong blinked his eyes, eager to try. But Lin Yuan calmed down, the joy on his face gradually faded, and his eyes were surprisingly calm. "Go find the corpse of a ferocious beast." "Corpses of ferocious beasts?" Fan Tong frowned in confusion, but he did not ask too many questions. He hurried down the mountain to find the corpses of 2 ferocious beasts and carried them back. Throw it down. Okay. Brother Lin. Fan Tong already knew Lin Yuan's purpose. These 2 corpses of ferocious beasts are routine stones, and this trick appears very frequently in other tracks. Bang bang. Dull sounds rang out one after another. The corpses of the 2 ferocious beasts fell heavily on the red ground, but nothing unusual happened. The palace was very quiet. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's heart finally settled down. Go! Go down! Brother! Wait a minute! Fan Tong suddenly called Lin Yuan over. With a serious expression, he pointed at the branch stuck in the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke, and said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, the branch is extinguished. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth and said, You're fucking poisonous. The wind on the top of the mountain is so strong, even if you put a torch in it, it would be extinguished. Fan Tong scratched his head and asked, Should we still go down? Down. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and jumped directly down. Fan Tong took a deep breath and followed closely. The 2 stood on the ground covered with red light. It was not as hot as they had imagined. On the contrary, the temperature was very low because it was underground. Lin Yuan walked into the legendary Vermilion Bird Temple. There was nothing inside. The surrounding walls were engraved with mysterious flame-shaped patterns and vermilion birds in various poses. At the end of the hall, there is a huge chair, which looks like the throne of Suzaku, one of the 4 sages. Fan Tong stared with his small eyes, looking around, but didn't see any treasures. He frowned and said unhappily, Brother Lin, we came here for nothing. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and continued walking forward. His target was the throne on the high platform. On the throne, there was a faint fluctuation of a mysterious aura. Perhaps the Nanming Lihua is right on the chair. As a chosen traveler, he is the only one who can inherit the opportunity. Lin Yuan walked to the flame-shaped throne on his own. A terrifying heat wave hit his face, and the burning sensation seemed to be roasting his soul on fire. The excruciating pain that tore through my body made me feel like dying. Ah! Lin Yuan screamed miserably. Fan Tong was shocked and instinctively reached out to pull it. But before his hand could touch Lin Yuan, a ball of red flame suddenly ignited out of nowhere, and his palm was instantly charred black. At the same time, Lin Yuan's screams stopped abruptly. He rose into the air and sat on the royal chair. His body was covered in red flames, and he looked like he was enjoying it. When Fan Tong saw the scene, he immediately realized that Lin Yuan might be receiving some kind of inheritance. His nervous heart was relieved. He looked at his palms and sat on the ground depressed. Time passes. Lin Yuan closed his eyes tightly, and red flames surrounded his body. Waves of heat spread out from him. At the same time, the flame runes and vermilion bird hundred-shaped patterns carved on the walls around the palace shone brightly, emitting bursts of mysterious power. The entire palace has turned into a sea of fire. But the miraculous thing is that neither Lin Yuan on the throne nor Fan Tong under the throne were affected by the sea of fire and were not hurt at all. Fan Tong was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed, snoring like thunder, his belly rising and falling like a fetus moving. Lin Yuan's hands flashed, and flames gathered, sometimes becoming a sword, sometimes a knife, or a phantom of vermilion bird, moving in various shapes and forms as he wished. This is the symbol of controlling the Nanming Lihua. The flame can evolve into any attack form. Fire drives away evil spirits and has the power to burn the sky. With his terrifying comprehension and SSS-level martial arts talent, Lin Yuan's control over the Nanming Lihua is close to perfection. But at this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Ha! It's worthy of being called the Nanming Lihua. It's even more terrifying than my Samadhi true fire. As the exclamation fell, a young man with a gun fell from the sky. Chapter 45 My destiny is in my hands. As the young man spoke, a ball of red flame appeared around him, competing with the Nanming Lihua in the Suzaku temple. However, in the end, the Nanming Lihua was superior and gradually devoured the red flames on the young man's body. Interesting. The boy clicked his tongue and smashed the gun into the ground with one hand. Bang! There was a crash. The Nanming Lihua was repelled, and the ground of the Suzaku temple also trembled. Holy crap! Is there an earthquake? Fan Tong stood up suddenly from his sleep, looked around with fear in his eyes, and finally looked at the young man in front of him. Where did you come from, little brat? Go away, it's dangerous here, go home and eat your mother. What did you say? The young man narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes, the joints of his hand holding the spear turned white, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. Fantong suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of oppression, his fat face turned red, and he hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist. Ha! I didn't expect you were still a kid, bro, you're quite something. You fat pig, I hate being called a kid the most. The young man strode forward, and the spiritual energy on his body enveloped Fantong with overwhelming force. Fantong suddenly felt a huge pressure, but at this moment, the red snake coiled on his arm flew into the air and turned into a 10-meter-long red python, looking down at the young man from above. A pair of huge scarlet eyes were filled with cruelty. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the snake's tongue moved in and out, it emitted a red mist with a pungent smell. Ha! Why does this long worm look a bit like the legendary Hydra? The young man looked at the giant red python above his head with interest, and his voice was full of surprise. But Fantong didn't care about the Hydra or the 8-headed snake. Now he just wanted to drive this kid away and let Lin Yuan accept the inheritance smoothly. Brother, I'm telling you one last time, get out of here right now, or you'll face the consequences. I'm going to say this one last time, don't call me a kid, you fat pig. Buzz buzz buzz. The young man pointed his gun at Fantong, and the gun body trembled. Fantong was even more defeated by the word dead fat pig. Little brat, I, fatty, also hate the word fat pig the most. Fat pig. Little brat. Ah. Damn it. Look at the gun. The young man was furious and shouted loudly. He took a step forward, turned into an afterimage, and thrust out with the spear in his hand. The spear was surrounded by flames, tearing through the air like a red dragon, and flew straight towards Fantong. Seeing this, the red python was eager to protect its master, so it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and dived down. The young man raised the corner of his mouth, sneered, and thrust the spear into the ground. Then, he jumped into the air, rode on the giant python, and swung his fists down wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound continued. The red python let out a squeaking sound and spurted blood. The indestructible red scales on its body were torn and bleeding under the boy's fist. The young man rode on the red python, becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on, with each punch delivering a powerful blow. Seeing that the red python was about to be beaten to death by the young man, Fantong's face changed drastically. He roared, "You little bastard, I will fight you to the death." After saying that, Fantong rushed towards the young man with all his strength. Fat pig. I'm going to beat you to death with your snake today. The young man laughed loudly, inserted his 10 fingers into the red python's body, and suddenly exerted force, swinging the red python directly and smashing it hard at Fantong. I'm going to fucking fight you. Looking at the dying red python, Fantong's eyes widened and he roared. However, just as he was about to fight the boy, his shoulders were held down by an irresistible force. I'll do it. A voice that couldn't be more familiar rang in my ears. Brother Lin. Did I interrupt your inheritance? Fantong's tone was full of guilt. But Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, no interruption. Just right, go to the side and wait and watch the show, I'll take care of this little guy. Fantong's face lit up with joy when he heard this. All right. Brother Tian, give him a good beating. No problem. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked up at the young man who had already jumped off the red python and asked, Are you here to see me? That's right. The young man was frank and straightforward. I came here just for you. I want to see what your SSS level awakening is capable of. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes were full of teasing. So, you want to fight me? Certainly. The young man raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yuan, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I hate having my head pointed at the most. If you don't want to die, take that broken gun out of your hand. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filled the air, and his voice was as cold as ice. The young man immediately felt an unprecedented fear. He instinctively dropped his spear and shouted, Lin Yuan, fight me. Swish. A sound of breaking air was heard. The young man swung the spear in his hand, and flames spread all over his body. His momentum soared, even more powerful than when he beat the red python just now. Is this the peak state of a teenager? Lin Yuan, don't think that SSS level is amazing. I, Li Jia, specialize in treating all kinds of geniuses. Remember, call me brotherly when we meet from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jia turned into a beam of fire and shot out. The fire cloud spear cut through the air, and the spear came out like a dragon. This attack is ridiculously powerful. However, Lin Yuan stood there with a smile on his face, unmoved. When Li Jia saw this scene, his brows furrowed, his tender little face looked very solemn, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. But he has no way out. Ha! Take my shot! Li Jia exerted all his strength, stabbed out with a gun, and the flames turned into a fire dragon that pounced towards Lin Yuan. But the next second, he just froze in place. Lin Yuan's palm flipped, and a sea of fire appeared behind him. Cracking! Accompanied by a deafening cry. In the sea of fire, there was a vermilion bird born from the fire. Although it was just an illusion, it seemed to be real, and every feather was sparkling with brilliant flames. Spread your wings and block out the sky and the sun. Raging flames leaped between its wings, as if to burn the entire world to ashes. The dragon that Li Jia stabbed with a gun instantly collapsed. This scene almost scared the child silly. Li Jia's mouth twitched, he gritted his teeth, picked up the fire cloud spear in his hand and rushed forward again. He stabbed Lin Yuan more than 10 times in a row, and the attack was fierce. It doesn't matter. Lin Yuan waved his arms, and Suzaku moved with the momentum, easily dissolving the attack of the demon general Li Jia and gradually forcing him into a desperate situation. Apologize to my brother, or die. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Li Jia roared while resisting Suzaku's attack. Lin Yuan curled his lips and said calmly, then die, Nanming Fenshin. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzaku rushed towards Li Jia with a sea of fire. This strike is a decisive kill. In an instant, the endless sea of fire engulfed Li Jia mercilessly. No! As Li Jia let out his last roar full of unwillingness, the only sound left in the Suzaku temple was the sizzling sound of the burning sea of fire. Fuck! Brother, the kid is dead! Fan Tong exclaimed, breaking the silence. However, Lin Yuan looked at the sea of red flames and asked meaningfully, is he really dead? My destiny is in my own hands. Chapter 46 and Xiang. My destiny is in my own hands. The sudden roar resounded throughout the Suzaku temple. Fan Tong's smile froze and he looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, a slender figure stood up in the red sea of fire. He was surrounded by flames, his eyes were flaming, his red hair was flying, a red mark was conspicuous between his eyebrows, and he was holding a fire cloud spear. He was like a demon god descending to the earth, shocking everyone. Li Jia. Oh my god. What's wrong with this guy? Fan Tong was stunned and cried out in surprise. Lin Yuan smiled, his eyes gleaming, and he slowly said, Li Jia. Li Jia. Brother Lin, you said he's that kid's brother? As soon as Fan Tong finished speaking, a majestic voice rang out. Lin Yuan. It's already amazing that you can force me into my final form. As Li Jia spoke, he raised the fire cloud spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The fire dragon reappeared and directly smashed the Suzaku phantom, and the sea of fire also dissipated. Come out, and face me. The loud shout caused the void to tremble and the air to explode. Seeing this, Fan Tong swallowed his saliva and warned with fear in his eyes, Brother Lin, this kid is a lot more powerful after transforming, you better be careful. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes flashing, an opponent like this is really interesting. Go sit on the Suzaku King chair, it's safe there. As soon as the words fell, Li Jia walked towards him with the fire cloud spear in his hand. With every step he took, a flaming lotus would appear under his feet. The fire lotus blooms and the demon child is born. Kill! The roar was deafening. Li Jia waved the fire cloud spear, and fire dragons roared and moved along with it. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and moved forward instead of retreating. In an instant, more than a dozen fire dragons entered Lin Yuan's killing line and all turned into dragon-shaped mirrors. What's Xiao? Under Li Jia's dumbfounded gaze, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, and the dragon-shaped mirror suddenly exploded, turning into countless mirror flowers. What's Xiao? Li Jia was stunned, his face was bewildered, and he screamed in surprise, are you a magician? Lin Yuan grinned and said, you must have been on the wrong track. Turn left when you get out. Say it. He slapped out with his palm and mirror flowers burst out. Li Jia opened his eyes wide, the fear of death instantly swept over his body. He quickly picked up the red cloth floating behind him and wrapped his body tightly. Looks like a red mummy. Crack. Mirror flowers shot towards the red cloth and exploded. Puff. When the red cloth was opened, Li Jia vomited blood and was still in shock. This red cloth was called Yu Tianling, and its defensive power was amazing. But just now, Yu Tianling was unable to defend himself against the attack of dreamlike mirror flowers, which made him heartbroken. Why is this guy so scary? Li Jia never thought that anyone among his peers could break through the defense of Yu Tianling. However, Lin Yuan had a calm expression on his face. Li Jia's identity had already been revealed. As for how terrifying the red cloth was, he knew it very well. He was already very satisfied if he could make this guy vomit blood. And, more importantly, Lin Yuan didn't want his life. Different from Nalan Batian's arrogance and determination to kill himself, Li Jia did not show a trace of murderous intent from beginning to end. At best, it's a struggle for strength and victory. I don't accept it, come again. Li Jia gritted his teeth, swung the fire cloud spear in his hand, and shouted loudly. Come again. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of disdain. Li Jia felt insulted when he saw this expression. What's that look in your eyes? Do you think I'm weak? Lin Yuan shook his head and said seriously, I don't think you're weak, I just think you're a bit of a fool. What, Xiao? You bastard. I'm going to fucking fight you. Li Jia roared and rushed towards Lin Yuan again with a big spear in his hand. Results. Null. Time stands still. Li Jia's eyes suddenly widened, and a size 42 shoe sole was infinitely magnified in his sight. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Li Jia's facial features were deformed for a moment, and he flew backwards, hitting the wall heavily, spurting blood. Fuck you! Li Jia had the number 42 shoe sole printed on his face. He roared and rushed out. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and a stick made of flames was held in his palm. Then he spoke slowly. Null. Li Jia was fixed in place, and the fire stick was smashed down on him. Bang! Fuck you! Bang! Your great-grandfather! Bang! You are older! Bang! You! Bang! Bang! Stop! Stop! Listen to me, damn it! Bang! Fuck! Listen to me! Bang! I give up! Li Jia squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, shouting loudly. Lin Yuan crushed the fire stick in his hand, his face froze in shock. He asked in confusion, why didn't you just say it earlier? Why bother? Li Jia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. You hit me with a stick as soon as I opened my fucking mouth. Do I even have a chance to speak? Don't you know how to keep things short? Fuck. Asshole. Li Jia's face was bruised and swollen, and his body was in tatters. He shook his head in confusion, his features gradually distorted. You are so good, Lin Yuan. If I can't release this evil fire today, my Dao heart will be fucking unstable. You're still not convinced? Li Jia raised the corners of his mouth, sneering non-stop. Submit? The word submit doesn't exist in my life dictionary. Aunt Xiang, avenge me. Li Jia was afraid that Lin Yuan would take action, so he shouted into the void. Result. No response. Li Jia frowned and shouted at the top of his lungs, Auntie Xiang. Aunt Xiang? Aunt Xiang. Lin Yuan scratched his ears and said, stop shouting. She won't be able to get out even if you scream your throat out. Li Jia's expression tightened, his eyes full of vigilance. What do you mean? You, a mere SS rank person, have a protector. Do you think I, an SSS rank person, don't have one? Aren't you an orphan? Fuck. What's wrong with being an orphan? An orphan will beat you up just the same. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately became furious and punched out without any warning. The dragon leaps into the sky. Li Jia quickly got into position, ready for battle, staring at Lin Yuan in front of him. Suddenly, he felt the whistling wind of fists behind him and the crisis was coming. Bang! Puff! Li Jia, whose CPU was completely destroyed, fell to his knees, blood spurting from his mouth. You, just open it. Congratulations, you got the answer right. Reward. Lin Yuan smiled and punched back again. Li Jia fell on his back and lay flat on his back. Just kill me, I won't live anymore. Master. At this moment, a trembling cry of surprise was heard. I saw half of a woman with messy hair and untidy long skirt appear in the void. Li Jia stood up suddenly, overjoyed. Auntie Xiang, where have you been? Master, hurry, run, huh? The woman's voice was normal in the first half, but she was anxious and flustered. But the ending is very suggestive, with the exposed body moving forward and backward with force, swaying back and forth in a regular pattern. Chapter 47. Life is perfect because of this. Xiang, Aunt Xiang, what are you doing? Li Jia widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and roared. Master, As soon as the MILF opened her mouth, she made a strange sound again, and then her charming and sexy face was full of shame and anger. Asshole. Let go, you hooligan. After saying that, the half of Aunt Xiang's body that was exposed disappeared. Li Jia stood there, his face flushed, waving his hands in anger, and roaring loudly, Auntie Xiang, what the hell are you doing? Come out, come out. As expected of Brother Xiao, he has avoided so many detours and knows how to treat young women as treasures at such a young age. Fan Tong said with a sigh. Li Jia roared, shut up, you fat pig. At this moment, a crack appeared in the void. However, this time it was Yi Wudao who appeared. He was holding a cigarette and had a bright smile on his face. Li Jia suddenly had a bad feeling. Who are you? Where is Aunt Xiang? Lin Yuan grinned and said, you can call him uncle now. Uncle? Holy shit. Li Jia's face twisted, his eyes blazing with rage. Asshole. I'm going to fucking fight you. Li Jia swung the fire cloud spear and shot out. Suddenly, the void cracked and a graceful figure rushed out, blocking Li Jia's way. Master, stop now, you are no match for him. The mature woman's clothes were disheveled and her face was flushed, which added a bit of charm and was very alluring. But Li Jia had no intention of appreciating it. Aunt Xiang, you betrayed me. As soon as these words came out, the mature woman's face instantly turned red. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I betray you? What did you and this wretched old man do in the void barrier? Tell me. Li Jia was very excited. Aunt Xiang turned around abruptly, glaring at him, and said coldly, Master Yi San was pulling me from behind just now, trying to stop me from coming out to save the young master. As soon as I struggled, he pulled me back. You really didn't do anything shameful with him? This is what Li Jia cares about most. No. Aunt Xiang stomped her feet in anger. At this moment, she had the charm of a young woman and the shyness of a young girl. After hearing this, Li Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The anger on his face gradually dissipated. He glared at Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, we'll see. Life is still long, and who knows who will be the most glorious. That's it. Li Jia took Aunt Xiang's soft and boneless hand and turned to leave. Stop. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Aunt Xiang quickly protected Li Jia behind her, her brows furrowed. Master Lin, the young master has offended me. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please forgive me. However, before Lin Yuan could say anything, Li Jia beside him exploded, Auntie Xiang, who does he think he is? You even apologized to him. Let's go. I don't believe he dares to stop me. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, turned his head slightly to look at Yi Wudao behind him, and said slowly, Master Yi San, do it. Okay. Yi Wudao didn't say any more nonsense. He raised his hand and flicked the cigarette butt between his fingers. Then he appeared in front of Aunt Xiang out of thin air. Jingxiang. Can I have a moment with you? Master Yi San, stop it. Aunt Xiang shouted. However, the next second, she was dragged into the void by an irresistible force. Li Jia was bewildered and shouted loudly, Auntie Xiang. Auntie Xiang doesn't have it. Do you want a fist as big as a sandbag? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he rushed forward and punched out, with spiritual energy raging. Li Jia's face changed drastically and he hurriedly waved the Yutianling in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, violent power erupted. Although Yutianling took all the damage, Li Jia was directly blown away by the huge impact force. Puff! Blood spurted out. Li Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reddened, and he roared angrily, asshole! You're going too far. Lin Yuan scoffed, we're just getting started. Null. When Li Jia heard the mantra of emptiness, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The first time he felt time stand still, he thought it was an illusion. But the same situation happened twice in a row, and Li Jia had to believe that the guy in front of him really had the incredible ability to stop time. This time, there were no surprises, and he clearly felt time stand still for about 0.01 seconds. Lin Yuan grabbed Li Xiao's neck with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. Bang! A punch landed, and Li Xiao's face was covered in blood. Lin Yuan laughed and said, "I want to know how many punches your head can withstand from me." As he spoke, he raised his fist and smashed it down again. "I admit defeat. Is that not enough?" Just when the sandbag-sized fist was less than a centimeter away from Li Xiao's collapsed nose, he finally said the word that was missing from his life dictionary. "Life is perfect because of this." Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and laughed with interest. "Isn't this word missing from your life dictionary? Now I have it." After Li Xiao finished speaking, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was completely defeated. Facing a pervert who could make time stand still, why should he be so stubborn? "Are you really convinced?" Lin Yuan curled his lips and asked with a little doubt. Li Xiao took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "Brother Lin, I give in." Even the child's name has changed. At the same time, Li Xiao turned back into the image of a little boy with two sky-high buns. "Brother Lin, please let me go. I'm truly convinced." Li Xiao's blood-covered face forced a smile that was uglier than crying. But just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, 5 middle-aged men suddenly fell from the sky, all with ferocious looks on their faces. The 5 people obviously had ill intentions. The moment they landed, they surrounded Lin Yuan and Li Xiao. Their eyes were fierce and filled with murderous intent. "Little guy, who among you has taken the inheritance of the Suzaku Temple?" One of them, a one-eyed man with a fat face and an eye patch, threatened with a grin. This person is the only one in the third realm among the 5 people. It seems that he should be the captain of this team of casual cultivators. The other 4 are all at the peak of the second realm. Such teams of independent cultivators can be found everywhere, and most of them are composed of practitioners with poor talents who cannot enter martial arts universities. There is no good or bad in the independent cultivation teams, they are just fighting for resources and survival. There's nothing wrong with using any means necessary. After all, this is a high-level martial arts world where people eat each other. But one thing is that they provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked today. "Brother Lin, how about you let me go first and deal with them?" As soon as Li Xiao finished speaking, the 5 people immediately focused all their attention on Lin Yuan. "Why don't you just tell them directly that the inheritance is with me? Why beat around the bush?" Lin Yuan looked at Li Xiao, who was secretly laughing in his heart, with a playful look in his eyes, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Li Xiao suddenly felt a chill run through his body, and he stammered, "Brother Lin, I didn't mean that." You need to listen to my explanation." "I don't want to hear your explanation. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you kill them, or I kill them and then kill you. That's all." Lin Yuan simply let go and gave the final choice to Li Xiao. Chapter 48, Guns are like flying dragons, guarded by thousands of soldiers. Life is like the underworld, there is no turning back. Li Xiao finally broke free from control, but he was not happy at all. He didn't want to choose either of the 2 options Lin Yuan gave him. "How about I add a C for myself? See, 5 of us and I teamed up to deal with him." Thinking of this, Li Xiao suddenly looked up and met Lin Yuan's gaze. Eye contact. Those eyes full of smiles made Li Xiao feel like he was being stripped naked and exposed to the public. His little thoughts were all seen through by the other party. Choosing C means death. "Brother Lin, I choose A. Why don't you give yourself option C? You team up with them to kill me." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Xiao trembled violently, shaking his head like a rattle. "Brother Lin, there is no C in my option, only A." "What the hell is ADC? Show some respect to us, okay?" The one-eyed dragon was very unhappy about being ignored, feeling insulted. "You little bastard, I'm telling you one last time, hand over the inheritance. Which manhole cover is not closed tightly? Climb out for you." Li Xiao cursed a lot. The one-eyed dragon was stunned, his brows furrowed, and he did not act rashly. He suddenly became much smarter. The 2 young men in front of him were not only very calm when facing them, but also started to mock them. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities, either they are very strong. The one-eyed dragon took a look at the 2 of them and found that they were indeed not weak. One was at the 6th level of the second realm, and the other was at the 1st level of the third realm. However, this was not enough for them to be fearless. As for the second possibility, it is that the 2 of them have very strong backgrounds. Thinking of this, the one-eyed dragon felt more and more that the second possibility was true. Especially this boy who looks like a child, his innate aristocratic temperament is definitely not something he can fake. Where are you from? The one-eyed dragon stared at Li Jia and asked loudly. Li Jia, carrying the fire cloud spear, said in a proud voice, listen carefully, I am from the Jinlingli family, the SS-level chief of the Jinling Academy, Li Jia. When the one-eyed dragon heard the words Jinlingli family, his legs became weak and he could hardly stand. But he still wanted to hold on to a glimmer of hope and asked, Jinlingli family? Is that the Imperial Li family? Li Jia snorted coldly and asked in return, is there another Li family in Jinling? I. The one-eyed man retreated with fear in his eyes, his heart hanging in the air. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a sinister and treacherous face came forward and whispered in the ear of the one-eyed dragon. Brother, it's obvious that the one who inherited the Suzaku temple is the one behind. As long as this little bastard doesn't interfere, we won't make things difficult for him. One-eyed dragon, does he look like he won't take action? As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Then we'll kill him. What can the Jinlingli family do? This is the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Who would know it was us? After hearing this, the one-eyed dragon frowned and fell into deep thought. If you don't do it, I will. Lin Yuan's teasing voice sounded very abruptly. Li Jia did not dare to neglect it. He swung the fire cloud spear in his hand, and flames burst out. Kill! The one-eyed dragon, who was still deep in thought, suddenly changed his expression. He gritted his teeth and shouted, brothers, kill these two little bastards. Go! The one-eyed dragon took the lead and brought two people to meet Li Jia. The remaining two rushed towards Lin Yuan. Li Jia was injured and his strength was only about 60% of his peak state. It was very difficult for him to face the one-eyed dragon and his two companions. But in order to prevent Lin Yuan from misunderstanding, Li Jia hurriedly explained, Brother Lin, I'll help you after I get rid of these two idiots. Lin Yuan curled his lips, raised his eyes and looked at the two middle-aged men who had rushed to him. The smile on his face became brighter, and he stood there without any movement. Go to hell, you little bastard. The two middle-aged men grinned grimly, as if they had already seen the scene of Lin Yuan being hacked to death by them. But the next second, the smiles on their faces froze, and their attacks turned into two mirrors reflecting each other. What the hell? Is this a ghost? One of them screamed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and replied, yes. You will be able to go see ghosts soon. Immediately, he snapped his fingers. When? Crack. The mirror's surface exploded and turned into mirror flowers. Lin Yuan raised his hand and made a shooting gesture, adding the voiceover, bang. Puff, puff, puff. Under the terrified gaze of the two middle-aged men, mirror flowers shot out and penetrated into the body like bullets, leaving it in pieces. When Li Jia, one-eyed dragon and the other two who were fighting not far away saw this scene, they were all stunned and their eyes were full of fear. For a moment, I forgot what I should do. Especially Li Jia, who had been taken care of by Jingwa Shuewa, was still frightened and couldn't help trembling slightly. As for the one-eyed dragon, the fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by madness. He laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, as if he had gone mad. It's worthy of being the inheritance of the Suzaku temple. I must get it. Li Jia's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, you grew a head just to look taller? This is the Suzaku temple, shouldn't the inheritance be related to fire? You stupid idiot. As long as I do it with you too, all the treasures on your body will be mine, all fucking mine. The one-eyed man had gone mad. He was frantically circulating the spiritual energy in his body, his blood and energy surged, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Kill. Go to hell, you little bastard. The one-eyed dragon brandished a big knife with both hands, full of murderous intent, stirring up the surrounding air and producing sonic booms. Wild winds slash. The one-eyed man went mad and became a demon, screaming at the top of his lungs. With one blow of the knife, a strong wind suddenly arose. Li Jia narrowed his eyes, two balls of blazing fire burning in them. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground, sending gravel flying. He soared into the air, you are such a jerk. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? The spear is like a flying dragon, guarded by thousands of soldiers, life is like the underworld, there is no turning back, fire dragon. Roar! A dragon roar shook the sky. The fire cloud spear in Li Jia's hand transformed into a fire dragon more than 10 feet long, hovering above the Suzaku temple. Every dragon scale was burning with blazing flames, emitting a power that could burn the sky. A pair of dragon eyes are cold and ruthless, revealing majesty. Just one glance made the one-eyed dragon tremble with fear. The strong wind he gathered collapsed on its own and was hit back, causing him to spurt blood. Xiao waved his arm lightly, and the fire dragon opened its huge mouth and swooped down. No! The one-eyed dragon roared and turned into ashes. The remaining two people were even more vulnerable and were melted as soon as the fire dragon approached. After getting rid of the three people, the fire dragon did not dissipate, but twisted its huge body to look at the red python lurking behind Fantong. Roar! There were bursts of dragon roars, and the fire dragon glared at the red python, its eyes extremely aggressive. However, the red python refused to give in to the dragon's might and raised its huge snake head to fight back. Squeak! The battle between dragons and snakes is about to break out. Chapter 49, If you have bad luck, then try your courage. When Mingyuan saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows. He had thought that the red python's bloodline would be very unusual. But I never expected it to be so terrifying. Even when facing Long Wei, he did not avoid his edge at all. But as time went on, the red python was obviously at a disadvantage. Its head, which had been raised high, slowly lowered and its huge body trembled violently. But just when the three of them thought that the battle between dragon and snake would end with the victory of the fire dragon, there was only a squeak sound. The snake's roar exuded a chilling aura that made people shudder. The next second, Mingyuan was stunned. The red python suddenly had an identical huge snake head. Squeak! As soon as the snake head appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the fire dragon. Very strong. However, the fire dragon was just a phantom after all, and it instantly collapsed in the face of the red python's attack. Xiao's eyes flashed. Not only was he not angry, but he praised, it really is close to the nine-headed snake whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral state. You fat pig, what a good opportunity. Fantong's fat face was stunned, but he ignored it and looked at the two-headed little snake coiled on his arm, his eyes full of excitement. He made a fortune on this trip to the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Xiao looked at Mingyuan and asked cautiously, Brother Lin, can we finally write off the grudge between us? Mingyuan smiled and nodded, let's write it off. Then can I leave now? Xiao struck while the iron was hot and asked quickly. Well, you can go now, but won't you wait for your old lover? Auntie Xiang, she's already waiting for me outside the Suzaku temple. Xiao blushed and muttered softly, then clasped his hands together, Brother Lin, see you later. Mingyuan nodded slightly, looked at Xiao's departing back, and said meaningfully, don't worry, we will definitely meet again in the future. The little brother is gone. Mingyuan stretched himself, exhaled a breath, and was about to ask Fantong to leave, but suddenly he remembered that he still had a mission reward to claim. System, have I completed the sign-in task? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Mingyuan, pull. Congratulations on winning the red treasure chest. Do you want to open it immediately? Mingyuan looked at the red treasure chest in front of him, which was only visible to him, and said without hesitation, open. Sign-in mission reward, ignite a chili pepper. Note, if the host consumes ignite chili pepper before battle, it will cause 20% residual damage to the attacked person, making it suitable for harvesting the remaining health. Adverse reactions, the ignition of the chili pepper is very spicy, please be mentally prepared before use. As the system prompt sounded, a small red pepper appeared in his palm. Mingyuan looked down and frowned slightly, wondering, how spicy is this pepper? How can I test its spiciness? As he was thinking, Mingyuan's eyes swept over Fantong who was standing beside him. Isn't there Shenong here? Mingyuan raised the corners of his mouth, and his smile was very bright. Fatty, are you hungry? As a fat person, if someone asks him are you hungry, and he answers no, then he probably really is not hungry. But Fantong was really hungry. He hadn't had a drop of water since entering the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins, and he was almost starving. Brother Lin. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Did you bring any dry food? Fantong's eyes were shining. Mingyuan chuckled and offered his chili pepper, let's get a chili pepper 77. For some reason, when Fantong saw this ordinary little pepper, he couldn't help but think of the dragon fruit. She clamped her legs together and her back door contracted. Actually, I'm not that hungry. Mingyuan, who was rejected, lost all smiles on his face in an instant. You really don't want to try it? No. Not even if you kill me. After Fan Tong finished speaking, he hurriedly jumped down from the Suzaku King's chair. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the ground seemed to tremble. Lin Yuan was speechless. He put the chili pepper in his pocket and said unhappily, "You should lose some weight." Fan Tong stared with his eyes wide open and said seriously, "No. I won't lose weight even if I die. I'm not that great if I lose weight to please others and make myself miserable." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. The top of Suzaku Mountain. Dark clouds are looming, and the air is dull and depressing. The sky is gray and a storm is about to come. Brother Lin, the sky is overcast and it looks like it's going to rain. A cold wind blew, and Fan Tong tightened his belt and couldn't help shivering. Lin Yuan looked up at the thick dark clouds that seemed to be very close, and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, he called out to Fan Tong, who was about to go down the mountain, "Fatty. Wait a minute, let me break through first." Ah! Before Fan Tong could react, Lin Yuan had already closed his eyes and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. The realm soars. Second realm, 6th transformation, broken. Second realm, 7th transformation, broken. Second realm, 8th transformation, broken. The second realm and the 9th transformation, broken. The state of Pan turns and stops. Every breakthrough is so simple for Lin Yuan. SSS level martial arts talent and incredible comprehension are not just talk. Of course, I was able to easily break through 4 small realms this time thanks to the inheritance of the Suzaku Temple. It was a great accumulation of experience. Fan Tong, who was standing aside, was stunned when he saw Lin Yuan, who was oozing with spiritual energy and majestic aura. His mind was completely blank. In this situation, the only thing that can be said is, fuck. Stop it, get off the mountain. The two walked forward at the same time. Just as Lin Yuan stepped down from the top of Suzaku Mountain, a hoarse voice rang out, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." The sound was like the friction between foam boxes, and it made people feel uncomfortable. At a glance, the mountaintop was densely packed with people, nearly 100 people at the peak of the third realm. They all held sharp blades, their eyes were full of murderous intent, and they looked at us hungrily. Fan Tong's heart tightened, but he did not retreat a single step. He stood beside Lin Yuan with a determined face, holding the little red snake in his hand, ready to fight to the death at any time. Lin Yuan's face was calm, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He looked at the scarred man in front of him with a cold expression and gloomy eyes, and said with a smile, "Then should I apologize to you for keeping me waiting?" The scarred man frowned and his eyes flashed. The reaction and performance of the young man in front of him were really unexpected to him. "Aren't you afraid?" The hoarse voice sounded again. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, "I'm afraid. How can I not be afraid when so many people are pointing weapons at me?" "Then you can still laugh? Should I cry?" The scarred man narrowed his eyes, a gleam of brilliance and coldness flashing across them. "You're unlucky to have run into me." "No luck, then I'll try my courage." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he swung the black gold glazed knife that appeared out of thin air in his hand without any warning, and a cold light flashed. Null. Time stands still. In the next 0.01 seconds, blood splattered. A head with wide eyes flew high into the air. The scarred man died with his eyes open. Until his death, he still couldn't figure out why he died and why his appearance time was so short. Lin Yuan held the glass blade in his hand, looked at the headless corpse on the ground, sneered, and said, "Your luck is even worse. Kill him." Nearly 100 murderous warriors at the foot of the mountain roared in unison and rushed towards the top of Suzaku Mountain. P.S. Author's words. Not counted in the text, please don't criticize. This book is going to be recommended today. Still the same 3. Please give me a 5-star rating. Please add me to the bookshelf. Please urge me to update. I will receive every comment and every praise from you. It also directly determines the performance of this book. The performance of a book during the recommendation period is really important, and it directly determines how far this book can go. I hope everyone reading this will give me a 5-star review. Add it to your bookshelf. Click here to urge me to update, and leave comments under each chapter. Bugs will reply one by one. If you think the work is good, remember to add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. The quality of a book is determined by everyone and the author together. So brothers and sisters must help and show support, and push up the results and data. Don't be stingy and give us a 5-star review. Of course, during the recommendation period, there will definitely be explosive updates. As long as everyone works hard, there will be more and more updates. Hurrah! Finally, 5-star review plus bookshelf plus urging for updates. Thank you very much. Heart. Everyone, give it a thumbs up. Give it a 5-star review. A life or death situation. Gotta say it. A little panicked. Chapter 50, The Little Brother is Playing Dragon. Lin Yuan glanced back at Fan Tong and said calmly, "Follow me, brother. I'll lead you to a new height." Fuck. Brother, who are you looking down on? I'm a fat man, how can you let me be your little man standing behind you? Fan Tong shouted loudly. Lin Yuan grinned and asked, "Aren't you small?" Fan Tong was stunned for a moment, then his heart turned red. He roared, "Brother Lin, stop attacking me personally. I'm very powerful." After saying this, he threw the little red snake in his hand away and shouted, "Little Red. I'm very angry now. Show me how to eat a living person and make me happy." Squeak. Accompanied by the shrill hum of a snake, Lin Yuan grabbed the knife in his backhand and rushed into the dense crowd. Blood spilled across the sky became increasingly gloomy, the wind howled, and raindrops as big as beans began to fall. The top of Suzaku Mountain seemed to be shrouded in a layer of bloody mist. Rainwater and blood mixed together, forming dark red streams on the muddy ground. Every drop of rain that falls will splash a blood, making it difficult to tell whether it is rain or blood. Thunder roared and lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating those hideous and distorted faces. The sounds of shouting, screaming, and the clashing of weapons were intertwined and deafening. Kill one person with one step, blood-stained style. Lin Yuan had a smile on his face as he kept moving forward. Every time he swung the black gold-glazed knife in his hand, it would bring up a rain of blood. His eyes were bright, he was tireless, and his whole body was soaked in blood. Fan Tong was not willing to be outdone and rode on the red python, charging into battle. He had great fun killing and became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the rain grew heavier and heavier. It seemed as if the heaven and earth were weeping for this tragic battle. The trees on the mountaintop shook violently in the strong wind, their branches and leaves were torn off, and they were caught in the bloody storm. The corpses on the ground increased in number, piling up like a mountain. The rain washed away the blood, gathering into rivers of blood that flowed down the hillside. Time is passing. Lin Yuan's sword-swinging speed was far slower than at the beginning, and gradually slowed down. His body began to show bruises, and the wounds so deep that the bones could be seen were shocking. But his eyes remained firm, and he looked at the warrior in front of him with the knife in his hand without any pause. Blood gushed out. "Master, let's go." Inside the void barrier, the mature woman Shizuka looked at Li Jia, who was standing beside her with a burning gaze, and called out softly, as gentle as water. Li Jia exuded a strong fighting spirit. He licked his lips and said with a smile, "Auntie Xiang, do you think it's reasonable for me to attack now?" Aunt Xiang was startled and quickly stopped him. "Master, don't do anything stupid, Master Yi is watching." "Just watch, am I afraid of him?" As he spoke, Li Jia stepped out of the space barrier and shouted, "Brother Lin, I'm here to lend you a hand." Just as she was about to burst out of the void, Aunt Xiang slammed on the brakes and rolled her eyes coquettishly, "Little rascal." Li Jia's strong participation in the group instantly reduced the pressure on Lin Yuan and Fan Tong. A fire cloud spear, killing everyone in sight. "Fuck! Brother Lin! It's Brother Xiao, he's swimming in the crowd." Fan Tong was overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth. He was also a little surprised by Li Jia's appearance. The time for their next meeting was much earlier than he expected. But the timing is just right. Kill! Lin Yuan roared, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. He had been in a bit of a slump, but now he reached his peak again, surrounded by beautiful things, as if he was in an empty space. Lightning flashed again, illuminating Lin Yuan's face. The corners of his mouth raised with a bright smile. He seemed to be enjoying the killing. However, Fan Tong's body was covered with scars, but he was still brave and fearless, and the red python under his crotch opened its bloody mouth and devoured everything. Li Jia was invincible under the absolute defense of Yu Tianling. Although this is the first time the three of them have formed a group, the level of tacit understanding between them is almost perfect. The entire top of Mount Suzaku is turned into a Shura hell, with blood and cruelty permeating every inch of the air. It was unknown how long it had passed before the three of them fought their way from the top of the mountain to the foot. Only 2 of the nearly 100 warriors at the peak of the third realm were left. They were covered in blood and stumbled as they ran. They kept looking back, and when they saw the 3 young men following slowly behind them, their eyes were filled with fear and they felt suffocated. Suddenly, one of them felt his legs go weak and he fell heavily to the ground, and the moment he fell, he pulled his teammates down with him. Pig teammate confirmed. Don't come over, don't kill me. Ah! You bastard, why the hell are you pulling me for? One of them was begging for mercy from Lin Yuan and the other 2, while the other was cursing at his teammates. Lin Yuan's smile remained unchanged. He chuckled and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The 2 seemed to see hope of survival, and the pig teammate shouted, "I can be your slave." "I can do that too." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't like cattle and horses." Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed, and at the same time, blood spurted out like a column. The 2 men's heads and bodies were separated, and they fell down at the same time. At this moment, Li Jia frowned, deep in thought. "Brother Lin, hundreds of peak-level third-realm cultivators came just to kill you. This couldn't be a spur-of-the-moment decision. Someone might have been plotting this in secret. Why didn't you wait to find out who was behind this before taking action?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Li Jia in surprise. "You're not stupid." Li Jia's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, "I've never been stupid, I'm quite smart." "Then tell me, why did I kill them without asking who was behind it?" Upon hearing this, Li Jia pondered for a moment, then shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The smile on Lin Yuan's face faded, and he narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "There are many people who want to kill me, but there are not many who can gather hundreds of peak-level warriors of the third realm. Who are they?" "You count as one." Li Jia's forehead was filled with black lines. "Except me." Lin Yuan continued, "Besides you, there are 2 others. One is the Nalan royal family, and the other is the Xiao royal family. First of all, Nalan Haoyu died in the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. The timeline doesn't match up, so the Nalan royal family can be cleared of suspicion. The remaining royal family, the Xiao family, is the final answer. The Xiao family has both the time and the ability. They can definitely gather 100 peak-level third-level warriors to fight for them within a day." Fuck. So it must be the Xiao family. Fan Tong glared, furious. Suddenly, Lin Yuan, who was about to nod, fixed his gaze and said slowly, 90% probability. "What? 90%? Fan Tong asked in confusion, "Then who owns the remaining 10%? Lin Yuan looked at Fan Tong with a half smile and said, "What do you think?" 50 urge for more. Friends who like it, please remember to add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. Humble author, begging online. Chapter 51, Overturning the Chess Game. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jia raised the fire cloud spear in his hand. Fan Tong's face turned pale when he saw this. "Brother Lin, my family does have some strength. If you insist on gathering 100 peak-level third-level warriors, we can do it, but I'm loyal to you, as the sun and the moon can attest. How could I possibly betray you? My brother." As Fan Tong spoke, he held Lin Yuan's hand, crying and snotting, wishing he could tear his heart out. "Get lost." Lin Yuan pulled his hand out forcefully, his face full of disgust. "When did I say it was you? Then what did that smile on your face just now mean? And you asked me to speak?" Fan Tong felt so aggrieved. Lin Yuan was stunned and said unhappily, "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Fan Tong didn't really want to know who the remaining 10% belonged to. As long as it wasn't him, love belonged to whoever it belonged to. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't want to talk anymore, Li Jia didn't ask any more questions. He clasped his hands together and said, "Brother Lin, we met in this vast sea of people. This is retribution. We'll meet again." Then he turned and left. "What a rubbish! You're forcing it in," Lin Yuan muttered as he looked at Li Jia's back and walked forward. However, not long after the 3 of them left, a crack appeared in the void where they had just fought. Yi Wudao walked out in a nonchalant manner, a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the mountains, a murderous look appeared in his eyes and turned into reality. With him as the center, the towering ancient trees within 100 meters around him shook violently. The birds in the sky screamed and fled in panic. Yi Wudao double-clicked his watch and connected directly to the 129th Squad headquarters, Zayabela. Old song, Xiao Linzi was robbed and murdered by nearly 100 bastards at the peak of the Third Realm. I suspect it was the Xiao family. There's still time before dark. Give me the result. What if it is confirmed to be the Xiao family? Song Tianming's voice came from the watch. Yi Wudao stomped out the cigarette, but he had just thrown on the ground, grinned, and said, I once promised that brat that if the Xiao family took action, then there will be no Xiao family in Jiangqing anymore. After he finished speaking, Yi Wudao disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, in the Xiao mansion in Jiangcheng, Zhao Donghai is still dressed in a suit and tie, meticulous in every detail, with a shiny slicked back hair as standard. He sat in the smoke-filled main hall, with dense piles of burnt-out cigarette butts at his feet. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent cough broke the silence in the main hall. Brother, stop smoking. Zhao Donghai frowned and spoke in a low voice. But Zhao Donghai, who was standing by, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to slowly finish the rest of his cigarette. From now on, you officially take over the Xiao family. Zhao Donghai's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help asking, Yi-san is not dead? Whether Yi-san is dead or not, I don't know, but I underestimated this SSS-level talent awakener. Zhao Donghai's voice was calm, and his face showed no emotion. What? Zhao Donghai, who had always been calm and composed, was filled with shock and cried out in surprise, that's a full 100 people at the peak of the Third Realm. This is the first time he has lost his composure like this. Call. Zhao Donghai took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and continued, Brother, as long as Yi-san is dead, this matter will not be so bad. Don't be impulsive, I will arrange it. If one Yi-san dies, there will be a second, a third, and countless Yi-sans. This chess game is already a dead end for the Xiao family. There is only one way to revive it, and that is. Zhao Donghai paused, stood up and walked towards the main hall door, saying, Let me overturn the chess game. Big brother. Zhao Donghai hadn't finished speaking. A loud shout resounded throughout the Zhao residence. I declare that from now on, I, Zhao Donghai, officially resign as the head of the Xiao family and leave the Xiao family. The head of the Xiao family will be succeeded by the second son, Zhao Donghai. The entire Zhao mansion fell into silence at this moment. Figures emitting powerful auras quickly rushed towards the main hall. Among them, Zhao Laosan's face flushed red as he roared, Brother, is that second brother's grandson trying to usurp the throne? I'll kill him. The atmosphere was originally quite heavy and depressing. As a result, all of them were wiped out by Zhao Laosan's shout. Zhao Donghai glared at Zhao Laosan fiercely and shouted, Shut up! I took the initiative to abdicate. From today on, you must listen to the second brother. Remember? Brother, is something wrong? Zhao Laosan asked thoughtfully. He is a little stupid, but not stupid. For a moment, all the guests of the Xiao family looked at Zhao Donghai at the same time. The answer to this question is very important to them. It's my own business and has nothing to do with the Zhao family. After Zhao Donghai finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Zhao Donghai deeply. Eye contact. Brother. The interests of the Xiao family are above everything else. Zhao Donghai's words contained too much. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he left the Xiao mansion with his hands behind his back. The sun sets and the sky gradually darkens. In the city center, the base of the 129th team of the Spirit Enforcement Team. Song Tianming sat in the office with a frown on his face, tapping his fingers on the table in a rapid sound, which also reflected his uneasy mood. There is less than an hour left until the end of the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins trial, and he must identify the mastermind within this hour. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's situation would be very bad. No one can guarantee that there is a backup plan. What if there are 100 4th-level realm masters lying in ambush outside? How can we respond? Time is tight and the task is heavy. This sentence is fully verified at this moment. Finally. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Song Tianming breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Come in. Jiao Yue pushed the door open and walked in. The 3,000 silver threads were still so dazzling. Boss, I found it. Who is it? Zhao Donghai. It's really him. Song Tianming's eyes were slightly solemn. In Zhao Donghai's heart, the interests of the family are above all else. How could he make such an impulsive decision? Jiao Yue held the scimitar in her hand and said coldly, the dead man was his son after all. Also, I just received a call from Fengtian Court. Before Lin Yuan entered the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Donghai had already arranged for people to take action. Zhao Yue recounted the entire incident of the conflict between Lin Yuan and Wang Jinggang verbatim. After hearing this, Song Tianming's eyes flashed. If Yisan wasn't here, this would probably be a sure kill. The second son of the Zhao family is as good as Zhuge Liang, and his reputation is well deserved. Obviously, he also thought that the person who broke the deadlock was Yi Wudao, and he never thought that it was Lin Yuan himself who broke the deadlock. Of course, this should be a person's normal thinking and normal judgment ability. After all, those were 100 peak level 3rd level warriors. Boss, what should we do next? Song Tianming stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Go to the Xiao mansion. Chapter 52 Novels are all lies. Outside the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. The 2-day and 1-night trial in the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins was declared over. The trial participants walked out of the Forbidden Ruins one after another, some were happy and some were sad. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. Everyone's face changed drastically, and the suffocating feeling of death instantly swept over their bodies. An old man stood in the air. His eyes glowed red, and the murderous aura on his body turned into substance, enveloping the entire space. Under this pressure, everyone bent down with their heads down, their eyes filled with fear, and they couldn't stop trembling. Who killed my grandson? Nalan Haoyu, get out here! The old man roared, like thunder, deafening. The weaker warrior vomited blood and fell to the ground. There was dead silence outside the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. At this moment, Lin Yuan had just stepped out of the gate of the Forbidden Ruins. When he saw the scene in front of him, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. His intuition told him that the old man in the sky was most likely coming for him. Oh no! It's Nalan Batian. We are in big trouble now. Yi Wudao suddenly appeared. He was always fearless, but for the first time he looked a little nervous. Wait a moment, I'll try my best to hold this old man back. Just run as fast as you can, don't worry about me. Yi Wudao's voice was solemn, and the spiritual energy in his body was quietly circulating. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He is very strong? At the peak of the 7th realm, you can enter the 8th realm and become the supreme at any time. Yi Wudao was so nervous that he swallowed his saliva, and then changed the subject. But he doesn't dare to do anything to me yet, so just run away. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Let's stop pretending at this moment. He can break through to the supreme realm at any time. How dare he do anything to you? He can't kill you. Yi Wudao snorted coldly. You know shit. Isn't he still in the venerable realm? But my father is a genuine venerable realm. Are you also competing with your father? It would be a waste if I didn't fight. I have a great dad, and he's only in his 90s, perfect for fighting. After hearing this, Lin Yuan gave him a thumbs up and said, filial piety. You are so filial. Brother Lin, can we stop cricketing? That old man is coming. Fan Tong said tremblingly. Lin Yuan looked up. Wow. Good guy, he's really here. Yi Wudao's mouth twitched and he shouted, run. Lin Yuan was really rude and ran away. Yi Wudao was very relieved. He looked at the murderous Nalan Batian with a forced smile and offered him a cigarette. Old Nalan, want one? Get out of the way. Yi Wudao chuckled. Old Nalan, it's really embarrassing for you, the dignified king of Northeast China, to have the same views as a little brat. Nalan Batian frowned slightly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You want to protect him? It's not that I want to protect him, it's the great Xia kingdom. Today, no one can protect him. Nalan Batian roared, and the void barrier collapsed. Yi Wudao bore the brunt of the attack, his blood and energy surging, but he still refused to budge. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he gritted his teeth. Old Nalan, I'm making this clear today. I'll protect this kid. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Nalan Batian said this and took a sudden step forward. The violent spiritual energy raged like an overwhelming force. Puff! Yi Wudao spurted blood and roared, Lao Dang. If you touch me again, I will kill the entire Nalan family and pretend I didn't say anything. For you, old monster, ye can really do anything. Nalan Batian's eyes flickered, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. I'm glad you know. Yi Wudao raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the fear in Nalan Batian's eyes was instantly replaced by a strong murderous intent. He said loudly. Today, even if old monster Yi is here, he can't stop me. That's all. Nalan Batian waved his sleeves violently, and a stream of spiritual energy shot straight towards Lin Yuan like an arrow. Wherever it passed, the space barrier was shattered. Shrill sonic booms exploded frequently. Fuck! Yi Wudao cursed, his eyes wide open as he shouted, Lin Yuan. Quick, get out of the way. This attack contained Nalan Batian's determination to kill. Almost reaching the limit. Lin Yuan's hair stood on end, and without even turning his head, he shouted, empty. Time stands still. In just 0.01 seconds, he tried his best to avoid the fatal blow from the peak of the seventh realm. Boom! With a loud bang, a bottomless black hole appeared in the void. The scene was completely silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yuan's reaction just now could be described as an impossible miracle. No wonder how you died in your hands. You really have that ability. You're a genius. Nalan Batian gave a very high evaluation of Lin Yuan's reaction just now. For a while, discussions were heard one after another. Recognition from the enemy is the true strength, not to mention the Northeast King, Nalan Batian, who is at the peak of the seventh realm. To be honest, Lin Yuan's reaction just now is enough to make him a god. Even if he dies, he will die without regrets. What a pity, such a genius is about to fall. It's so easy to break. Nalan Batian ignored the surrounding discussions. He stared at Lin Yuan intently and suddenly said, if you can dodge this attack, I will let you go. Before he finished speaking, Nalan Batian raised his arm and clenched his fist for a moment. The spiritual energy in this area began to gather madly on the fist. Nalan, you old thief, let me go. Yi Wudao screamed at the top of his lungs and struggled desperately. But facing Nalan Batian's confinement, he couldn't break free at all. Nalan, old thief, if you dare to kill him, I guarantee that the entire Nalan family will be buried with him. You are not qualified to say that. Nalan Batian was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Wudao, so he could only vent his anger on Lin Yuan. Little guy, if you can dodge this punch, get out of here. If you can't, you'll be buried with my grandson. As soon as the words fell, Nalan Batian slowly threw a punch. The sky and the earth changed color and a strong wind suddenly arose. This punch contained all the spiritual energy of this space. Lin Yuan looked up at the incoming punch without panicking at all. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. As a bookworm who has been around for 10 years, this situation is a must for every time-traveling protagonist. Someone will rescue him at the critical moment. This is the law. This punch came down from the sky with overwhelming force, getting closer and closer, closer and closer. Lin Yuan looked around under the terrifying force of the fist and shouted, if you don't come out, I will die. Everyone present was stunned. Especially Yi Wudao and Nalan Batian turned their heads and looked around at the void, but they did not feel any fluctuations in the breath. This kid must be scared silly. Lin Yuan was panicked, he was really panicked, and the smile on his face froze instantly. The protagonist's halo is no longer effective. Novels are all lies. Boom! A punch landed, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Lin Yuan's body was nowhere to be found. It's over. It's all over. Nalan, old thief, I swear, I will personally wipe out your entire Nalan family. The only sound left between heaven and earth was Yi Wudao's roar. Chapter 53. A mouth with teeth, not an anus. Nalan Batian had no expression on his face. He threw down a sentence, I'm at your service anytime, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a cursing voice came from the dusty pit. Fuck! Can you be quicker next time? You're scary like that, you know that? Suddenly, the deep pit in the distance attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. The air suddenly became quiet. Tat-tack. The sound of powerful footsteps rang out. When the dust settles, a young man dressed in black, unharmed, stood proudly. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Fan Tong rubbed his eyes and cried with joy, Brother Lin. Yi Wudao's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement, You little brat, you scared me to death. Even Nalan Batian couldn't help but frown and looked at Lin Yuan deeply, his eyes filled with disbelief. If the deep pit and the aftermath of the punch were not still there, everyone would probably have thought it was an illusion. Lin Yuan stretched his muscles, touched his neck and head, and looked at his limbs. Not one was missing, and everything was in perfect order. The value of the protagonist's halo is still increasing. Lin Yuan looked around, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly, Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Yi Wudao was stunned and instinctively asked, "Who saved you? Why can't I see it? I don't even know who saved me." "Then what are you thanking me for?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Be polite. If you help someone, you should thank them. It won't be difficult to help them again." Upon hearing this, Nalan Batian frowned and released his spiritual sense to cover the area. However, after some investigation, he did not sense any strong aura fluctuations. Mystifying and playing tricks. Nalan Batian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and locked onto Lin Yuan again. Yi Wudao's expression tightened, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Nalan, you old thief, do you still have any shame? You just said with your own mouth that if Lin Yuan could dodge, you would let him go." "That's what I said." Nalan Batian paused, then changed the subject, but he didn't dodge. "Instead, I punched him into the pit. Everyone saw it. I'm blocking your mother." Yi Wudao said angrily, "Nalan, you old bastard, that's a mouth with teeth, not an anus. Asshole. Yi Wudao, don't think I won't do anything to you just because old monster Yi is here. You'd better show me some respect. You are disrespectful to your elders, and you still want me to respect you. Do you deserve it? Get out of here. I'm going to kill this guy today." Nalan Batian slapped out with his palm, directly imprisoning Yi Wudao in place, unable to move. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with murderous intent, but more of it was disdain. "I want to see how you can survive this time." Before he finished speaking, he punched Lin Yuan again. However, this time Lin Yuan was not panicked at all. He crossed his arms and looked at the Northeast King, who was at the peak of the Abyss realm, with a playful look in his eyes. The taunt is at its maximum. A punch that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly fell. Why? Suddenly, a sigh sounded out of nowhere. At the same time, Nalan Batian's attack also disappeared. "Who? Get out!" Nalan Batian let out a low shout. At this moment, he clearly felt a faint fluctuation of breath in the void in front of him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the barrier. A fight between children is a matter of life and death. You shouldn't interfere, let alone go back on your word. The old voice expressed no joy or sadness, but was full of majesty. Nalan Batian's heart tightened. This person's strength must be above his own. He is definitely a supreme being. But looking at the great Xiao kingdom, there are only a handful of supreme beings. Who could it be? Nalan Batian stared into the void and said in a deep voice, "Why doesn't your excellency show up and preach?" "Because you don't deserve it." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The dignified king of Northeast China doesn't even have the qualifications to meet this person. Who exactly is this person? Since your excellency wants to save this child, then let's just drop the matter. Goodbye. Nalan Batian frowned and turned around and left very decisively. But at this moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, gathering in the void to form a huge fist, causing the entire space to tremble and feel extremely oppressive. Nalan Batian's expression changed drastically. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy and shouted, "Venerable! What do you mean? Take my punch, take it, and get out. If you can't take it, you die." This sentence sounded familiar to everyone present. Especially Nalan Batian. I saw the fist hanging in the air slowly falling down, without any unusual signs, and smashing towards Nalan Batian in such an ordinary way. Boom! With a loud bang, the heaven and earth shook. A bottomless human-shaped ravine appeared on the ground. Everything is quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Wudao withdrew his gaze, as if thinking about something. He seemed to have heard that voice somewhere before. "Thank you for your help, senior." Yi Wudao bowed and spoke to break the silence, but received no response. Lin Yuan asked, "Gone? It's time to go." Yi Wudao said, looking at the human-shaped ravine, and said in amazement, "This punch will not directly send Nalan Laoding to the palace of Hades." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he smiled and said, "From now on, won't this place become a VIP channel leading directly to the Hades palace? Let's go. Leave here first, there's someone else waiting for you to deal with." After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yuan helplessly, his eyes seemed to say, "You are such a troublemaker." Ah. Lin Yuan sighed and said, "Fame brings trouble. Please be understanding. I also want to be low-key, but my talent doesn't allow it. Let's go. Your Majesty. Go straight to the Xiao family's ancestral home. I've already sent you the location. Yi Wudao gave some instructions and then disappeared out of thin air. Lin Yuan called out, "Fatty, let's go." Okay. As the two parties left, more and more trial participants walked curiously to the human-shaped ravine and looked down, but wherever they looked, it was pitch black. The dignified king of northeast China actually died outside the Suzaku Forbidden Ruins. Why do I feel that Nalan Batian won't die so easily? I'm even more curious about who this venerable man hiding in the dark is. I never thought that there is an 8th realm supreme in my Dajun city. The sun sets in the west and the moon hangs high in the sky. In the west of Jiangchang, the entrance of the Xiao family's ancestral home was deserted and dead silent. In front of the ancestral hall, Zhao Donghai, dressed in a suit and tie, knelt on the ground with his hands holding incense, standing steadily. 3 bows and 9 kowtows to pay respect to the ancestors of the Xiao family. The 7th generation head of the Xiao family, Zhao Donghai, begs all the ancestors to protect me one last time from the spirits in heaven. Let me kill the thief Lin Yuan and avenge my son. Zhao Donghai's voice was calm, but it contained endless murderous intent. After he finished speaking, he slammed his head heavily to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds rang out one after another, breaking the dead silence in the ancestral home. Suddenly, a dazzling light penetrated the Xiao family's ancestral home. There was murderous intent in Zhao Donghai's eyes. Is it finally here? Chapter 54, The Road to the Underworld is Too Lonely. Zhao Donghai slowly stood up, burned incense and bowed seriously, bent down and retreated, closing the door with his backhand. Then he lowered his head to straighten his slightly wrinkled suit. After Zhao Donghai finished all this, he looked up and straight ahead. Like waiting for something. Outside the Zhao family's ancestral home. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Wudao caressed the steering wheel tenderly, and said with a sigh, Feng Tianyuan is really so rich and inhumane. They just gave me this car as a gift? Lin Yuan in the co-pilot's seat rolled his eyes. Can you wipe your saliva? You're almost leaking. Yi Wudao raised his hand to wipe it, with a flattering smile on his face. Xiao, can you lend it to me for 2 days? No. Cars are like women, lending them out is a big no-no. Lin Yuan refused without even thinking. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudao's smile instantly disappeared. He slapped the steering wheel hard and said through gritted teeth, Damn. I'm slapping your woman. This evil. Lin Yuan didn't bother to argue and suddenly asked, Do you know the supreme being who took action today? Yi Wudao frowned and shook his head. I don't know him, but I seem to have heard his voice somewhere before. It feels very familiar. Bang. Suddenly, Yi Wudao slapped his palm, and the steering wheel shook violently. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched and he gritted his teeth and said, You're not done yet. Fuck. I remember. It was this voice that snatched me back from the hands of the king of hell. Yi Wudao screamed in shock, his face flushed red. Fighting with the king of hell for heads? He is a ruthless person. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. The person who saved you last time, was him? Whom? Yi Wudao's eyes were full of awe, and he was about to speak. Song Tianming's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Action. Zhao family ancestral home. The yellow light, the closed door, and the dead silence. The members of Team 129 of the Spirit Enforcement Team looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. Song Tianming's square face, imposing without anger, revealed a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, Be alert. I have a feeling there's a powerful force nearby, and our every move is under his observation. Receive. All the members of Team 129 shouted in unison. After passing through the corridor, an ancestral hall appeared in front of everyone. In front of the ancestral hall, Zhao Donghai sat there in a suit and tie, his face calm without a trace of fluctuation. It's a minute later than I expected. The magnetic voice was the first to break the silence. Put aside the different beliefs and pursuits of both sides. Zhao Donghai is indeed a royal patriarch worthy of recognition. Whether it is strength, courage, or intelligence, he has almost no shortcomings. I encountered some trouble on the way and was delayed for a while. Song Tianming replied. Someone from the Xiao family? Someone from the Xiao family. I have nothing to do with the Xiao family anymore. I know. Otherwise we wouldn't be late by just 1 minute. After hearing this, Zhao Donghai's eyes flashed with a strange look. He stood up and clasped his hands together. As expected of Captain Song, you are clear about grudges. Xiao, thank you. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I just haven't figured out Zhao Lauer's attitude yet. Song Tianming raised his hand to interrupt him. But Xiao Donghai said confidently, my second brother is a smart man, I believe him. When it comes to family, few people are smart, like you. Song Tianming's tone contained a hint of regret. Xiao Donghai looked up at the starry night sky, pointed at the brightest star, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Maybe Mingyuan is looking at me, and he is blaming me for being too smart. As soon as the words fell, a tremendous murderous aura burst out, enveloping Song Tianming like a tide. Xiao Donghai's tiger eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he is no longer the patriarch of the Zhao family, who is in control of the royal family. He is just a father. A father who lost his son. Come on, let's do it. Song Tianming frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, actually, there's one thing I still don't understand. With your intelligence, you should know that the only outcome of doing this is death. Why do you still do it? Because Mingyuan is too lonely on the road to the underworld. After he finished speaking, Xiao Donghai took a step forward, and there was a loud bang. The ground shook violently and debris flew everywhere. He shot out like a cannonball, and his punches created sonic booms. A full-strength attack from a peak 5th-level expert. The surrounding space barrier exploded. Song Tianming shouted in a deep voice, leave him to me, you all stay alert around. Yes. Song Tianming strode forward at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, his figure disappeared out of thin air. The next second, a flower of blood bloomed, seeming to dye the dark night red. Plop! Xiao Donghai sat down on the chair with a 3-edged bayonet stuck in his chest, and blood flowed along the groove. Kill instantly with one move. This is Song Tianming's absolute dominance as the captain of the Spirit Enforcement Team. Xiao Donghai was not surprised by this result at all. He even acted very relaxed, just leaning back in the chair, blood spurting out of him. Captain Song, I won. Xiao Donghai showed a smile of success on his face, and all hope was gone. Song Tianming's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Lin Yuan is in danger, hurry up, support Yi San. At the same time, outside the Zhao family's ancestral home, only Lin Yuan was sitting in the car, looking at the Zhao family's ancestral home with boredom. Suddenly, a black humanoid arm appeared out of thin air in front of the windshield. Then, there was a pale baby face, evil and gloomy, pressed tightly against the windshield, which was creepy. Baby-eating tribe. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked around. At this time, he was surrounded by more than a dozen 4th-level baby-eating creatures with baby faces. However, Lin Yuan was not panicked at all. He pushed open the car door and walked down leisurely. Ah! Wah-ah! Wah-ah! The baby-eating monster's cry was piercing, like crying and laughing. They rushed forward in a swarm. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gestured towards the void. Then, instead of retreating, advance. The way of the gene cart. Nothing is left uncut. Fight. Start from 0 frame and double your combat power. The black gold glazed knife cuts through the darkness, killing everyone in sight. Even though the baby-eating monster was a 4th-level monster, it was powerless against Lin Yuan. Kill one with every strike, and every strike is a critical hit. Bang bang bang. Dull sounds rang out one after another. The baby-eating monsters fell one after another, and the dark and thick liquid flowed like a river, with a nauseating stench. Kill! Lin Yuan shouted loudly, jumped high, held the knife in both hands, and swung it with great force. Puff! The last baby-eating monster was crushed into meat paste by Lin Yuan with one knife. Tick tick tick. Black liquid dripped down the tip of the knife, breaking the silence of the battlefield. At the gate of the Zhao family's ancestral home, all the members of Team 129 who witnessed the entire process were stunned. Zhao Yue gasped and said, so strong. Is this the strength of an SSS-level talent awakener? I originally thought that Yi San was the one who broke the deadlock, but now it seems that I underestimated Lin Yuan's strength. Song Tianming twitched his lips, his eyes full of shock. But at this moment, Yi Wudao appeared out of nowhere with a frown on his face. Chapter 55 Xiao Donghai is missing. Song Tianming's gaze fell on the corpse of the infant-eating monster and he spoke slowly, can we now confirm that the mastermind behind the orphanage case is Xiao Donghai? It's not him. A calm voice sounded. All the members of Team 129 looked over when they heard the sound. The young man walked towards them with a black knife on his back, his murderous aura making people look at him sideways. Song Tianming raised his eyebrows. Do you know who was behind this? I don't know. But I can be sure that it's definitely not Zhao Donghai. Looking at the confident Lin Yuan, Song Tianming frowned deeper and deeper. Pointing at the mutilated corpse of the infant-eating monster on the ground, he said in a deep voice, How do you explain this? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flashing. Perhaps, the mastermind behind this is deliberately confusing us. Isn't that a bit too conspiratorial? Song Tianming's tone was still more in line with his own guess. But at this moment, Yi Wudao, who was smoking beside him, suddenly said, Xiao Linzi is right. The mastermind behind this is definitely not Zhao Donghai. Yi Wudao took out a cell phone from his pocket and unlocked it. A message dialog box appeared on the screen, which read, Mysterious man, Master Zhao, if possible, I would be happy to help you get rid of Lin Yuan. Zhao Donghai, tell me your purpose. Mysterious man, is Lin Yuan from an orphanage? Just tell me if he is or not. Zhao Donghai, yes. Mysterious man, very good. Wait for my good news tonight. Zhao Donghai, who are you? Mysterious man, you can call me Mr. Feng. After everyone finished reading the chat record, Yi Wudao pointed to the date on it. It was the day when the infant-eating king attacked the orphanage. Does this mean that there is someone else behind this? After Yi Wudao finished speaking, everyone nodded. But when it was Song Tianming's turn, he frowned and said, Who can guarantee that this wasn't written, directed, and performed by Zhao Donghai himself? Yi Wudao's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance. Fuck. Old Song, you are a descendant of Archimedes, right? How can you be so argumentative? Song Tianming's square face turned black and red, and he was speechless after being directly humiliated by Yi Wudao's words. Lin Yuan took the phone from Yi Wudao and looked at the chat history between Zhao Donghai and Mr. Feng. His brows slowly relaxed and he grinned, interesting. Do you know who this Mr. Feng is? Yi Wudao asked hurriedly. The members of Team 129 all turned their heads to look, their eyes full of curiosity. However, Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously, the secret cannot be revealed. The expressions on Yi Wudao and the members of Team 129's faces were extremely ugly. The plot is reversed. Lin Yuan thought to himself, no wonder so many people in novels love to show off and tell the protagonist that the secret cannot be revealed. This feeling is really good. Under the sullen gazes of the members of Team 129, Lin Yuan stomped his foot on the floor. Boom! The Dark Warrior's engine roared and sped away. This is incredible. You bastard, you're turning against Tian Gang. Yi Wudao cursed, took a bite of the bright moon beside him, and disappeared out of thin air. Damn it! You spit all over my face. Zhao Yue complained, but she was very happy in her heart. Song Tianming waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, Retreat. 10 minutes later. Ripples appeared in the void barrier. A man in a black robe and a clown mask on his face walked out of the void in a pair of flip-flops and came to the gate of the Xiao family's ancestral home. Patta, patta, patta. The sound of flip-flops hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Zhao Donghai, I went through so much trouble to help you, but you really disappoint me. The voice from beneath the clown mask revealed a hint of regret and dissatisfaction. Crack. The man pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Mansion. The Xiao family, a behemoth, was destined to be restless tonight, as a huge dark cloud as thick as ink enveloped it. The air around seemed to be frozen, so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. The entire Zhao Mansion seemed to be tightly strangled by an invisible giant hand, falling into a suffocating silence. The storm is coming. In front of the main hall, Zhao Donghai sat on a chair, like an old monk in meditation, with an expressionless face and calm eyes. He just stared at the teacup in his hand without saying a word. Compared with him, Zhao Laosan standing next to him was completely at the opposite extreme. His face was red and he was carrying 2 huge axes. He sometimes stood up and paced, and sometimes sighed and sat down with force. Standing in front of the 2 men were all the retainers of the Xiao family. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and they were on high alert. An extremely terrifying wave of power spread out in all directions. They are waiting for an order. Tat-tat. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw 3 middle-aged men walking quickly towards me. Zhao Laosan suddenly stood up and shouted, Where's my eldest brother? The 3 of them bowed and said in unison, Third master, the head of the family, he's missing. Missing. Zhao Laosan's eyes widened as he roared, What are you three doing? How could such a big person disappear? Third master, I'm sorry, it's us who are useless. Looking at the three people who bowed their heads and apologized, Zhao Laosan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Dongi. Third brother, shut up. Zhao Laosan didn't dare to disobey. He snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction and sat down heavily. Zhao Dongi turned to look at the three of them, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and asked tremblingly, Brother, he ran away? Second master, the patriarch may have, he died. Crack. The teacup in Zhao Dongi's hand exploded and blood flowed down his palm, but he was completely unaware. Bang! Zhao Laosan's face twisted, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, How dare you curse my eldest brother? I'll chop you into pieces. Stop! Zhao Dongi let out a low shout and raised his hand to block the giant axe. Second brother, what are you doing? Get out of the way and let me chop this bastard. Zhao Laosan glared at him, the giant axe in his hand shaking violently, and his spiritual energy raged. Zhao Dongi frowned and said in a deep voice, I'll say it one last time, stop. Ah! Zhao Laosan roared, swung the huge axe in his hand, and chopped it hard on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Zhao Dongi looked at the three of them and asked in a deep voice, How do you know that the eldest brother is dead? The master's life lamp in the ancestral hall has gone out. Bang! Zhao Dongi only felt his eyes go dark and his brain went blank. He sat heavily on the chair, his eyes dull and out of focus. The Xiao mansion fell into deathly silence. The head of the royal Zhao family, Zhao Donghai, is dead. Big brother. Zhao Laosan roared to the sky, shedding 2 lines of blood and tears, Second brother, I will leave the Xiao family from now on. As he spoke, Zhao Laosan picked up 2 huge axes and walked towards the gate of Xiao mansion. Return! Xiao Dongi's eyes were bloodshot and his voice was so hoarse that he almost lost his voice. I want revenge for my brother, I want revenge! Zhao Laosan screamed at the top of his lungs. But Zhao Dongi just repeated hoarsely, Come back! Zhao Dongi, you're F-king afraid of death, but I am not. Get out of here! I'm going to avenge my brother. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Zhao Dongi asked back. Zhao Laosan opened his mouth but said nothing. Big brother's revenge will definitely be avenged, but not now. Let's all disperse. After Zhao Dongi finished speaking, he turned around and left. At the same time, Mingyuan drove to the old neighborhood where he used to rent a house. The dim street lights were pitch black, seemingly unable to illuminate the inky black night. Chapter 56, Room 601, 6th floor. Old and rusty fitness equipment. The roof may fall off at any time. A trash can that emits a foul smell. Also, dog poop can be seen everywhere. But all this is so familiar to Lin Yuan. He has been walking this road for 10 years. To exaggerate a bit, you can even find your way back home with your eyes closed. Hua la la. The sudden noise broke the silence of the old community. A hunchbacked old man was walking towards me. The old man was holding a black iron rod that emitted a fishy smell, and a thick black liquid was dripping down the iron rod. Tat-tack. The heavy footsteps sounded extremely oppressive. A dark and windy night in old neighborhood, a hunchbacked old man, a black woven bag. This, the terrifying buff is stacked up. When the old man saw Lin Yuan, a light appeared in his cloudy eyes. He stared at Lin Yuan and suddenly sped up. The old man walked very fast and covered the short distance of more than 10 meters in a flash. Hey young man, do you still want the drink bottle in your hand? The old man asked with hope in his eyes. But Lin Yuan asked back, Chin Polan, don't you remember me? The old man reluctantly moved his eyes away from the drink bottle and looked at Lin Yuan, who was smiling. His face was stunned. But soon, the old man's eyes were filled with joy. You are Lin boy. It's me. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, then asked, Chin Polan, why are you still working so late? Before he could finish his words, the old man snatched the drink and put it into the woven bag. Then he sighed and said, Ah! Things are different now. Business is not easy to do. The higher-ups are strict. Superior? Lin Yuan was very surprised. Grandpa Chen, who is your superior? Who else could it be? The patrol bureau. Chen Polan sighed and gritted his teeth. Those bastards are wandering around the neighborhood all day long. Rummaging through trash cans is forbidden. Anyone who does will be arrested. They don't hesitate for a second. Lin Yuan looked at the furious Chen Polan and asked, "Have you been arrested before?" "Fuck." Chen Polan spitted out a foul language. "Those bastards caught me 9 times in 3 days, once each morning, noon, and night. They even covered all 3 of my meals." "That's good, isn't it? You pick up scraps just to have something to eat? You little brat, what a bullshit." Chen Polan glared at Lin Yuan angrily and said, "In that damn place, even the most delicious food wouldn't have an appetite." Looking at the furious Chen Polan, Lin Yuan quickly changed the subject. Why did the inspection bureau suddenly ban rummaging through trash cans? Has their business expanded so widely? The anger on Chen Polan's face instantly vanished, replaced by fear. He instinctively looked around and lowered his voice. "Lin, you haven't been here for a few days. You might not know that a few days ago, old Lou from the neighborhood next door found a desiccated corpse in their community's trash can. At the time, no one took it seriously. After all, it was the era of spiritual energy revival, and this situation was perfectly normal. But old Lou never dreamed that he would be picking up mummies every day for a week straight. This scared him so much that he reported it to the police. Then, the inspection bureau started patrolling these old neighborhoods every day." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange look. "Has it ever appeared in our community?" Chen Polan shook his head and said, "No. It's strange to say, only our community has never seen a mummified corpse. Otherwise, how would I dare to come out to work so late at night? Okay, enough talking. Time is short and the task is heavy. Those bastards from the patrol bureau will be here soon for their duties." After saying this, Chen Polan quickly left. Lin Yuan stared at Chen Polan's back, not wanting to look away. A gleam of light gradually flickered in his eyes, and he muttered softly, "Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary." Crack! Lin Yuan opened the door of the residential unit where everything else was ringing except the doorbell, and then stepped in. The pitch-black corridor was eerie and strange. Every step I took felt like I was one step closer to death. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Ha! Suddenly a gust of wind blew up dust and smoke in the corridor. Vomit! Lin Yuan couldn't help but retching, his stomach churning. There was a foul smell mixed in with the dust and smoke, like the smell of something rotting, which filled the entire corridor. Lin Yuan frowned and continued walking upstairs. 6th floor, in front of room 601. The damaged door has been replaced with a brand new security door, and 2 pairs of shoes are placed at the door, including a pair of red high heels. The other pair is a pair of slippers. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to knock on the door. Dong dong dong. There were echoes in the empty corridor. There was no movement from inside room 601. Lin Yuan was no longer surprised by this and continued to knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Still no one responded. Just as Lin Yuan raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, an impatient curse came from inside the door. "Fuck. Who is this? You're not sleeping at night, knocking on the market door, you're sick. The door is open." A man with lipstick marks all over his face appeared at the door with an unhappy look on his face. The man's eyes suddenly widened, his facial features gradually distorted, and a surge of hatred surged in his heart. "Lin Yuan? How dare you, you little bastard, come here. I fucking." The man was the landlord. He ran into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed out, roaring ferociously, "I'll fucking kill you." Swish. The landlord swung the kitchen knife and chopped at Lin Yuan. Bang. There was only a muffled sound. Lin Yuan easily snatched the kitchen knife from the landlord's hand. "Give me back the knife, you little bastard." When the landlord saw that Lin Yuan had snatched the kitchen knife from his hand, his heart tightened immediately, and the past scenes flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. Lin Yuan said with a half smile, "Uncle Wang, strictly speaking, I am your savior." The landlord stared at the kitchen knife, backing away in fear. "Put the knife down first." "Good." Lin Yuan agreed very readily, let go of his hand, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground. With a click. The landlord couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but he didn't completely let down his guard. He stared at Lin Yuan and angrily asked, "What are you still doing here?" "Of course I'm going home. Uncle Wang, you must have remembered that I still have 3 months' rent to pay." Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled brightly. The landlord's face was extremely gloomy, and he said sternly, "I will refund the remaining rent to you, get out, you are not welcome here." "Uncle Wang, It's hard to find a house with such great value for money. I'm not leaving. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he prepared to go upstairs. But at this moment, a sexy voice sounded. Honey, what are you doing? Come on, I can't wait. Before he finished speaking, a woman in a red nightgown walked out of the bedroom, twisting her sexy waist. When Lin Yuan saw the lazy, charming and sexy woman, his eyes widened immediately, his eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 57 Mr. Feng. By Hui. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filled the air, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. The landlord's face changed drastically when he saw this. He dodged and stood in front of the woman, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "What the hell do you want to do, you little bastard?" She's Bai Jia, Bai Hui's twin sister. The murderous look in Lin Yuan's eyes instantly faded after hearing this. He chuckled, "Uncle Wang, it was just a joke. Good night, sweet dreams." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind the landlord with a distorted face and Bai Jia with a puzzled look. Brother-in-law, who is this young man? No one? The tenants living here. The landlord said with a frown on his face. He looked very worried. Bai Jia's eyes widened as she screamed, "Tenant? Isn't that the murderer who killed my sister?" The landlord said, But the next second, Bai Jia gritted her teeth and shouted, "Stop right there, little murderer." The landlord's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled Bai Jia into the room, slammed the door shut, and warned her sternly, "Don't mess around. This little bastard is a spiritual warrior, and neither of us is his match." Then what about my sister's revenge? The landlord's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I have a way." In the rental house, Lin Yuan was lying on the small, broken bed he used to have. I was filled with emotion for a moment. After sleeping on the soft double bed for a few days, my body feels so precious. Is this broken bed for people to sleep on? The dog won't even sleep. Lin Yuan stood up and sat by the window, looking up at the hazy moonlight hanging in the night sky, a strange look in his eyes. The night is very quiet. It seems like something is brewing. Ah! This is destined to be an extraordinary night. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, closed his eyes, leaned back, and rested his head on his hands. In the moonlight, his face seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, and his black eyes were bright and deep. The clock struck midnight. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the old neighborhood, and those who were sleeping woke up one after another, their eyes filled with fear. They locked the doors and windows, and hid in their quilts, shivering. That voice is Chen Polan. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the murderous aura turned into substance and burst out. Crack! The window shattered. However, just as he was about to jump out of the window, a series of crunching sounds came from outside the door. It felt like something was gnawing at the iron door. Lin Yuan slowly turned his head. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The door was knocked open by a huge force. Immediately afterwards, a monster covered in rotting flesh, with pus oozing from its face and long hair hanging to the ground, but with sharp fangs, broke in. When it saw Lin Yuan at the window, its empty eye sockets glowed scarlet and it pounced towards him. Puff! Lin Yuan raised his knife and chopped off half of the monster's head. Red and white liquid splashed out and the monster fell limply. But it's not over yet. Suddenly, a palm-sized thing like a big black rat jumped out of his head and rushed out the door. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he swung the black gold-glazed knife without hesitation. Buzz! A sound of breaking air was heard. Puff! The big black rat that had just run to the door was nailed to the wall with a knife. Thick black liquid flowed down the wall, and the sour smell of decay filled the air. Lin Yuan walked to the wall. After seeing the monster's true face, his eyes flashed and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. This is a monster with a human face and a rat body. Its mouth is covered with densely packed black blood vessels that look like whiskers. The evil aura it exudes is creepy. Aliens, the undead rat tribe. Their appearance often means that a large number of corpses are produced. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly remembered the rotten smell he smelled in the corridor. Could it be? Suddenly, a cry filled with fear was heard. Help, help, no, don't eat me ah. Woo woo woo. Help. It's Bai Jia. Lin Yuan stepped on the ground. Cool pass sound. Gravel flew everywhere, and the ground, which had just been repaired less than a week ago, was trampled through again. The landlord looked up in confusion and happened to meet Lin Yuan's eyes. Fuck you. The landlord was filled with rage, his face flushed, and he roared loudly, "You little bastard, what did I do to you about this land? You've dug holes in it time and time again." Lin Yuan looked at Bai Jie struggling with the corpse and sneered, "Uncle Wang, your new lover is dying." Upon hearing this, the landlord quickly turned around and picked up a stool and smashed it at him. Bai Jie was rescued, but the landlord lost himself. The corpse bit the landlord's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Ah! The landlord let out a scream and struggled desperately. But the rotten corpse refused to let go, and as the landlord struggled, the wound became bigger and bigger, and blood and flesh became a blur. "Lin Yuan, save me, save me." Under the excruciating pain, the landlord's consciousness gradually became blurred. He looked at the young man in black above his head and called for help. But Lin Yuan folded his arms around his shoulders, showing no intention of taking action. He just calmly watched as the landlord's life force gradually faded as the rotting corpse devoured him. "You little bastard, you have such a cruel heart. Are you just going to watch me die like this? Little bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, ah." The landlord shouted at the top of his lungs, his face grim. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, could it not be him? Brother-in-law. Suddenly, Bai Jie let out a scream of terror. While Lin Yuan was stunned, the landlord was eaten by the corpses until nothing was left. Bai Jie was not spared either. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, he leaped up, and slashed with his sword, cutting off half of the heads of more than a dozen rotten corpses with a devastating force. Squeak! Accompanied by a series of shrill cries, the undead rats fled in all directions. Null. Time stands still for 0.01 second. Lin Yuan moved with the momentum, his body moving at an extremely fast speed, and the black gold glazed knife in his hand slashed down continuously. Thick black liquid splashed everywhere. More than a dozen undead rats were cut in half. There was a brief silence in the room. Lin Yuan looked around and didn't find anything unusual. But the more this happened, the more he felt there was a problem. Bang! The sudden noise interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. Rotting corpses with long hair and pus-stained faces rushed into the room one after another. These decaying corpses were the residents of the entire unit and his former neighbors. There are old people, pregnant women, children, and even toddlers. They all turned into corpses, and Lin Yuan was their only target. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, the murderous intent in his eyes had become real. He spoke slowly to the air. "I want to see how long you can hide, Mr. Feng." Chapter 58. Old Actor. Lin Yuan took a step forward. In an instant, spiritual energy raged. The mantra of emptiness is combined with "nothing is left uncut." Make killing concrete. The whole room turned into a hell, with corpses piled up like mountains. The smell of rotting corpses filled my nostrils. From the outside, the whole building seemed to be shaking. The flashes of swords and the shadows of blood are very spectacular. Lin Yuan, with one sword each, pushed his way through from the 7th floor to the 1st floor, leaving corpses strewn across the corridor. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the apartment building was knocked open by a huge force. Bang! As the door flew out, the corpses of corpses and undead rats rushed out like a rising tide. When the inspector who was responsible for maintaining order saw this scene, his stomach churned and he couldn't help retching. But at this moment, a burst of powerful footsteps came from the door of the apartment building. Tat-tack. Both the inspectors and the onlookers looked over when they heard the sound. I saw. The young man, dressed in black and holding a glass blade, walked out of the door with the corpse in his arms. Whose child is this? Why don't the adults take him home quickly? It's so dangerous. He's so brave despite being small. Seeing so many monsters, he doesn't seem scared at all. Young man, how did you get out? What's going on in there? Lin Yuan looked at the residents behind the cordon with a face full of fear and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the chattering residents. Whether it was the Blue Star continent or Earth, people were always interested in watching the excitement. Sudden. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered as he stared intently at the void in front of him. He slowly said, "Mr. Feng, come out." Before he finished speaking. As everyone looked on in confusion, the void split open and a guy in flip-flops appeared out of thin air. Should I call you Mr. Feng, or Mr. Wang next door? Lin Yuan looked at the man in black robe standing in the air and asked with a smile. He. Following the hoarse laughter. The man in black robe raised his hand and took off the clown mask on his face, revealing his true face. Lin Yuan was not shocked when he saw his face. As he expected, the mastermind behind the orphanage case was the landlord, Wang Buwei. However, Wang Buwei did not show any panic because of being exposed. He smiled very brightly and asked, "How did you find out?" Lin Yuan held the knife in his hands and spoke slowly. "Besides the Xiao family, the only person who knows I'm from an orphanage is you, who saw the letter of introduction when I rented the apartment. Then why did you exclude Zhao Donghai? After all, you killed his son." Lin Yuan smiled, his eyes gleaming. Zhao Donghai won't take risks for the sake of his family's interests. Killing me and colluding with aliens are two completely different things. After hearing this, Wang Buwei gave a thumbs up and praised, "Smart. But I'm really curious, why do you suddenly seem like a different person? You can consider the former Lin Yuan dead." "Actually, I guessed it a long time ago." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and said with interest, "Continue." Wang Buwei's eyes flashed with wisdom. "You are not Lin Yuan at all, or rather, you are occupying Lin Yuan's body." Pa pa pa. Well said. Lin Yuan applauded. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "You are the leader of the blood robe cult." "That's right." Wang Buwei admitted it directly. The life and death game turned into a confession game. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "Isn't it good to be a human being? Why would you betray the human race?" "Because I crave power." Wang Buwei's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Lin Yuan scoffed at this. "The human traitors come and go, but the lines remain the same. No innovation at all." This sentence is already said by an old actor. "I have everything ready, I just lack the east wind." Lin Yuan, you are that east wind. As long as you are willing to come with me, I promise to spare your life. Wang Buwei stared at Lin Yuan with a sincere look in his eyes. He wanted to appeal to Lin Yuan's emotions, reason with him, and influence him with his sincerity. But the truth is cruel. Lin Yuan curled his lips, his face indifferent. "Get lost. You want to sacrifice me to the gods?" Wang Buwei spread his hands helplessly. "It seems regrettable that you can only die. Then in order to spare you from regrets, go die." Lin Yuan said, took a step back, and waved his hand. "Yi-san, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wudao appeared out of thin air with a cigarette in his mouth. Wang Buwei's smile grew even brighter. "I knew the third master of the Yi family wouldn't die so easily." "So you knew I wasn't dead a long time ago?" Yi Wudao's tone was slightly surprised. After he finished speaking, he exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Wang Buwei smiled and nodded, "Of course. If you die, given the character of the Imperial Yi family, I'm afraid the entire Jiangcheng will be buried with you." After hearing this, Yi Wudao rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan and said, "You little bastard, you've been acting for so long, and in the end, we're the only ones who believe it." "I'm still too naive, but..." Lin Yuan paused, turned to look at Wang Buwei, and continued, "So, you are sure you can kill me in front of Master Yi-san?" "Whether you are sure or not, you won't know until you try it." Wang Buwei said this more like he was talking to himself. Then, the smile on his face gradually faded, and he said in a deep voice, "Master Xiao, come out and take revenge." Crack! The void split open, and an extremely terrifying aura of death surged out like an overwhelming force. It seems like there are dark clouds in the sky. The already pitch-black night sky became even darker. Zhao Donghai, dressed in a suit and tie, with his signature slicked-back hair, walked out of the void. He was surrounded by a dead aura, and his empty eyes stared at Lin Yuan as he spoke slowly. "Give me back my son's life." Zhao Donghai's voice was low, filled with endless murderous intent and resentment. He is clearly a dead man, but why does he have emotions and can even speak? It's just weird. "Young Master San, it's 1 against 2, it seems you have no chance of winning." Before Wang Buwei finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something and continued, "I forgot to tell you that the spirit control team is also busy with their own work." Yi Wudao took 2 powerful puffs of Lao Likun and grinned. "Who said it was 1 against 2? It's clearly 2 against 2. When Wang Buwei heard this, the smile on his face froze instantly. At the same time, the space barrier left again. I saw the gun-carrying boy Li Jia and the charming Aunt Xian walking out of the void. Wang Buwei's pupils contracted and his face changed drastically. 6 realms. It seems. I still underestimated the third master. Wang Buwei's tone was filled with a hint of self-mockery. However, Yi Wudao spread his hands and shook his head, saying, "You didn't underestimate me. 10 minutes ago, I didn't know this guy had a backup plan." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Bui's mouth twitched and he turned to look at Lin Yuan with a blank expression. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did Lin Yuan dare to go to the meeting alone and go deep into the tiger's den? Because he has made all the preparations. Are you really a human? Wang Bui asked Lin Yuan. Yi Wudao standing beside him was also full of curiosity. This kid is definitely a pervert. His brain is more terrifying than his talent. Are you polite? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, then waved his hand and said, "Young Master San, come on, show me." Chapter 59 Forbidden Ruins Number 9. You little bastard, I really deserve you. Yi Wudao cursed and his words revealed his dissatisfaction, but his actions were not vague at all. With a cigarette in his mouth and a long sword in his hand, he walked towards Wang Bui. Aunt Jingxiang, who was standing by, walked towards the living dead Xiao Donghai with her round white legs. "Auntie Xiang, be careful, I'll be sad if you get hurt." Li Zha's eyes were full of worry as he gave careful instructions. I saw that Shizuka's charming and sexy face was covered with blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a ripe apple, making people want to kiss her. This sound is as soft as a mosquito's, full of ants flavor, just right. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Zha, whose face had flushed red, and said unhappily, "Stop looking. Your eyes are almost stuck in Aunt Jingxiang's butt." Li Zha said without any shyness, "Brother Lin, you know, what I want is never to put my eyes on Aunt Jingxiang's but. Li Zha clenched the spear in his hand, with a hint of meaning. "This gun is not that gun." Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up and praised, "You really are that one." Li Zha reluctantly withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, where is the reward you promised me?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. What kind of reward? How vulgar. It's the love that a brother has for his younger brother. Li Zha's mouth twitched. Whatever you say is what it is, but no matter what it is, take it out quickly, I'm so curious. Lin Yuan put his hand into his arms, poked and whispered for a long time. Li Zha stared intently, his eyes full of anticipation, and he even swallowed nervously. "Are you ready?" Lin Yuan asked. "I'm ready." Li Zha rubbed his hands together and replied loudly. Lin Yuan chuckled, here he comes, he's really here, ding 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 ding." Heart. Li Zha looked at Lin Yuan, who was making a heart shape with him, with a confused look on his face. His eyes dropped to the ground. He asked in disbelief, "Brother Lin, is this the reward you mentioned?" Lin Yuan stretched out his index finger and wiggled it left and right. No. This is the love that a brother has for his younger brother." "Damn it. You're kidding me." Li Zha gritted his teeth and roared, "Aunt Xiang, let's go." "Leave? You're already on my boat and you still want to leave?" "You wish." Li Zha angrily said, "Oh my god. What do you mean? You can't let me work for nothing." Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, "I've paid you. You call that a reward? Why don't you scream? In my opinion, what I give you is the most precious reward." Li Zha opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Yuan beat him to the punch. "Null. Time stands still." Li Zha watched Lin Yuan take out the black gold glazed knife from behind when he regained his ability to move. Lin Yuan, empty. The black gold glazed knife stood between his legs. "Brother Lin, thank you for your reward, I like it very much." "Yeah? Yes. You lied, I'm a son." Li Zha's face was filled with a sincere smile. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction, "Very good. I am the most reasonable person, right?" "Yes." Li Zha didn't dare to say no at all. There was a cool breeze between his legs. The world's strongest fourth level is indeed worthy of its reputation. Suddenly, Wang Bui roared and flew backwards, sliding in the air for thousands of meters before finally stopping. Yi Wudao held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand and was about to attack, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his attack was immediately broken. "Don't be a bitch. Hold on tight, it's almost dawn." As he spoke, he suddenly raised the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand, and the sword energy spread across 9,000 miles, as if it had the power to split the sky. Wherever its light reaches, the wind and clouds change color, and the mountains and rivers shake. The sword wind whistled like the wrath of thunder, destroying everything in its path and unstoppable. The void is shattered, and between heaven and earth, only this sword is so powerful. Cut. After he finished speaking, the sword fell. Wang Buwei's pupils contracted, and he circulated his spiritual energy frantically, fighting hard. However, he was completely powerless to defend against Yi Wudao's sword. In an instant, Wang Buwei was crushed by the sword energy. The soul is scattered and the body is gone. At the same time, Jingxiang smashed Zhao Donghai's head with a palm, and also killed the 5th level undead rat at the same time, ending the battle. The scene fell into deathly silence. To this group of ordinary people, the battle just now was like a fight between gods. Lin Yuan smiled, bowed slightly, and clasped his hands together. Thank you both for your hard work. It's almost dawn, how about I treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding as a token of my gratitude? Yi Wudao's cheeks twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, Can you pick it up a little more? Sure. Lin Yuan said seriously, then 1 bowl of soy milk for each of us. Yi Wudao was so angry that he turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, You are more stingy than Kato. Who is Kato? Li Zhao was very curious and blinked his eyes eager to learn. Aunt Jingxiang blushed, took Li Zhao's hand, and walked away. Lin Yuan seemed to vaguely hear Aunt Jingxiang say to Li Zhao, Little boy, don't ask questions. Young women are good, but my young girls are better. Qingxi must be missing me. Thinking of the girl whose eyes were full of him, Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled knowingly. By chance, a ray of sunlight shone down, covering the boy's figure, making him dazzling. Another sunny day. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he stretched lazily. Call. He let out a breath and felt relaxed all over. As the first ray of sunshine in the morning shines, all the haze and evil of last night are dispelled, leaving behind the joy of rebirth. Boom! Amid the deafening roar of the engine, Lin Yuan drove away. Fang Tianyuan, apartment number 1. Welcome home, master. Xiaomei's voice echoed throughout the villa, and then the door slowly opened. Lin Yuan walked into the villa with a smile on his face and flowers in his hands, but when he opened the bedroom door, he did not see the girl who had been haunting his dreams. The room was clean and tidy, and the air was filled with the girl's body fragrance. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to leave the bedroom. But at this moment, the cell phone in my pocket vibrated. After the call was connected, Fan Ton's excited voice came. Brother Lin, are you back to school? Just arrived. Hurry up and come to Forbidden Ruins number 9, my sister-in-law is bullying us. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Before he could ask what was going on, the busy tone of the call was rang out. Beep, beep, beep. Fatty, wait and see how I'll deal with you when we meet. Lin Yuan drove to Forbidden Ruins number 9 with flowers. Forbidden Ruins number 9. Fengtian Academy simulates the Forbidden Ruins model and opens up 9 void trial sites deep in Longtan Mountain, so that students can complete the Forbidden Ruins trial without leaving the school. However, after all, it is a simulation of the Forbidden Ruins, and there are no great opportunities. It is just for students to hone their practical skills. But one thing is that the results of the Forbidden Ruins trial are another way to determine the students' ranking on the Fengtian list. Therefore, many students will choose the Forbidden Ruins training method to improve their ranking on the Fengtian list. In Forbidden Ruins number 9, a girl in a white dress stood on the top of the mountains. Her cold and beautiful face made her look like a fairy from the sky, keeping people away from her. In front of the girl were countless ferocious beasts, with their bloody mouths wide open, looking cruel and brutal. Chapter 60 Male and Female Kings. Roar. Ouch. Ouch. Suddenly, the roars of the beasts were deafening. Countless tiny cracks appeared in the transparent barrier that separated the Forbidden Ruins trial ground from reality. After seeing this scene, all the students watching the game changed their expressions drastically and retreated with horror in their eyes. Fuck. Who among my family members understands? The safety T. Ugh, the safety shield is broken. Does this also mean that if 100-second level peak beasts work together to attack, they can shatter the safety shield? It's over. If the school leaders hadn't intervened, this girl would be in danger. Amid the discussions around him, Hanzei appeared out of nowhere. He looked up at the girl in white dress in the trial ground, and a strange color appeared in his cold and ruthless eyes. Hanzei's hands flashed, and streams of spiritual energy shot out like arrows, landing on the tiny cracks on the surface of the safety shield and reinforcing it. After doing all this, Hanzei stepped back and disappeared into the void. All the students were dumbfounded when they saw this. They once thought that Hanzei appeared to save the girl in white dress in the Forbidden Ruins. As a result, he only reinforced the safety shield. Roar! A sudden roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed towards the girl at the same time as if they had received an order. Dong dong dong. As the beasts ran, the earth shook and the entire forbidden area was trembling violently. But the girl's stunning face was still as cold as ice, and her star-like eyes were gleaming with coldness. Kill! She gave a delicate cry and instead of retreating, she charged towards the group of beasts. The scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the safety shield with a stern look on their faces. Holy crap! This girl is so brave. Why haven't I seen this before? She's a freshman this year, and her name seems to be Xiao. Schoolgirl? I like schoolgirls the most. Forget about it, she's already taken. Damn it! What's wrong with a beautiful girl being taken? Even with a goalkeeper, she can still score a goal. Besides, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall, only a lazy hoe. Stop nagging me, look, this girl is really strong. In the forbidden trial area, Xiao held a green long sword in her hand and shouted loudly, blue flame burning the sky. In an instant, the green sword crossed the void and suddenly ignited a blazing green flame, as if it was going to burn the world to ashes. The green flames on the sword moved like dragons and snakes, emitting a heart-pounding high temperature and a breath of destruction. When the sword fell, the air was burned and distorted, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The powerful sword energy merged with the blue flame to form a force that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and the rubble was sucked into the flames, instantly turning into magma. As soon as those huge beasts came into contact with the green flame, they were turned into ashes by the high temperature, without even a chance to resist. However, this is just the beginning. Xiao danced her sword in the sky, and the green flames raged. Although the beasts were fierce, they were reduced to dust under her sword. She danced gracefully, like a fairy descending to the earth, with cold eyes full of majesty, and every time she swung her sword, it was filled with endless murderous intent. Wherever Qingyan went, animal carcasses were scattered all over the ground. The girl held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand, standing on the top of the mountains. Wherever her eyes went, the ferocious beasts that had managed to escape fled in panic. She killed a group of beasts, but her white dress was not stained with blood. Holy crap! What a woman who's as good as any man, so freaking awesome. I guess her boyfriend definitely didn't have a rebellious phase. This is a fucking freshman? The fat man in the crowd listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, why are both of them so perverted? A male and female king, right? Bang! Ouch! Damn it! Who the hell dares to hit me on the head? The fat man's face was shaking with flesh, and he turned his head away with a ferocious look. But when he saw the familiar smiling face behind him, he suddenly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Brother Lin, when can you change the way you greet people? It's really a waste of your brain. Fan Tong complained with a tearful face. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and said, who did you just call a cuckold? Brother Lin. It's a misunderstanding. Oh no. My sister-in-law is in danger. Fan Tong suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the Forbidden Ruins trial ground, and screamed in shock. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of Fan Tong's finger. In the Forbidden Trial area, Xiao was stopped by a man and a woman. Both of them were arrogant and proud, and it was obvious that they had no good intentions. The girl in the black yoga suit stretched out her hand and ordered, take out your student ID. It's Lu Chuxue and Song Jibua. What do they want to do? Don't you understand? Of course, he wants to steal this girl's points and improve his ranking on the Fengtian ranking. Damn. Shameless. Xiao just went through a fierce battle, she's definitely no match for these two peak third realm cultivators. It's shameless, but reasonable. Now it all depends on what this girl chooses, credits or. Without waiting for the man to finish his words, Xiao frowned slightly and said in a voice as cold as ice, get out. The smile on Lu Chushue's face disappeared instantly. We are all girls. I don't want to embarrass you. Give me the points and I will let you go. If you don't leave, then die. Xiao expression was cold as she slashed with her sword, and the sword energy was raging. But its power is less than 1,000th of its peak. Song Jibua didn't even need to take action, as Lu Chushua blocked the sword. Bang! The sword energy dissipated. Xiao suffered a backlash, her blood rushed up, and her beautiful face turned pale and bloodless. You're so stubborn. Lu Chuxue took a step forward, and the spiritual energy in her body gushed out. I'll say it one last time, give me the points. Xia Qingxi's eyes grew colder, filled with murderous intent. No. No? Lu Chuxue sneered, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. She lowered her voice and said sinisterly, then I will destroy your face. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed. Lu Chuxue was seen wearing a pair of cat claws on both hands, grabbing Xia Qingxi's pretty face fiercely. Everyone who was watching the battle outside the safety cover was stunned when they saw the scene and exclaimed in shock. Lu Chuxue wants to disfigure Xia Qingxi. Fuck. What a sinister woman. Why should women make things difficult for other women? Xia Qingxi retreated rapidly, barely avoiding Lu Chushue's attack. The sharp cat claws scratched through the space barrier. It was obvious that Lu Chushue's attack was not just aimed at disfiguring Xia Qingxi, she wanted to completely destroy her. Women's jealousy is really terrible. You little devil, is all you can do is hide? Lu Chuxue sneered and rushed towards Xia Qingxi again. Her hands flashed, her cat claws gleamed coldly, and her attacks were fierce. Xia Qingxi repeatedly retreated backwards to create distance, but facing Lu Chushue's relentless pressure, she was in danger several times. Fuck. This bitch. Brother Lin, why don't you? Before Fan Tong could finish his words, Lin Yuan had already disappeared. At this time, Chapter 61 bought a lot of new skins. Forbidden Ruins Trial Ground number 9. Little Demon. Back off. Back off again. Lu Chuxue suddenly stopped attacking and looked at Xia Qingxi, who had been pushed to the edge of the cliff, with a teasing look in her eyes. One more step back is a bottomless abyss. Gravel fell under Xia Qingxi's feet. Hua la la. Lu Chuxue looked at the rubble falling into the abyss and smiled coquettishly. Little devil, why don't you kneel down and beg me? What if, by some chance, I'm happy enough to let you go? Xia Qingxi frowned, the murderous intent in her eyes turned into reality. She looked up at the void in front of her, raised her slender jade hand, and slightly opened her red lips. But at this moment, the girl's black and white eyes were filled with joy, and her pretty face, which was as cold as ice, was smiling like a flower. It is no exaggeration to say that her smile is enough to captivate the city, and it is a fleeting moment of beauty. Tat-tack. The sound of powerful footsteps broke the silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a young man in black appeared on the top of the mountains. He was walking with a smile on his face and flowers in his hands. Do you like it? The young man walked around Lu Chuxue and came in front of Xia Qingxi, his eyes full of tenderness, and asked softly. Like. A pleasant voice sounded. The girl blinked her watery eyes, pursed her red lips, and moved her lotus steps slightly. The two walked towards each other at the same time and stood facing each other. Fuck. I think I fucking believe in love again. No. I need to watch 2 episodes of Dismemberment to calm down. Fuck, showing off your affection will lead to your death. This guy is really good at it. Of course, most of the people who speak sweetly like this are boys. A girl in the crowd clasped her hands together, eyes full of envy. Wow. This boy is so romantic. But when she turned around and looked at her boyfriend, this guy is playing games with his head down. Ah. Asshole. Break up. Xia Qingxi took the flowers with both hands, her pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Brother Lin, I miss you. The girl was unpretentious and directly expressed her true feelings in front of countless men, young and old, and threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. Holding a warm jade in your arms, you can't help but feel excited. But Lin Yuan could only be distracted. Court death. Suddenly, a resentful voice came from behind Lin Yuan. Lu Chushue's eyes were full of murderous intent, and she rushed forward waving her cat claws. Xia Qingxi's expression changed drastically when she saw this. However, before she could open her mouth to remind him, the scene before her suddenly calmed her heart, which had been in her throat. Lu Chushue's cat claws, which exuded murderous aura and cold light, turned into 2 palm-sized mirrors, just reflecting her already distorted facial features. No! How is this possible? After coming back to her senses, Lu Chuxue looked at the mirror in her hand in disbelief and screamed. At this moment, Lin Yuan slowly turned around, and the murderous aura in his body burst out without any concealment. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped her. Bang! Lu Chuxue fell down, and 5 scarlet fingerprints appeared on her delicate face, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. but soon she struggled to stand up, her eyes full of fear. The young man in front of me is very powerful. Whether it was turning the cat's paw into a mirror, or the slap just now, none of them can be contended with. Thinking of this, Lu Chushue hurriedly stepped back. Stop! A cold voice sounded. Lu Chushue paused, pretending to be calm. Junior, you've already hit me, what else do you want? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, this little lesson is not enough, it's not even a drop in the bucket. You? Lu Chushue's heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth and said, I admit that you are strong, but don't forget that I am not alone. If we really fight, we may not lose. After hearing this, Song Jibwa immediately walked over. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's smile grew even brighter. I hope you will win. Get started. Following Lu Chushue's delicate cry, the two of them simultaneously circulated their spiritual energy and shot it out. Lin Yuan stood there and spoke slowly. Null. Time stands still. Lin Yuan also started moving at this time. Throw a punch, throw a punch. End the battle. Instant second. Bang. Bang. With two muffled thuds, the two men simultaneously smashed two deep pits into the ground. Gravel flew everywhere and blood splattered. Song Jiebo lay motionless in the pit, apparently unconscious. Lu Chushue struggled to stand up, her eyes filled with fear. She screamed hysterically, You actually hit a woman. Moral kidnapping is often the last weapon of the weak. Are you morally blackmailing me? Lin Yuan was stunned, very surprised, then grinned and said, Have you ever considered that I actually have no morals? After saying that, Lin Yuan flashed and punched Lu Chushue in the face. Bang! Blood gushed out. Lu Chushue curled up on the ground, screaming in pain. However, this did not affect Lin Yuan's kicking speed, and his shoe sole kicked the flying edge. When the people outside saw this scene, they felt their scalps tingling. Especially those boys who still wanted to take advantage of Xiaoqingxi, they lowered their heads and retreated. This corner is made of titanium alloy and is equipped with an anti-pry and anti-violence system. Whoever pries will be beaten. Lu Chushue's screams echoed throughout the Forbidden Ruins trial grounds as she pleaded desperately, Let me go, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Lin Yuan grinned and said, Let you go? Then my girlfriend has to forgive you. Hearing this, Lu Chushue turned her head with all her might to look at Xiaoqingxi. Her tears and blood mixed together as she trembled and said, Junior sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. No forgiveness. Xiaoqingxi's voice was cold and crisp. Lin Yuan chuckled, I'm sorry, my girlfriend hasn't forgiven you. After saying that, he kicked again. Bang! Ah! Lu Chushue finally let out a heart-wrenching scream, closed her eyes, and became motionless. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and was about to wake Lu Chushue up, but Hanzei's cold voice came to his ears. That's enough. If you continue fighting, someone will die. After hearing this, Lin Yuan had no choice but to give up and took Xiaoqingxi's hand to leave the number 9 Forbidden Ruins. Villa number 1. Crack. The moment the door closed, Lin Yuan was like a mad beast. He pushed Xiaoqingxi against the door and lowered his head to kiss her. The sound of slurp 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 is really intoxicating. Xiaoqingxi did not resist at all. She raised her lotus root-like arms and wrapped them around Lin Yuan's neck, letting him do whatever he wanted. The two of them separated reluctantly until they were suffocated, and their saliva formed a crystal-clear line between their lips. The girl's pretty face flushed red, she lowered her head and whispered softly, Brother Lin, I'm going to take a shower. Actually, I like the smell of you better. While you were away, I bought a lot of new skins. Don't you want to try them out? Lin Yuan trembled violently and roared loudly, Go! He. Xiaoqingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then quickly went upstairs. Half an hour later, when Lin Yuan was about to die from blood regurgitation and explosion, a pair of high-side jade legs with letters on them appeared in his sight. And that cold, perfect, and delicate face. Chapter 62 Zhang Lingshan 3rd Update, Extra Update. The sun was shining in the sky and the bed was creaking. Lin Yuan leaned against the head of the bed, feeling refreshed and as if he had reached a state of emptiness. This feeling is really wonderful. Xiaoqingxi in his arms had a red face, her eyes slightly closed, her mouth open, and she was breathing heavily. The madness just now made her feel as if she was possessed by something and became a completely different person. Ding! Today's sign and task, 3 hours isn't enough, give me another 3 hours. Lin Yuan froze when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, what do you mean another 3 hours? Ding. Do la dance. Grass. Ah. Xiao Qingshi's eyes suddenly widened, she looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, and screamed, Brother Lin, are you still coming? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, this is a huge misunderstanding. Then let the misunderstanding continue. Come back. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and turned over. 3 hours later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign and task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? The system prompt sound that I had been waiting for 3 hours finally appeared. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and made one last attempt. Then he fell on the bed, motionless. Xiao Qingshi's face turned pale with fear. She dragged her almost falling apart body and struggled to sit up. She asked with concern, Brother Lin, are you okay? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said with a relaxed expression, it's okay. We're just getting started. We can still go on for another 3 hours. Xiao Qingshi rolled her eyes, climbed down from the bed carefully, and walked into the bathroom holding onto the wall. Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth. Lottery. I want to draw. Ding. Congratulations on winning the purple treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan looked at the purple treasure chest in front of him and his face lit up with joy. According to the rules he figured out. Golden treasure chest, bursting with incredible talents and treasures. The red treasure chest explodes various fruits with skills. Purple treasure chest, explode the innate skills. I don't know what innate skills will be revealed this time. Lin Yuan was very excited. Open. Ding. Sign and quest reward, skill, Mirror Flower and Watermoon LV2. Note, Mirror Flower and Watermoon skill evolves. Mirror Flower, Watermoon, the attack range is greatly expanded. At the same realm, any martial arts attack or weapon attack within 1 meter of the protagonist casting Mirror Flower, Watermoon will immediately enter the killing line. The Mirror Flower and Watermoon skills effects have been significantly enhanced. It now not only transforms martial arts and weapons into mirrors, but also instantly reduces the opponent's attack power by 20%. The host gently twists his fingers, and the mirror explodes into mirror flowers, increasing its damage by 30% and inflicting a temporary paralysis effect, slowing the enemy's movements for 1 second. Special note, the Mirror Flower and Watermoon skill is still ineffective against pure physical attacks. After Lin Yuan digested the system's notes, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Although no new skills were revealed, Mirror Flower and Watermoon seemed to be even stronger after the upgrade. I wonder what it will be like to reach level 100. Brother Lin, I'm hungry. Suddenly, Xiao Qingshi's aggrieved voice sounded. She changed into a refreshing, loose-fitting sports outfit and walked out of the bathroom, holding her belly. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, then what do you want to eat? I want to eat hot pot. Good. The two men dressed neatly and drove away from Feng Tianyuan. At the same time, one of the 4 courtyards, Lulun Courtyard. In the student apartment area, in a luxuriously decorated and magnificent single-family villa, a bald boy was sitting on the sofa. He was only wearing a small vest on his upper body, with his hard and well-defined muscles exposed, his veins bulging, his strength overflowing, and an extremely oppressive feeling. Zhang Lingshan. In front of the young man, there was an old man with his hands in front of him, bowing slightly, his eyes full of awe. Interesting. The young man looked at the projection in front of him and nodded with interest. The image being played on the projector was the scene of Lin Yuan crushing Nalan Haoyu's neck, bloody and cruel. It is his honor to be recognized by the young master. The old man's flattery was just right. The bald boy was already used to it. He leaned back, put his hands behind his head, and pondered for a moment. Although Nalan Haoyu is self-righteous, his strength is indeed not bad. Even if I want to kill him, it may not be so easy. Young master, Nalan Haoyu underestimated his enemy at first, which is the most fatal. The old man was still trying to lift the bald boy up. However, the bald boy was sober, a rare sight for a human being. He shook his head and chuckled, Uncle Fu. I know how capable I am. You don't need to comfort me. Besides. The young man paused, stood up, and a violent force burst out. For a moment, the bald boy seemed like a prehistoric beast, with brutality and blood hidden beneath his sunny smile. I, Zhang Lingshan, become stronger when I face a stronger opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more it stimulates my desire to fight. I crave power. The young man spoke with great confidence, his words revealing his confidence in his own strength, but he was not conceited at all. The old man was shocked after hearing this, and thought to himself, how can there be any ordinary people among the children of a big family? The brainless second generation only exists in novels. Young master is so powerful. I am grateful for your guidance. The old man clasped his hands together and bowed. Being able to become this boy's protector may be the greatest honor in his life. The young man raised his head and looked towards the northeast, then said slowly, Old Xiao is looking for me, right? Replying to young master, Commander Xiao did send people to Zhangjia ancient town yesterday, but they were turned away by the sect master. The young man's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was talking to himself, Old Xiao already knows my identity, there's no need to hide it. The old man's expression changed drastically. Young master, do you agree to join the Samsara squad? Isn't this my destiny? Young master, don't you need to discuss this with the sect master? The young man waved his hand, no need. Get ready and participate in the Samsara team's trial. Besides, with Old Xiao's personality, he will definitely not miss an SSS level talent awakener. The old man's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but scream, Young master, are you saying that Lin Yuan is also a reincarnationist? Him? No. The young man's tone was very firm. He changed the subject and continued, the great Xia kingdom has never had only one Samsara squad. Before he finished speaking, the boy had already walked away. Night falls. The lights are bright and the neon lights are dazzling. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi went for a walk by the river. They held hands, felt the river breeze, and enjoyed the warm night. Brother Lin, if I hadn't confessed to you, would we have missed each other? Xia Qingxi suddenly asked a very sharp question. After hearing this, Lin Yuan had a brainstorm and even a layer of tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. After a long moment, he said with a determined look in his eyes, impossible. To be honest, I've liked you for a long time. Real? It's guaranteed. Trojan. Brother Lin, I like you. Xia Qingxi pecked Lin Yuan on the face and shouted towards the endless river. Lin Yuan looked at the stunningly beautiful, delicate and flawless face in front of him, pouted his lips and moved closer. But at this moment, a violent cough was heard. Chapter 63, Real Dad Meets Fake Dad. Cough cough cough. A violent coughing sounded. It sounded like he was coughing up his lungs. Lin Yuan's mouth stopped in mid-air, neither able to move forward nor to retreat. Xia Qingxi's pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, and she quickly dodged, looking a little nervous. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, glanced at the middle-aged man who appeared beside him at some point, snorted coldly, and said, Zhang Feng drank too much? He choked. Xia Qingxi's expression changed drastically. She pulled him back and whispered, Dad. Why? Ah. Lin Yuan and the middle-aged man said in unison, their eyes widened, looking at each other in disbelief. Time seems to have stood still. Xia Qingxi stood in the river breeze, completely disheveled. At this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ah! Destroy it! Apartment 1. The villa was filled with a heavy and depressing atmosphere. The middle-aged man sat upright on the sofa, his brows furrowed, his face ashen, his eyes murderous, the source of the heavy and depressing atmosphere. Opposite the middle-aged man were Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi. They lowered their heads, sat upright, and felt very uncomfortable. The three of them sat like this for a full hour. No one spoke first. Lin Yuan also knew the man's identity, his future father-in-law, Xiao. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. At this moment, he should do something. I have something to say. Shut up. The middle-aged man shouted softly, shattering the courage that Lin Yuan had just gathered. Dad. After Xia Qingxi finished shouting, she was really afraid that Lin Yuan would say hey again, so she immediately said, Dad. Why are you here? Why didn't you notify me in advance? If I had informed you in advance, how would I know that you have a father? Xiao gritted his teeth. After hearing this, Xia Qingxi really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Dad. Please listen to my explanation. Actually, I. Stop making it up. I'm old, but I'm not dead. You young people have such little tricks up your sleeve. Do you think I don't know? Xiao glared at the two of them as he spoke, then asked seriously, how long have you two been dating? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly, Uncle Xiao, we've been together for 15 days, 10 hours, and 36 minutes. It's only been half a month and you're already. Xiao was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Looking at his precious daughter who seemed cold, elegant and noble on weekdays, he could not believe this fact. Is she pretending to be affectionate? Xiao Qingxi felt really embarrassed under the scrutiny of her own father. She looked ashamed and angry, and said coquettishly, Dad, can you please stop talking? Did you come to Jiancheng on a mission? Go and carry out the mission first, okay? Don't worry about my affairs. I do have a mission. Xiao said, snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, and said through gritted teeth, come with me. Xiao Qingxi opened her arms and blocked Lin Yuan behind her, her face full of vigilance. Dad. What do you want to do? Carry out the mission. On a mission? Then why did you call brother Lin? My mission is him. Xiao said very seriously and walked out the door. Lin Yuan stood there, at a loss. My father-in-law seems to have a sour temper. And his strength is unknown, but he is definitely stronger than me. If I start to fight. Brother Lin, go. Suddenly, Xiao Qingxi's pleasant voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Yuan said with a bitter face, Qingxi, your father won't do anything, will he? Xiao Qingxi chuckled and teased, why are you scared? When I called you daddy, didn't you agree quickly? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance, Sheer, it's already this time, and you're still in the mood to laugh at me? Don't worry. My dad is a man who clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. Since he has a mission for you, he won't make things difficult for you. The smile on Xiao Qingxi's face gradually faded, giving Lin Yuan a reassurance. Call. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and muttered, it's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Who made me your father? Oh. You bad guy, don't say that. Xiao Qingxi stomped her feet in anger. Outside the villa, in the pavilion. Xiao raised his hand and pointed at the chair opposite him, then slowly said, sit down and talk. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Lin Yuan tried his best to lower his posture and sit upright. Xiao curled his lips and said, we are already a family, why are you still so nervous? Just relax. How did the attitude change so quickly? It must be a trap. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan was very cautious, as if sitting on pins and needles. Uncle Xiao, if you have anything to say, just say it. Xiao saw through Lin Yuan's little thoughts at a glance. He smiled without saying a word, and suddenly raised his hand and threw out a stream of spiritual energy, forming a barrier to isolate the pavilion from the outside world. Then, his hands flashed, and golden rune imprints rose into the air and landed on the surface of the barrier, completely turning the pavilion into an independent space. After watching all this, Lin Yuan's scalp tingled. If he died here, no one would find his body until it rotted away. After Xiao finished all this, he slowly said, I came to you this time to ask you, are you ready to join the Dawn team? Dawn squad? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, Uncle Xiao, you are the initiator of the Dawn squad. Lin Yuan's cheeks twitched. He had thought that Xiao Qingxi's family background would be strong, but he never expected it to be so terrifying. The star of general on the shoulder is included. I just don't know how many to carry. Lin Yuan did not dare to neglect it. He stood at attention and saluted, saying loudly, hello, chief. Stop it. Sit down and talk. Yes. Chief. You should just call me Uncle Xiao. Yes. Uncle Xiao, chief. Xiao laughed and scolded, stop being so rude, brat. Answer my question. Are you sure you're not ready to join the Dawn squad? Be prepared at any time. Lin Yuan said in a loud voice. Xiao was very satisfied. Great. Do you have any suitable team members to recommend? Have. Tell me about it. Fengtian Academy's Genius Beast Master, Fan Tong, Xianin Temple's Young Monk, Jing Kong, and Jiling Academy's SS-level genius, Li Jia, are the only three of them at the moment. After hearing this, Xiao nodded and said, these three little ones are all good and can join the Dawn team. However, why don't you recommend Qingxi? That girl's strength and talent are no weaker than anyone else. Lin Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, let me handle things like risking my life. Xiao narrowed his eyes, looked deeply at the young man in front of him, and thought to himself, Maybe all this is inevitable. After all, wasn't this marriage arranged 20 years ago? Thinking of this, Xiao smiled helplessly and continued, there is one more thing you need to take seriously. Chapter 64. Looking up, you will see towering snow-capped mountains. A demon cave has been discovered in Myanbeay Mountain. After investigation by the spirit enforcement team, we found that the demon cave is not of high level. Most of the demons are level 3, with a few level 4. So, for now, we've decided to use this demon cave as a training ground for the members of Team Dawn. Do you have any questions? After hearing what Xiao said, Lin Yuan was stunned. I don't have any objections, but the members of the Dawn team haven't been confirmed yet. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. You just need to get ready and head to Myanbeay Forbidden Ruins the day after tomorrow. After Xiao finished speaking, the corners of his mouth rose and he smiled mysteriously. This time it's not just the Dawn squad, there's also a team that's existed for thousands of years. You better perform well and don't embarrass me. Uncle Xiao, don't worry. Not to mention existing for thousands of years, even if it has existed for 10,000 years, we are still little brothers in front of the Dawn team. Lin Yuan boasted. However, Xiao smiled and said, what if I tell you? The members of this team have never changed. Lin Yuan didn't react at first, and frowned as he asked, the team members have never changed? What does that mean? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he screamed, Uncle Xiao, are you saying this group of people have lived for more than 1,000 years? Xiao smiled and nodded slightly, I can understand it that way. Gurgle. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his face filled with horror. 1,000 years? How did they do that? As far as he knew, the lifespan of an 8th level expert was at most 300 years. Even the legendary 9th realm would not exceed a lifespan of 500 years. And 1,000 years old? Turtle? A trace of awe flashed in Xiao's eyes, and he slowly said, this team, codename, Samsara. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched and he took a breath of cold air. This is a fucking world of high-level martial arts, not a world of cultivation. How come reincarnation came into being? Xiao patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and chuckled, get ready. I heard that the captain of the Samsara team is very interested in you. A challenge from a genius from thousands of years ago is bound to be exciting. What the hell? Before Lin Yuan could react, Xiao had already torn open the barrier and left. He was left alone in the mess. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the void and a cloud of thick smoke rushed towards them. You knew that a long time ago? I found out this morning. Yi Wudao, cigarette in hand, looked at Lin Yuan sympathetically. Are you scared? Scared? Not really. I'm just curious about what my ancestor, who has lived for 1,000 years, looks like. Do you have any information? No. Yi Wudao shook his head and said, every reincarnation is very mysterious. Is there only one person in Daxia who knows their identity? Who? Yi Wudao exhaled a puff of smoke in the direction Xiao left. Your father-in-law's father, Xiao. Lin Yuan said oh and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked up at the starry sky and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. This world is wonderful. Yi Wudao imitated Lin Yuan, raised his head, blew out a smoke ring, and said with a smile. It's very exciting. What I'm going to tell you next is even more exciting. Nalan Batian might not be dead, and Myanbeay Mountain is within the territory of the Nalan royal family. Wonderful and high, martial arts. The next day, the warm sun blew on my face. Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi had just finished breakfast when a cell phone rang. After the call was connected, Fan Tong's voice came, Brother Lin, don't forget to call me when you leave. Departure? Where to? Myanbeay Mountain. I just received a notice. Coach Han said you're going to Myanbeay Mountain too and asked me to take your car. Yeah. Wait for my call. Lin Yuan hung up the phone after he finished speaking and looked up at Xiao Qingxi across from him, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Sheer, I may have to leave for a few more days. Where are you going? Myanbeay Mountain. Oh. Go ahead. Xiao Qingxi acted very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Sheer, don't you miss me? I do. But I have a way to not think about it. What method? I won't tell you, you'll know when the time comes. Xiao Qingxi smiled slyly, and her black and white eyes curved into crescent shapes, which was very cute. No matter how Lin Yuan asked, he couldn't pry open the girl's mouth. Do. Come on, fatty, I'm not in the mood to accompany you. Damn! Brother Lin, there's a ditch ahead, brake quickly. Fan Tong yelled and held the handle tightly, his fat face flushed red with nervousness. Xie! Lin Yuan slammed on the brakes and circulated his spiritual energy at the same time. The tires rubbed against the ground violently, leaving a long tire mark. Under the simultaneous action of physical brakes and spell brakes, the black warrior stopped half a meter in front of the ditch. I, a 300-pound kid, was scared to death. Fan Tong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, still feeling apprehensive. Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? I noticed you were distracted the moment I got in the car. It's okay. You drive, I'll take a rest. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he moved to the passenger seat. As soon as he closed his eyes, Xiao Qingxi's sly smile would appear in front of him. What on earth is this girl planning? Ding! Sign-in mission released, show up at the entrance of Taibai Forbidden Ruins in the coolest way possible. Even the sudden system prompt sound in his mind failed to divert Lin Yuan's attention. At the same time, in the direction of Jinling, a luxury business car was speeding on the highway. The atmosphere in the car was charming and filled with ambiguity. Li Jie rested his head on Aunt Jingxiang's round legs as usual, smelling her refreshing body fragrance, his eyes blurred and drowsy. Looking up, I see the towering snow-capped mountains, and my heart is filled with lofty sentiments. Her slender jade fingers gently pressed Li Jie's eyebrows, slowly relaxing his frown. Master, if you're tired, take a nap. I'll call you when we get there. Aunt Shizuka's voice was as gentle as water, soft to the bone. Li Jie opened his eyes, put one hand under his head, and was one step closer to the snow mountain, where he could pick red beans with his mouth. Don't move! Li Jie suddenly called out to Aunt Jingxiang, who was about to straighten her waist, and continued with a look of enjoyment, this way, I feel more at ease. Shizuka's delicate body trembled suddenly, her eyes were charming, and her pretty face was like a ripe apple, rosy and full of moisture, full of Aunt's charm. Master, you, don't. Suddenly, Aunt Shizuka froze there motionless as if she had been electrocuted. Li Jie mumbled, Auntie Xiang, I don't like obstacles, you know. Aunt Shizuka moaned, her face flushed and her voice trembling. Ouch. You little pervert, you bit, it hurt me. Then don't move. Okay. Suddenly, another sound that was enough to make any man's blood boil came out of Aunt Shizuka's mouth. Li Jie's eyes were red, he stared at Aunt Xiang, and gasped heavily. Chapter 65 Singing All the Way. Li Jie's eyes were burning with flames, and his eyes seemed to want to melt Aunt Jingxiang. His face was flushed, and even his breath was filled with heat. Aunt Jingxiang's heart tightened and she cried out in a delicate voice. Master, don't do that. Your skills will fail. This sentence was like a basin of cold water poured on Li Jie's head, chilling him to the bone. Master, calm down. Aunt Jingxiang grabbed Li Jie's violently trembling fist and spoke in a gentle voice, trying to calm the restless heart of the young man in front of her. Li Jie swallowed hard and said through gritted teeth, Aunt Jingxiang, I feel uncomfortable. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. From today on, I won't appear in front of you. Aunt Shizuka said this and prepared to leave. But Li Jie grabbed him and said, no. But, Master, you. Call. Li Jie took a deep breath, and the fire in his eyes receded. I can control myself. After saying that, he lay back on Aunt Shizuka's legs and gradually regained his composure. Aunt Jingxiang gently squeezed Li Jie's frown and whispered, Young master, your samadhi true fire will soon be fully developed. When the time comes, I will do whatever you want. Li Jie's eyes suddenly widened and he cried out in surprise, Really? Aunt Jingxiang's charming face flushed red with shame, and she bit her red lips tightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Li Jie took a deep breath, his eyes more determined than ever before, Aunt Jingxiang, for our sexual happiness, I will definitely practice hard. You little pervert, you can sleep peacefully now. Aunt Shizuka said, rolling her eyes, looking very charming. No more sleep. Still standing at attention? Li Jie shook his head. I can't figure out which bastard is behind this, making me, the third prince of the Li family, suffer this? I heard from the patriarch that it was General Xiao who delivered the letter personally. General Xiao? 5-star General Xiao? That's right. Apart from him, no one else can get such respect from the patriarch. Li Jie snorted coldly, full of disdain. I don't care if he's 5-star or 8-star. If I find out who this Dawn Squad leader is, I'll either skin him alive or castrate myself. Aunt Jingxiang was stunned when she heard this. Master, this is inappropriate. You don't believe me? Of course I believe in you, master. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shines down, and the top of the snow-capped mountain is instantly lit up. The golden light spread like a tide, and the snow slope was dyed into a brilliant golden color, shining brightly. The towering peaks seem to be covered with a layer of golden gauze, and every inch of the snow surface is sparkling with dazzling light, like countless tiny gold grains jumping. Wherever the sunlight reaches, the ice and snow are crystal clear, reflecting dreamy colors. The outline of the mountain becomes clearer and clearer, steep and majestic, reaching straight into the sky, which is awe-inspiring. The Black Warrior Lancer cruiser is speeding between the mountains. Its performance is amazing. It's as if it is driving on flat ground. Fantong just stepped on the accelerator and left the rest to V18. Boom boom boom. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the prosperity of the world. The heart of youth is always a little frivolous. Now you are at home everywhere, Brother Lin, sing. The girl who once made you feel distressed has now disappeared without a trace. Love always makes you yearn for it but also makes you feel troubled. It once left you covered in wounds. 1, 2, 3, together. Dillalilla dillilla denda. Dillalilla dillilla data. Dillalilla dillilla data. On the road of moving forward courageously. Along with the deafening roar of the engine, a loud song resounded among the snow-capped mountains. Lin Yuan and Fantong were having a blast, turning up the volume of the speakers to the maximum and entering singing mode. The two of them swayed their bodies wildly to the music in the bumpy mountain road. Stimulate. Ha 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 ha. Fantong laughed like a fat boy weighing over 300 pounds. This feeling made him feel so good. Lin Yuan also felt extremely excited. Even though he hadn't slept for a day and a night, at this moment all the cells in his body were extremely active and excited. Come on, come on. Brother Lin, next song 1 2 3 sing. I'm as free as the wind, just like your tenderness cannot be retained. You push away my outstretched hands. Go away. Better not look back, fatty. Go on. Endless drifting, longing for freedom, bearing all the vicissitudes alone, I gave you tenderness but you refused to accept it. Together, friends on the left, friends on the right, friends in front and behind, let us come together. I give you hands, real feelings, I give you freedom, long-lasting memories, I give you everything, but I can't stop. Oh oh oh. Fantong opened the sunroof, sat on the roof of the car, and waved the clothes in his hands. He had no friends at all in the snow-capped mountains. Happy times are always short-lived. The two drove from sunrise to sunset, shuttling between the snow-capped mountains. Along the way, eagles flew, wolves leaped, and beasts danced wildly. The sun sets in the west. A snow-capped mountain towers into the clouds. It was like a giant sword piercing the sky and lifting up the setting sun. The scene was spectacular and shocking. The two of them stopped singing and stared blankly at the snow-capped mountains in front of them, their hearts surging. Fantong slammed on the brakes, staring with his small, bean-sized eyes, and screamed, "Brother Lin, this must be the legendary Jade Sword Mountain. It seems there is no sword around that is more powerful than this one." Lin Yuan said, looking around. The result was that there was no one. He looked away, frowned, and said, "We're early." Fantong stretched lazily and suggested, "Then let's find a place to cuddle up and take a nap to recharge our batteries for a big fight tomorrow." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, "This is a great plan, let's go." Fantong deliberately drove the car to a relatively quiet place. Then he turned on the air conditioner and played a quiet and lyrical song to help them fall asleep. Madness always comes at a price. Jade Sword Mountain. Taibai Mountains, the highest mountain in the country. It is named because its shape resembles a long sword. There is a huge open space on the top of Yujian Mountain, which is full of people. At a glance, it can be roughly estimated that there are at least 20 people. They are all young men with noble bearing and extraordinary temperament, and each of them exudes powerful spiritual energy. Everyone was either sitting or standing, each forming their own camp, and no one was bothering anyone else. After all, those who can come here are either from prominent families or have extraordinary talents and abilities. Who is so arrogant as to wait from day to night? A young man with a side-parted hair and Don Donkey brand clothes said this with an unhappy look on his face. Exactly. Who is this guy at the end? He's so cunning that he made us all wait for him. Don't waste time, okay? Time is money, my friend. I'll give him another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come, I'll immediately withdraw from this damn trial. I won't. Bang! A sudden muffled sound interrupted the man. and this shameless young man disappeared out of thin air. Ah! A scream came from the bottom of the mountain. The open space on the top of Yujian Mountain was quiet and silent. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Anyone else has any objections? Stand up. Chapter 66. When I woke up, the sky fell. Anyone who has any objections, please stand up. All the young men with extraordinary temperament looked over when they heard the sound. Above my head, I saw a middle-aged man in military uniform standing in the air with his hands behind his back. The two bright stars on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching. For a moment, the noisy open space fell silent. This group of young men with extraordinary backgrounds were silent, with their heads lowered, not even daring to breathe. The young man with his hair parted in the middle and wearing a donkey brand outfit had a wide smile on his face. He looked up and said, "Actually, it's nice to just look at the stars here for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a wave of eye rolls and boos. But at this moment, another hoarse voice sounded. "General Song, we can wait, but shouldn't you tell us who we're waiting for? And how long will we have to wait?" The person who spoke was the young man who was sitting cross-legged in the corner. He was dressed in white and had a handsome face. His appearance and voice were completely inconsistent. "I agree with what young Master Lu said." The burly Zhang Lingshan echoed. The other teenagers all became interested after seeing the two people who spoke. A young master of the sword sect, Lu Jianbai. Zhang Lingshan, the young master of Zhangjia ancient town. The two represent the top second generation of the great Xiao kingdom, with strength, talent and background, and are at the T1 level. Faced with the questions from the two, even a two-star general with a general star on his shoulder did not dare to completely ignore them. General Song said in a deep voice, "The last two are the chiefs of Fengtian Academy, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Lin Yuan? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Don't even think about that SSS level daddy in Zhongcheng. Damn. No wonder I felt familiar with him. It turned out to be this dad. Well, just wait a while. I don't have a temper. At the same time, at the foot of Yujian Mountain. Inside the Black Night, snoring and cell phone ringing sounds came one after another. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong closed their eyes and fell asleep. No matter what, it's up to them. After an unknown amount of time, Fan Tong was awakened from his sleep by a strong urge to urinate. He got out of the car in a daze, walked to the foot of the mountain, and unbuttoned his pants. Wah 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 wah. Shiver a little, shake it off, and you will feel relaxed physically and mentally. In the biting cold wind, Fan Tong sobered up a lot. Looking at his brother who looked like an immature silkworm pupa, he couldn't help but mutter. The heat expands and the cold contracts. If it gets any colder, I'll freeze to death. After saying that, he staggered back to the car and instinctively picked up his phone. Before he could unlock it, a call came in. After the call was connected, Hanze's voice, which was colder than the temperature of the snow mountain, came. "What are you doing? Why did you just answer the phone? Why?" Fan Tong listened to the cold voice, and his heart warmed. "Master Han, I'm sorry to have worried you. Brother Lin and I were very tired from traveling, so we took a nap. We are safe, don't worry. Sleep." Hanze's voice rose several notes. "Ah. Do you know that you two are late? General Song is about to blow up my phone." "Fuck you too, you're actually sleeping, I." Beep, beep, beep. Before Hanze could finish his words, Fan Tong hung up the phone, looked at the time, and his face changed drastically. "Fuck. Slept for a whole day and night? Isn't this a bad thing? Brother Lin, wake up quickly, something terrible has happened, we are late." Amidst Fan Tong's howling, Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes. What he saw was a hideous fat face with bared fangs, as if it wanted to eat people. Lin Yuan was startled and slapped him in the face with his hand. Bang! Fan Tong was stunned, covering his face with his hands, feeling aggrieved. "Brother Lin, did you whip me? You scared me so much. I thought you were possessed by an alien and wanted to eat me." After Lin Yuan said that, he quickly sat up, his eyes flickering. But Fan Tong was in no mood to pay attention to these details, as Hanze's cold voice was still echoing in his ears. "Brother Lin, you're late. We've been sleeping together for a whole day and night." Hearing this, Lin Yuan took out his phone, and the moment he turned on the screen the sky fell. 99 plus missed calls. Father-in-law 99 plus. Sierra 99 plus. Fuck. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Lin Yuan got out of the car cursing. The two looked up. Under the cover of night, Yujian Mountain reaches straight into the sky. Brother Lin, how do we get up there? Fan Tong asked with a frown. Lin Yuan's eyes rolled, a gleam of light flashed across them. Your cousin. Fan Tong's mouth twitched. Is it possible? The scene changed. Only a series of grunting sounds were heard. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong rode on the white pigs and soared into the air. General Song, I've waited from day till night. My sincerity is enough. If you don't open the gate to the Forbidden Ruins, I will have no choice but to withdraw. That's all. The young man who was sitting cross-legged in the 37-point donkey brand slowly stood up. As for the others, although they didn't say anything, they all moved closer to him unconsciously, and their actions showed their stance. However, at this moment, Lu Jianbai in the corner suddenly opened his eyes flashing, and looked towards the abyss below him. At the same time, Zhang Lingshan and Li Jia, who were not far away, also stood up. There was also a little monk in a tattered robe, Jingkong, Amatba. Here I come. The four of them said in unison. Poof. The sound of pigs squealing was heard. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. The next second, a shaky white pig appeared in everyone's sight. Brother Meng. Sao Rui. You haven't adjusted to the time difference. Amatba. Donor Lin, pigs are also lives, please show some mercy. Master Jingkong clasped his hands together with compassion in his heart. At this time, Li Jia on the side laughed and joked, Little monk, you should lift your hips high. Ah ha 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 ha. By the way, Brother Lin, your appearance is quite unique. Lin Yuan's eyes lingered on Li Jia and Jingkong for a moment, and he grinned, here they come. They're all here. Everything is here? Li Jia asked in confusion. However, before Lin Yuan could give an answer, General Song, who was standing in the air, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, silence. Before the time starts, I have a few words to say. First, all the guardians, please step back and do not enter the Forbidden Ruins. Before he finished speaking, visible ripples appeared in the space barrier. In an instant, on top of the 1,000-foot cliff, there stood 18 powerful men above the fifth realm, all of them were protectors. Everyone nodded to each other. Seeing this, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and muttered softly, Third Master, it's time to gather and come out to report. No. I'm tired. Yi Wudao's confused voice came. Lin Yuan's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, he is worthy of being the third master. General Song nodded to everyone and continued, this trial is of special significance. Your performance will be evaluated, so I advise everyone not to hide anything and to show your strongest selves as much as possible. The demonic cave has taken shape. Aliens may appear in any area of Jade Sword Mountain. There is also the threat of ferocious beasts. Your ultimate mission is to eliminate all aliens. Finally, I wish you good luck. After General Song finished speaking, he waved his arm lightly. A crack appeared out of nowhere above the open space. The gate to the Forbidden Ruins, open. Chapter 67 Weak Mango. As the gate to the Forbidden Ruins disappeared, the open space on the top of Yujian Mountain also fell into silence. All the protectors disappeared at once. But at this moment, Mr. Yi-san, who had not appeared just now, came up with a cigarette in his mouth and staggered towards General Song. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Yi Wudao paused and looked back at the old man behind him. The moment he took the cigarette, it was as if a seal had been broken. Old dang! Are you fucking talking to me? Snort! The old man snorted coldly and said angrily, Youngster, don't be so arrogant. As Lin Yuan's protector, why didn't you remind him that he was already late? Yi Wudao scratched his head, his face full of confusion. No. Lao Deng, do you sell water pipes? Why do you care so much? Do you know that it was because of Lin Yuan's eating that my young master was killed? The old man glared at him, and the spiritual energy in his body gushed out. Yi Wudao, on the other hand, was even more confused. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and yelled, Fuck! What the hell are you talking about? At this time, General Song recounted the whole story. Yi Wudao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But why didn't he seek revenge on you? Why did he come to me to do business? General Song touched his nose and said uncomfortably, maybe he thinks you're easy to bully. What's Sao? You think I'm easy to bully? Yi Wudao seemed to have heard a huge joke. I laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Return my young master's life. The old man shot out, his hands flashing, and his attack was fierce. However, he felt that the person who was easy to bully was the third master of the Yi family, the strongest fourth realm cultivator in history. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and the entire Yujian mountain trembled. Next second, the murderous old man knelt on the ground, spurting blood. Kill instantly with one move. Yi Wudao flicked off the long ash from his cigarette and said with a smile, Arthur, please kneel down and accept death. The old man's eyes widened with fear. I am a guest of the Fong family in Jinchang. I promise that before your 7th day, you will be reunited with everyone in the Fong family. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he pressed the scarlet shaking head on the old man's head. Puff! Red and white liquid splashed everywhere. A headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Yi Wudao curled his lips. Getting rid of the old man was a trivial matter to him. Anyone who has any objections, get out. Yi Wudao shouted loudly. The protectors who were hiding in the void around them quickly retreated. The scene was quiet and silent. The eyes of those bodyguards who originally wanted to take the opportunity to vent their master's anger were very clear at this moment. Who can afford to offend a ruthless person who always talks about killing families? Yi Wudao walked towards General Song. The two sat on the ground, talking and smoking. Inside the Tai Bai Forbidden Ruins. This matching mechanism is quite interesting, it's a random mode. Lin Yuan looked at the two teenagers who were assigned to the same area as him and grinned. Daddy, I have to pee urgently, so I'm going to run away first. Daddy, my shit is blocking my ass. The two fled in panic. Do I look like a bad guy? I'm very kind. Lin Yuan touched his handsome face and talked to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan, draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the red treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan looked at the red treasure chest in front of him and wondered in his heart, what kind of skill fruit would it be? Turn on. Ding! Sign-in mission reward, weakness fruit, a mango. Note, weakness mango, after the host consumes it, will weaken the enemy, reducing the target enemy's attack speed by 30% and reducing the damage they cause by 35% for 3 seconds. Adverse reactions, eating the weak mango fruit may cause an allergic reaction. The specific situation will depend on the specific symptoms that occur after taking it. After hearing this, Lin Yuan frowned. He felt that he needed to find a specific time to taste all the skill fruits. Test the poison on yourself. Putting away the weak mango, Lin Yuan looked around. Outside the forbidden area, there is ice and snow, but inside the forbidden area, it was still covered in ice and snow, and the temperature was even lower than outside. Damn it! In this awful weather, if anyone dies here, they won't have to worry about rotting. Lin Yuan walked alone on the endless snow, leaving behind a row of footprints that looked somewhat lonely. Crackling. Along the way, the only companion was the sound of feet stepping on the snow. Lin Yuan walked for a full hour and didn't encounter any ferocious beasts, but he did encounter a foreign monster. Suddenly, an ecstatic voice came from the front. Brother Lin, I miss you so much. I saw Fan Tong running towards me, looking extremely excited. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, the King of Hell is posting a notice. How do you say that? What nonsense! Fan Tong chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you're smart to have enabled location sharing in advance, otherwise we might not have met before. Lin Yuan took out his phone, exited the location sharing, and stretched lazily. Let's go. Let's get on with our journey. But at this moment, Fan Tong stared at the back of Lin Yuan, his face changed drastically. Brother Lin, you, behind you. What's going on behind me? Lin Yuan was stunned, but soon, as if he remembered something, he said with a look of sudden enlightenment, you are talking about this. After saying that, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and punched out. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. A ghost-faced monster appeared out of nowhere. Pale and distorted. The long, pointed, scarlet tongue was like a long snake, extending half a meter from the mouth and twisting flexibly. Fuck! The ghost-faced tribe. Brother Lin, why is there one of these things following you? Can't you feel it? Fan Tong grabbed the Hydra, his eyes full of fear. Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly. I felt it, I let it follow me on purpose. Intentional? Why? I'm afraid of being alone. Fuck. Crazy. Crazy. Too crazy. Fan Tong screamed. Ah. The ghost-faced monster roared and rushed towards Lin Yuan. It feels insulted. Seeing this, Fan Tong was about to ask Hydra for help, but he soon realized that his idea was completely unnecessary. The ghost-faced monster rushed to within 1 meter of Lin Yuan and directly entered the killing line. Its skinny, black-haired, and bony arms turned into 2 mirrors. But this change meant little to the not-so-intelligent ghost-faced monster. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and bit towards Lin Yuan. As a result, half of the head turned into a mirror. It was not until this moment that the Ghostface clan realized that something was not right. When Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. Crack. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the mirror changed, it shot out and pierced the ghost-faced monster like a sieve. Thick black liquid splashed everywhere. A fishy smell filled the air. Vomit. Fan Tong retched and quickly ran to the side, calling out, Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Yuan raised his foot, but put it back down, grinning. It seems I can't walk for the time being. Chapter 68 The Light of Dawn is Eternal. Can't walk? Why? Brother Lin, are your feet frozen? Fan Tong's words confirmed his reputation as a good-for-nothing. The 9-headed snake coiled on his arm seemed to sense something, raised its head, and stared straight ahead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake's tongue exuded a murderous aura as it moved in and out. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Fan Tong and said slowly, Fatty. Honestly, I really want to spit at you, but I'm afraid of contaminating my saliva. Damn. Brother Lin, I suspect you are insulting me, but I have no evidence. Fan Tong scratched his head, puzzled. Don't argue with fools. Lin Yuan completely gave up on treating Fan Tong. However, at this moment, dense cracks appeared on the snow under their feet and spread to the surrounding areas. Crack. 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 Oh shit. Earthquake? Seek shelter. Fan Tong's eyes widened, he shouted and ran away. But just as he raised his leg, Lin Yuan pulled him back. Be careful. Ah. Damn. Ghost-faced men. So many ghost-faced men. Fan Tong trembled suddenly, fear appeared in his eyes. Looking around, he saw pale, distorted faces all around him. The ghost-faced man stuck out his long tongue, and his dark green eyes glowed with a strange light. Aha! Their cries are creepy. Use all 4 limbs and press forward step by step. Fan Tong's eyes were filled with fear, and his voice trembled. Brother Lin, we can't be so lucky as to fall into the demon cave. Lin Yuan shook his head and denied it outright. No. Everyone knows that the alien demon cave is called the alien demon cave because there are at least 3 or more alien races. And now, at best, we have fallen into the lair of the Ghostface man. Fan Tong had a bitter face, wanting to cry but unable to. Brother Lin, can this situation be turned around? Can you turn it over? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. If evil spirits attempt to invade the broad daylight, I will rise from the summit of the vast clouds, wield my sword to pierce the haze, stain the sky with blood, and the light of dawn will never fade. Kill. A low shout. Lin Yuan shot out with a black gold glazed knife in his hand. Mirror flower, water moon. Nothing left uncut. Fight. 1 knife, 3 turns, kill, kill, kill. The ghost-faced man's limbs flew everywhere, and black liquid sprayed into the sky. The pure white snow was instantly soaked and filled with a foul stench. Fan Tong, who was standing behind him, saw this scene. The fear in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by excitement and enthusiasm. The atmosphere has been hyped up. Let's do it. Fan Tong frantically circulated his spiritual energy and rushed towards the ghost-faced man under the protection of the Hydra. For Lin Yuan, this was a massacre without any suspense. Even if there were more third-level ghost-faced men, they could not pose a threat to him. Being invincible in the same realm is not just talk for Lin Yuan. In the same realm, he has absolute dominance. Half an hour. Clang. The black gold glazed knife was sheathed. The young man stood proudly, his black clothes rustling in the cold wind. 130 ghost-faced men, none survived. Broken limbs and arms can be seen everywhere. The originally pure white snow now looked as if it had been severely polluted. It was pitch black, and thick black liquid flowed like a river, forming gullies. Humph humph humph. Fantong was gasping for breath. There were 3 deep wounds on his back that could be seen to the bone. His fat was turned outward and bleeding profusely. However, this fat man was also a ruthless person and didn't say a word. Brother Lin, after this battle, I found that following you, the thing I never lack is excitement. Fantong said breathlessly. Lin Yuan raised his hand and put the knife behind his back, saying with a smile, the more stimulation, the more climaxes. No problem, buddy. The two smiled at each other and walked forward at the same time. At the same time, in another area. The firelight and the Buddha's light blended with each other, and there was a golden Buddha sitting faintly on the sea of fire. The golden Buddha clasped his hands together and flames shot up into the sky. Kill. The Buddha said that evil spirits must be killed. Myanbeay. The golden Buddha held the fire cloud spear and killed people in all directions. One by one, the human skeletons were reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. Aha! Blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the area. 20 minutes later, the ashes formed by dozens of human skeletons were scattered by the wind. Myanbeay. Is Mr. Lee's Samadhi true fire really as good as its reputation? Hey! You little bald, little monk aren't bad either, especially that golden Buddha statue, it's awesome. Li Jia, with his hair in a high bun, almost said something stupid, but luckily he braked in time. Jing Kong clasped his hands together and suddenly chanted, Donor Li, I have something to ask you. Li Jia also clasped his hands together and said seriously, Myanbeay. Please speak, venerable monk. This guy is really a talented person and he learns very well. Li Jia's performance shocked Jing Kong greatly. He had heard long before that the third prince of the Jinling Li family had a bad temper and was difficult to get along with. He was definitely a playboy. But when he met him today, he found that the third prince was not only easy to get along with, but also treated him with courtesy. This made Jing Kong feel extremely ashamed, and he silently said in his heart, Myanbeay. Sin, sin. Damn it. What exactly do you want to ask, you little monk? Why are you so slow? Speak. Li Jia carried the fire cloud spear on his shoulder and cursed. Jing Kong, who had just finished confessing, felt like he was struck by lightning. Donor Li, you. What do you mean by I? What do you want to ask? Ask it quickly. If you don't, I'll leave. Li Jia said this and walked forward. Jing Kong frowned and silently repeated in his heart, Don't be angry. Master Li, please stay. I want to ask you whether you are here to participate in the Dawn team trial or the Samsara team. Li Jia paused. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air. The next second, Li Jia almost teleported in front of Jing Kong, and their noses touched. Jing Kong's fair face instantly turned red with shame, and he quickly stepped back, Myanbeay. What a sin! Li Jia curled his lips and asked, Are you joining the Dawn squad trial or the Samsara squad trial? Jing Kong raised his eyebrows and said, Donor Li, I was the one who asked first. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. After Li Jia finished speaking, he carried the fire cloud spear and left again, but he would secretly look back from time to time to observe Jing Kong's reaction. As a result, he disappeared without waiting for Jing Kong to try to keep him. Whoosh! Li Jia stepped on a ball of fire and rushed forward. Little bald donkey, you're so cruel. I'm joining the Dawn squad trial, what about you? A faint smile appeared on Jing Kong's lips, Myanbeay. I am also participating in the trial of the Dawn team. Upon hearing this, Li Jia hurriedly asked, Then do you know who signed us up? Jing Kong shook his head and said, I don't know. Li Jia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He smashed the fire cloud spear in his hand to the ground and said angrily, If I knew who this bastard is, I would refine him. Hey! Who made our third prince so angry? Chapter 69, Pig Killing Dish, Stewed in an Iron Pot. Hey! Who made our third prince so angry? Suddenly, a playful laugh came from a distance. Li Jia and Jing Kong turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Accompanied by a burst of noisy footsteps, 3 young men with proud looks on their faces came towards them. The one in the middle was obviously the real boss. He crossed his arms, a forced smile on his face, and mockery was written all over his face. Third Prince, we two are destined to meet. How could we meet in a place where even dogs don't come? Get lost. Tang Zhiqian, you're seriously ill. Li Jia never expected that this grandson would injure 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own, making him unable to defend himself. Li Jia, stop talking nonsense. You're unlucky to have run into me. Today I'll let you know that without the protection of the Li family, you're nothing. Tang Zheqian's face flushed, and he was extremely emotional. As he spoke, he raised his forging knife and pointed it at Li Jia, shouting angrily, "I want your life." Before he finished speaking, Tang Jia strengthened into an afterimage and shot out. The two people on the left and right followed closely behind. Ba. Good, good. Little monk, stop saying Ba and help me. Upon hearing this, Jingkong clasped his hands together and shook his head, saying, "Donorly, this is a matter of karma between you two. It has nothing to do with me." Ah. Ha 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 ha. Tang Zheqiang, filled with murderous intent, laughed out loud, "You're smart, little bald donkey." After saying this, he stared at Li Jia with murderous intent in his eyes, grinning grimly, "Third prince, just give up on this idea. No one can save you today, I say." Li Jia raised his eyebrows, his eyes blazing with flames, and the fire cloud spear in his hand turned directly into a fire dragon, tumbling and turning, and the sea of fire soared into the sky. Roar! Along with the deafening dragon roar, a slender figure stood up in the red sea of fire. He was surrounded by flames, his eyes were flaming, his red hair was flying, a red mark was conspicuous between his eyebrows, and he was holding a fire cloud spear, like a demon god descending to the earth. "Little monk, I will kill people and you will save them, how about that?" The sound was like thunder, suddenly ringing out of nowhere. Ba. Jingkong clasped his hands together and said in a voice like a Buddhist chant, "Donorly, you are truly kind. Kill. Namo Ba, Dodagata, Dodiata, Ba." The sound of killing shook the sky and the chanting of Sanskrit resounded. Li Jia took a step forward, and the void barrier under his feet melted instantly. No! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream resounded through heaven and earth. But it disappeared in a moment. Tang Zheqiang looked at the sea of fire falling from the sky with fear in his eyes, and cold sweat broke out. Just now he witnessed his two companions being burned to ashes in the sea of fire. "You, who are you? You're not Li Jia. Who are you?" Tang Zheqiang looked up at the young man who looked like a demon above the sea of fire. "He is scared. An unprecedented sense of fear swept over my body." Upon hearing this, Li Jia's lips curled up, his smile radiant in the firelight. "Do you know? The Li family has never been my amulet, but rather a shackle that binds me." After he finished speaking, Li Jia raised his hand and waved lightly. Tang Zheqiang immediately felt an irresistible force coming and enveloping him. "No! Let me go! Li Jia, you are a demon, help me!" Tang Zheqiang screamed at the top of his lungs. He turned his head and looked at Jingkong, who was chanting scriptures with his eyes closed. He shouted sternly, "Little bald donkey, save me, save me!" Jingkong opened his eyes, a cold light flashing, "Ba." Buddha said, "The wicked shall go to the 18 levels of hell, and shall never be able to enter reincarnation." Hey! Suddenly, Master Jingkong roared, and the Buddhist chanting was resounding. Tang Zheqiang was seen bleeding from all 7 orifices under the sea of fire, which looked horrifying. Even Li Jia felt a surge of blood and energy, and couldn't help but look deeply at Master Jingkong, who was sitting cross-legged below, chanting Ba. "Compassion is bad. I want your life." Li Jia repeated Tang Zheqiang's words verbatim. "No!" The hysterical scream stopped abruptly. Ba. May Buddha have mercy on me." Jingkong stood up, placed one hand between his eyebrows, and chanted aloud. Li Jia's figure flashed, and he turned back into a child. He shouldered the fire cloud spear and grinned, "Little monk, how about we form a team?" Ba. That's exactly what I meant." The two smiled at each other, and somehow they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. "I'll kill people, and you'll save them." One demon and one Buddha killed each other through the starry sky, and liberated all races into the pagoda. At the same time, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong walked aimlessly. As the two walked along, they only encountered a small wave of alien monsters who came to die, but before they could get close to them, they became food for the Hydra. Suddenly, Fan Tong touched his exposed belly, blinked his eyes, and asked, "Brother Lin, are you hungry?" "What? You're hungry, do you have anything to eat?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, expressing his speechlessness. But he never expected it. The next second, Fan Tong pulled out half a bloody pig from his back like a magic trick. That's right. It's half a bloody pig. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "Fuck. You beast. You killed your cousin? You have absolutely no conscience." Bang! With a muffled sound, Fan Tong took off on the spot. Lin Yuan looked at the bloody half-pig at his feet, his eyes red. But at this moment, Fan Tong's sad voice rang out. "Brother Lin, you're crying at the wrong grave. This is your cousin's cousin." As Fan Tong spoke, he waved his hand, and his cousin appeared out of thin air with a grunt. His pig eyes were a little blurry, and it seemed that he had not woken up yet. "Wrong." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he touched his nose with embarrassment. "Fatty, does it still hurt?" "Ouch." However, before Fan Tong could speak, his cousin beside him screamed first, and his blurry eyes immediately cleared up. It ran away. With a whoosh, he performed the act of disappearing on the spot. Fan Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lin, you see, it's not that my cousin can't run fast, it's that he has no sense of danger." Lin Yuan nodded and agreed, "You're right. Next time you ride it, I'll put a knife to its neck." "That makes sense." Fan Tong said, then walked over to his cousin's cousin and asked, "Brother Lin, how do you eat? I also want to know how to eat it." "Nothing's wrong with it. Do you want to eat sashimi? What's going on?" Fan Tong chuckled, and with a thought, pots, pans, and a large iron pot appeared out of thin air. "Is that enough?" "Enough. That's enough." Lin Yuan nodded with both hands. The highest etiquette in the martial arts world must be arranged. Fan Tong laughed loudly. "Let's get started. Heat the oil in a wok." 2 hours later. While the other trial participants in the Taibai Forbidden Ruins were still running around for their missions, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong had already eaten the iron pot stew. Steaming hot and full of fragrance. Holy crap! Why does it smell so good? Yeah. This looks like pork ribs stewed with sauerkraut. Oh my god. What a sin. Who on earth is having a feast in the trial grounds? No. I'm so hungry. I want to go see who this living dad is who's so full of life. Chapter 70 First Meeting. Brother Lin. Come on, let's go. All. When? The crisp sound of wine bottles colliding echoed in my ears. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong's faces were flushed, each holding a bottle of 8+1 in their hands, clinking glasses. Not far away, 4 hungry teenagers stared at the iron pot, swallowed saliva in big gulps, and their stomachs growled non-stop. Fan Tong put down the bottle, his eyes rolling around. "Brother Lin, I've come up with a lucrative business idea, are you interested? You want to sell them the bones left in the pot?" Fan Tong was exposed by this statement and pretended to be shocked and said, "Brother Lin, the one who understands me best is you." "Of course. No one knows a son better than his father." "Fuck. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my dad." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and urged, "Hurry up and get ready to go." Fan Tong made an okay gesture. But just as he was considering how many spirit beads to sell, the 3:7 youth in donkey brand clothing among the 4 reluctantly looked away and said with a look of disgust, "This thing, even a dog wouldn't eat it, and you still want to sell it to me? You really think I'm a grudge?" After saying that, he turned to look at the other 3 people and asked, "You guys don't want to buy it, do you?" The 3 of them shook their heads, with expressions of disdain on their faces. "Whoever wants to eat it can eat it, I won't eat it." "That's right. Whoever eats whose son is his? Anyway, I'm not greedy at all." "Then I can't eat it either. The grandson of my mother's cousin's brother's eldest son is a Hui." As soon as the man finished speaking, Fan Tong shouted, "Don't miss this if you pass by. You can't afford to lose or be cheated with 1,000 spirit beads. For just 1,000 spirit beads, you can enjoy an authentic iron pot stew in the icy and snowy Forbidden Ruins trial ground and experience the flavors of traditional Northeast China." "What? 1,000 spirit beads? Why don't you just go and rob them?" The 3:7 haircut boy screamed in surprise. The other 3 found it difficult to accept the price. But Fan Tong had a harmless smile on his face. "If you don't want to eat, shut up and don't delay my business. If the 4 of us don't buy, where will your business come from?" The young man with the 3:7 face curled his lips and said sarcastically. Fan Tong grinned and said, "We can form a group." "There is no one to form a group." "I. And me. Add me in." The 3:7 boy swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and said, "Don't you want to eat?" "I'm hungry." What about you? Aren't you greedy? I'm not greedy, but my stomach is greedy. The grandson of your mother's cousin's brother's eldest son is a Hui. We're not even that close relatives. The 3:7 boy stood there, dumbfounded, so I'm the only one who took it seriously? Clown. The three of them collected 1,000 spirit beads and gathered around the pot to eat, which was so delicious. Fan Tong put away the spirit pearl and walked forward. When he passed the Sankophon boy, he shook the spirit pearl in his hand and said, "Don't forget, even dogs won't eat it." Ha 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 ha. Looking at the backs of Lin Yuan and Fan Tong, the 3:7 boy became angrier and angrier. He clenched his fists and couldn't help shaking, especially when he turned around and saw the three men eating and drinking indiscriminately. The anger in his heart surged. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking air. The boy with a 3:7 face almost teleported to the side of the iron pot. Brother Xiao, sit down and have a bite, it smells so good. Eat? Eat you. Bang! After the 3:7 boy finished speaking, he knocked over the iron pot without any warning. You! Xiao Bing, you bastard, return my spirit pearl to me. Fuck! Why waste time talking to him? Just fuck him. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a dull sound, Xiao Bing spurted blood. Brother Lin, why is there a door here? Could it be the demon cave behind the door? Shut your asshole. At this time, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong walked to a cave by feeling, but the cave had a black stone door engraved with mysterious runes. The two stood in front of the stone gate, their eyes filled with shock. The huge and pitch-black stone gate exudes a cold atmosphere. As long as you get close to it, you will feel cold all over and your back will go cold. Fan Tong stared at the stone gate for a while, feeling uneasy, as if there were a pair of eyes on the stone gate staring at him. Brother Lin, let's go. Are you scared? What a joke. I'm afraid of that? Then why are your hands shaking? Dears. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he suddenly asked, Fatty, aren't you curious about what's behind the door? Curiosity. Fan Tong said, then changed the subject, but I'm more afraid of death. Curiosity killed the cat. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flashing. I have a feeling that what's behind this door must be beyond imagination. Fan Tong's fat face was startled, and he gritted his teeth. Brother Lin, let's put aside what's behind the door. The problem we are facing now is how to open this door. You make sense. Lin Yuan nodded and walked towards the stone gate. Suddenly, an extremely cold breath hit me in the face. It's so cold. Fan Tong shivered and muttered softly. Crack. The next second, the sound of the door opening was heard. Fan Tong suddenly looked up at the slowly opening black door, stunned. Lin Yuan pushed the heavy black door lightly with minimal effort, and it just opened. Holy shit. This has to be fake. Fan Tong let out a strange cry and punched the stone door. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and the mysterious rune mark on the stone door emitted a burst of strange light. Fan Tongji was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of sauerkraut soup. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's cheeks twitched, and he quickly stepped forward to help Fan Tong up. Fatty, are you okay? Fan Tong shook his head, still feeling apprehensive. Brother Lin, this place is too sinister. I suggest we not go in. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and was about to speak. But there was a crunching sound of footsteps coming from the snow behind him. Fan Tong's fat muscles tensed up immediately and he shouted, Sixth brother, come out. Before he finished speaking, 3 young men emerged from the jungle. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, what a powerful aura fluctuation, 3 SS level. The 3 of them were also looking at this SSS level talent awakener. The 5 people's eyes met in the air, but there were no sparks as imagined. In the center, a burly young man stepped forward with a smile on his face and said loudly, Lulan Court, Zhang Lingshan. The boy's aura was oppressive, and his eyes were extremely aggressive. But the only thing is that Lin Yuan did not feel the murderous intent, but more of the desire to fight. Sword Sect, Lu Jianbai. Sanrun, Bai Qi. When Lin Yuan heard this name, his eyes narrowed. The other 2 were fine, but Bai Qi. There is an explanation. Could it be that the 3 people in front of me are the Samsara squad? Chapter 71 Bait. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, Fengtian Court, Lin Yuan. Fengtianyuan, Fan Tong. If there's a chance, I'd really like to spar with you. Zhang Lingshan's voice was sonorous and powerful, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong could not help but tighten his grip on the Hydra, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and tense. Let's get down to business first. A hoarse voice sounded. After Bai Qi finished speaking, he walked towards the wide-open stone gate. Zhang Lingshan dispersed his spiritual energy and said with a smile, "What the god of killing said makes sense. Let's get down to business first. Call." Fan Tong looked at the backs of the three people and let out a long sigh. "Brother Lin, are we still going?" Lin Yuan looked back at the jungle and said with interest, "Go. Of course we have to go." After saying that, without waiting for Fan Tong to react, he strode towards the stone gate. Bang! As Fan Tong was the last one to enter, the stone door suddenly closed. It was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers in front of you. But at this moment, dark green lines appeared under the feet of the five people, extending forward at an extremely fast speed, and finally exploded. Blooming like fireworks. The entire cave was shrouded in dark green light. The five people looked a little scary under the cover of dark green light, especially making some funny expressions on the face. After a moment, the entire picture of the cave appeared before everyone. Of course, to be more precise, the cave is more like an ancient city. That's right. It is an ancient city that has gone through countless years. It is extremely magnificent and boundless, with no end in sight. Under the illumination of the dark green lines, the ground and the city walls are full of ancient modeled patterns. Although it looks desolate and ancient, it exudes an atmosphere everywhere. The ancient city is in ruins, and even dried blood can be seen on the city walls. However, one thing that puzzled Lin Yuan was that there was not a single corpse in the entire ancient city, but it was filled with the aura of death. Fan Tong couldn't help but shudder, and quickly covered his exposed belly button, muttering softly, "What the hell is this place? Why is it so spooky?" Lingyuan Ruins. The ancient battlefield between humans and aliens. After Bai Qi finished speaking, he glanced around and continued, "Be careful. This Lingyuan ruins may have undergone strange changes. The formation of the demon cave may be directly related to this place." Bai Qi's words were only meant for Lin Yuan and Fan Tong. Zhang Lingshan and Lu Jianbai probably know as much as Bai Qi. The Lingyuan ruins fell into deathly silence. No one was the first to try something new. The atmosphere was a bit depressing for a while. "Hey!" Suddenly, a loud shout suddenly rang out from nowhere. The tense people suddenly jumped up. The spiritual energy raged and exploded backwards at the same time. "Who?" Zhang Lingshan's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he shouted loudly. The Lingyuan ruins returned to silence again, and everyone was on high alert, looking around with serious eyes. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded. "Everyone, relax. What's going on?" "Actually, I'm just trying to cheer myself up." Fan Tong raised his hand with a smile on his face. Bai Qi and the other two looked at each other, feeling a little awkward and coughing lightly. Cough, cough, cough. "Let's go. Move forward." Zhang Lingshan pretended to be relaxed and took the lead in walking forward. However, just as Fan Tong was about to follow, his arm was pulled. "Hey! Hurry up, babe. Show up now, you beasts, horses, and monsters." Zhang Lingshan and the other two, who had just adjusted their state, turned around suddenly, ready to go. "Fatty, are you done yet?" Bai Qi roared with anger on his face. Fan Tong opened his mouth, unable to argue, and looked at Lin Yuan aggrievedly, but the latter gave him a look that made him swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Everyone adjusted their state again and started again. Fan Tong lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Lin, why are you pulling me?" "Be careful, there's something weird in here," Lin Yuan said, pointing to the feet of Zhang Lingshan and the other two. Fan Tong stared with his eyes wide open and looked carefully. Dark green lines converged under the feet of the three people to form ghost faces, moving with them. Fan Tong hurriedly looked at the ground beneath his and Lin Yuan's feet, but found nothing. "Brother Lin, what's going on? Why aren't there any ghost faces under our feet?" "That's because we haven't officially entered the Lingyuan ruins." Before Lin Yuan finished speaking, he took a step forward and a ghost face instantly appeared under his feet. Seeing this, Fan Tong took a tentative step forward, but before his foot landed, he retracted it. As a result, Fan Tong clearly saw a ghost face flash by. "Fuck! Look, I'm going to kill you," Fan Tong muttered, as if he had discovered a new world. So, this guy started kicking and retracting his feet, having a lot of fun. He played Guilian around in circles, and several times Guilian couldn't react in time and just appeared in front of Fan Tong in a watery way. He's found out. Lu Jianbai's eyes flashed and his voice sounded slightly shocked. Zhang Lingshan, on the other hand, was very calm. Don't forget, he's SSS rank, the only SSS rank in 1,000 years. Before we fought, there was no difference between SSS level and S level in my eyes. Bai Qi's words were full of fighting spirit. As a butcher, he had his own pride. Even if it is an SSS level talent awakener. Ouch! A roar filled with endless resentment suddenly sounded. Lin Yuan and the others turned their heads and looked behind them at the same time. I saw a distorted ghost-faced monster with eyes full of resentment, saying intermittently, "I want to eat you." Looking at the ghost-faced monster speaking human language, Zhang Lingshan couldn't help but feel surprised. What on earth did this little fat guy do to force the ghost-faced monster to speak human language? Squeak! Puff! Thick black liquid splashed. Without any surprise, Hydra ended the battle with one bite. The moment Zhang Lingshan and the other two saw the true form of the Hydra, they exclaimed in unison, "Hydra!" Over the millennia, there were few situations where the three of them could lose their composure at the same time. But at this moment, the ferocious and brutal Hydra in front of him did it. The profession of beast tamer is truly enviable. The envy in Zhang Lingshan's eyes was undisguised. However, at this moment, sudden roars rang out one after another. Ouch! 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 The ghost-faced monsters under Lin Yuan and his companions almost simultaneously broke free from the dark green lines and broke out of the ground. However, what awaited them was a massacre without any suspense. The four ended the battle in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yuan couldn't be happy. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "These ghost-faced monsters should be bait." Smart! Zhang Lingshan snapped his fingers and praised, "They are bait." At this moment, Fan Tong stared with his eyes wide open, shrank his neck, and whispered, "I got into trouble?" As soon as the words fell. Boom! Chapter 72 Why Did You Come? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The entire Lingyuan ruin shook violently, dark green lines shattered, and all the ghost-faced monsters broke out of the ground. At first glance, they are densely packed, as numerous as locusts. Holy crap! I'm in real trouble. Fan Tong let out a strange cry, his fat face flushed red with shame. However, Zhang Lingshan smiled and shook his head, "It has nothing to do with you." "What do you mean?" Fan Tong asked hurriedly. "Those ghost-faced monsters just now were just monitoring us. Once we enter their encirclement, they will immediately attack us." Bai Qi spoke as he flexed his wrists. At the same time, a bronze sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was 70 centimeters long, shining with a cold light and so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut hair with a blow. This sword looks old at first glance. Kill! Suddenly, Zhang Lingshan roared and took the lead. Bai Lu and the other two followed closely behind. The three of them formed a triangle and pushed forward, like a sharp knife, tearing a gap in the dense group of ghost-faced monsters. "Brother Lin, isn't it unkind of us to do this?" Fan Tong scratched his head and muttered softly. Lin Yuan, hands in his pockets, followed behind the workaholic with a leisurely look on his face. He nodded with deep feeling and said, "It's indeed not very authentic. How about this, you apply to fight, and then I agree." "I'm not going." Fan Tong refused outright. As time went by, the desperate men who were killing everyone in the front gradually realized that Lin Yuan and Fan Tong regarded them as their enemies and were reaping the benefits from their efforts. Zhang Lingshan raised his eyebrows and secretly gave Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai a wink. The two men understood immediately, suddenly stopped their attacks, and retreated at the same time. The ghost-faced monsters swarmed in like a tide and instantly submerged Lin Yuan and Fan Tong. Zhang Lingshan raised the corner of his mouth, sneered, and said, "You are still a little naive to use me as a gun." At this time, Lu Jianbai, who was standing by, saw that the group of ghost-faced monsters hadn't made any movement, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could something have happened to those two? If this is all an SSS-level player can do, it would be better if they died. As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, a dreamy mirror flower burst out, cut through the void and headed straight for his face. At this moment, Bai Qi's hair stood on end, and he slashed out with his sword completely relying on instinct. Crack! The mirror flower exploded with a sound, turning into crystal-clear particles that looked like crystals and floated in the air. Bai Qi was still in shock and had no time to appreciate it. Before he knew it, his forehead was covered with a layer of tiny beads of sweat. It's not polite to talk bad about people behind their backs. Suddenly, a playful laugh was heard. The three of them looked over when they heard the sound. The young man was seen walking towards us with a smile on his face and a mirror flower in his hand. The group of ghost-faced monsters with distorted faces behind him were stopped by a huge mirror. Without waiting for the three to react, Lin Yuan threw the mirror flower in his hand into the air and said with a soft laugh, "Bloom." Before he finished speaking, crack! The sound of shattering suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The next second, the mirror exploded and turned into mirror flowers, which shot out. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of ghost-faced monsters were pierced in an instant, like a sieve, and thick black liquid gushed out. Zhang Lingshan and the other two stood at attention on the spot, shock written all over their faces. Even after thousands of years of reincarnation, they had never seen such awesome martial arts. Of course, it can also be said to be a magical skill. Squeak! The snake's roar was shrill, and the nine-headed snake rose into the air. Its two bloody mouths opened wide, and it sucked hard, swallowing dozens of ghost-faced monsters into its stomach. Simple and crude. Fan Tong rode on his cousin and supervised the battle from the side. The scene was very harmonious. Is this the strength of the legendary Dawn team? Lu Jianbai's whole body was filled with raging sword energy, and he was eager to try. Zhang Lingshan's eyes flickered as he said, "It seems the strength of this Dawn team is worth looking forward to. At least it surprised me. An SSS-level talent awakener is indeed very strong." Bai Qi no longer looked down on Lin Yuan as an expert could tell his quality with just one move. Lin Yuan's illusions made him feel the suffocation of death for the first time. Only fists can break prejudice. From now on, no one should hide their intentions, and we must end this quickly. After Zhang Lingshan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yuan deeply and rushed towards the ghost-faced monster again. 10 minutes later. In the Lin Yuan ruins, all the ghost-faced monsters were slaughtered. Lin Yuan and the other four continued to move deeper. But at this moment, the dark green lines under his feet disappeared out of thin air. The entire Lin Yuan ruins suddenly became pitch black. Fan Tong hurriedly took out his cell phone to illuminate the area, but the light from the flashlight seemed to be swallowed up by some force and had no effect. What's even more strange is that there is no sound in the entire Lin Yuan ruins. Quiet. It was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Even the sound of footsteps disappeared. A strange and solemn atmosphere spread. This damn place is really evil. Fan Tong muttered softly, holding onto the Hydra's tail tightly, and took a difficult step. At this time, Zhang Lingshan's solemn voice sounded. Now we can basically confirm that the demon cave is the Lin Yuan ruins. So what? What the hell is in here? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. 10,000 trick stone. The moment these four words came out of Zhang Lingshan's mouth, a cold wind suddenly arose, mixed with a sharp whistling sound. But this cold wind came quickly and went away quickly. In a moment, everything returned to calm. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "What is the myriad trick stone?" Zhang Lingshan spoke slowly, his voice low, "A kind of stone that can give birth to alien races. Its existence is strange and bizarre." "So, you are here for the myriad trick stone?" Lin Yuan's question was very sudden. "No." "Why is that?" "Destroy the demon cave." Lin Yuan sneered, "Do you think I'm Fan Tong? Then why do you think I came here?" Zhang Lingshan did not answer but asked instead. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Looking for someone." When these words were spoken, all the workaholics were stunned. "A long time." Zhang Lingshan asked curiously, "How did you know?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes flashing with brilliance. "From the moment you three entered the Lin Yuan ruins, your purpose was very clear. You ignored the ghost-faced monsters under your feet and headed straight into the depths of the ruins. It's obvious that you are looking for something. And since you just said it wasn't for the myriad trick stone, you must be looking for someone. Because, apart from these two possibilities, there is no third possibility that would make your samsara team take it so seriously." Pa pa pa. Well said. Zhang Lingshan couldn't help but applaud. Lin Yuan's analysis was simply perfect. With sharp insight, clear logic, flexible mind, accurate inference, he is an all-round quadrilateral warrior. Then guess again, who are we looking for? Chapter 73 Fatty, cut off your head first. Then guess again, who are we looking for? Zhang Lingshan asked with interest. Your teammates. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he grinned and chuckled, my brother, the little mouthpiece. Fan Tong crossed his arms over his shoulders and winked, looking very pleased with himself. Okay. We are indeed here to look for our teammates. Zhang Lingshan paused, his face filled with helplessness as he said, there's a guy in the team who misremembered his awakening time, arriving 100 years early. He was then forced to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, there are only two ways to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, either the physical body dies, or the sea of consciousness is sealed in a place of pure death. This old man is naturally timid. It's completely impossible to make him commit suicide, so we have to choose the latter option, to close the sea of consciousness in a place of pure death and enter the cycle of reincarnation. 6-0. Lin Yuan was inspired after hearing this. After Zhang Lingshan finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually faded. He looked around the pitch-black surroundings, a solemn look in his eyes. This Ling Yuan ruins is very dangerous. Be careful. The myriad trick stone may have transformed. Receive. Everyone shouted in unison. However, just as Zhang Lingshan raised his leg, he was patted on the shoulder. He was so frightened that his anus tightened and spiritual energy gushed out. Don't be nervous, it's me. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Zhang Lingshan's mouth twitched and he gritted his teeth and said, can you speak first before you take action? Ah. Got it. Lin Yuan stretched out his voice and continued, step back a little, I'll lead the team. Zhang Lingshan was stunned and snorted coldly, what do you mean? It's nothing special, it's just safer for me to lead the team. Why? Because. Lin Yuan paused and snapped his fingers. When? The next second, a mirror flower was pinched between the index finger and the middle finger. Even though it is dark all around, this mirror flower is still colorful and emits dazzling light. Because. I have a passive. After saying that, Lin Yuan raised his leg and walked forward. Lu Jianbai passed by the bewildered Zhang Lingshan and said, perhaps, he has a point. Damn it. He actually got it. Zhang Lingshan gritted his teeth and shook his arms. If he couldn't walk in the front, then he would walk at the back so that everyone would have no worries. This is the awareness of being the captain of the reincarnation team. Although the members of the reincarnation team are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, they will walk the path of life again in every reincarnation. Therefore, both personality and temperament correspond to age. He doesn't have the so-called profundity of the old monster, and he doesn't pretend to be useless. Time passes by every second. The Ling Yuan ruins were still pitch black and eerily quiet. The darkness all around was brewing a strange unknown. A colorful mirror flower floated in the air and moved forward. The fade light seems to be the only hope in this darkness. Suddenly, Lin Yuan, who was walking in front, said without turning his head, count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Except for Lin Yuan, the expressions of the others changed drastically. They stopped at the same time and spiritual energy gushed out. Lin had a smile on his face, his eyes flickering, and he thought to himself, there is indeed a problem. Old 6, stand up. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, everyone looked towards the back of the team with nervous expressions. In the endless darkness, they could clearly see a person standing behind Zhang Lingshan. It was covered in golden armor, with a long sword at its waist, and it lowered its head, motionless. Court death. Zhang Lingshan threw a punch without even thinking. Crack. The sonic boom was deafening. The ultimate violent aesthetics. However, Zhang Lingshan's fatal punch didn't even hit the hair. It was a lonely fight. Fuck. A cry of oh shit suddenly rang out of nowhere. Zhang Lingshan, who had been reincarnated for 1,000 years, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the unharmed golden armored general in front of him in disbelief. For a moment, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. This is fucking unscientific. Zhang Lingshan roared and punched again. Crack. The sonic boom remains. The result remains the same. The golden armored general still stood there with his head lowered, intact. At this time, Bai Qi frowned and said in a deep voice, 10,000 trick stone. The words just fell. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard. The golden armored general was slowly raising his head. During this process, time seemed to stand still. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, holding the black gold glazed knife in his hand, his eyes became more solemn than ever before. Fight. Mirror flower, water moon. Nothing left uncut. The triple buff has been fully stacked. Zhang Lingshan and others also adjusted themselves to their peak condition. Fuck. You're wearing a mask. What? You just attended a masquerade ball. Fantong's shout immediately killed the tense atmosphere at the scene. The golden armored general did wear a golden mask. Not even the eyes were exposed. His whole body was covered in golden armor. Sudden. Fantong covered his neck with both hands, his fat face turned red, and he made a woo-woo sound from his mouth, looking extremely painful. He went to attend the masquerade ball. Did you go to attend I Am an Actor? You must say, your acting was quite realistic. Lin Yuan praised. However, Fantong not only did not stop his clumsy performance, but it became more and more intense. He foamed at the mouth and curled up on the ground. He doesn't seem like he's acting. Lu Jianbai's tone was very unnatural. It doesn't look like acting? Lin Yuan was stunned. Looking at Fantong lying on the ground and twitching, he said in a deep voice, "Fatty, you." Puff. Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, Fantong vomited blood. Fatty, don't scare me. Lin Yuan was really panicked. He quickly bent down and helped Fantong, a 300-pound fat man, up. He took a closer look and suddenly discovered that there was a very thin black line on Fantong's neck, which was tightening little by little. Damn it! Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, raised his hand to grab the black line, and began to exert force. Lin, brother Lin, you're a fucking accomplice. This forced Fantong so much that he made intermittent sounds. Lin Yuan quickly let go of the black line. Bang! With a sudden muffled sound, Zhang Lingshan flew backwards and disappeared into the endless darkness. Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai immediately rushed towards the golden armored warriors, and the battle broke out instantly. But Lin Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to this battle at this moment. Fantong's eyes were turning white and his fat face had turned purple. Life is slowly fading away. No! We can't delay any longer. Lin Yuan suddenly raised the black gold glazed knife and placed it on Fantong's neck, with a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. The moment the bone-cold blade touched his neck, Fantong seemed to have a last burst of energy, and his eyes rolled around. If eyes could speak, then Fantong's eyes must be saying now, "Brother Lin, spare his life." Fatty, I have an idea. First, chop off your head, and then remove this black line. Perfect. Chapter 74, Life and Death Game Part 3. Fatty, I have an idea. First, chop off your head, and then remove this black line. Perfect. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Fantong's sluggish pupils regained focus. His eyes were filled with fear as he asked intermittently, "Brother Lin, can you put my head back together? Let's put this problem aside for now. The most urgent thing is to remove the black thread." As Lin Yuan spoke, he gripped the black gold glazed knife tightly and whispered, "Fatty, this might hurt a little, bear with it." Fuck. What a sin. Crack. There was a sound of shattering. Fantongsheng closed his eyes with despair and howled incessantly. Hold it back. Gah! Fantong's eyes suddenly widened, he covered his neck, his face filled with ecstasy. "My head is still there, I'm not dead." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Instead, he turned his head to look at the battlefield not far away. Under the golden light, Sanlang was fighting in golden armor. Kill! Zhang Lingshan roared, and the black Qilin tattoo on his arm seemed to come alive, glowing with black light. Roar! Like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. I saw a black unicorn phantom appear behind Zhang Lingshan, stepping on the void, ferocious and violent, and its appearance brought with it a sense of violence. Die! Zhang Lingshan threw a punch, and Qilin rushed straight towards the golden armored general. Boom! Along with the loud noise, visible ripples spread out in all directions. The golden armored general retreated violently. With every step he took, a deep footprint appeared on the ground, and even the Lingyuan ruins were shaking along with it. Without waiting for the golden armored general to steady himself, Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai rushed forward, and two sword energies rose from the ground, cut through the void, and fell straight down. However, at this moment, the golden armor suddenly burst out with golden light, dazzling and bright, lighting up the entire dark Lingyuan ruins. When? Two metal collision sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Sparks flying. The moment Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai's swords slashed down, they couldn't even break the golden armor. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lu Jianbai's expression changed drastically. He shouted and retreated violently. But Bai Qi's reaction was a little slow. In a moment, a flower of blood bloomed. Bai Qi was shot in the left chest. Time seemed to stand still. Tick tick. The sudden sound of dripping blood broke the silence. Old White. Zhang Lingshan roared, his eyes bloodshot and shot out. Brother Bai. Lu Jianbai was no longer as calm as before. He shouted softly and rushed out quickly. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then rushed towards the golden armored general. Everyone got moving. Bai Qi lowered his head, raised his hand and grasped the spear. A cruel look flashed in his eyes. Killing me is not that easy. That's all. He suddenly exerted force. Puff. Blood like a pillar. Bai Qi actually pulled the spear out of his chest with all his might, and apart from looking a little pale, he didn't show any other signs of dying. Lu Jianbai and Zhang Lingshan rushed over and saw this, and couldn't help but look stunned. Lao Bai, brother Bai, are you okay? Bai Qi tore off a piece of cloth to stop the bleeding, then shook his head and said, I can't die. I'm different from you. My heart is on the right side. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. What an innate advantage. Boom. The sudden loud noise successfully attracted the attention of the three people, and they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Not far away, under the golden light, Lin Yuan was holding a black gold glazed knife very powerfully, slashing at the golden armored general frantically. Every time the knife fell, a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. Heavy force and power. General Jinjiao was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Lin Yuan, leaving him no chance to fight back. However, although Lin Yuan had the upper hand at this time, he was not happy at all. First of all, even with the triple buff stacked up, he still couldn't take down the golden armored general. It can be imagined how strong the opponent is. And, more importantly, the realm displayed by the golden armored general is the peak of the three realms. What happened to being invincible in the same realm? If the first transformation of the third realm doesn't work, then I'll try the second transformation of the third realm. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly, and a powerful spiritual energy gushed out. Zhang Lingshan and his companions who were watching the battle from a distance were stunned by this scene and screamed in shock. Fanton, fuck. You're looking for death by closing your eyes in a life or death situation and relying on your feelings? Zhang Lingshan, no, he seems to be breaking through. Lu Jianbai, is this the confidence of an SSS level talent awakener? Bai Qi, when I spar with him, my chance of winning is only 50%, 50-50. Break. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, let out a low shout, and his realm began to soar. The three realms are transformed and broken. The second transformation of the third realm is broken. 3 realms, 3 turns, stop. Time is still too tight, so I can only break through 2 realms first. If other people knew what Lin Yuan was thinking at this moment, wouldn't they all take a sip of salt soda and spray him to death? Lin Yuan tightly gripped the black gold glazed knife in his hand, his aura suddenly changed, and powerful spiritual energy surrounded his body, spreading to all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. The muscles that were originally slightly tense were now full of explosive power, and every slight movement could bring about a gust of air. Even the clothes rustled in the air due to the stimulation of spiritual energy. Call. Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air, raised his eyes and looked at the golden armored general opposite him, his eyes shining brightly and full of fighting spirit. Regardless of whether this golden armored general is the Wangui Taisher or a general from ancient times, one thing is certain, and that is its strength. Really strong. He is the only opponent Lin Yuan has met so far who is worthy of his serious consideration. Perhaps, the golden armored general opposite had the same feeling. An extremely strong aura of death emanated from under his golden armor, surrounding his body. Suddenly, the golden armored general raised his hand and grabbed at the void. Buzz buzz buzz. The spear that had just pierced Bai Qi's chest made a sound. Whoosh. A sound of breaking air was heard. The golden armored general grabbed the spear and swung it hard, and the tip of the spear, with a cold glow, pointed directly at Lin Yuan's eyebrows. War. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gripped the black gold glazed knife tightly, and shouted, "Fight!" Swish. Swish. 1 black and 1 gold, 2 afterimages shot straight towards each other. Dang dang dang. 100 shots per second. Sparks flew everywhere, dazzling the eyes. Even a desperate man couldn't see clearly the movements of the two people fighting. Just one word, damn fast. Extremely fast. Boom. There was a loud bang. Lin Yuan and the golden armored general retreated at the same time. It's so satisfying. Come again. Lin Yuan took a step forward, and a deep pit appeared under his feet, with gravel flying everywhere. The next second, he appeared out of thin air in front of the golden armored general, and slashed down with the black gold glazed knife in his hand. It's over. Null. Time stands still. The indestructible tip of the knife slashed across the golden mask of the golden armored general. Chapter 75, Cool Script, Suspenseful Plot. The Lingyuan ruins fell into deathly silence. No one could have imagined that the two people who were originally evenly matched would end the battle in an instant. Crack. The sudden sound of shattering broke the silence. I saw a very, very, very tiny crack appear on the golden mask of unknown material on the head of the golden armored general. Crack. Another shattering sound was heard. The crack began to spread in all directions, becoming dense and dense. Crack. The golden mask shattered with a sound. And the face under the mask appeared in front of everyone. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Under the mask was actually a young boy's face, looking a bit handsome and cool. Zilong. Zhang Lingshan screamed in shock, his face full of disbelief. As for Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai, their expressions were almost the same, both filled with shock. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, could it be that this golden armored general is a member of the Samsara team? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan retreated to Fan Tong's side, and the onlookers came online. Fan Tong whispered, Brother Lin, could this person be the teammate they are looking for? Congratulations, you got the answer right. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong chuckled. My brother who was reborn in the Lingyuan ruins all those years ago? The result turned into enmity. Picking on former teammates? Who betrayed the past? What a fucking melodrama. But I am a local dog, I love to watch. Lin Yuan looked at Fan Tong, whose big, fat face was filled with anticipation. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, You're reading a novel here, aren't you? No, no, no. Brother Lin, isn't this just a straight-up electronic pickled mustard green skit? Compared to the skit, the novel's melodramatic level pales in comparison. Are you sure it's a brainless and exciting drama? Lin Yuan asked meaningfully. Of course. Fan Tong said, and then he reached into his trouser pocket. Please note that it was his fucking trouser pocket, and poked around. When he finally took his hand out, there was a bag of potato chips in his hand. Brother Lin, do you want to eat? Where did you get it from? Don't you see? Then why the hell are you asking me if I want to eat? Fan Tong blinked his eyes and said with a look of grievance, Brother Lin, do you dislike me? Roll. Okay. Fan Tong chuckled, opened the bag, took out a potato chip and stuffed it into his mouth. Crack. Who is it? Zhang Lingshan suddenly turned his head and stared at Fan Tong, gritting his teeth and saying, Shut up. Oh snap. You have to let me finish this piece. Zhang Lingshan looked back at the young man in golden armor before him, his brows knitted into the shape of a character, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You are not Zilong, who are you? The boy's face was expressionless. He spoke slowly in a hoarse voice, I am me. You are the Wangu A Taisher. Zhang Lingshan roared and threw a punch without any warning. The young man opposite with a wooden face raised his hand and easily grasped Zhang Lingshan's fist. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of reminiscence on his face. Brother Shan, why did you hit me? I'm Zilong. Zhao Zilong. Don't you remember me? Zhang Lingshan suddenly exerted his strength, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out, shaking the young man's palm away. He retreated backwards and shouted angrily, You are not Zhao Zilong, you are the Wangu A Taisher. Brother Shan, what's wrong with you? What's this Wangu A Taisher? I'm Zilong. The boy kept repeating that it was Zilong, as if he was trying to numb himself. The murderous intent in Zhang Lingshan's eyes turned into reality, his eyes turned red, and the Qilin tattoo glowed black again. The evil spirits must be killed. Zhang Lingshan took a step forward, and the black unicorn opened its huge mouth and pounced towards the young man. Brother Shan, you are the Wangu A Taisher, right? Do you want to kill me to silence me? Do you know that I see through you? Zhao Zilong did not retreat but advanced, his spear shot out like a dragon, and a flash of cold light arrived first. Zhang Lingshan's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted sternly, "You're bullshitting. You're the myriad trick stone. I'm the captain of the Samsara squad, the only patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Lingshan." Ha ha ha. The young man laughed loudly. This sentence proves that you are not Brother Shan, because Zhang Lingshan never calls himself the head of the Zhang family. This is his biggest taboo. 10,000 trick stone. Reveal your true form. Zhao Zilong's every shot is deadly. At this time, Lu Jianbai and Bai Qi both had serious expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Fan Tong muttered quietly, "Oh my god. This brainless and enjoyable drama has suddenly become suspenseful and brain-burning." Wait. Fan Tong suddenly turned to look at Lin Yuan, who was smiling, and asked in disbelief, "Brother Lin, you must have noticed something a long time ago, right?" "No." Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, denying it flatly. But Fan Tong persisted, saying, "Impossible. Brother Lin, you must have noticed something was wrong long ago, otherwise you wouldn't have asked me right at the beginning. Are you sure this is just some brainless, cool drama?" Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, "I said I was talking nonsense, do you believe me?" "I believe it." "Then I'm the big fool Boqi." Suddenly, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up in a strange smile. "Do you think it's possible that I am also the 10,000 strange embryo stone?" A sinister voice and a weird smile. At this moment, Fan Tong's soul was trembling, his whole body was cold, and fear penetrated his soul in an instant. "Brother Lin, you. Wangui Taisher, die." Before Fan Tong could finish his words, Zhang Lingshan, whose true identity was hard to tell, and Zhao Zilong, who was wooden, suddenly stopped attacking each other and rushed towards Lin Yuan without any warning. This sudden reversal makes one's mind go blank and scalp tingle. Fan Tong's eyes widened as he shook his head. "No. Impossible, Brother Lin, it can't be the myriad trick stone. Jian Bai, Lao Bai, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. This Lin Yuan is fake. He is the Wan Gue Taisher. Kill him now." Zhang Lingshan roared with a ferocious look on his face. At the same time, Zhao Zilong also shouted loudly, "Jian Bai, Brother Shan and I were just acting just now, trying to lure out the real Wan Gue Taisher. Quick! Kill him." Lu Jianbai and Bai Qi were already numb. They stood there with confused faces. The mysterious fetal stone? Who is the mysterious fetal stone? At first they thought that the golden armored general Zhao Zilong was the Wan Gue Taisher. Later, when Zhang Lingshan said, "I am the only patriarch of the Zhang family," they suspected that Zhang Lingshan was the Wan Gue Taisher. However, in the end, the two people they suspected insisted that Lin Yuan was the Wan Gue Taisher. Who is real and who is fake? "Brother Bai, what do you think we should do?" Lu Jianbai asked with a frown. Bai Qi's face was filled with anger, and he cursed, "Fuck. How the hell do I know what to do? Damn it. Isn't this a cool script? Why is there a suspenseful plot?" At this time, Fan Tong said with a firm face, "I tell you, Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong are fake, my brother Lin is the real one, he is definitely not the Wan Gue Taisher." Chapter 76 1v3, No Regrets. At this time, Fan Tong, who was standing by, said in a firm voice, "I tell you, Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong are fake. My brother Lin is the real one. He is definitely not the Wan Gue Taisher." Bai Qi snorted coldly and asked, "What do you say when Lin Yuan holds a knife to your neck? Also, if Jianbai hadn't said that you were truly in danger of death, Lin Yuan would have thought you were acting and would have watched you die." Bai Qi's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Fan Tong's heart, and a feeling of suffocation swept through his body. Fan Tong was also in a dilemma. But soon, his troubled eyes gradually cleared up and became more determined. "I believe Brother Lin, it is definitely not the Wan Gue Taisher. Hydra, let's go help Brother Lin." After Fan Tong finished speaking, he joined the battle with Hydra. Originally, Lin Yuan was evenly matched against two opponents, but with the addition of Hydra, they successfully gained the upper hand. The Hydra and Fan Tong entangled Zhao Zilong. Lin Yuan flashed and stood in front of Zhang Lingshan. "You evil creature, where is Lin Yuan?" Zhang Lingshan came up with a soul-searching question. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Hearing you ask that, I'm starting to doubt my own authenticity. I want to see how long you can keep up this evil act." Zhang Lingshan roared, raised his fists and smashed towards Lin Yuan, violent spiritual energy raging. The black unicorn raised its head and roared, deafeningly, and swooped down. But the next second, a unicorn-shaped mirror appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Zhang Lingshan's expression changed drastically, and he said sternly, "Lin Yuan, you are the evil one, otherwise how could you have such a sorcery?" "If you say so, then that's fine." Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth, looking indifferent. Zhang Lingshan's face twisted as he said sternly, "So you admit it?" "Yes. I admit it. I am the Wangue Taisher. Come and kill me." Lin Yuan admitted it directly. For a moment, it was Zhang Lingshan who didn't know what to do. This doesn't follow the rules at all. Do you really admit that you are the Wangue Taisher? Zhang Lingshan frowned and couldn't help asking another question. Lin Yuan raised his brows, his patience completely worn out, and raised his hand to snap his fingers. When? Crack. Suddenly, the unicorn-shaped mirror exploded and turned into dreamy mirror flowers floating in the air. Zhang Lingshan was stunned, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. But at this moment, Lin Yuan gently pushed his arm, and countless mirror flowers burst out. In an instant, Zhang Lingshan felt a sense of death crisis sweeping through his body. He had no time to think and hurriedly retreated backwards. However, the speed of the mirror flower is extremely fast. In an instant, it penetrated the space in front of them. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. Mirror flowers stained with blood pierced through Zhang Lingshan's body. Ah! Amidst heart-wrenching screams, Zhang Lingshan vomited blood. Although he avoided the vital parts at the last moment, his body was pierced with more than a dozen bloody holes, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. The death crisis is particularly intense. Zhang Lingshan struggled to his feet, staring at Lu Jianbai and Baiqi with bloodshot eyes, and sternly asked, "How long do you two want to see? Does it mean that only after Zilong and I die can you trust us?" Zhang Lingshan was hysterical and his face was distorted. Lu Jianbai and Baiqi looked at each other, then took a deep breath and raised their legs to walk towards Lin Yuan, with the spiritual energy in their bodies gushing out. Lin Yuan was not surprised by their choices. Lu Jianbai looked at Lin Yuan, clasping his hands together, his eyes filled with shame. "Lin Yuan, if you weren't the myriad trick stone, I can only say sorry." Baiqi imitated Lu Jianbai and said, "I'm sorry." Zhang Lingshan shouted angrily, "Why are you two being so polite to the Wangue Taisher? Fight!" Saburo reunites again. But this time it's not Sanlang fighting against Jinjia, but Sanlang fighting against Lin Yuan. The sword energy and fist force were rampant. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes with a fighting spirit. Even if it's 1v3, it's not at all weak. Mirror Flower and Water Moon, absolute defense. The way of the Jinche, start with 0 frames. Fight, double your combat power. Moreover, in order to make this battle as enjoyable as possible, Lin Yuan did not even use the emptiness mantra. Boom! There was a loud bang. Lin Yuan took a step forward, and a deep pit suddenly appeared under his feet, with gravel flying everywhere. He shot out like a cannonball, and the black gold glazed knife cut through the dark night. With a slash of sword, endless sword light burst out. Baiqi, who was the first to be hit, looked serious. Instead of retreating, he advanced, raised the sword in his hand and blocked the attack. Lu Jianbai and Zhang Lingshan on the left and right sides also moved at the same time. The three of them cooperated perfectly and successfully gained the upper hand from the very beginning. However, with Mirror Flower and Water Moon as an absolute defense, Lin Yuan only needs to attack and leave the rest to the protagonist's halo. Human slaughter blood prison. Suddenly, Baiqi shouted loudly. He sacrificed his own blood in essence to the sword, and the sword instantly turned red like blood. The terrifying blood evil force formed a huge blood prison vortex, rushing towards Lin Yuan, with flying sand all over the sky. The surrounding space barrier was shattered by the vortex, making a crackling sound. The title of Manslayer by Qi is not in vain. But sadly, the person he met today was Lin Yuan, a cheater. When Blood Prison entered the killing line of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, it directly transformed into an extremely huge mirror and just stood there. Fuck! Baiqi looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but curse. He then slowly turned his head to look at Lin Yuan and asked in disbelief, "How on earth did you do that?" Lin Yuan smiled without saying anything. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The huge mirror instantly turned into countless mirror flowers, floating in the air. Seeing this scene, Baiqi and the other two turned around and ran without any hesitation. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "Can you escape?" Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of bizarre mirror flowers burst out. In the darkness, screams came one after another. For a long time, the desperate man, covered in blood, reappeared. "Kill him!" Zhang Lingshan's face was ferocious and he was shouting at the top of his lungs. The shadow of the black unicorn appeared again. Roar! The void trembles. With a roar, the shadow of the black unicorn became more solid. Its head is like a tiger, with sharp teeth interlaced, and its eyes are like torches, blazing and powerful. Its body is like a dragon, its scales are black in ink, and it shines with a cold light. Its tail is like a giant python, and the wind howls as it swings. The claws are sharp as blades, and rocks break and the ground cracks when they touch. Its roar is deafening, like thunder, and its tyrannical aura is so overwhelming that it makes people afraid. It is like a demon descending to the earth, extremely ferocious. Baiqi raised the Yoshi sword in his hand, and in an instant, death surrounded him, as if there was an army of undead behind him, and the death energy rose to the sky. Lu Jianbai held Long Yuan in his hand, and the shadow of a golden dragon rose into the sky, accompanied by dragon roars. At this moment, work hard and go all out. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, "Oops. I underestimated the strength of these three bastards." But at this moment, a voice came from the darkness, which sounded like the sound of nature to Lin Yuan. Chapter 77 Li Jia vs Baiqi. "Who is it? You're bullying the weak with your numbers, playing such a dirty game." Before he finished speaking, flames shot up into the sky. A human-shaped flame quickly flew towards them from the void. The next second, Li Jia, carrying the fire cloud spear, stood beside Lin Yuan and jokingly said with a smile, "Brother Lin, do you need some help from your good brother?" However, before Lin Yuan could speak, another familiar voice came from the darkness. "Ahmet Ba. I am also willing to lend a helping hand to Mr. Lin." The Buddhist chants roll in and the Buddha's light shines everywhere. All the demons and monsters in the darkness disappeared. Jingkon, with a halo behind his head, walked out from the darkness and stood in front of Lin Yuan. He clasped his hands together and suddenly chanted, "Ahmet Ba. Mr. Lin, we meet again." Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan laughed heartily and said, "It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive at the right time, wonderful." The value of the protagonist's halo is still increasing. Suddenly, Li Jia held the fire cloud spear in both hands, his eyes swept over the desperate Sabura one by one, and finally stopped at Zhang Lingshan's face. "I know you, Lilanuan, Zhang Lingshan." Zhang Lingshan frowned, as if trying to recall something. "I know you too, Jin Lingwen, Li Jia. Come on. Let's have a fight." Li Jia swung the fire cloud spear in his hand with full momentum. Zhang Lingshan's eyes were filled with disdain. He snorted coldly and said, "You are no match for me. Hey! I just like your rebelliousness. Come on, come on. Let's practice. If I don't beat your mouth into a slump, I'll be living in vain." As Li Jia spoke, flames erupted all over his body. But at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Leave this guy to me, you and the little monk will deal with these two guys." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, fearing that Li Jia would disagree, he deliberately added, "These two are better than him." "Real? It's guaranteed." Li Jia was finally satisfied, his whole body full of fighting spirit, pointing his gun at Baiqi, and shouted, "Fire to eliminate evil spirits." That's all. The fire cloud spear was surrounded by the Samadhi true fire, and fire dragons rose up, burning the space barrier and making a sizzling sound. Baiqi raised his eyebrows, and the deathly aura on his body became more intense. 10,000 ghosts raised their swords. As Baiqi roared, billowing black smoke instantly rose up around him, and a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Countless shrill cries echoed in the air, making people shudder. Twisted ghosts emerged from the darkness, their faces were hideous, their limbs were broken, and they emitted a disgusting stench. These ghosts surrounded the sword in Baiqi's hand, stretched out their shriveled hands, and lifted the sword with force. The sword was shrouded in the power of 10,000 ghosts, and the sword body flashed with a strange light, as if greedily devouring the vitality around it. The power of the ghosts was continuously injected into the sword, making the light on the sword stronger and stronger, forming a huge black sword shadow that soared into the sky. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The ground could not withstand this terrifying pressure and began to crack and collapse, with earth and rocks flying everywhere. The temperature dropped sharply, and the icy air seemed to be able to freeze people's souls. Li Jia, who was under the influence of Samadhi true fire, looked solemn when he felt this powerful pressure. Ahmet Ba. At this time, Jing Kong, who was standing by, clasped his hands together, eager to try. Donorly, how about letting me pray for them? Li Jia snorted coldly and said, little monk, don't fight with me, I've reserved the sky. At this time, the power of the Wan Gui sword was still increasing, and the space around the sword's shadow began to distort and deform, as if to suck everything into the endless darkness. Bai Qi stood in the center of thousands of ghosts, his eyes cold and ruthless. At this moment, the name of Man Butcher becomes more concrete. The whole scene was like the end of the world, which was chilling. Kill. Suddenly, Bai Qi raised his hand, and Wan Gui raised the Yoshi sword and slashed it straight down. Li Jia shook his head, tightened his grip on the fire cloud spear, and suddenly his eyes flashed with brilliance as he roared, fire clouds burning the sky. The fire cloud spear danced like a burning fire cloud, and wherever the tip of the spear went, flames blazed. The thousands of ghosts holding swords were burned to ashes before they even touched the fire cloud. However, as one of Bai Qi's killer moves, how could 10,000 ghosts raising swords be resolved so easily? Bai Qi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly soared into the air, stepped on thousands of ghosts, and reached out to grasp the huge black sword shadow. In an instant, he slashed down towards Li Jia. The sword shadow carried endless pressure, as if it was going to split the Mingyuan ruins into two. Li Jia did not retreat but advanced, raised his fire cloud spear, and collided violently with the black sword shadow. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere, blooming like fireworks, lighting up the dark Mingyuan ruins. The powerful impact force spread out in all directions in visible ripples, and the surrounding soil and rocks were blown into the sky. Li Jia gritted his teeth, veins bulged in his arms, and he tried his best to resist the pressure of the sword shadow. The ground beneath his feet continued to sink, forming a huge deep pit. As Bai Qi continued to exert force, his face gradually became distorted, and the black sword shadow became brighter, trying to crush Li Jia in one fell swoop. The space around the two of them became extremely unstable, with flickering light and the possibility of collapse at any time. Break it for me! Li Jia roared, and the power in his body burst out again. The Samadhi true fire instantly surged and turned into a huge fire dragon, wrapping around the gun body and rushing towards the black sword shadow. The fire dragon and the sword shadow intertwined and devoured each other, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The entire battlefield was shrouded in this strong light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The figures of Bai Qi and Li Jia were looming in the light, and each of their attacks was filled with endless fighting spirit. This is a head-on confrontation between a 1,000-year-old reincarnation powerhouse and a newcomer. It was also the first confrontation between the Samsara team and the Dawn team. There is God's will in everything. The spectators were also shocked by the fierce battle. At this moment, Li Jia suddenly flashed, avoiding the frontal impact of the sword shadow, went around behind Bai Qi, and stabbed out with the fire cloud spear like lightning. Bai Qi reacted quickly, turned around, and blocked with his sword shadow. The tip of the gun collided with the sword shadow again, making a sharp metal collision sound. The two fought back and forth, and the battle became more and more intense. Li Jia's eyes widened, and without warning he reached into the air and the Yutian Ling appeared in his hand, which he swung violently. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard. The Yutian Ling shot out like an arrow. Bai Qi's pupils contracted, and a sense of death crisis arose in his heart. Without time to think, he grabbed Yushi's sword and lifted up all the ghosts together. Then, strike hard. 10,000 ghosts raised their swords and smashed towards Yutian Ling. Boom! With a loud bang, the void trembled. In this battle, who is stronger and who is weaker? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield not far away where flames and undead ghosts were scattered everywhere. Chapter 78 Jingkong vs. Lu Jianbai. When the sparks and ghosts of the dead fade away. Perhaps. Winning or losing is no longer that important. Because, the battle between Li Jia and Bai Qi ended in a draw. The two men fell to the ground, motionless, gasping for breath. In a short period of time, we will no longer be able to fight. Ahmet Ba. Jingkong clasped his hands together, took a step forward, and a smile appeared on his kind face. Donor Lu, please teach me. Lu Jianbai walked towards him, holding Long Yuan in his hand. The two stood facing each other, looking straight at each other. No one took the initiative to break the peace. Li Jia and Bai Qi, who were in a deep pit nearby, had already sat up. Looking at Jingkong and Lu Jianbai who were lying motionless, they sneered. Boring. Exactly. Those who know them are sparring here, while those who don't would think they're asleep. Unlike us too, we're just working hard. After Li Jia finished speaking, he picked up a dogtail grass from somewhere and held it in his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Jianbai shouted, "The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Cut down with one sword." The dragon rises from the abyss and the golden dragon appears. In an instant, golden light shone brightly, and a lifelike golden dragon roared out from the sword, and the dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The golden dragon bared its fangs and claws, its body winding as if to fill the entire space. The scales on its body sparkled with dazzling light, and each one looked like it was made of gold, exuding endless majesty. Wherever the golden dragon passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp explosion. The ground could not bear the weight of this powerful force and began to crack, with debris flying everywhere. The wind howled and formed a powerful storm that swept everything away. Jing Kong's expression instantly became solemn. He lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and suddenly chanted, "Amitba." As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Kong suddenly raised his head and slowly said, "Mahabhairakana." A Buddha statue sits cross-legged in the void like an immortal god, and the Buddha's light pours down like a waterfall, illuminating the whole world with dazzling brilliance. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Jing Kong's voice sounded again. I saw that the Buddha's light in the sky gathered together to form a huge chain, and the mysterious and ancient rune imprint flickered and smashed directly towards the golden dragon. The next second, the golden dragon was wrapped in chains and trapped in the void. Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening. The golden dragon twisted its body frantically, trying to break free from its restraints. However, it kept getting tighter and tighter. Lu Jianbai raised his eyebrows, his eyes moved slightly, and he felt a little more wary of Jing Kong, who had a kind smile on his face. "It seems that I underestimated you, little monk. You are quite capable." Lu Jianbai raised the corners of his mouth, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he gently waved Long Yuan in his hand again, and the golden dragon imprisoned by the Buddha's light disappeared out of thin air. However, before everyone could react, Lu Jianbai swung his sword again and said loudly, "If you take this strike, I lose." As soon as the words fell, 9 golden dragons appeared in the void, tumbling and moving, causing the void to tremble. The dragon roars shook the sky. 9 dragons guard the world. As Lu Jianbai slashed down with Long Yuan in his hand, 9 golden dragons turned into 9 golden lights and shot out. Amitba. Jing Kong's eyes were filled with solemnity. He put his hands together and shouted, 5 fingers holding up the sky. The huge palm of Tathagata's Dharmakaya was like the 5-finger mountain that covered the sky and the sun, pressing down with unparalleled momentum. Under this heavy pressure, the space made a crackling sound as if it could not bear the weight, as if it was about to break. Above those 5 fingers, the Buddha's light was as bright as stars. Each ray of light contained endless power of Buddhism, interweaving into a suffocating curtain of light. Under this terrifying pressure, the 9 golden dragons still struggled hard, and the dragon roars resounded through the sky, deafening. The light on their bodies became brighter and brighter, trying to break through the mountain-like suppression. However, Master Jing Kong's palm was too powerful. The pressure created by the Buddha's light was like a substance, constantly compressing the golden dragon's movement space. The golden dragon's body suppressed it, and its originally ferocious posture gradually became distorted. But they still refused to give up, spewing out golden dragon breath from their mouths, which collided with the Buddha's light, bursting out with brilliant light and huge energy fluctuations. Under the impact of this energy, the ground continued to crack and sink, everything around it was shaking, and this space was about to collapse. Town. The Buddhist chants are rolling and the Buddha's light is shining brightly. Jing Kong's 5 fingers holding up the sky fell with overwhelming force. The 9 dragons struggled in vain and were directly suppressed. The light gradually faded and the dragon roars gradually subsided. At this moment, this space seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Only Jing Kong's solemn expression and slightly trembling hands showed the enormous strength consumed by this move. Puff! Suddenly, Lu Jianbai trembled violently, spit out blood, and was about to fall. I lost. In this battle, Lu Jianbai accepted his defeat with conviction. Amitba. Jing Kong clasped his hands together and said humbly, Master Lu, thank you for your kindness. Lu Jianbai laughed heartily, the Yangtze River's waves behind pushed the waves ahead. This life will surely be a great and wonderful one. Say it. Lu Jianbai sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy in his body quietly circulating to adjust his state. Lin Yuan turned to look at Jing Kong, gave him a thumbs up, and praised him, little monk, I haven't seen you for a few days. You, the great son Tathagata, have become much stronger. Ahmet Ba. Jingkong shook his head and said, compared to benefactor Lin, I am still no match for him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, the battle on another battlefield also ended. Hydra and Pangguang were both seriously injured and dying, lying on the ground motionless. Hua la la. The blood-stained gun tip rubbed against the ground, and the sound it made carried an extremely strong aura of murder. It feels so oppressive. Fan Tong turned his head with difficulty, looked at Lin Yuan not far away, and shouted, Brother Lin, come and support us. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was heard. Lin Yuan's figure flashed, and he almost teleported in front of Fan Tong. How do you feel? It feels so good. Fan Tong said, then suddenly, with a bitter face, he screamed, right now, everything on my body hurts except my brother. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you ask me, you still don't feel any pain. You talk too much. Brother Lin, unless I die, I will keep talking as long as I live. Rest in peace. Leave the rest to me. Fuck. Pa. Pa. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong, who had stood behind him at some point, grinning, why don't you show your true forms? It's already this late, there's no need to hide. Zhang Lingshan laughed heartily. The myriad tricks of the fetal stone. Isn't it obvious now who's real and who's fake? Are we hiding it? Or are you just trying to quibble? Yes. It's already obvious. Lin Yuan said, his smile growing ever brighter, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As long as you kill the other party, the fake will become real. The truth is often fabricated by the victor. Ha ha ha. Well said. So, 1v2, do you think you have a chance of winning? Who said it was 1v2? Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded. The smile on Zhang Lingshan's face froze instantly. Chapter 79 The Truth is Revealed. Lin Yuan shuddered violently, turned around hastily, and looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes filled with unconcealable ecstasy and shock. A graceful figure walked out of the darkness. The girl was wearing a black long dress, with a graceful figure, perfect and delicate facial features, a bit of coldness, and eyes like cold stars, deep and bright. In the darkness, her skin was as white as snow, her hair was as black as ink, and her curvy body contained powerful strength. The noble temperament seems to be above everything. She moved lightly with her lotus steps, her skirt fluttering in the wind, like an elf in the dark night. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, he was stunned. Share. Why are you here? He. Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of cunning flashing in her charming eyes. Brother Lin, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he nodded vigorously, surprise. Unexpected. If Lin Yuan was not so familiar with Xiao Qingxi's aura, he would even suspect that it was the Wangue Taisher. But soon, he suddenly had an epiphany and figured out why Xiao Qingxi acted so casual when he told her that she wanted to participate in the Taibai Forbidden Ruins. It turns out that this girl is here too. Xiao Qingxi walked over to Lin Yuan, blinking her distinct black and white eyes and smiling softly, Brother Lin, I'll help you. When a husband and wife are united, they can overcome any obstacle. All right. Husband and wife working together can achieve great things. You deal with Zhang Lingshan, and I'll take care of Zhao Zilong. Lin Yuan is very confident in Xiao Qingxi's strength. Even I can't say that I can definitely beat this girl. Zhang Lingshan raised his eyebrows, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Yuan, you let a woman deal with me, are you looking down on me? However, before Lin Yuan could speak, the smile on Xiao Qingxi's face instantly disappeared, and she shouted, stop talking nonsense. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Qingxi disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Zhang Lingshan, and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. This distance is just at Xiao Qingxi's killing line. The 3-foot green sword suddenly flashed with a cold light. Blue flames burning the sky. In an instant, the green sword crossed the void and suddenly ignited a blazing green flame, as if it was going to burn the world to ashes. The green flames on the sword moved like dragons and snakes, emitting a heart-pounding high temperature and a breath of destruction. When the sword fell, the air was burned and distorted, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The powerful sword energy merged with the blue flame to form a force that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and the rubble was sucked into the flames, instantly turning into magma. Zhang Lingshan's face changed drastically, and he retreated backwards without any time to react. But he still underestimated the strength of this favored girl, and felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Bloody! The middle of his chest was cut open. If the sword had been a little deeper, Zhang Lingshan would have been ripped open. The green flames remained in the chest, burning the bones and flesh, and instantly charred them. But the barbecue smells really good. Ah! Zhang Lingshan screamed miserably, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a monstrous rage. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Roar! The black unicorn appeared again and again, carrying an endless bloody and brutal aura, like a black mountain pressing down and enveloping Xiao. The black light flickered around the Qilin, like black lightning jumping and crackling, shocking people's hearts. Its bloody mouth opened as if it could swallow the entire world. Its fangs were as sharp as knives, flashing with a cold light. The black unicorn's four hooves trampled on the void, and every time it landed, the space trembled, as if it was going to crush the space to pieces. The speed was extremely fast, like a flash of black lightning, crossing the distance in an instant. A strong wind pressure blew in her face, Xiaoqingxi's hair danced wildly in the wind, her skirt fluttered, and the surrounding air was squeezed to produce a sonic boom. It seemed like it was about to explode in the next second. The ferocious power of the black unicorn surged out like a tide, forming a powerful vortex that completely swallowed Xiaoqingxi. It's over? At this moment, time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, holding the black gold glazed knife in his hand, and counting silently in his heart. 3. 2. Lin Yuan was about to take action. But at this moment, Xiaoqingxi's pleasant voice rang out in the whirlpool. The sword falls from the sky. The black vortex shattered with a sound. The ferocious and violent black unicorn raised its head and looked at the terrifying sword coming towards it, its eyes full of fear. Roar! The black unicorn let out an unwilling roar. Then, it turned into wisps of black gas and dissipated in the air. But Xiaoqingxi's sword did not stop, and it slashed straight towards Zhang Lingshan. Puff! Black liquid splashes. Zhang Lingshan lowered his head with difficulty, looking at his chest where blood was trickling out, his eyes filled with disbelief. No. Bang bang! A dull sound was heard. Zhang Lingshan was split into two, but the moment he fell to the ground, his body turned into two black stones. 10,000 trick stone. Bai Qi roared angrily, stood up suddenly, his eyes full of murderous intent. However, before everyone could react, the two stones suddenly rolled away. Xiaoqingxi raised her eyebrows and chased after the two black stones. Although she didn't know what the Wangue Taisher was, it was not difficult to guess from everyone's expressions that it was some kind of evil thing. Stop! Zhao Zilong moved quickly and stopped Xiaoqingxi. In this way, the truth is revealed. Zhang Lingshan, Zhao Zilong, both are myriad trick stone. Fuck! This guy blew himself up. I told you, Brother Lin, it's real. At this time, Fan Tong, who was lying on the ground dying, roared angrily and sat up in shock. He was so excited that his fat face turned red. Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai were both filled with shame. They turned to look at Lin Yuan, bent down, lowered their heads, and said in unison, "Sorry, we were blind." Lin Yuan curled his lips. "It's not that you're blind, it's just that your brains are too small, so you pooped everything out." The two of them twitched their lips. If you do something wrong, you must stand at attention when you are scolded. Li Jia, who was standing by, suddenly realized, "Brother Lin, you saved my life in disguise." After seeing Zhang Lingshan's attack just now, Li Jia had to admit that it was very powerful. "I'm afraid I can't handle it." Lin Yuan smiled without saying anything and gave Xiaoqingxi a wink. The latter understood and moved his lotus steps to chase after the two black stones that were about to disappear in the darkness. Zhao Zilong took action again. However, Lin Yuan was faster and dodged Zhao Zilong, his smile still lingering. "I'm curious, where is Zhang Lingshan? Before I kill you, I'll tell you where he is." Zhao Zilong finished speaking, swung the spear in his hand, and spiritual energy gushed out. "This time, I will not lose again." Chapter 80 Deleting Account and Restarting. In front of me, you can only lose once or countless times. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, but he exuded strong confidence. Zhao Zilong raised his eyebrows after hearing this, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he was extremely cold. Only when you are fearless can you soar into the sky. The spear remains. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded throughout the Lingyuan ruins. Zhao Zilong's shot did not have any fancy movements or skill effects, he just stabbed straight out. But Lin Yuan frowned slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This shot is a real shot of pure physical strength. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, Could it be that he has seen through my mirage? The tip of the gun, emitting a faint cold light, instantly pierced through the space in front of the two people, almost reaching the limit. Crack! Along with the sound of shattering, the space barrier collapsed. A shot that surpasses the limits of the physical body. Lin Yuan did not dare to be arrogant and drew his sword and mounted his horse. When a crisp sound was heard, the spear tip with a dazzling cold light hit the blade of the black gold glazed knife heavily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of swords rang out, as if they were leaping for joy. This is the real gun shooting like a dragon. Lin Yuan's blood surged and his face flushed. Why don't you use your spiritual energy? Zhao Zilong asked in surprise. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, I'm afraid that I'll use my spiritual energy to kill him instantly and end the fight. The audience, refund their tickets. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened, his entire body covered in golden armor shimmering with golden light. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan, thief, please stop being so presumptuous. After saying this, Zhao Zilong swung out his spear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gun barrel trembled and stabbed straight into Lin Yuan's chest. Looking at Zhao Zilong who was charging at him, Lin Yuan sighed helplessly and said slowly, empty. Time stops for 0.01 second. However, in this 0.01 second, Lin Yuan took a step forward and swung his sword. Put away the knife. Clang. Excuse me, dear audience, but the villain is desperately begging for death. Lin Yuan's words, full of apology, had just fallen. Plop. Zhao Zilong was also split into two, fell on his back, and finally turned into two black stones. Lin Yuan strode forward, picked up the black stone and looked at it carefully. I saw that on the surface of the black stone, there were worms like earthworms wriggling, densely packed, revealing a gloomy and evil look. And the inside of this black stone seems to contain a very strange power. Lin Yuan stared at it for a while, feeling as if he was looking into an eye. All his secrets became transparent before this eye. Slowly. 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 Brother Lin, wake up, what's wrong with you? Brother Lin. When Xiao Qingxi saw Lin Yuan's dull eyes, she immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly called out. However, no matter how Xiao Qingxi shook him or shouted, Lin Yuan did not respond at all. The commotion here also attracted the attention of Li Jia and others, and they all gathered around. Ba. Jing Kong raised his eyebrows, his face solemn. Donor Lin's sea of consciousness is closed. What do you mean? Li Jia asked hurriedly. Jing Kong looked down at the black stone in Lin Yuan's hand and said in a deep voice, Ba. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of this black stone. Black stone? Why am I so unconvinced? Li Jia curled his lips, took the black stone with a look of disbelief, and stared at it for a long time. Donor Li? Donor Li? Donor Li? Ba. Jing Kong clasped his hands together, his face filled with helplessness. Buddha said. Why bother with this? Master Monk, is there any way to wake Brother Lin up? Xiao Qingxi asked anxiously. Jing Kong frowned and shook his head slightly. Ba. I'm not sure either, I can only give it a try, but I pray for Buddha's blessing. Xiao Qingxi's eyes were red, and she bowed slightly. Master Monk. I'm in trouble. Jing Kong waved his hand and said, Donor Lin, please don't do this. Donor Lin has spared my life for me, which is like giving me a new life. After saying this, Master Jing Kong clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to chant scriptures. Namo Haladena Dore. Namo Alai. Balakiti Shubale. Bodhisattva. Mahasattva. Mahakalunikia. Scriptures that sounded like Sanskrit chants came out of Jing Kong's mouth, forming golden rune symbols that floated in the air, enveloping Lin Yuan. The sound of Sanskrit rolls around, and all evils retreat. Xiao Qingxi and others were responsible for protecting Lin Yuan and Jing Kong to prevent any evil spirits from taking the opportunity to attack them. Time passed by minute, and at this moment Lin Yuan was in a very terrifying space, dark and cold, and it seemed like a bottomless abyss at first glance. Where am I? Lin Yuan muttered softly. Then, an idea suddenly struck him. Could it be that my sea of consciousness is closed like in the novels? Oh my god. This is such a classic. Isn't this the end? How do we break this game? Lin Yuan was stunned. How could such a bloody plot happen to me? If I just fall into a coma, half dead and half alive, with no time for recovery. Grass. I might as well just die. Can I save the file in situ? I want to delete my account and restart. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered a speck of golden light. In this endless darkness, this golden light is so dazzling, it is the light of hope. It pulled Lin Yuan, who was determined to delete his account and restart it, out of despair. The golden spots of light grew bigger and more numerous. Lin Yuan was ecstatic and even heard a burst of Buddhist chanting. It's Ding Kong! I'm finally saved. Facts have proved that a single spark can really start a prairie fire. The sea of consciousness that was originally plunged into darkness was now shining with golden light. Mr. Lin, can you hear me? I heard it. Suddenly, the voice everyone was expecting finally appeared. Lin Yuan's lifeless eyes regained focus, and his eyes were shining brightly. Woke up. Plop. Xiao Qingxi threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, tears welling up in her eyes as she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin, brother Lin, I was so scared. You finally woke up. Lin Yuan gently patted Xiao Qingxi's shaking back and said softly, I'm lucky. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Of course, even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell the group of people who were scared just now. Xiao Qingxi stood up and slashed down with the sword without warning. Crack! The black stone exploded instantly. Except for Li Jia, everyone present, including the Hydra beast, was dumbfounded. I felt more wary of this beautiful girl. This person is ranked second in combat power index. Good. I'm glad that Donor Lin has woken up. Next, it's Donor Li's turn. Donor Li? What happened to Li Jia? Xiao Qingxi recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he said with emotion, Good brothers, we share the joys and sorrows together. At the same time, no one noticed that there were a pair of huge eyes above their heads, looking down at them. Chapter 81 Copy and paste. Fuck. You scared me to death. I thought I was dead. The first thing Li Jia did when he woke up was to speak sweetly. Then, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Jingkong, little monk. You are like my second parents. Why don't you call me daddy? Lin Yuan joked with a smile. Damn. You presumptuous fellow. Ba. Please, Mr. Lin, please don't tarnish my reputation. Jingkong said this with a serious look on his face. Li Jia curled his lips and said unhappily, Little monk, what do you mean? Do you think it's embarrassing for me to call you dad? Ba. I do feel ashamed, but it's not that person who was ashamed. I hope Mr. Li doesn't mind. Li Jia was so angry at Jingkong's words that he laughed. He was speechless and kept repeating in his mind, Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. If the other party had not just saved him, he would have stabbed him with the fire cloud spear in his hand. Lin Yuan was in a good mood as he looked at these two funny guys. He thought that the Dawn team would definitely be very interesting in the future. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Xiao Qingxi asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Everyone turned their heads to look at the same time, especially Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai, who looked a little nervous. The strangeness of the Lingyuan ruins made these two old monsters who had been reincarnated for thousands of years feel deeply fearful, and the endless changes made their scalps numb. But it would be much safer if Lin Yuan was here. Therefore, Lin Yuan's next decision will indirectly affect their subsequent actions. A long time. After some careful consideration, Lin Yuan slowly said, Keep going. Find Zhang Lingshan first. Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai both breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling down. They clasped their hands together towards Lin Yuan and bowed slightly, Thank you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, Don't be polite, find someone first, and then we can make a long-term plan. After that, everyone set off again. However, Lin Yuan, who was leading the charge, had just taken 3 or 4 steps forward when a sound of breaking air came from the endless darkness. Whoosh! Quick! Back off! Lin Yuan suddenly looked up and saw a red light shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed. Brother Lin, be careful! I saw an arrow with a red glow piercing through Lin Yuan's chest and piercing deep into the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. The arrow shook violently. But before everyone could recover from their shock and fear, they heard a click. The mirror shattered, and the mirror flowers faded. It turned out that the arrow pierced Lin Yuan in the mirror. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, dull sounds rang out one after another. In the inky black Lingyuan ruins, countless oil lamps emitting pale yellow lights suddenly lit up. At the same time, Lin Yuan also saw the scene in front of him clearly. Looking around, there are countless black coffins, as numerous as locusts. Each black coffin exudes a strange and eerie aura, which makes one's scalp tingle at first sight. Isn't Zhang Lingshan in a black coffin? Fan Tong blinked his eyes and spoke in a very uneasy tone. If Zhang Lingshan is locked in a black coffin, there is only one way to find him: open the coffin. But now, every black coffin hides unknown mysteries. If you open it rashly, no one knows what kind of monster will be released. Lin Yuan looked around and nodded slightly. Be more confident and remove the word can't. Then what should we do? Open the coffin and look for the person? Fan Tong's eyes were filled with fear. Brother Lin, wouldn't that be too? Welcome to my world. Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice resounded throughout the Ling Yuan ruins. Lin Yuan and others raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. There is a huge head in the void, with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Apart from the head, it has no body and no limbs, just floating in the air. A pair of huge eyes stared at Lin Yuan. The strange fetal stone. Lin Yuan recognized it at a glance because the patterns on the surface of the skull were exactly the same as the black stone that had sealed his sea of consciousness. If the surface of the black stone is made up of earthworms wriggling, then the surface of this huge head is made up of black snakes crawling. So disgusting. Take one look and you want to look a second time. Evil spirit. Where did you hide him? Bai Qi frowned and shouted loudly. The Wangue Taisher moved its dark eyeballs and looked over. At just one glance, Bai Qi felt a chill all over his body, as if countless celestial snakes were crawling on his body. Disrespectful human, teach him a lesson. Following Wangue Taisher's command, the lids of the black coffins in the row closest to Lin Yuan and others opened at the same time. Then, the expressions on everyone's faces were wonderful. Hundreds of Zhang Lingshan appeared in front of them. I lost too much blood, am I dizzy? Fan Tong muttered something under his breath, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then twitched his mouth and cursed, fuck. Copy and paste? Kill. Hundreds of Zhang Lingshan shouted in unison, even their voices were exactly the same. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. As soon as Mirror Flowers and Water Moon was performed, the attack that entered the killing line suddenly turned into a mirror. With a sudden swing of the arm, countless mirror flowers floated in the air. Shoot! Lin Yuan let out a low shout and gently pushed his hands forward. Mirror flowers burst out. Hundreds of Zhang Lingshans were instantly shot through the eyebrows by the mirror flowers, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating in the wind. Seeing this scene, the void's Wangue Taisher's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if full of greed. I like your ability very much. If you can use it for me, I will create the strongest race. As Wangue Taisher spoke, he pounced towards Lin Yuan without any warning. Fuck. Are you working in the market? Lin Yuan was so scared that he cursed. However, the next second, he suddenly shouted, empty. Feeling that time had stopped, Wangue Taisher suddenly widened his huge black eyes, filled with fear. No. No, your mother. It's too late. Lin Yuan roared, swung the black gold glazed knife and chopped down at the Wangue Taisher. When? There was a crash. The indestructible black gold glazed knife actually stopped halfway through the cut. Thick black liquid gushed out. 0.01 seconds passed. Ah! Wangue Taisher screamed and prepared to take off into the air. But how could Lin Yuan let it go so easily? Null. 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 Nothing left uncut. Fight. At this moment, Lin Yuan opened fire at full force, veins bulged in his arms, and he chopped down with all his might. Puff. The black gold glazed knife slowly chopped down. The thick black liquid gushed out like a column. The Wangue Taisher let out a hysterical scream. Ah! You damn human! Stop it. Let me go, or you'll regret it. Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide, raised his hand and punched the black eyes of Wangue Taisher. Puff! The left eye was smashed directly, and black and white liquid splashed out. Ah! Human, you forced me to do this. Let's destroy it together. Chapter 82, Transformed into a Zombie. Pretty. Destroy NM. Die. Lin Yuan roared, die. Fight. The way of the gene cart. The double buffs are stacked up directly, and the combat power index begins to soar. The spiritual energy is rampant. The black gold glazed knife burst out with a 1,000-foot-long blade light and slashed down with one blow. The Wangguitai stone was split open by Lin Yuan. Plop! Plop! Accompanied by two muffled sounds, the corpse of the Wangguitai Taisher was split into two and fell heavily to the ground. He got rid of the Wangguitai Taisher so easily? Bai Qi jumped up in shock. Lu Jianbai wasn't that strong either. He looked at the Wangguitai stone on the ground, which had been split in two by Lin Yuan, with shock in his eyes. He swallowed hard and muttered softly. Wangguitai Taisher would never have thought that his death would be so miserable. For a moment, the scene fell into deathly silence. No one knows what will happen next second. Lin Yuan and the others were all nervous, and were all circulating their spiritual energy, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. Time passes by every second. There was no change in the corpse of the Wangguitai Taisher on the ground. What are you doing? Suddenly, a doubtful voice was heard among the nervous crowd. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Be careful of this devil thing and don't let it cause any more trouble." So, this is what you are worried about. Bai Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, released his spiritual energy, and kicked the corpse of Wangguitai Taisher on the ground. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated. Li Jia gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck. Your feet are itchy, why are you kicking them? Just find a stone to rub them against. What are you doing? Don't be nervous, once the Wangguitai Taisher is dead, nothing will happen to it again." Bai Qi paused after speaking and continued, "We need to find a way to deal with the things in the coffin now." Lin Yuan was stunned, still a little skeptical. "Are you sure this thing won't misbehave again?" "Sure." Bai Qi looked at Lu Jianbai, who understood and agreed, "Brother Bai is right. Wangguitai Taisher is dead, so don't worry." Everyone's hearts, which were in their throats, finally settled down. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze and looked at the densely packed black coffins, frowning. In his opinion, these black coffins are more troublesome than the Wangguitai Taisher. First, Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong were hidden in a black coffin and their whereabouts are unknown. Secondly, hidden inside the black coffin is the alien race produced by the Wangguitai Taisher. There are so many alien races that they can't kill them all even if they kill them until the Taibai Forbidden Ruins are closed. Ba. Mr. Lin, are you worried about these black coffins? Jinkong's voice suddenly came. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Yes. Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong are most likely in one of the black coffins. And, there are so many alien races, we simply can't kill them all." Jinkong clasped his hands together with a faint smile on his face. Ba. Donor Lin, I may have a way to break this situation." "Oh?" Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy in his eyes. "Tell me quickly. What do you have in mind?" Jinkong suddenly chanted, "Donor Lin, I can purify all the black coffins." At this moment, Li Jia on the side could not help but curl his lips and mutter, "A monk actually tells lies, killing people and saying it's salvation, destroying the body and saying it's purification." Fanton, 6 Austrians. Jinkong's jade-like face immediately flushed red. Ba. Donor Li, please stop insulting our Buddhist sect. Ba. What a sin, what a sin. You thought I just farted. Li Jia quickly apologized. No matter what the Buddhist sect said, Jinkong had saved his life. Lin Yuan glared at Li Jia unhappily, then smiled at Jinkong and asked, "Can you destroy the bodies of these aliens?" Cough cough cough. Jinkong coughed lightly and helplessly corrected, Ba. Donor Lin, it's purification. Sorry, slip of the tongue. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he glanced at Li Jia again. Jinkong adjusted his state and said slowly, Ba. I can indeed destroy these black coffins, and purify them. So what are you waiting for? Show your talent. Wait a moment. Let me wake up Donor Zhang and Donor Zhao first. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and Lu Jianbai clasped their fists and bowed, "Little monk, we are in trouble." It's not a big deal. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As soon as Master Jinkong finished speaking, Li Jia added, "For 7 equals 28. You've already surpassed the construction of a 28-story pagoda." Shut up. Except for Fantong, who had the same stench, the others shouted in unison. Li Jia couldn't help but shrink his head. He should be timid when he needs to be. Jinkong, with a solemn appearance, sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and said in a clear voice, "Namo Hela Dana Durai. Namo Alai. Balakiti Shubalaya." Bodhisattva. Mahasattva Poya. Mahakalunikia. Golden Sanskrit words floated out of Master Jingkong's mouth, soared into the sky, and formed a huge golden net in the void, emitting a powerful Buddhist power. Amitba. The 3-meter golden body is completed. After he finished speaking, a golden halo appeared around Jingkong, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds. The next second, Dharma Master Jingkong was 3 feet tall, Buddha's light shone everywhere, and his appearance became even more solemn. The sound of Sanskrit rolls in. The huge golden net formed by scriptures suddenly fell down, covering all the black coffins. Rise! Jingkong shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of crack, and the 2 black coffins shattered at the same time. Then, 2 figures stood up straight, their eyes were dull and round, and their hands were held horizontally. Oh my god! This 6 was directly turned into a zombie! Fan Tong exclaimed. However, before everyone could react, Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong simultaneously spat out a mouthful of black liquid. Brother Shan! Zilong! The 2 men's eyes were filled with excitement at surviving the disaster. But Jingkong didn't have time to express his gratitude for being rescued. He immediately shouted, Amitba! Donors, if you don't come out now, you will be purified along with these evil creatures. Suddenly, a sea of golden fire fell from the sky. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lingshan and Zhao Zilong's faces changed drastically at the same time, and they quickly rushed towards the crowd. When they stood firm and looked back at the golden sea of fire behind them, their eyes were filled with horror. Under the golden sea of fire, all the black coffins were instantly burned to ashes. For a moment, screams came one after another, sharp and piercing. One after another, distorted, hideous, and bizarre alien races appeared in the sea of fire. They struggled, roared, and tried desperately to escape, but they could not. Gradually, the screams became weaker and weaker, and all that was left was the crackling sound of the burning flames. Lin Yuan and others watched the entire massacre with expressionless faces. But just when everyone was about to praise Jingkong for the massacre, they heard a cry. Woo woo woo. Chapter 83 Generator. Fatty, why are you crying? Looking at Fan Tong, who was crying loudly, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes seemed to want to stab him. Fan Tong wiped away his tears and sobbed, Brother Lin, this is so fucking touching. I've never seen such a touching scene before. Fuck. Fatty, you have so many tricks up your sleeve. Fuck. You talk a lot of shit, little brat. Who the hell are you calling a brat? Who told you to call me a fat guy? Fan Tong held the Hydra and confronted Li Jia. The others turned and left one after another. In front of the stone gate, Zhang Lingshan clasped his hands together and said loudly, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I, Zhang, will remember this favor. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. I need it right now. Li Jia, with a bruised face and nose, suddenly shouted. Zhang Lingshan's mouth twitched, his expression was very interesting, but he couldn't just turn his words off right after he turned around, right? Besides, he hasn't even turned his head. Zhang Lingshan forced a smile and asked, I wonder what Master Li needs. Beat him. Beat him to death. Li Jia pointed at Fan Tong and gritted his teeth. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This wave of operations is really cool. Fan Tong blushed and shouted, if that's all that matters, then I need it too. Fuck him back. Fuck him to death. Looking at these 2 funny guys, Zhang Lingshan's forehead was full of black lines. He winked at Lin Yuan and quickly fled from this place of trouble. Amitba. Mr. Lin, I will take my leave now. See you later. Jingkong had a smile on his face, his hands clasped together, and he looked gentle and humble. If no one had seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that it was this little monk with a harmless smile who burned countless aliens alive to ashes with his own hands. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, thanks to you this time, now it's my turn to owe you a life. Jingkong waved his hands hurriedly, Amitba. Mr. Lin, your words are too polite. Farewell. See you later. After Lin Yuan sent Jingkong away, he looked back at Li Jia and Fan Tong, who were unable to end the battle for a while, and without saying hello, he directly pulled Xiao Qingxi away. Sheer, you haven't told me yet, why are you here? After they walked for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Xiao Qingxi smiled slyly, Brother Lin, your acting is so poor. Do you think I don't know that you are here to participate in the Dawn Squad trial? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed and his brows furrowed slightly. Uncle Xiao told you everything? Of course. Xia Qingxi rolled her eyes. If you hadn't shown up out of nowhere, I'd be the captain of the Dawn Squad, handpicked by my dad. Lin Yuan was stunned and muttered, why would Uncle Xiao let you join the Dawn Squad? It's too dangerous. I'll go talk to him. Xia Qingxi quickly raised her hand to hold him back, her little face looking very serious and her voice resounding. Brother Lin, you should know the motto of the Spirit Enforcement Team. If the dark night approaches, I am willing to burn my body in blood and become a bright lamp, fearless even in death. This is also the ancestral motto of the Xiao family. Lin Yuan shuddered violently. Looking at Xia Qingxi, whose face seemed to have a hint of red glow, he suddenly felt an urge to stand in awe. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face again, and he touched Xia Qingxi's little head with a doting look. I support you. Brother Lin, you are so nice. Xia Qingxi received a romantic French kiss from the wizard. Lin Yuan responded fiercely. It was a desolate and deserted place, perfect for some excitement. However, Xia Qingxi still maintained a trace of rationality. She spoke in a soft, mosquito-like voice, mumbling, Brother Lin, no, don't, someone will come. Lin Yuan paused, his face aching, wanting to cry but unable to. I'm afraid if this goes on, I'll be suffocated. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yuan to say that, it was redundant. Xia Qingxi had already sensed his astonishing change. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, how about I use my hands? Lin Yuan wanted to refuse, but at this moment the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Sign-in mission released. Host, please do not violate the woman's wishes. Lin Yuan's cheeks twitched, and he thought to himself, this system is really sensible. Brother Lin, are you okay? Ah! Amidst the girl's sudden scream, she was abducted into the grove. Half an hour later. Lin Yuan walked out of the grove with a wicked smile on his face, holding up his pants. Xia Qingxi followed behind, rubbing her wrist constantly, with a somewhat painful expression on her face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan, draw. Ding! Congratulations on winning the purple treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. Purple treasure chest? Innate skill? Open. Sign-in mission reward, skill, 9000 Thunders LV1. Note, 9000 Thunder movements, a body movement skill, moves like lightning, pursuing the ultimate in speed. At the maximum level, it can transform into the phantom of 9000 Thunder clone. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared in his palm, crackling. Just at this moment, Xia Qingxi came over with a resentful look on her face, pulled up the hand with lightning, opened her mouth, and was about to complain. Results. The power of thunder and lightning instantly enveloped Xia Qingxi. Ouch. Aha! Xia Qingxi squeezed her legs together and made a strange sound. Lin Yuan was stunned. You big bad guy. Why is there electricity on your good hand? Xia Qingxi lowered her head as she spoke, still unsatisfied. Brother Lin, can you shock me again? What's the electricity? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Xia Qingxi's little face turned red as if it was dripping with blood. You big bad guy. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. The girl stamped her feet hard and walked forward quickly. The next day, the sun rose. A ray of sunlight shone down, as if coating the entire Yujian Mountain forbidden ruins with a layer of gold powder, dazzling and eye-catching. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, turned his head to look at Xia Qingxi who was sleeping beside him, and raised the corners of his mouth in a bright smile. The girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Eye contact. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, does it still hurt? Xia Qingxi, who hadn't fully turned on her phone yet, suddenly widened her eyes when she heard these words, and her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh. You big bad guy, don't say it. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed out loud. He never expected that he would be used as a generator. There is another way to open 9000 Thunders. Stop laughing. Xia Qingxi covered Lin Yuan's mouth with her hand and yelled angrily. Oh. You are so mean. Xia Qingxi felt like she had been electrocuted. She looked at her wet palms with her eyes filled with love. The sun is shining, we love each other. A day's plan begins in the morning. Chapter 84, Face to Face. Attention all trial participants, this Forbidden Ruins trial will end in 3 minutes. Everyone get ready to leave. Accompanied by a majestic voice that resounded throughout the Tai-Bai Forbidden Ruins. The trial participants were forcibly taken away from the Forbidden Ruins one after another. Halfway up the mountain behind Yujian Mountain, a courtyard is built on a cliff. From a distance, it looks like it is built in the air. 2 middle-aged men stood on both sides of the courtyard's entrance, one of whom was General Song, who was in charge of presiding over the Forbidden Ruins trial a day ago. The other person was Mr. Yi-san, who was drowsy and holding a cigarette. Both of them have one characteristic: they will not hesitate to use force, and fists are the only truth. Just kill people without burying them. With these 2 door gods here, any evil spirits will have to retreat. At this time, Lin Yuan walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets. Master Yi-san? Why are you still guarding the gate here? Have you ever considered my feelings? The sleepy General Song suddenly became alert. He smelled a strong smell of melon. A middle-aged greasy uncle, a fair-skinned boy. Imagining the scene is undoubtedly the best way to get your adrenaline rushing. Yi Wudao took a deep puff of Lao Likun, and his mouth was like a chimney, with smoke coming out. There's nothing I can do. A higher rank can crush someone, not to mention he's several ranks higher than me. Didn't you see this 2-star general? He's still a gatekeeper like me? Yi Wudao finished speaking, flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, and continued with a smug look on his face. Do you think anyone can see this door? Fuck, it's a plant. Come on in, you're already late. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shit, it's an emotion. Lin Yuan quickly used 9,000 thunders, and lightning and sparks followed him, making crackling sounds. Holy crap! Who set off firecrackers outside? So cool. Fan Tong's voice sounded at the right time. Lin Yuan flashed to the door of the main hall and saw the scene inside at a glance. The young monk Jinkong clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and rested, creating a world of his own. Li Jia and Fan Tong sat opposite each other. Both of them had bruised faces and noses, and even the Hydra had gained a lot of weight. Xiao Qingxi is cold and noble, exuding an icy aura that keeps people at a distance. In addition to the 4 familiar people, there was a young man sitting at the end of the oval table with an arrogant look on his face, his sword aura dominating and his eyes slightly closed. Lin Yuan's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. A smile instantly appeared on Xiao Qingxi's frosty face, as bright as a flower. A beautiful woman's smile is very charming. Brother Lin, why did you come just now? The two were still chatting together just a second before they were taken away from the Forbidden Ruins, but as the majestic voice rang out, they were forcibly separated. Xiao Qingxi appeared in the courtyard. Also falling from the void at the same time were Fan Tong, Li Jia, Jinkong, and a young man with sword energy. In other words, everyone present except Lin Yuan landed here. Our protagonist Lin Yuan was directly teleported to the foot of Yujian Mountain. If Xiao Yu's voice had not sounded in time, Lin Yuan would have already driven the Black Knight back home. Lin Yuan smiled and greeted the others, then sat down next to Xiao Qingxi and said, "The scenery along the way is beautiful, let's spend some time here." Are you the SSS-level talent awakener, Lin Yuan? Suddenly, the young man with sword energy opened his eyes flashed with brilliance, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. There's something wrong with your eyes. Do you want to kill me? Lin Yuan didn't cover himself at all and opened the camera wide in front of his face. As soon as these words were spoken, the main hall fell into deathly silence. Even the sword-wielding young man, one of the protagonists, was stunned where he stood. Fuck. It still has to be my brother Lin. Fan Tong's licking was rough, but extremely smooth. At this time, Li Jia suddenly said, "This grandson's name is Nalan Batian." Nalan Batian? Nalan? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes flickering slightly. So, you want to avenge Nalan Batian? The young man stood up, stretched out his index finger and waved it left and right at Lin Yuan, grinning and said, No. I should. Whoosh. Nalan Batian's words were interrupted by the sudden sound of breaking air. He suddenly widened his eyes and instinctively retreated backwards. But at this moment, a hand grabbed his fingers that were standing in the air. You, what do you want to do? Nalan Batian was so shocked that his voice trembled. The next second. Crack. Ah. As the sound of breaking was heard, Nalan Batian let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Yuan saw a bloody index finger in his hand, and he forcibly broke off Nalan Batian's index finger. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Pretending to be so arrogant? Don't you even know who I am? Do you think I'm the kind of person who spoils children? Lin Yuan cursed and became angrier and angrier, especially when he saw Nalan Haotian's eyes full of resentment. He became even more furious. Will you look at me again? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he directly took Nalan Haotian's index finger and pointed it at him. Puff! Red and white liquid splashing. Nalan Haotian inserted his index finger deeply into his left eye socket. Ah! The screams were heart-wrenching. Fan Tong and Li Zhe's scalps tingled as they watched. They looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, and they didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of committing a crime and bringing disaster upon themselves. With his eyes tightly closed, Master Jingkong's cheeks twitched, and his fingers twisting the Buddhist beads sped up. Xiao Qingxi, on the other hand, held a 3-foot-long green sword in her hand, staring fiercely. From the looks of her, it seemed as if she was worried that Lin Yuan would go too easy on her and was ready to finish him off at any time. Lin Yuan, are you crazy? You know that this is the Nalan family's territory. This courtyard belongs to the Nalan family. Nalan Haotian covered his bleeding left eye with his incomplete hand and screamed at the top of his lungs. What about the Nalan family? Are you delaying me from beating you up? As Lin Yuan spoke, his spiritual energy raged, imprisoning Nalan Haotian and kicking him to the ground. Bang! Ah! I'm going to fight you. Nalan Haotian went completely berserk, circulating his spiritual energy like a madman and pounced towards Lin Yuan. However, what awaited him was the oncoming large soul of number 42 Shu. Whoosh! Nalan Haotian flew out directly from the main hall. As for where it flew to, no one knew, and of course no one cared. Brother Lin, your hands are dirty, wipe them quickly. Xiao Qingxi quickly and gently wiped the blood off Lin Yuan's hands with a wet wipe. Cough! However, at this moment, a cough was heard, breaking the silence in the main hall. Lin Yuan looked over when he heard the voice, and when he saw Xiao walking towards him with a livid face, he quickly pulled his hand back and pulled Xiao Qingxi to sit down. Why is there blood all over the floor? Xiao stopped and glanced at the blood on the ground. His brows furrowed slightly, and he paused before continuing to ask, where's Nalan Haotian? Where did he go? Why didn't he let someone wipe it off? Lin Yuan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Uncle Xia, is there a possibility that the blood on the ground belongs to Nalan Haotian? Lin Yuan, I'll fucking kill you. Suddenly, Nalan Haoyu's resentful voice sounded from outside the door. Chapter 85 Greetings to your mother-in-law. Lin Yuan, I'll fucking kill you. Suddenly, Nalan Haotian's resentful voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads to look. Nalan Haotian was seen covered in blood, walking into the main hall step by step. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogant look he had at the beginning. Like a fucking refugee. Xiao frowned, glanced at Lin Yuan and Nalan Haotian, and immediately guessed what was going on. What's going on? Xiao's voice was calm, and one could not tell whether he was happy or angry. His powerful aura was intimidating without him even being angry. Nalan Haotian didn't dare to neglect it. He stepped forward quickly, bent over, and said sternly, General Xia. Lin Yuan is too bullying. Look at how he beat me. This is the Nalan family's territory. How can he let him be so arrogant? Xiao, who had originally lowered his head, suddenly raised his head after hearing Nalan Haotian's words. What did you say? The Nalan family's territory? That's right. This is the Nalan family. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire courtyard trembled. Nalan Haotian was lying on the ground, spewing blood, his face pale. He had already suffered serious injuries and now looked even more dying. How shameless! All land under heaven belongs to the king. What right does the Nalan family have to say that this is the Nalan family's territory? Xiao's eyes were cold, yet full of majesty. The sense of oppression from the 5-star general was fully demonstrated at this moment. Nalan Haotian curled up on the ground and trembled violently, and hurriedly explained, General Xia, I didn't mean that. I meant that Lin Yuan didn't give face to the Nalan family. What face does the Nalan family have? Xiao asked back. Nalan Haotian's face was stunned, his brain was working rapidly. He was not stupid, on the contrary, he was very smart, otherwise he would not have successfully replaced Nalan Haoyu as soon as he died. General Xia, the Nalan family is indeed embarrassed, but what about the Dawn Squad? As a member of the Dawn Squad, is it reasonable for Lin Yuan to beat me like this? He's provoking the Dawn Squad and you, General Xiao. Nalan Batian spoke passionately and with awe-inspiring righteousness. After hearing this, Xiao turned to look at Lin Yuan and said nonchalantly, "Your people, you deal with them yourself." Good. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, he gradually understood everything. This is the preference from my father-in-law. Tat-tack. The sound of powerful footsteps broke the silence in the main hall. Nalan Batian's face was gloomy, and he roared, "Lin Yuan, what do you want to do? How dare you attack me in front of General Xiao? I am a member of the Dawn Squad." A member of the Dawn Squad? Lin Yuan repeated with a smile, then changed the subject. "Then I'm telling you now, you've been expelled from the Dawn Squad." "Why?" "Because I'm the captain of the Dawn Squad." As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, everyone except Xiao and Xiao Qingxi, father and daughter, were stunned. Captain of the Dawn Squad? Lin Yuan? The one who reacted most strongly was Li Jia. When he thought of the promise he had made, he couldn't help but clamp his legs together. Damn it! How could this be? Saying goodbye to my brother? No! Bang! Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Li Jia slammed the table and stood up, staring at Lin Yuan intently, gritting his teeth and saying, "Brother Lin, fuck your mother-in-law. How come you're the captain?" As soon as the words fell, an extremely terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted. Li Jia's face changed drastically, and he sat on the chair feeling overwhelmed. The suffocating feeling of death made him feel as if he sought his old grandmother. "General Xia, what do you mean?" Li Jia looked at Xiao, the source of the murderous aura, and shouted with a red face. Lin Yuan touched his nose and jokingly said, "Third Prince, let's just say, is there a possibility that General Xia is my father-in-law?" After hearing this, Li Jia's mind went blank. I silently recited in my heart, "Xiao Qingxi, Xiao, Lin Yuan." This. Damn it. General Xia, children speak without restraint. Put. Fanton, who was gloating, couldn't hold back his laughter and sneered, saying, "This little bastard finally admitted that he is a brat." Li Jia gritted his teeth, but right now, the most important thing was to let Xiao calm down. After all, greeting the wife of this 5-star general in front of him, just thinking about it makes me feel so brave, and the word stubborn is not enough to describe how awesome I am. Li Jia's will to survive was at its peak. "General Xia, calm down. I didn't know you two were still related. Just treat me like a fart and let it go. All right. Next time, I'll go visit the Li family." As soon as Xiao finished speaking, Li Jia felt as if he had been pardoned, reborn, and escaped a disaster. "Thank you, General Xia, for not killing me." At this moment, Nalan Batian, who was lying on the ground, was even more numb than Li Jia. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan. The latter just happened to look over. Their eyes met. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled brightly. Upon seeing this, Nalan Batian's eyes became clear, and he hurriedly smiled apologetically. Captain Lin, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Lin Yuan nodded. "There is indeed a misunderstanding, and it is a deep misunderstanding that cannot be resolved." As he spoke, he bent down, grabbed Nalan Batian by the collar, and asked with a smile, "Have you seen the panoramic view of Yujin Mountain in the early morning?" The smile on Nalan Batian's face froze instantly, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. What do you want to do?" Lin Yuan smiled without saying a word. The spiritual energy in his body gushed out, directly imprisoning it, and then began to accumulate strength. "Go! Pikachu!" Whoosh! Nalan Batian flew out of the main hall and began to free fall from Yujin Mountain, which was 3,000 meters above sea level. Life or death depends entirely on fate, how hard you are. Okay, now it's quiet. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he walked back to his seat and sat down. In the main hall, Xiao's eyes swept across the faces of the young men and he said slowly, "Before participating in the trial, you already knew about the Dawn Squad, but I would like to add a few points here. Compared to the Spirit Enforcement Team's one city one province policy, the Dawn team is more expansive. Whenever a mission related to Daxia occurs, both inside and outside Daxia, you are all required to carry it out. Similarly, the rights of the Dawn Squad will be maximized. New members will enjoy the treatment of majors, and the captain's rank will rise directly to colonel." After hearing this, Lin Yuan and others were dumbfounded. Colonel-level military rank? Oh my goodness, what a big deal. But Fantong was sober, a rare moment in his life, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "We've laid so much groundwork, could there be some overseas mission waiting for us?" Although the voice was small, it was still very clear in the quiet main hall. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xiao at the same time. The air suddenly became quiet. After about 2 or 3 seconds, under everyone's gaze, Xiao waved his hand and said lightly, "Prophet, the knife is here." Chapter 86, A higher-ranking official crushes others. Prophet, the knife. As soon as these words were spoken, the main hall suddenly became quiet. Fantong's fat face turned red, he shrank his head, and didn't even dare to breathe. Xiao retracted his gaze and said slowly, "Little fatty is right, there is indeed a mission abroad that requires you to carry out." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, as expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. However, he is my father-in-law after all, and it is my family's business, so I have to support him. If I don't go to hell, who will? Let me be the bad guy. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said righteously, "General Xia, I promise to complete the mission." Grass. Li Jia and Fan Tong raised their middle fingers at the same time. Jing Kong paused as he twirled his Buddhist beads. Amat Ba. The Buddha said, Tathagata. Lin Yuan said, "I don't want to hear it because you didn't say it." He looked at Xiao with a smile and asked, "General Xia, tell me about this mission." From the smile on Xiao's face, it is not difficult to see that the 4 words "a perfect son-in-law" are completely true. This mission, codename, Massacre. Mission location, Myanbeay area outside Daxia. Mission content, rescue the citizens of Daxia. The smile on Xiao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by endless murderous intent. Lin Yuan and others turned pale. Xia Qingxi nudged Xiao gently with her arm and whispered, "Dad. You're so scary." Xiao took a deep breath, dispelling the murderous aura, and took out a folder from his arms. This records the specific content of this mission, as well as the heinous crimes committed by those beasts in the Myanbeay region. Everyone took a document. When they saw the above content, they gradually understood why Xiao showed such a strong murderous intent. Myanbeay, the city of sin, is a lawless area. The area of Myanbeay is roughly equivalent to that of 2 Jiangqing cities. It is composed of 3 major families who jointly run a pharmaceutical factory and are responsible for developing various elixirs. In recent years, the elixirs produced by the Myanbeay pharmaceutical factory have been highly praised, business has been booming, and it has become famous in the Great Xia Kingdom. The cultivation conditions in the Myanbeay region are poor and the spiritual energy is thin, so most of the people are ordinary people. Even if there are cultivators, their realm is not higher than the 4th realm. Therefore, the 3 major families began to expand their forces into the territory of Daxia and recruit ordinary people with high salaries. Through their operations, Myanbeay has been transformed into a paradise for ordinary people. However, these ordinary people who went to paradise found out when they arrived that Myanbeay was not a paradise for ordinary people, but a hell. In the past, ordinary people were used as tools to make money, and when they lost their usefulness, their organs would be removed and made into elixirs. The 3 major families in Myanbeay have exploited the body of an ordinary person to the extreme. There are some photos in the file bag. The photos showed bloody organs and victims with terrified and dull eyes. Their ages range from newborn babies to old people with white hair. The women among them were clearly priced and used as tools for sexual gratification. Bang! Li Jia's eyes blazed with fire. He slammed the table again and roared, "What a bunch of beasts!" Although the other few people did not speak, the murderous aura on their bodies showed their attitude. "When do we leave?" Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Xiao rubbed his temples and said, "You guys go back and adjust your condition first. Meet in Jiangcheng in 2 days. I can't fucking wait any longer, I'm going to fuck them now." Li Jia roared, and samadhi fire ignited all over his body, turning the entire main hall into a furnace, roasting everyone's faces and ears red. Xiao said in a deep voice, "I understand your feelings, but don't underestimate those beasts in Myanbeay. Although most of them are ordinary people, and their martial arts realm is only at the peak of the 3rd realm, they have a kind of soul-binding spear that is specially designed to deal with spiritual warriors. Cultivators below the 5th realm who are hit will fall into a brief stun, their spiritual energy will be restrained, and they will become ordinary people. So, you should go back and adjust your condition first, and then leave for Myanbeay in 2 days." After hearing this, Li Jia had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Xia Qingxi's brows were furrowed tightly, and her voice was as cold as ice. "What should we do with those beasts in Myanbeay?" Xiao narrowed his eyes, murderous intent spurting out, and said darkly, "You said they are beasts. When facing beasts, of course we must kill them all. From the 3 major families, regardless of age, all will be killed without mercy." "Yes. Lin Yuan and others shouted in unison. Dong dong dong. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the tense atmosphere in the main hall. General Xia, Nalan Wenba requests an audience. General Song's voice came from outside the door. Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Lin Yuan. It's coming for you again. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile on his face, not showing any nervousness at all. Xiao retracted his gaze and said loudly, let him in. Yes. General Song turned and left. At this time, halfway up the mountain, at the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Wudao still had a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with disdain, and sneered, after beating the young one, here comes the old one. I say, do you, the Nalan family, really have no shame at all? Yi Wudao, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. I am the captain of the 250th Spirit Control Team, Nalan Wenba. As the middle-aged man spoke, he took out the captain's badge of the Spirit Enforcement Team from his arms and waved it in front of Yi Wudao. Then, he narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice, Yi Wudao, salute me quickly. Hiss. Yi Wudao took a deep puff of cigarette, opened his mouth and blew it onto Nalan Wenba's face. How dare you? Yi Wudao, you're looking for death, Come in. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded out of nowhere. Nalan Wenba quickly dispersed his spiritual energy, stood at attention and saluted, shouting, yes. General Song. Then, he walked into the courtyard. When he stepped over the threshold, he paused, turned around and glared at Yi Wudao fiercely, threatening, just wait for me. General Song frowned slightly and asked curiously, can you bear it? Yi Wudao took a puff of his cigarette and sighed helplessly. Hey! So what if I can't tolerate it? He's the captain of Team 250 of the Spirit Enforcement Squad. Technically speaking, he's my immediate superior. A higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. General Song would believe these words no matter who said them. But when it came out from the mouth of the guy who was known as the Great Demon King of Kyoto 30 years ago, it always felt a bit weird. What on earth are you holding back here? I can poop big, do you want to see it? General Song immediately curled his lips, his intuition telling him that this guy must have a backup plan. Main hall. Nalan Wenba stood at attention and saluted, then said in a loud voice, Nalan Wenba, captain of Squad 250 of the Spirit Control Team, greets General Xia. Xiao nodded slightly, tell me. What's the matter? Nalan Wenba suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Yuan. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised, and his back teeth made a crunching sound. Chapter 87. At this moment, rights are embodied. General Xia, I, Nalan Wenba, left my family and career behind to slay demons and eliminate evil, but in the end, I couldn't even protect my own son. I am unworthy of being a father. These words were so passionate that they brought tears to people's eyes. As a result, I almost believed it. At this time, Nalan Wenba didn't know about Nalan Batian. He just heard that Lin Yuan was in the aerial courtyard, so he rushed over in a hurry. I understand what you mean. Xiao suddenly spoke. Nalan Wenba was ecstatic in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He kept a tense face and pretended to be low. General Xia, thank you for understanding your subordinates. Xiao nodded and said, I understand. I understand very well. From now on, I will hand over the position of captain of Team 250 to someone else. You will stay in the Nalan family and be a good father, a good husband, and a good son. As soon as these words were spoken, the main hall fell into a brief silence. But soon, Fan Tong's voice rang out, 6AO. Li Jia also said, comfortable. Jing Kong clasped his hands together and said, Amatba. Nalan Wenba was stunned on the spot and asked in disbelief, General Xia, I don't quite understand what you mean. It means you're fired. After Fan Tong finished speaking, he gave Gu Gu a smile, a typical person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the trouble. Why? Nalan Wenba's face turned pale and he roared, General Xia, what qualifications do you have to dismiss me? I, Nalan Wenba, have risked my life for so many years, fighting on the front lines. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. But now, you dismissed me from my position as captain of the Spirit Squad with just one sentence. On what basis? I refuse to accept. I want to appeal. Nalan Wenba was extremely excited, his face flushed, and his roars echoed throughout the courtyard. In contrast, Xiao sat on the chair with an expressionless face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Only after Nalan Wenba finished shouting did he slowly speak and ask, Are you done? That's all. General Xia, I hope you Before Nalan Wenba could finish his words, Xiao interrupted him. You can appeal, but I won't accept it. The last straw that broke the camel's back. Nalan Wenba's defenses were broken, his features gradually distorted, and he sternly shouted, General Xia, you are bending the law for personal gain. I will sue you at the Hall of Merit. Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead and sue me wherever you want, but now, get out of my sight immediately. Seeing that everyone was getting angry, Nalan Wenba simply started the fight. He raised his hand and pulled over a chair to sit down. He sneered and said, General Xia, this is my Nalan family. What qualifications do you have to kick me out? I am the master here. Xiao was obviously stunned for a moment and finally looked directly at Nalan Wenba and asked, Are you sure? Faced with the oppressive feeling from this 5-star general, Nalan Wenba was completely unable to withstand it. His heart tightened and he quickly stood up and fled. Xiao looked at Nalan Wenba's back, frowning slightly. Song Weilong, from now on, this place is officially listed as a restricted area of Daxia. Without my order, anyone who trespasses will be regarded as an enemy spy and will be killed without mercy. As soon as the words fell, murderous intent appeared. The entire Yujian mountain trembled. Lin Yuan's cheeks twitched, and he thought to himself, this father-in-law is so hard to deal with. He marks off the restricted area as soon as he disagrees with me. Who can sleep with him like this? At this moment, rights are embodied. Nalan Wenba, who had just walked out of the door, felt his legs go weak and he almost fell down. However, reason told him to go quickly and not look back. Otherwise, it might not just be this courtyard that is listed as a restricted area. Nalan Wenba walked quickly towards the door with unsteady steps. Hey! Isn't this Nalan Wenba, the captain of Team 250? He's so generous that he actually gave this courtyard house to General Xia? Not bad. Yi Wudao's sarcastic voice sounded. Nalan Wenba paused, his face darkening. Yi Wudao. Did you already know this? What do I know? Yi Wudao said innocently, Captain Nalan, if you have anything to say, why don't you just say it? I'm a bit slow-witted and can't understand. Did you fucking know that Xiao would dismiss me from the position of captain of the spirit team? Nalan Wenba roared. Song Weilong on the side seemed to have realized it. Yi Wudao grinned and said, So, you are no longer the captain of Team 250? Fuck. How dare you gloat over someone else's misfortune? I'll kill you. Under the continuous attacks, Nalan Wenba had completely lost his mind. He madly circulated his spiritual energy and punched out. Crack. The sonic boom was deafening. Yi Wudao was not panicked at all. On the contrary, the smile on his face was so bright, I'm waiting for you. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Nalan Wenba's murderous fist and shouted, Nalan Wenba attacked an active member of the spirit control team. His crime is unforgivable. Bang! After saying that, Yi Wudao punched Nalan Wenba in the face. Bloody. Next, it was Yi Wudao's turn to output unilaterally. The screams were heartbreaking. It echoed for a long time in Yujian Mountain. If Song Weilong hadn't been worried about making things worse, Yi Wudao would have really planned to kill Nalan Wenba directly. However, Nalan Wenba's life or death seems uncertain now. 2A. Yi Wudao spat a mouthful of black phlegm on Nalan Wenba's face and said breathlessly, You old fool, you are not worthy of showing off your power to me. Bang! While speaking, Yi Wudao inserted the toe of his big leather shoe into Nalan Wenba's mouth. Roll. Could it be that third master beat Nalan Wenba to death? Li Jia asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan sighed, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. Third master has a very sour temper. Cough. Xiao coughed lightly, bringing everyone back to their senses, and slowly said, I've explained everything I need to explain. You can go back first. The Zhangqing Spirit Enforcement Team will gather at 1 in the afternoon in 2 days. Receive. Everyone stood up and left one after another. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi also stood up. But at this moment, Xiao coughed again. The two of them sat down quickly. When only 3 people were left in the main hall, Xia Qingxi pouted and said angrily, Dad. What are you going to do? Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. At this moment, Xiao finally understood the meaning of these words. He glared at Lin Yuan fiercely, snorted coldly, and said, You come back to Kyoto with me. No. Xia Qingxi's rejection was so clean and decisive. Seeing this, Xiao had no choice but to give in. This mission is extremely dangerous. Go back and improve your strength. I can also bring it up when I return to Feng Tianyuan. I'm afraid you won't have time to mention it. After these words were spoken, Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi blushed on the spot. It really hits the nail on the head. The two returned to courtyard number 1 and made some progress. There is a lot of power contained in my body and I just don't know where to vent it. The bed is the battlefield. Xia Qingxi stamped her feet in shame and anger. I have time. No. You must come back to Kyoto with me. I won't reply. Suddenly, Xiao Yu shouted, Lin Yuan. Chapter 88 Leak-Smelling Fart. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. Uncle Xia, go ahead. I now order you to immediately let Qingxi come back to Kyoto with me. Xia Yu said angrily. Lin Yuan hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. I promise to complete the mission. Xia Qingxi gritted her teeth and was about to speak, but Lin Yuan covered her mouth. Shir, listen to me, go back to Kyoto with Uncle Xia first, and we'll meet again in 2 days. But I... Xia Qingxi's eyes were full of affection and she was charming. How could Lin Yuan not understand? But after feeling the angry gaze from the side, he quickly said seriously. Shir, I understand you. However, Uncle Xia is doing this for your own good. After this mission is over, Uncle Xia will definitely not force you to return to Kyoto. Right? Uncle Xia? Xia Yu took a deep breath and nodded. Lin Yuan is right. After this mission is over, I will leave you alone. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi smiled at each other. Seeing this, Xia Yu raised his eyebrows, feeling as if he had been tricked by these two little bastards. Brother Lin, see you in 2 days. See you in 2 days. Lin Yuan blinked and turned away. Half an hour later. In the Taibai Mountains, between the mountains, a black warrior was driving fast on the snow as if it were flat ground. Lin Yuan was driving alone, enjoying the music while stepping on the accelerator. Please pay attention to the fork in the road ahead, keep to the right. Please pay attention to the fork in the road ahead, keep to the right. Please pay attention to the fork in the road ahead, keep to the right. Lin Yuan tapped the brakes lightly and stopped the car in the middle of the road, frowning and lost in thought. If I remember correctly, I clearly came to this intersection on the left. How did it become the one on the right when it went back? Listen to the navigation? Lin Yuan muttered and decisively chose the intersection on the left. The main character is a rebel. Time passed, the black warrior moved quickly, and Lin Yuan gradually discovered something unusual. On the way, they encountered many corpses of ferocious beasts, whose blood melted the ice and snow, dyeing them blood red. Even the blood of some ferocious beasts was still steaming. It is not difficult to see that the death time is very short. Could it be a hunting team? Wrong. If it is a hunting team, they will take the body away after killing the ferocious beast. What exactly happened here? Why are there so many ferocious beast corpses? Just when Lin Yuan was puzzled, a young man of the same age as him appeared in front of him, running for his life. Behind the young man was a 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long third-level swift snow wolf chasing him closely. Boom boom boom. The deafening roar made by the black warrior successfully attracted the attention of a wolf and a young boy. They turned around almost at the same time. The scarlet eyes of the swift snow wolf exuded a cruel look. The boy was stunned, his eyes full of shock and confusion. He seemed to be saying, why did you drive the car in here? Ouch. Suddenly, the swift snow wolf howled to the sky and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards the black warrior. Lin Yuan frowned, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Damn beast. Boom. Press the accelerator to the bottom and the V18 engine roars. Squeak. The tires rub against the ground violently. The next second, the black warrior shot out like a steel beast. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The third-level swift snow wolf was directly knocked away. But Lin Yuan did not give up. He kept his feet glued to the accelerator and turned the steering wheel sharply. The black warrior turned around and rushed towards the swift snow wolf again. Bang! Ouch! The swift snow wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed miserably. Ouch! The swift snow wolf roared again, suddenly stood up and pounced on the dazed boy. Asshole! You're a bully! The young man cursed angrily and rushed away, his back gradually disappearing. Lin Yuan parked the car and looked around. All he saw was a vast expanse of white and an eerie silence. He pondered for a moment. Young man, ferocious beast, are there any connections between the two? His only response was, Dilla-lilla-dilla-denda. Lin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror and said unhappily, Master Yi-san, can't you hear I'm asking you? Damn. I thought you were just talking to yourself. Yi Wudao's cursing voice was heard, and then he appeared out of nowhere and sat down in the passenger seat. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling anxious. Third master, tell me, is there danger ahead? It might be dangerous for others, but for you, it's no problem. Drive with confidence. Besides, I'm here, so there won't be any accidents. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he disappeared with a puff sound. Lin Yuan frowned, sniffed, and his expression changed drastically. Yi Lao-san, you're so presumptuous. You've eaten too many leeks and you're farting everywhere. Ugh. Lin Yuan opened the car window and took big gulps of fresh air. He drove the Black Knight forward only after there was no trace of leak smell in the car. Night falls. From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from the inky black snow-capped mountains, mixed with the faint sounds of fighting. Lin Yuan drove the Black Knight slowly, and Mirror Flower and Watermoon was on standby throughout the journey, ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. He had a very strong premonition that this night would not be peaceful. The coverage range of the two teardrop headlights exceeds 100 meters, and it is as bright as day within 100 meters. But this daylight is only in front of the car. As for the darkness behind the car, it was like an endless black hole, as if hiding an unknown horror that made people feel their scalp tingling. Boom, boom, boom. Even when idling, the roar of the V18 engine is still loud in the quiet night. The noise of fighting in the distance grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. The beast's roar suddenly reached a climax, filled with unwillingness and anger. Lin Yuan's brows were twisted into the shape of a character. He was now very eager to find out the truth. But at this moment, Lin Yuan discovered a pair of scarlet eyes in the rearview mirror, full of hostility and cruelty. A pair of 2 pairs. Triple-double. At first glance, behind the dark car was a dense mass of scarlet light. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filling them, and muttered softly, this beast is calling for help? Ouch. Suddenly, a wolf howl broke the silence of the night. I saw a group of swift snow wolves emitting a bloody and brutal aura quickly emerging from the darkness and blocking the way of the car. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as he saw that these swift snow wolves were tall, their snow-white fur glowing slightly in the night, but it couldn't hide the bloody smell on their bodies. Their fangs are sharp, saliva drips from the corners of their mouths, and low roars come from their throats, like rumbling thunder. The scarlet in their eyes is like burning fire, revealing endless murderous intent. The wolves marched in neat and heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The oppressive feeling they exuded was like an invisible mountain, and a ferocious aura was overwhelming. Chapter 89 Mosaic. Wanfeng Forbidden Ruins. Outside the gate of the Forbidden Ruins, in a huge, brightly lit open space, stood a group of young men and women, panting and covered in blood. There was tension, worry, and a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Everyone stared at the temporary podium. There was an old man with a sage-like appearance standing there with his hands behind his back, a kind smile on his face, and he was very approachable. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Now, I declare that the 2225 Jilin Province Martial Arts Examination has been successfully completed. You beast! If you keep yelling. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the old man who was speaking. Everyone turned their heads to look at the huge screen behind them. In the picture, the young man is fighting a pack of wolves with a glass knife in his hand. Everyone, including the old man, was stunned and stared at the screen in a daze. Why are there still candidates in the examination room? The old man's voice was a little uneasy. At this time, the teacher in charge of maintaining order in the examination room under the rostrum hurriedly said, Mr. Chin, I will go and verify it immediately. Go quickly. Yes. Everyone's attention was on the big screen. For a while, discussions were heard one after another. Oh my god. These are 100 level 3 swift snow wolves. Did you eat the peak level 3rd order snow wolf king? This brother is in danger. It's too late to save him. It's a dead end. Amidst the discussions outside the Wanfeng Forbidden Ruins, the young man in the Forbidden Ruins killed everyone and fought against a pack of wolves. Lin Yuan had a smile on his face and was not panicked at all. In his eyes, the group of ferocious and violent swift snow wolves around him looked more like prey. Mirror flower and water moon, absolute defense, no damage. The way of the Jinche, chop everything and kill everything. 9,000 thunders, lightning and elegant all the way. Lin Yuan was worried that he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to perform a combo of 3 skills. Result. SSS-tier? Lin Yuan looked even more excited than the wolves. He suddenly swung his black gold glazed knife, pointed it at the wolves, and shouted, "Beasts! If you scream again." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of thunder exploded. Lin Yuan rushed forward, sparks and lightning all the way, and his speed was extremely fast. The swift snow wolf, whose head was locked, was split into 2 before it could react. Hot and bloody sprayed across the sky. Let the battle begin. Lin Yuan held the black gold glazed knife in his hand and advanced instead of retreating. His figure shuttled through the wolf pack like lightning, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. The black gold glazed knife turned into a howl of death, ruthlessly tearing through the wolf pack's defense line. As time went on, the number of wolves decreased dramatically. On the other hand, Lin Yuan became more and more courageous as the battle went on, with a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Come again. Whoever runs away is the sun. Lin Yuan laughed loudly and rushed towards the wolves again. Ouch. The leading swift snow wolf king was completely enraged by Lin Yuan's arrogance. He roared to the sky and led the pack of wolves to rush forward. In a moment, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by the wolves. Outside the Wanfeng Forbidden Ruins, everyone stared at the big screen in stunned silence. Fuck. Wolf is gone. A double entendre. A sudden scream broke the silence at the scene. Which school is this guy from? He's so fierce. Fuck. So fierce. Bringing organs is presumptuous. How could such a brave man not be on the list? Fuck. This pixel-breaking thing is fucking over. The one that caught me cheating was so clear you could even see my pores, but this one is so blurry it looks like a mosaic. Why is there no movement? Could it be that it was eaten by these swift snow wolves? Mr. Chin. Now we can be sure that all registered candidates have safely evacuated the examination room, said the teacher who maintained order in the examination room very confidently. So, this little guy entered the examination room by mistake? Now it seems that's right. Okay. I understand. Go down now. However, the teacher who was maintaining order in the examination room did not leave. He opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. Old Chin raised his eyebrows and said, "Just say whatever you want to say." Master Chin, it seems his condition is very dangerous now. Do we need to go in and rescue him? Need not. After Old Chin finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. He was waiting for the boy to appear. For a moment, the open space outside Wanfeng Forbidden Ruins was quiet and silent. Whether it is the candidates or the group of strong people, at this moment, they are all looking forward to and praying that the young man can appear again. A trembling voice rang out from the crowd, "Will he show up again?" This is also the obsession in everyone's heart at this moment. Crack. A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out from nowhere. In the open space, tens of thousands of people opened their eyes wide at the same time, looking as if they had seen a ghost. On the screen, the boy was safe and sound, surrounded by mirrors. And behind the mirror are bloodthirsty and brutal snow wolves. When? Suddenly, the boy snapped his fingers in full view of everyone. Then, just listen. Crack. 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 The sound of shattering rang out one after another. In an instant, all the huge mirrors exploded and turned into mirror flowers floating in the night sky. The world of mirror flowers is dreamy, colorful, and brilliant. The boy raised his hand and said slowly, "Game over." Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Countless mirror flowers burst out. Puff, puff, puff. Blood is blooming. The swift snow wolf was pierced by the mirror flower and turned into a sieve. Blood flowed like a river, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. At this moment, all the candidates and experts outside the Forbidden Ruins who witnessed the whole process were shocked. Oh my god. This guy must be a magician. Holy crap. Boqi. Has fighting become this artistic? Wait. Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. Mirror flower, I seem to have seen this somewhere before? In the Forbidden Ruins. Tat-tack. The sound of powerful footsteps rang out. Lin Yuan walked step by step towards the last remaining swift snow wolf king. Ouch! The wolf king growled from his throat and retreated backward. His scarlet eyes, which were originally filled with hostility, ferocity, and brutality, became extremely clear. The young man was moving forward, and the nearly 10-meter tall swift snow wolf king was retreating. This scene is extremely visually impactful. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and muttered, "What the hell are you yelling about? Die." That's all. A flash of lightning passed by. The next second, the wolf king's head and body were separated. The huge wolf head fell to the ground with a dull bang. Blood gushed out like a pillar. Clang! Lin Yuan sheathed his sword and stood proudly. All around him were the corpses of huge swift snow wolves, piled up like a mountain. Suddenly, a gust of night wind blew, and the young man's black clothes rustled. Lin Yuan looked around, and after seeing that there was no danger, he drove the Black Knight towards the gate of the Forbidden Ruins. He would never have imagined that this battle would be broadcast live in front of tens of thousands of people. As Lin Yuan gradually approached the gate of the Forbidden Ruins, the mosaic on his face gradually disappeared, and his appearance became clearer. Outside the Forbidden Ruins. Holy crap! Isn't this the #1 boss of our Jiangqing College? Lin Yuan? Chapter 90, Driving by and Winning the Provincial Championship. Outside the Forbidden Ruins. Holy crap! Isn't this the #1 boss of our Jiangqing College? Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan? An SSS-level martial arts talent awakener, is that the father? Yes, it's this dad, but wasn't he admitted to Fengtian Academy in advance? Why is he here to take the martial arts exam? You don't even understand this? Of course I'm here to rack up points and boost the strength of those geniuses. Speaking of which, if Lin Yuan took the martial arts exam, his score would be pretty good, right? Amidst the discussions in the open space, old Qin on the rostrum naturally knew the young man's identity, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Old Wang. Your school has produced a great talent. You deserve all the credit. Mr. Qin's words revealed his recognition of Jiangqing College and its president, Wang Genoa. Wang Genoa, sitting in the rostrum, was beaming with joy. He never expected that Lin Yuan would give him such a big surprise again. Second spring. Wang Genoa stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Mr. Qin, you're too kind. This is what I should do as an educator. Ha 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 ha. Boss Qin laughed and was about to speak. But at this moment, a loud singing voice came from the big screen. God blesses me with a path to riches and riches. God instructs me to ignore the infighting in the martial arts world. God tells me to be kind in this life. God is afraid of the 36 thunders that will strike in autumn. Ghosts and monsters always appear after the autumn harvest. Ghosts and monsters always appear after the autumn harvest. God lets me wipe out the rodents with one stick, and the second stick is enchanted to let me smash through the neighbor's building. The shrill singing voice floated above everyone's heads. It makes people laugh. He he he. Qin Lao's laughter became even louder. This is the vigor that young people should have. Wang Genoa on the side smiled awkwardly. Xiao Wang. Exist. The teacher in charge of maintaining order in the examination room hurried forward. Old Qin smiled and said, although Lin Yuan has been admitted to Fengtian Academy in advance, he took part in this martial arts exam by accident. It must be fate. Go add his scores to this martial arts exam and see what position he can rank in. Yes. Mr. Qin, I'll go check it out right away. As Mr. Qin finished speaking, discussions began again. Oh my god. What if Lin Yuan is included? Wouldn't my grades drop back another place? Do you have any fucking room to retreat? You're the worst. There's still a difference between 542586 and 542587, right? Bro. But then again, if you add Lin Yuan's results into the equation, the hardest hit are probably the top 3 in the martial arts exam. Tens of thousands of candidates turned their heads to look at the 3 boys and girls standing at the front of the line. These 3 people are the top 3 in this Jilin province martial arts examination. Number 1 scholar, Xin Zhanxin. Second place, Gung Yao. The third place winner is Li Xuanhuan. Those swift snow wolves are all level 3, with at least 100,000 points. He's the undisputed number 1. The sound of a clip was heard. A lewd smile suddenly appeared in Li Xuanhuan's eyes. Clip tone is favorite. If he had this buff, he would definitely be the top pick in another battlefield. Li Sunhuan took a deep breath and said seriously, "It doesn't matter to us too, but Brother Shen must be feeling very uncomfortable." He gave up the top spot in the provincial scholarship before he even had time to relax. The top scholar title is reserved for the strongest candidates. Lin Yuan was able to take it because of his ability. Why should I feel bad about it? Shen Zhanxin had no expression on his face and spoke very calmly. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Li Xuanhuan, you're the one who's suffering the most. The meanings of the first 3 and the first 4 are worlds apart." Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Sunhuan's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. He snorted coldly and said, "Whoever suffers the most knows." At this time, the invigilator who went to check Lin Yuan's results walked up to the podium and whispered, "Mr. Qin, Lin Yuan's results are out." Old Qin nodded slightly. "Just announce it." "Good." The invigilator walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Next, I will announce Lin Yuan's martial arts exam results." As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into complete silence. All the candidates and school principals pricked up their ears. Jiangcheng College, Lin Yuan, martial arts exam score, 100,307 points, Jilin Province 2225 martial arts exam champion, Daxia Kingdom 2225 martial arts exam champion. And at the same time, it broke the Great Xia Kingdom's 1,000-year-old martial arts exam record. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Holy shit! What's going on? Have I traveled through time again? Suddenly, a voice full of shock rang out. Tens of thousands of people turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. Lin Yuan was standing at the entrance of the Forbidden Ruins with a confused look on his face. Looking at the dense and dark crowd, his brain seemed to be short-circuited. "Lin Yuan! Come quickly!" Wang Zhenhua was the first to come to his senses. He waved at Lin Yuan and greeted him loudly. "Principal Wang? It seems I didn't travel through time. But there are so many people gathering here." Lin Yuan paused, took out his phone, looked at the time on the screen, and suddenly woke up. Martial arts exam. No wonder there are so many people. What are you standing there for, little brat? Come on. Seeing that Lin Yuan was still standing there in a daze, Wang Zhenhua couldn't help but dig his big toe into the ground anxiously. If it weren't for his face, he would have knelt down and begged. Although Lin Yuan didn't understand why Principal Wang asked him to go on stage, out of courtesy, he still walked up to the podium step by step under the attention of everyone. Wang Zhenhua quickly walked over and took Lin Yuan's hands in his own, acting as kindly as if he were a grandfather. "Lin Yuan, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Jilin Province Academy Alliance, Qin Ziyuan, also known as Master Qin." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Lin Yuan, greetings to Alliance leader Qin. Be neither humble nor arrogant, be modest and polite." "Not bad. He's a good seedling." Qin Ziyuan admired him more and more as he looked at him. He smiled and asked, "Lin Yuan, as the provincial champion, what else do you want besides the basic spirit stone reward?" "Provincial number 1 scholar." Lin Yuan pointed at his nose and asked, "You said I was the provincial number 1 scholar?" "That's right." "Wait. It's a bit messy, let me straighten it out." Lin Yuan's mind was spinning rapidly, and he seemed to know how this provincial top scholar came about. This damn protagonist Halo, he is the protagonist wherever he goes. Is it okay to drive by and pick up the provincial champion? Have you figured it out? Qin Ziyuan asked with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "I understand now. Have you decided what reward you want? Just give it to me as you see fit. I'm not picky." Qin Ziyuan's smile froze, and then he burst into laughter. "You kid really gave me a difficult problem. Okay, then I'll go back and think about it carefully, and then send the reward to Feng Tianyuan." "Thank you, Alliance Leader Qin. I'll go ahead and not waste anyone's time." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, there were people who didn't want him to leave so easily. Chapter 91 Get Out of the Nalan Family. Wait a moment. A discordant voice rang out. Everyone looked over at the sound. Li Xuanhuan, the top scholar standing in the first row, frowned, looking dissatisfied, and asked loudly, "Alliance Leader Qin, fellow principals, I'd like to ask if just any random person can take home the top spot in the martial arts exam in Jilin Province by killing a few ferocious beasts? Are there no rules at all?" At this time, while everyone was looking at Li Xuanhuan, they would also turn their gaze to Shen Zhanxin, the former provincial top scholar, who was standing one person away. This can't help but make people think a lot. Any inside information? After sensing everyone's suspicion, Shen Zhanxin quickly spoke out to distance himself from the matter. This matter has nothing to do with me. I support the decision of Alliance leader Qin and all the principals. The desire to survive is maxed out. Li Sunhuan snorted coldly and said loudly, I know that if I stand up, many people will be unhappy, including Alliance leader Qin, but for the sake of all the candidates of class 22-25, I must stand up. Alliance leader Qin, please give us some justice. Why can the rules of the martial arts exam be broken so easily? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and walked towards Li Xuanhuan, who was speaking passionately in the audience. Tat-tack. Heavy and powerful footsteps sounded. Li Xuanhuan looked at the young man in black walking towards him and suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression. He couldn't help but step back. Although Li Xuanhuan was not convinced, he had seen Lin Yuan's strength with his own eyes, and a head-on conflict was not a wise move. What do you want to do? Li Xuanhuan asked tremblingly as he stepped back. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, I will give you justice. After he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force and stepped on the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the hard rostrum, and gravel flew everywhere. The next second, Lin Yuan teleported in front of Li Xuanhuan. He raised his hands seemingly nonchalantly. But the speed was so fast that it dazzled everyone. As Li Xuanhuan stared in horror, Lin Yuan grabbed his collar and asked with a smile, You want justice and rules, don't you? Lin Yuan, are you crazy? Do you dare to attack me in front of Alliance leader Qin and the principals of all the schools? Lin Yuan grinned widely and asked, Do you know what SSS-level martial arts talent means? Let me give you a very simple example. Even if I cripple you now, they'll still say you provoked me first and deserved it. So, can you understand? Li Sunhuan shuddered violently, his eyes filled with fear. No. Bang! Crack! Blood spurted out. Li Xuanhuan's chest was sunken, his bones were broken, and his screams were heart-wrenching. Lin Yuan didn't let go, continuing to hold Li Xuanhuan's neck, and said with a smile, Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to jump around in front of me? Crack! As Lin Yuan spoke, he forcibly broke Li Xuanhuan's exposed bones. Then, he let go of his hand, turned to look at Qin Ziyuan, and said with a smile, Alliance leader Qin, you should have seen what happened. Qin Ziyuan nodded and said, I see. This person provoked you first, and he deserves it. Alliance leader Qin is wise. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned around, stepped over Li Xuanhuan, and drove away in his black warrior under the watchful eyes of everyone, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded candidates. Perhaps, when Qin Ziyuan said the words he deserved it, the talent of the SSS-level martial arts talent awakener became more concrete. Taibai Mountains, the top of the snow-capped mountains. The magnificent Nalan Palace is located here. Deep in the Nalan Palace, there is a place called Tianqi. Rootless water comes from the sky, and spiritual energy turns into liquid Tianqi. Tianqi is the foundation of the Nalan family. Even the direct descendants of Nalan have to go through layers of tests if they want to practice in Tianqi. As for the retainers kept by the Nalan family, forget it. However, at this time, there was a person sitting cross-legged in Tianqi. It was Nalan Batian, who once crawled out of hell. He is not dead. Nalan Batian was surrounded by spiritual energy and had a majestic aura. The surrounding space barrier began to distort under the pressure of his aura. Outside Tianqi, Nalan Wenba and Nalan Haotian were covered in blood, kneeling upright on the ground. Second uncle, when will Grandpa finish his training? Are we just going to kneel here forever? Nalan Haotian couldn't stop trembling. On the other hand, Nalan Wenba frowned and said angrily, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kneel down if I tell you to. If you don't want to kneel, leave. Did I stop you? Second uncle, what's your attitude? What do you think of my attitude? Nalan Haotian, do you really think of yourself as the heir to the Nalan royal family? I tell you, even though Haoyu is dead, it is not your turn to inherit the Nalan royal family. If I don't inherit, will you? Or will you dig Nalan Haoyu out? Nalan Haotian sneered and retorted directly. Asshole. I'll fucking kill you. Nalan Wenba was furious and stood up suddenly, but just as he was about to take action, an old voice came from behind him. Stop. Nalan Batian opened his eyes, and his brilliance shot out. In an instant, he absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding his body into his body, and it flowed through his limbs and bones. Father! Nalan Wenba's face changed and he knelt down again in a hurry. Nalan Batian lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said sternly, Grandpa. Second uncle, he's gone too far. You have to take care of this for me. You little bastard, stop pretending to be pitiful. It's obviously you. That's enough. Nalan Batian let out a low roar, and his aura suddenly burst out. The two of them felt their hearts tighten, and they lowered their heads and trembled at the same time. Get out of here, I want to be alone now. After Nalan Batian finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, soared into the air, and left Tianqi. Seeing this, Nalan Wenba shouted, Father! Lin Yuan is about to leave Taibai Mountain. This is our only chance. From today on, no one is allowed to mention revenge on Lin Yuan again. If I find out that anyone is secretly trying to cause trouble for Lin Yuan, get out of the Nalan family. After Nalan Batian finished speaking, he left without looking back. For a moment, neither Nalan Wenba nor Nalan Batian reacted. They knelt on the ground in a daze, not moving a muscle. At this time, Lin Yuan traveled day and night, and finally returned to apartment number 1. He pushed open the bedroom door and fell down, snoring sounds coming one after another instantly. Fall asleep in seconds. Time flies, it is 10:10 on July 8, 2225. The shrill ringing of the cell phone was so noisy. Lin Yuan answered the phone with his eyes closed and mumbled, Who is it? Brother Lin, don't forget to gather and go to Nanzhou today. Shi ha. Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, he fell asleep again. Fan Tong on the other end of the phone had to hang up after hearing the snoring sound from the phone. Lin Yuan, who was sleeping, suddenly frowned and felt a warm and wet embrace. Am I dreaming? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the girl who was concentrating her eyes half a meter away. His eyes widened immediately. This. Not a dream. Chapter 92 Xiao Qingxi also has a system? 10:30 a.m., July 8, 2225. Brother Lin, do you like this way of awakening? Xiao Qingxi touched the corner of her mouth, her eyes were seductive, and her pleasant voice had a hint of teasing. I like it. I like it very much. So, I decided to give you 100 million point reward. A little? It's 100 million points. He. The laughter was pleasant and ethereal, but it soon changed its flavor. The sun is shining brightly outside, and the room is full of spring. The third round just ended. The cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang with a shrill ringtone, like a symphony dedicated to the end of this war. When Xiao Qingxi saw the caller ID, her pretty face instantly flushed, and she quickly threw the phone to Lin Yuan, as if she was throwing away a hot potato. The word dad was particularly eye-catching. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and pressed the connect button. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yu's deafening roar came from the phone. Xiao Qingxi, I now order you and Lin Yuan to return to the base immediately. Please reply to me if you receive this. Received. When Xiao Yu heard Lin Yuan's voice, he was immediately furious. Lin Yuan. You little bastard, I really want to go through the internet cable. Beep. Lin Yuan quickly hung up the phone and muttered softly, Once the phone is hung up, how can you come over? Puff. Xiao Qingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Hurry up and get ready. Do you really want to wait for Uncle Xiao to come and kill you? He. Amidst a bell-like laughter, Xiao Qingxi lifted the quilt, revealing a perfect body with white and rosy skin. That black is particularly eye-catching. On the way, Lin Yuan looked at the smiling girl in the passenger seat in disbelief and couldn't help asking, Sheer, have you broken through the fourth realm? Yeah. What do you think? I'm awesome, right? Sharp. Lin Yuan admires this girl from the bottom of his heart. Her cultivation speed is actually comparable to that of a cheater like me. Could it be that Sierra also has a system? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look deeply at the girl with a smile on her lips. The more he looked, the more he felt that this was possible. However, he still didn't ask after all. Who doesn't have some secrets? Little white building. The base's conference room was silent and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Lin Yuan and others sat upright, not looking around. Xiao sat in the main seat, coughed, cleared his throat, and got straight to the point. Get ready and go to Myanbeay. Fuck. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Aunt Jing has even sharpened my spear. Li Zhao waved the fire cloud spear and shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned and their mouths twitched at the same time. Ba. Buddha said, shame on you. Donorly, why don't you sit down quickly? After hearing what Master Jingkong said, Li Zhao's face flushed red and he thought to himself, fuck. Clown. He sent a song of shame to Ji Ju. However, what was unexpected was that Xiao, who was always very dignified, not only did not scold Li Zhao, but praised him instead. Good boy. You didn't bring shame to your father, Li Jing. Now that we're in Myanbeay, you can let loose and kill as much as you want. Don't worry about so-called humanitarianism. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes blazing with fire. Believe me, I will definitely kill everyone in the world. Ha 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 ha. Xiao laughed loudly, suddenly stood up, and said loudly, I hope that everyone can kill half of the sky. Finally, I wish you all a triumphant return. Stand at attention, salute. All the members of the spirit carrying team stood at attention and shouted in unison, I wish you all a triumphant return. Salute. The Dawn team stood up simultaneously and returned the greeting. Perhaps, it was not until this moment that they gradually understood the true meaning of the word dawn. If evil spirits try to invade the bright daylight, I will stand tall on the summit of the vast clouds. Holding a knife to break the haze, the sky is stained with blood. The light of dawn is eternal. This is not just a slogan, but a creed that the Dawn Squad will uphold until their death. Xiao's eyes slowly swept across the faces of Lin Yuan and the others, and he said in a deep voice, the massacre plan has officially started. Lin Yuan led the Dawn Squad, marching forward courageously with powerful steps. Outside the little white building, the morale of the Dawn Squad was high. But at this moment, Jingkong clasped his hands together and suddenly asked, Ba. Donor Lin, how do we get to Myanbeay? Drive? Or walk? Lin Yuan was stunned and scratched his head, I don't know either. After hearing this, Fan Tong stared with his small, bean-sized eyes and screamed, amazing. Brother! You're the captain, and you don't know how to carry out the mission? Are you kidding me? Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Fan Tong covered the back of his head, angry but not daring to speak. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was flexing his wrists, warming up. Can you close your anus? Yes, yes, yes. Fan Tong said this and raised his hand to make a sealing gesture. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, turned around and walked into the small white building, just in time to meet Xiao who was about to leave. Uncle Xiao, wait a minute. Xiao heard the voice, stopped, looked up at Lin Yuan who was walking towards him, snorted coldly, and said, when you are working, you call your position. General Xiao, how do we get to Myanbeay? Should we drive? Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, didn't Ji-san tell you? Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I didn't tell you. Yi-san. Xiao shouted into the void. As a result, nothing happened. Yi-san. Yi-san. Xiao called out twice, but Yi Wudao still didn't show up. Yi-san, this bastard, is not reliable at all, you. Xiao Laonian. You, a 5-star general, speak ill of others behind their backs. Isn't that degrading? Yi Wudao appeared out of nowhere, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He was sweating and panting, looking very tired. Xiao almost died from the cry of Xiao Laonian. If it were someone else, this skill might have disappeared into thin air. But facing the third master of the Yi family, he had no idea what to do. He could only swallow his anger and asked, where have you been? Where did I go? Of course I was paying my dues. I might not be back until a very long time. I was afraid my wife would get lonely and cheat on me, so I fed her well in advance. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Yuan and said slowly, don't stand there, drive to Century Square, then take the Lingwu to Ningzhou City. After you get there, find a way to get to Myanbeay by yourself. Find a solution yourself? That's right. The forces in Ningzhou City are complex and intricate. Even the spirit control team can't be fully trusted. So, in order to ensure this mission is foolproof, we can only resort to this last resort. Lin Yuan's back teeth made a crunching sound. Even if I had a brain, I wouldn't be able to think of such a... That's what your father-in-law thought of. Yi Wudao smiled and waited to watch the show. Chapter 93 Piglets. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he smoothly changed the subject. I said that one brain couldn't come up with such a powerful plan, at least two. You're a good talker. Xiao was very satisfied. He suddenly patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "There were only a few people when we left, and there will be only a few when we come back." It was originally a serious and heavy topic. Result. Yi Wudao exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Lin Yuan, work harder. Come back with another one and let Xiao Laonian be the grandfather." Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Xiao disappeared out of thin air. Only Yi Wudao was left standing there, cursing, "Fuck. Xiao Laonian. You are still so mean and evil, just wait for me." Serves you right. Lin Yuan left a sentence and walked away. In the car, Lin Yuan was driving and Xia Qingxi was sitting in the passenger seat. From left to right in the back row, they are Li Jia, Jingkong, and Fan Tong. These three people sitting in the back row are so funny. Li Jia and Fan Tong exchanged glances and greeted each other through Master Jingkong, who was holding his hands together. Ding! Sign in mission, be a piglet. Lin Yuan, who was driving, heard the sudden system prompt sound, his hand shook, and he almost hit the curb. Fan Tong, who was in the back row, said with a puzzled look on his face, "Brother Lin, with your sister-in-law here, that sport has nothing to do with you. Why are your hands shaking? Get out. Shut your asshole. All right. I'm leaving." Lin Yuan frowned. The sign-in task issued by the system kept echoing in his mind. Being a piglet? As far as Lin Yuan knew, piglets was what Myanbeay called ordinary people from the Great Xia Kingdom who were deceived. And if the system lets him be a piglet, doesn't that mean that he will be tricked into going to Myanbeay? Damn it! Originally, Lin Yuan planned to attack Myanbeay directly from Ningzhou City. Now it seems that I have no choice but to cancel the plan. Lingwu is a direct train between cities. It is incredibly fast and its main power source is spiritual energy. The total distance from Jiangqing to Ningzhou City is 3,628 kilometers. It only takes 3 hours to take the Lingwu train, saving time, worry and effort. No conversation along the way. Yunling Province, Ningzhou City. If Daxia Kingdom is in chaos, look at Yunling. If Yunling Kingdom is in chaos, look at Ningzhou. As a border city of the Great Xia Kingdom, Ningzhou City is only separated from the notorious Myanbeay region by a river, which is called Kanglan River. The Kanglan River is the only passage between the Myanbeay area and Ningzhou City. Therefore, Kanglan River is also called Huangquan. Floating corpses can be seen on the river's surface at any time. If you put all these floating corpses together, I am afraid that they cannot form a complete corpse. In the words of the evil people in Myanbeay, the people of Daxia can go back to where they came from, and their bodies can return to their hometowns. Night falls. The night was like a thick black curtain, tightly covering the Kanglan River. The rippling waves on the river's surface were flashing a creepy light. The cold wind whistled past the surface of the river, making a sharp sound like the howling of an evil spirit. The wind also carried a disgusting stench, the breath of death emitted by the floating corpses, which was pungent and suffocating. The floating corpses were bobbing in the river, their faces unrecognizable and swollen beyond recognition. The evil people in Myanbeay had dug out their organs and limbs, leaving them mutilated. The moonlight occasionally shines through the clouds, reflecting on the pale skin, making it look even more eerie and terrifying. Occasionally, a shrill scream would be heard from the other side of the river. It was the ordinary people who had been deceived and were suffering inhuman torture. Once you step out of the Myanbeay area, it means that there is no way back, and your body will return to your hometown. Scorpion, have you completed your mission? Near Ningzhou City Station, two young men with fierce looks were hiding on the side of the road, staring around with a pair of gloomy eyes. Once you are targeted by them, it feels like being targeted by a poisonous snake, eerie and terrifying. Hearing his companion's question, the young man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand shook his head, spat, and gritted his teeth and said, "No, we still need a piglet." "What about you, Gangzi?" "Me? I'm still 3 short." The young man with the mole on the corner of his mouth cursed and continued, "It's getting harder and harder to deceive people in Daxia now." "Yeah. General awareness has improved. 2 years ago, we could easily have over 100 people a month. And those idiots were so eager to come to us. Now look what's happening, they're even calling and asking for permission, and even driving over to pick me up." After Scorpion finished speaking, he stamped out the cigarette but in his hand with a fierce look on his face. After hearing this, Gangzi nodded in agreement. The most abominable thing is that the Great Xiao Kingdom is actually engaging in counter-fraud. Many spiritual warriors are cheating us. I heard that 2 days ago, 2 sand coins were deceived and brought to the Great Xiao Kingdom. They were turned into specimens and sent back. Ah! The mission is getting harder and harder to complete. They both sighed and said in unison. But at this moment, a doubtful voice sounded. I'd like to ask, are there any places to stay nearby? The sudden sound scared Gangzi and Xiezi. It's typical that if you do something wrong, you'll be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. However, when the two looked up and saw the 5 young men standing in front of them, they looked at each other with unconcealable ecstasy in their eyes. Scorpion stood up hurriedly, a smile on his face. My dear brothers, are you looking for a place to stay? Yeah. This is our first time in Ningzhou City, so we're not very familiar with it. It's good that you're not familiar with us. Gangzi almost blurted out in excitement, frightening Scorpion, who quickly pulled him back. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you're not familiar with us. You're lucky to have met us brothers. If you had met a bad guy, you'd be in trouble and get cheated. That's right. We 2 brothers are really good people. Gangzi was frantically labeling himself a good guy. Scorpion smiled and said, come on. I'll take you to where you'll live. Then I'll trouble you too. No trouble at all. The 2 of them enthusiastically led the way. Gangzi lowered his voice and said, the mission is now complete. I never thought such a good thing would fall from the sky. When Scorpion heard this, the smile on his face gradually faded, his brows furrowed, and he turned back without leaving a trace to look at the 5 young men following behind him. A pie in the sky? A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Gangzi, could this be a scam? Is there something fishy about these 5 little guys? Is there a problem? Gangzi curled his lips and said nonchalantly, what's wrong with a little bastard who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? What's more, there's a hairless one in here. I suddenly feel a little uneasy. Scorpion's voice was a little solemn. On the other hand, Gangzi's face was full of sinister intent. Don't be afraid. This is Ningzhou, our territory. Even if there are problems, how can we turn the tables? Look at that little girl, she's really exciting. I must enjoy myself tonight. After hearing this, the Scorpion opened its mouth and was about to speak. Chapter 94, No Anesthesia for Kidney. Scorpion, when did you become so cowardly? Even if the 5 of them are spiritual warriors, at best they are at the 2nd level. We can take them out with one shot. As Gangzi spoke, he patted his trouser pocket, where the truth of the Cotton North region was held. After hearing this, Scorpion still had some doubts, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that, just like Gangzi said, even if these 5 little bastards were spiritual warriors, they would not exceed the 2nd level. At that time, if you find that something is wrong, just shoot. Moreover, 1 spiritual piglet is equivalent to 2 ordinary piglets. Under the irresistible temptation, Scorpion's doubts were completely dispelled. He put his arm around Gangzi's shoulders and praised him. I find that you are very courageous. Gangzi grinned, his smile was very sinister. It's not that I'm getting braver, it's that you're getting more and more timid. Scorpion sighed, there's nothing I can do. My brothers have been in trouble one after another during this period. I'm worried that we will be next. Gangzi sneered and said, nothing will happen to our group. We have the Buddha's blessing. Amat Ba. When the word Buddha comes out of their mouths, it is simply a desecration of Buddha. Jingkong clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Jingkong, don't be impulsive. These 2 guys are not even appetizers. Don't let them affect our plan. The 5 members of the Dawn team who had just disembarked from the Lingwu were asking for directions and looking for a place to stay. Lin Yuan and the others could hear Gangzi and Xiezi's whispers clearly. However, Fan Tong asked with a puzzled look on his face, Brother Lin, why don't you just do it? Isn't that just like taking off your pants to fart, which is redundant? You know nothing. I do this for a reason. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the 2 people leading the way in front suddenly slowed down and walked at the same pace as the 5 people. Scorpion smiled harmlessly and asked, little brother, are you students? Yeah. Lin Yuan pretended to be innocent. We saw Ningzhou City online and it was so beautiful that we secretly ran away from home for 2 days to have fun. Ningzhou City is indeed beautiful, but I know there's a place that's even more beautiful than Ningzhou City. Do you want to go and see it? As soon as Gangzi finished speaking, Lin Yuan and the other four excitedly said in unison, "Go! Go now!" At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan couldn't wait to say, pull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the red treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan, open. Sign-in mission reward, barrier fruit, and apple. Note, after the host consumes the barrier apple, a transparent barrier with an apple scent will form around the host, absorbing 10%-50% of the enemy's damage depending on the enemy's strength for 2 seconds. Barrier apples have no adverse reactions, and the host can eat them with confidence. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. Finally, a skill fruit with no side effects appeared. Scorpion and Gangzi exchanged a glance. The latter's gaze inadvertently swept across Xia Qingxi's frosty face, then shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work today. It's too late. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Whoosh! A sudden sound of breaking through the air was heard. Everyone just saw a flash before their eyes. Then, Lin Yuan teleported in front of Gangzi, grabbed his throat, and lifted him up lightly. What the hell do you want to do, you little bastard? Put me down. Gangzi's eyes widened, full of anger and cruelty, and he shouted loudly. At this moment, Scorpion came to his senses, hurriedly raised the soul-binding spear, and shouted, "Stop, or I." Puff! Blood splattered. Before Scorpion could finish his words, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, You are not students. His entire arm was severed at the root. The Qingxiao sword in Xiao Qingxi's hand was not stained with blood. Seeing this scene, Gangzi trembled violently, and the anger and cruelty in his eyes were replaced by fear. What do you want to do? Yeah. Brother Lin, what exactly do you want to do? Who are you trying to defend against with these series of crazy moves? Fan Tongyi was confused. 5 minutes ago, the plot was not going this way. Lin Yuan ignored Fan Tong and looked at Gangzi with a half-smile, asking, I heard that you guys in Myanbeay don't use anesthesia for kidney transplants, right? The night breeze is very cool. Gangzi was trembling like a sieve, shaking his head like a rattle. I don't know, I don't understand what you were saying, let me go, otherwise, I will report it. Report Jay? Lin Yuan curled his lips, too lazy to talk nonsense. Third Prince, Fatty, you two come over here and hold me there. Okay. It's rare for the two of them to have such tacit understanding. 3 minutes later. No, let me go, I'm afraid of pain. Gangzi screamed at the top of his lungs and struggled desperately. However, Fan Tong on his body was as heavy as Mount Tai and did not move at all. Li Xiao was not idle either. He threw the fire cloud spear weighing 1,000 pounds towards Gangzi's legs. There was only a click sound. His bones and flesh were blurred, and his legs were broken. Gangzi almost fainted from the severe pain, his eyes turned white and veins bulged on his forehead. No! My legs. Legs? You should focus on your kidneys. As Lin Yuan spoke, he squatted down and lifted up Gangzi's short sleeves. His face was startled and he scolded with a smile, Tattoo? Social person. No, how can this be a broken dragon? Halfway through the tattoo, it was too painful, so I just stopped. 6-0. Fan Tong gave him a thumbs up. Lin Yuan didn't expect that this beast was actually afraid of pain, but what about the children, women, and elderly people who were deceived by them to Myanbeay? Aren't they afraid of pain? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said coldly, It's your decision. Which one do you want to bite first? Pick one. I beg you, please let me go. I will only be responsible for bringing them to Myanbeay. I have no involvement in anything else. Gangzi shouted at the top of his lungs, trying desperately to distance himself from the matter. Lin Yuan had a blank expression on his face. Since you don't want to choose, let me choose for you. The left side. Before he finished speaking, before Gangzi could react, the black gold glazed knife cut through his skin and flesh and entered Gangzi's body. Puff. Blood spurted out. This kind of pain was 10,000 times more painful than when he had the tattoo of the broken dragon. Lin Yuan deliberately slowed down his speed and cut open Gangzi's flesh bit by bit, cutting off his ribs as well. No, please, kill me. Let you go? Lin Yuan sneered, have you ever thought that those people you tricked into coming to Myanbeay were also in the same pain as you, but who would be willing to let them go? Lin Yuan was talking when he suddenly changed the subject. Fatty, do you think this is a kidney? Chapter 95, Tightening Curse. Fan Tong looked at the egg-sized thing that Lin Yuan pulled out of Gangxi's body and was stunned. It seems so, but why is it so dry and so small? How about you take a closer look? Flip over? When Gangxi heard this, he shuddered. Was he treating his body as a drawer? Also her mother flipped through? Lin Yuan, perhaps feeling it was dirty, swung his knife and chopped it down directly. No matter if it's true or not, let's chop it down first. Come on, another one. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the night of Ningzhou City. 10 minutes later, Gangxi died from the pain. The scorpion who witnessed the whole process was so scared that he wet his pants. Suddenly, he ran headfirst into the curb like crazy. Fortunately, Jingkong reacted in time and rescued him with a wave of his hand, avoiding a tragedy. Ba. The Buddha is merciful and kind. Mr. Lin, how about handing this animal over to me? Let me purify it. The Buddha said, human nature is inherently good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, okay. But hurry up, we have to go to Myanbeay overnight. Ba. It will be quick. After Jingkong finished speaking, he picked up the scorpion, stood up and walked aside. Seeing this, Fan Tong's fat face was stunned. Why is this monk still carrying someone on his back? Could it be that he has become compassionate and let that beast go? A saintly heart? Li Jia cried out in surprise. This monk is so ruthless. He says Ba with his mouth, but he holds a butcher knife in his hand, forcing you to become a demon. He still thinks he's a saintly heart? Hilarious. Ah! The scorpion's scream was just right, perfectly echoing Li Jia's words. Then, there was a sound of Ba Buddha. Jingkong grabbed the scorpion's head and suddenly chanted, Om Mani Padme Hum. Holy shit! Why does my head hurt so much? Li Jia shook his head, his face full of pain, and quickly covered his ears with his hands. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, isn't this a fucking tight-fitting curse? Good man, the world of high martial arts is really exciting. If even Sun Wukong couldn't withstand the golden hoop, how could Scorpion withstand it? At this moment, the scorpion felt as if there were countless ants in his head gnawing at his pain nerves, as if it was about to explode. Ah! Kill me, please kill me. The Pure Land Master's appearance was solemn, and he kept repeating in his mouth, Om, Ma, and I, Padme Hum. Ah! Scorpion scratched his head with his hands, blood dripping, and his nails dug deep into his skull. Only in this way could he feel the pain relieved. 5 minutes later, the scorpion crushed its own head with its own hands and died. Gurgle. Fan Tong swallowed hard and said with lingering fear, Ba. This monk is so cruel. Lin Yuan curled his lips. For these beasts, no method is too cruel. Prepare to cross the river. After saying that, he took Xia Qingxi's icy hand and walked forward. Li Jia stayed behind to light a fire and destroy the corpse. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there was no living person in the Kanglin River. There were corpses floating on the river. There are eye-catching slogans on both sides, cherish life and stay away from Kanglin River. Such slogans can be seen everywhere along the river. But in other words, if an ordinary person comes here and realizes the danger, can he escape? The 5 members of the Dawn team stood side by side in the night. The floating corpses on the water made the murderous aura in them become tangible. Photos are never as immersive and touching as being there. Brother Lin, let's go across the river. Xiao Qingxi, who was already as cold as ice, was even colder at this moment. Even when Lin Yuan spoke, her tone was not very warm. There is only endless murderous intent. Lin Yuan tightly grasped Xiao Qingxi's icy hand and said slowly, wait for one more person. Waiting for someone? Who else? Brother. Why did you just say that? A series of questions made Lin Yuan feel overwhelmed. First of all, I just received the news too. Secondly, I don't know who this person is. Finally, I'm just as curious as you are. Lin Yuan's words successfully made everyone even more confused. At this moment, Xiao Qingxi raised her eyebrows, and a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Did Ji-san tell you? Lin Yuan nodded and praised, smart. You two should learn from this, especially you two, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Depend on. Fuck. Li Jia and Fan Tong spoke in unison. Odds change, evens remain the same. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded out of nowhere. Except for Lin Yuan, Xiao Qingxi and the other three circulated their spiritual energy at the same time, looking around with murderous intent, looking for the source of the sound. The sound was near them, very close. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan replied, "Look at Lan Xiang for the symbol." For a moment, all four of them looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. You mean a secret code? But the code is wrong. The next sentence after odd changes but even remains unchanged shouldn't be, does the symbol depend on the quadrant? Why are you still watching Lan Xiang? Fan Tong, with a stern face, shouted, "Hey! Who are you, you beast of burden? Get off, brother Lin!" Hua la la. Accompanied by the sound of water. In the Kanglan River right in front of the five people, a floating corpse suddenly stood up. It had a pale face and was dressed in black, just floating on the river. Fan Tong's eyes widened as he was frightened by the floating corpse and staggered. He roared, "Fuck! Water ghost! Clear the air! Quickly save him! Fatty, shut up!" Lin Yuan glared at Fan Tong, who was shouting and yelling, and walked towards the floating corpse floating on the water. When he got closer, he found that the man was wearing a mask. Lin Yuan? The masked man spoke first, successfully reducing Lin Yuan's guard by half. "It's me. And you?" "Bart. My uncle asked me to take you to Myanbeay," said the masked man, raising his hand to lift the human skin mask on his face, revealing a dark and silly face. "Looks about the same age as them. Yi Wudao?" Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused about what Yi Wudao meant. The young man in front of him did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations all over his body. He looked like an ordinary person. But, on second thought, although Yi Wudao is unreliable in small matters, he is still very stable in some major matters. He should not be asked to take an ordinary person to Myanbeay for no reason. Through observation, Lin Yuan found that when the young man mentioned Yi Wudao, his eyes showed extremely strong gratitude and admiration. This kind of look seems to appear only when a son looks at his father. By following this logic, we can reach the conclusion. Bart is Yi Wudao's illegitimate son. Brother, are you Yi San's illegitimate child? He asked you to go to Myanbeay with us just to kill you, and then, he and Xiao shamelessly created another human being. Lin Yuan said with great sorrow. What a big reversal. Holy crap. There's a melon. The scene changed, and Fan Tong and his companions squatted on the ground and started eating melons. Chapter 96, Shoot Him Q. Bart's dark and silly face was filled with shock. You, what are you talking about? I'm not third uncle's illegitimate son. He is my. Lin Yuan grabbed Bart's calloused hand and said through gritted teeth, "Listen to my analysis. Our trip to Myanbeay this time is extremely dangerous. If you go with us, you'll be in great danger. Yi San just wants you to die in Myanbeay. Then, he can be with Xiao Yue without any worries. You can't fulfill his wish. Fuck. You, a dog-headed military strategist, can you analyze it well?" Yi Wudao was almost angry to death in the void. If he didn't come out, Lin Yuan would accuse him of murdering his own son. Lin Yuan glanced at Yi Wudao, very alert. "Yi San. Are you trying to kill me to silence me? You bastard, you've read too many suspense novels. What the hell are you analyzing? Bart is the son of a former comrade of mine. He knows the situation in the Myanbeay region like the back of his hand. With him around, you'll be much safer." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, he touched his nose and asked, "He's really not your son?" "Your son. Ahem. Third uncle." Bart's voice was somewhat unhappy, and he thought to himself, "You two can bicker all you want, but why did you bring me along?" Yi Wudao glared at Lin Yuan angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to finish the mission quickly, take him with you. What if there's danger? Bart is not an ordinary person, he will definitely give you a surprise." Yi Wudao threw down a sentence and disappeared again. However, before Lin Yuan could speak, Bart, who was floating on the water, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Someone is coming. If you don't want to alert the enemy, follow me." After Bart finished speaking, he stepped on the water. The next second, the inky black water surface receded to both sides, and a gap appeared that was large enough for one person to pass through. Lin Yuan jumped down with Bart without hesitation. Xiao Qingxi followed closely behind. Li Jia did not waste any time. Then it was Fan Tong's turn, but he got stuck. No matter how hard I tried, it just didn't move. The sound of conversation in the distance is getting closer and closer. Li Jia angrily shouted, "Fatty, get the hell down here." Fuck. Do you think I don't want to hurry up? Can't you see I'm stuck here? Someone come and help. Ba. Buddha said, helping others brings happiness. As soon as Jingkong finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Fantong finally succeeded in passing through the gap. Jingkong leaped up and the gap closed. A minute later, the roar of the engine sounded overhead. Then, there was a sound of talking on the shore. There seemed to be a figure flashing here just now, how come it suddenly disappeared? Where did they come from? It must be a ghost. Stop wasting time, go find Scorpion and Gangzi. These two losers have been out for so long, and I don't know if they've caught the piglet. The footsteps gradually faded away. We can't let them leave. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said coldly, Bart. Open the crack, I'll go and take care of them. Let me do it. After Bart finished speaking, he opened his raincoat, raised his hand and took out a large black gun from behind him. It's a gun. Not a gun. Fuck. Truth. Barrett. Lin Yuan exclaimed, and under his shocked gaze, Bart opened the crack, picked up the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang. A wisp of green smoke curls up. Let's go. It's solved. Bart looked relaxed, as if he had done something insignificant. Of course, it is very easy for the Dawn team to kill 3 or 5 cotton beasts in seconds. But Bart is just an ordinary person. How did he do it with a Barrett? And, most importantly, he only fired 1 shot. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yuan walked to the bottom of the crack and looked out. The scene in front of him made the corners of his mouth twitch, and he quickly retracted his head. Seeing Lin Yuan's unnatural expression, Fantong asked in surprise, Brother Lin, are you okay? Lin Yuan shook his head, then looked at the dark-skinned Bart beside him and said slowly, I apologize for what I said before. I understand. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Besides, you're doing this for my own good. Bart said as he continued walking forward. Looking at Bart's burly back, Lin Yuan's mind became active. Perhaps the last piece of the puzzle of the Dawn team is back in place. With this shooter with super long range, they can charge into battle with confidence. Lin Yuan looked up into the void and said softly, Thank you, Third Master. Fuck. Brother Lin, are you trying to make me die of anxiety? What on earth did you see? Fantong was so anxious that he kept digging his toes into the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he turned and left, leaving behind a sentence, I saw a super shooter who sprayed his Q with 1 shot. 1 shot at him Q. Does he think he's a female gunner? Fantong muttered softly, obviously taking Lin Yuan's words as a joke. At this moment, he never imagined that this honest boy, whom he now regarded as a joke, had pulled him back from the hands of death many times. The top shooter in the country, the king of guns, Bart. Pure enjoyment version, Bart's first-person perspective. It only took 0.001 seconds to set up the sniper, aim, and pull the trigger. Bullets shot out, and with the help of the ground and various obstacles, they shot all 5 people in the head in an instant. No action is superfluous. Within 3 feet, the sword is invincible. 100 meters away, Barrett is the only truth. An hour later. Under Bart's leadership, Lin Yuan and others successfully crossed the Kanglan River, known as the Yellow Spring. At this moment, they successfully stood on the land of Cotton North. Lin Yuan looked around and saw broken limbs and arms everywhere, and incomplete corpses thrown casually on the roadside. The stench of a rotting corpse is nauseating. This is a paradise for flies, wild dogs, and night cats. Beast. Li Jia's eyes were burning with samadhi fire, which was particularly dazzling in the pitch-black night. Endless murderous aura transformed into streams of red, fiery spiritual energy, spreading out in the surroundings in ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the space barrier was melted. Although the others did not react as strongly as Li Jia, they were not much stronger either. We are all young and passionate. How can we remain indifferent when seeing such a heartless thing? Woof. Suddenly, the barking of a dog broke the silence of the night. Not far away, there was a hyena with blood all over its face, holding a bloody, unrecognizable human head in its mouth. Beast! Li Jia let out a low shout and shot out with the fire cloud spear in his hand. The gunhead, filled with endless murderous intent, smashed towards the hyena. Puff! Blood splattered. No trace of the hyena remains. At this time, Bart's hoarse voice sounded. Only after crossing this mountain can we reach the real Cotton North Park. Believe me, before you see the Myanbeay Park, you will never believe that there are humans in this world who are worse than livestock. Chapter 97. The massacre begins. When Bart said this, his eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this. It was not difficult to see from Bart's reaction that his hatred for Myanbeay was very deep, very strong, and very intense. Generally speaking, there are only 3 reasons for such strong hatred: killing one's wife, taking one's son, and killing one's father and mother. But Bart is so young, so the only possibility is the last one. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently patted Bart's shoulder, saying slowly, "After tonight, Myanbeay will become history. All hatred and resentment will come to an end." Bart looked up at the inky black sky and took a deep breath. That's right. After tonight, everything will come to an end. Introduce the strength of the Cotton North Park, and let's discuss countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Bart frowned and pondered for a moment, then told the story. The Cotton North Park consists of 3 parts. Part 1, Outer Area. The armed forces of the Cotton North Industrial Park are composed of mercenaries with rich combat experience. Although these mercenaries are ordinary people, their individual combat strength is extremely strong, not much inferior to the practitioners of the first level of Lingwu, and they are also equipped with advanced firearms. Part 2, Fraud Area. It is composed of those deceived piglets who are responsible for fraud. Those who are of no use will be treated as human ATMs and their last value will be squeezed out. There are cultivators in the fraud area, and the strongest realm is the peak of the 3rd realm. There are not many of them, probably 3. As for the practitioners in the 1st and 2nd realms, there are about 10 of them. Part 3, Core Area. The core members of the 3 major families, plus 10 people at the peak of the 3rd realm, and 1 person at the 4th realm. Bart introduced the entire structure of the Cotton North Park in great detail. Fan Tong blinked and couldn't help asking, "How do you know so much?" Even the exact number of practitioners on each floor. After hearing this, the others turned to look at Bart, with curiosity in their eyes. It can only be said that he knows too much. Bart couldn't help but tighten his grip on the barrett in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Because, this is what my father paid for with his life." At the end of his speech, Bart's eyes were red, his body was shaking violently, and his already hoarse voice was almost in a state of loss of voice. In order to obtain this information about the Myanbeay Park, my father stayed there forever. Fan Tong stared at me with his small, bean-sized eyes, full of guilt, and bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was presumptuous." "It has nothing to do with you," Bart said with murderous intent in his eyes. "Those beasts in the park are the real culprits." Fan Tong patted his chest, filled with righteous indignation. "Don't worry, Boqi, I will definitely avenge you." "Thank you. But I still want to take revenge myself." After Bart said that, he raised his legs and walked forward, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filling his eyes. "Let's team up to attack Myanbeay. I hope everyone will give it their all." Li Xiao picked up the fire cloud spear and said with a fierce grin, "Brother Lin, my spear has been thirsty for a long time." Amit Ba. Buddha said, "Evil people should go to the 18 levels of hell." Jing Kong, who has always been compassionate, also had the intention of killing at this time. Fan Tong grabbed the Hydra and said seriously, "Xiao Hong, I only have one request of you. Eat me until I vomit tonight." Squeak. The Hydra groaned and nodded, its bean-sized eyes flashing with ferocity. Xia Qingxi didn't say anything, but the cold aura emanating from her made people shudder and retreat. 10 minutes later. Bart stopped and saw a lighthouse about 300 meters ahead. There were figures gathered on it, all holding heavy weapons. Lin Yuan raised his brows, his expression a little solemn. It might be a bit difficult to eliminate this sentry post silently. However, at this moment, Bart said nothing, silently took out a fan-shaped muzzle from his pocket, installed it, and then set the sniper with one hand. Load the bullet and pull the trigger. All in one go. Bang! The sound of the gunshot can be completely ignored. More than a dozen bullets shot out like fire snakes. The bullet passed by in an instant at a distance of 300 meters. Under the stunned gaze of Lin Yuan and others, more than a dozen people on the sentry post fell down at the same time, including the secret sentry hiding in the dark who was shot in the head. Holy shit! I finally understand what it means to one-shot him with a Q. Even if I were to cheat in Firewire, I wouldn't be that awesome. Phantom was so frightened by Bart's shot that he began to doubt his life. What a big one! Bart put away the Barrett under everyone's shocked gaze and said calmly, "Let's go. It's all solved." Lin Yuan glanced at Bart's back and said with a smile, "Is it okay to let him join the Dawn team?" Feasible. Several people voted in unison and passed it unanimously. Just as Bart said, only after crossing this mountain can you reach the real Cotton North. Lin Yuan stood on the sentry post on the top of the mountain, overlooking the entire Myanbeay. They dash in Myanbeay City, even in the middle of the night, it is still brightly lit. Although the city is old, it is built like an iron barrel. A high wall was built outside the city, and the top of the city was full of heavy fire weapons. The only road leading out of the city was blocked layer by layer, and a large number of mercenaries armed with live ammunition guarded the road. Large trucks were carrying people who were tied up and brought to the city, with black hoods covering their heads. Once you go in, you will never be able to breathe the air outside again in your life. Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Brother Lin, how should we proceed? Should we charge in directly or sneak in secretly?" Lin Yuan didn't answer Xiaoqing's question immediately. Instead, he looked at Bart and asked, "Can you get to the park from here?" Bart nodded and said confidently, "Yes. I can kill anyone who shows up in the entire park in seconds." Very good. Lin Yuan smiled and began to arrange tactics. Bart, set up your sniper high up and suppress the fire. Sheer, you and Hydra go rescue the victims in the second area. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Fan Tong quickly handed the Hydra to Xia Qingxi and repeatedly instructed her, "Xiaohan, listen to your sister-in-law. Do whatever she tells you to do and protect her well. Do you hear me?" Hydra nodded. Lin Yuan looked at the 9-headed snake wrapped around Xia Qingxi's waist, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Is this creature male or female?" Hey, you're jealous of that snake." Lin Yuan glared at Fan Tong unhappily and continued to lay out his tactics. "Li Jia, go to the core area and be safe. Your main task is to prevent the beasts from the 3 major families from escaping. I'll lead Fatty to storm through the main gate, and then we'll all meet up in the core area. Any questions?" "No." Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "The slaughter begins." Chapter 98. Shoot him for me. Stop. I saw a fully armed mercenary holding an AK in one hand, looking ferocious and shouting. However, the next second, puff! A human head exploded instantly, and red and white liquid splashed out. Fan Tong touched his chubby face, a hint of fear in his eyes. Just now, he clearly felt a bullet passing by his ear, and the burning sensation still stung slightly. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the stunned mercenaries in front of him. He raised his hand and made a killing gesture, then slowly said, "Bang! Kill him." All the mercenaries came to their senses and raised their AKs ready to shoot. However, what awaited them were bullets to the head. Puff, puff, puff. Brains and blood splattered everywhere, a visual feast. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong didn't even raise their hands during the whole process, and the first line of defense of the Myanbeay Park collapsed so easily. It really collapsed. Fan Tong turned around and gave Bart in the dark a thumbs up. "Awesome, crass." He believed that the other party could see it. "Stop showing off here, we're surrounded." While Lin Yuan was speaking, the two of them were surrounded by mercenaries, with the black muzzles of their guns pointed at their heads. If anyone accidentally fired, they would all be shot to pieces by the hail of bullets. Fan Tong curled his lips in disdain. "Brother, why are you panicking? Boqi is here. Bart might be supporting Jingkong and Li Jia with this skill." As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Fan Tong squatted down with his hands on his head. "The movements are so skillful. You two don't want to live anymore, do you? Do you know where this is? This is the fucking holy land of kidneys, Myanbeay. Damn it, I've been here for 2 fucking years and I've never seen anyone offering themselves to my door. Do you have so many kidneys? Why are you giving them away like this? Speak. Who are you?" Lin Yuan grinned, revealing his big white teeth. "I'm here to bite your kidneys." "Oh my god. You little bastard, you've had enough of life, come in him." The mercenaries pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out one after another. "It's over now, Fatty is going to take it." Fan Tong screamed in shock as he watched the bullets coming towards him. As a result, he soon opened his eyes wide and looked confused. What the hell? What kind of incredible operation is this? All the bullets turned into mirror flowers and floated in the air when they were 1 meter around the two people. The group of mercenaries holding AKs thought for a moment that they were hallucinating. Keep coming for me. The little boss was the first to come to his senses, shouted, and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. There are more and more mirror flowers, floating in the night sky. Lin Yuan chuckled, welcome to the ocean of mirror flowers. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get on with it. The little leader shouted charge, but his feet exploded backwards. The smile on Lin Yuan's face grew even brighter, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. When? Crack. The sound of shattering suddenly rang out. Mirror flowers burst out from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Mirror flowers stained with blood bloomed, seductive and brilliant under the faint moonlight. Fanton looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his face full of fat. Brother Lin, may I ask, what kind of martial arts skills do you have? Listen carefully, you presumptuous fellow. His name is Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Lin Yuan's tone revealed pride. Mirror flowers and water moons is definitely the skill he is most satisfied with, no doubt about it. Brother Lin, can you teach me? I also want to be as handsome as you? Cannot. You are too young to practice. Brother Lin, we're both. Holy crap. Brother Lin, you're going too far. If you don't want to teach me, forget it, but why are you resorting to personal attacks? Lin Yuan stood up and walked forward, leaving behind a sentence, I want you to completely give up. Fuck. Who said I'll always be this small? I can still grow up again. The more Fan Tong spoke, the weaker his tone became, and in the end he simply ignored it. Buzz buzz buzz. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the Myanbeay park. The mercenary army, numbering over 1,000 men, was fully armed and filled with murderous intent. Lin Yuan and Fan Tong walked towards the gate of the park in a swaggering manner, with corpses pierced like sieves by the mirror flowers behind them. At this time, a man with blonde hair, blue eyes and a big nose standing on the tank shouted in a broken Daxia language, what are you doing? Bang! Here's a bullet for you. Lin Yuan raised his hand without looking back and gave a thumbs up to Bart who was sniping from the high ground. Oh no! There's a sniper, take cover. This group of mercenaries were well trained and immediately responded as quickly as possible, looking for cover. Lin Yuan looked back at Fan Tong and said unhappily, exercise might help promote secondary development. Real? It's guaranteed. That's all. Lin Yuan shot out, the black gold glazed knife in his hand emitting a faint cold light. He raised and lowered the knife as easily as chopping cabbage, killing one with each blow. Kill 10 people in one step without getting a drop of blood on yourself. Each of Lin Yuan's cuts was carefully planned, just enough to split the mercenary's kidneys in half. Wherever he went, no kidney was innocent. Fan Tong, who was leading 9 third-order blood civet cats from the side and rear, was also killing people everywhere. Normally, these mercenaries who were high and mighty and domineering were now filled with fear as they looked at the young man who looked like a god of death, and their souls were trembling. The despair of waiting for death to come. Suffocation in the face of death. All the mercenaries fled in all directions, but they couldn't escape. At this moment, they were extremely scared. For the first time, I regretted joining Myanbeay. It turns out that the only way to empathize with others is to let them experience everything you have experienced. The mercenaries were like lambs to be slaughtered, falling one after another in a pool of blood. Heart-wrenching screams rang out one after another. Before tonight, they would never have imagined this day would come. The killing at the gate of Myanbeay Industrial Park continues. At the same time. Cotton North Park, Part 2. Xiao Qingxi was dressed in a black battlesuit, her pretty face was as cold as ice, and her black and white eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. A 9-headed snake was wrapped around its waist, and its small eyes looked around vigilantly. As the snake's tongue moved in and out, murderous aura spread everywhere. Stop! Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. At the door of the huge factory building stood an old man with a wrinkled face, looking up and down with a gloomy gaze. Soon, a lewd smile appeared on his old face. Little girl. Which department are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Come with me, I want to carefully verify your identity. Old Chen. You can't eat it all by yourself, we discovered this together. Accompanied by an evil laugh. The factory door slowly opened and an old man walked out again. Chapter 99 Bloody and Cruel. Old Ghostly? A hint of displeasure flashed across Old Chen's triangular eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "What are you doing here? What do you think I'm doing here? Do you want to enjoy this exquisite food all by yourself? I thought this little girl was suspicious and wanted to check it out. Do you think I'm an old pervert like you?" Li Laogue curled his lips and said, "Old Chen, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What are you talking about with me? Either you want to play, or I will do it first. You. Squeak. Fuck. Snake." Old Ghostly let out a scream and sat down on the ground. His face turned pale and his eyes were full of fear. Old Chen, however, was unaware of the impending danger. He looked at the violently trembling Li Laogue with disdain and sneered, "What is this old man doing?" Li Laogue raised his hand tremblingly and said intermittently, Behind you, there is a big snake." "Big snake?" Old Chen was stunned and slowly turned his head. What caught his eye was a huge snake head that was very close to him. "Eat him." Xiao Qingxi opened her red lips slightly, her voice as cold as ice. Old Chen's face changed drastically, and he swung the sword in his hand to chop at the snake's head. When? There was only a crisp sound. The sword is broken and the man is stupid. Squeak. The hydra suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lao Chen in one gulp. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of chewing sounds so wonderful. Old Ghostly was trembling like a sieve and fled for his life into the distance. However, after running a few steps, he was whipped away by the hydra's huge tail and slammed into the factory. The factory building, which was originally filled with screams, suddenly fell into deathly silence. When all the piglets saw Li Laogue lying on the ground spitting blood, they suddenly felt like they were dreaming. In the eyes of these piglets, Li Laogue is the king of the factory area who holds the power of life and death. Now, in their eyes, the king was lying on the ground like a dead dog, shouting, "Help! Put your hands on your heads and squat down. If anyone looks at me again, I'll dig your eyes out." Suddenly, a roar was heard. All the piglets quickly did as they were told, holding their heads with their hands, squatting on the ground, and trembling. I saw a burly man with a ferocious look, holding a big stick covered with barbs, walking towards Li Laogue with murderous intent. Behind the burly man followed a dozen aggressive practitioners who were taking advantage of the power of others. "Uncle Li. What's going on? Did you see a ghost?" I bumped into a snake, hurry, run." "Snake? Where did the snake come from?" Li Laogue raised his hand and pointed at the factory door, saying intermittently, "It's outside the door." The factory building, which was as bright as day, suddenly became dark. Everyone instinctively looked up. The moment he saw the hydra, his soul trembled. Squeak! A snake roared like a dragon's roar, deafening. Before everyone could recover from the shock brought by hydra, footsteps were heard at the factory door. Rustle, rustle. The footsteps are approaching. Xiao Qingxi slowly walked into the factory, looking around with cold and ruthless eyes. When she saw the piglet squatting on the ground, her eyes gradually became colder and filled with murderous intent. An invisible momentum suddenly erupted. The spiritual warriors, led by the burly man, suddenly felt a breath of death under this murderous aura. Even the hydra couldn't help but bend down, and its vicious eyes became much clearer. Tat-tack. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the factory. It was the mercenaries who came to support. Xiao Qingxi had no expression on her face and said coldly, "Go take care of those rubbish outside, leave this to me." The hydra did not dare to disobey and moved its huge body to leave the factory. When the sturdy man saw the oppressive giant above his head leave, he immediately felt the pressure suddenly relieved. He stood up straight and looked directly at Xiao Qingxi. "Little girl. You want to be a hero?" The sturdy man said this, lit a cigarette, and regained his former confidence. He looked at Xiao Qingxi with a playful look in his eyes, blew out a smoke ring, and grinned, "Heroes have to pay a price. You all deserve to die." The pleasant voice contains endless murderous intent. The next second, a black shadow flashed by. The burly man's face changed drastically, and he swung the mace in his hand and smashed it into the air randomly. The bang 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 sound seemed to make him feel a little relieved. Puff! Blood splattered, and my heart felt cold. The burly man lowered his head in disbelief, and when he saw the green sword stuck in his chest, his eyes suddenly widened. "No! You. Heart-wrenching pain instantly swept through my body. But soon, the pain began to slowly disappear. Little bitch. I'll fucking kill you. Suddenly, the sturdy man seemed to have a last burst of energy. He made a desperate attempt, using his last bit of strength to swing the mace at Xiao. However, Xiao didn't even blink. She gripped the sword with both hands and suddenly exerted force. Puff! With one sword, the strong man was split in two below the heart. Internal organs and blood flowed to the ground. This scene is bloody and cruel. The huge factory was completely silent. Tick tick. The girl drew out the Xiao sword, and the sound of blood dripping from the tip of the sword was particularly harsh. Whether it was the piglet squatting on the ground or the group of spiritual warriors, they all trembled violently and looked at the girl in black who stood proudly. It's your turn. Xiaoqingxi's cold voice now turned into the book of life and death in the hands of the king of hell. Whoever you want to die, die. More than a dozen spiritual warriors, their eyes filled with madness, shouted in unison, kill. Xiaoqingxi had a blank expression on her face as she shot out with the Xiao sword in her hand. The blue flames raged. For a moment, shrill screams were heard everywhere. Ah! The dozen or so spiritual warriors were tightly wrapped in the green flames, and their bodies looked like dead branches and leaves struggling in a sea of fire. The skin quickly cracked under the high temperature, leaving spider-web-like bloodstains. The blood evaporated as soon as it seeped out, turning into wisps of black smoke. Their hair burned into clusters of flames, and their scalps were singed, revealing their pale skulls. His eyes were bulging from being burned by the flames, his eyeballs were bloodshot and looked like they could roll out of his eye sockets at any time. His mouth opened wide, he let out an inhuman scream, and the breath that came out of his throat was filled with burning sparks. They waved their limbs around, trying to put out the flames on their bodies, but it was in vain. The clothes had long been burned to ashes, the muscles were burnt black, and pieces fell off, revealing the white bones. The bones also began to become brittle under the high temperature, and the sound of breaking mixed with the screams was creepy. The bodies of several spiritual warriors gradually curled up into a ball, like dry firewood compressed by flames, and finally fell to the ground, motionless, leaving only their charred shells emitting billowing smoke and a pungent burnt smell. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of barbecue. When the last spiritual warrior stopped struggling and screaming, the factory fell into deathly silence. Xiaoqingxi looked around and her cold voice sounded again, you can go out now. However, sometimes, human nature is really ugly. Chapter 100, Blue Flames Soaring to the Sky. You're harming us. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out from nowhere. Xiaoqingxi looked over with an expressionless face. A disheveled woman in the crowd, her eyes filled with resentment, stared intently at Xiaoqingxi and said sternly, you feel like a hero, don't you? Do you know that this is Myanbeay? If you kill Lu Yi, they are not saving us but harming us. They will vent their anger on us. With the woman's hysterical roar, the joy of surviving the disaster that had just emerged in the piglet's heart was instantly washed away. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Xiaoqingxi didn't bother to talk nonsense. Looking at the hesitant crowd, she asked directly, anyone who doesn't want to leave can stay. I won't force you. If you want to leave, leave now. After the words were spoken, a large number of people still chose to step out of the factory gate and leave this hellish place. However, there are always some people who are not good and do not want you to be good. Everyone, stop right there. No one can leave. If you leave, what will we do? Come back. Come back. Come back. The ruthless woman rushed to the factory door like a madman. She opened her arms and stopped everyone, shouting sternly, stop. Stop right there. I'll see who dares to leave. Under the leadership of the heartless woman, all the piglets who had formed a united front with her stood behind the woman, forming a human wall. Everyone looked at Xiaoqingxi at the back of the crowd with ferocious eyes, their eyes full of resentment. The heartless woman's face twisted, no one can leave, you fucking have to stay here, and come with me to apologize to the 3 major families later. Xiaoqingxi raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she asked coldly, do you want to die? The heartless woman laughed heartily, you little bitch, you. Swish. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Before everyone could react, Xiaoqingxi appeared out of nowhere in front of the heartless woman, and a cold breath hit her face. Especially the fierce murderous aura, which is extremely oppressive. The smile on the heartless woman's face froze instantly, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. You, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill me too? That's right. You little bitch, you're so bloodthirsty. Hurry up and apologize to the three major families, otherwise we will not forgive you. Apologize. 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 The heartless woman grinned fiercely, thinking to herself, as long as I hand this bitch over to the three major families, they will definitely reward me. Then I can become a senior executive, and earning $1 million a month is not a dream. Thinking of this, the smile on her face became even brighter, and she said sternly, "Little bitch, did you see that? The people are in favor of you, you should go and confess your crime to the three major families. You heartless bastards. This little girl clearly saved us, but not only are you ungrateful, you're even planning to hand her over to someone from one of the three major families. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Are you still human? You beasts. You're even worse than those guys who just died." The rescued piglets formed two camps and fought directly on the spot. The ruthless woman looked disdainful and asked, "Did my mother let her save me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the factory fell into deathly silence. No one expected that such a heartless woman would say such unscrupulous words. Xiao Qingshi narrowed her eyes, murderous intent spurting out, "Say it again." At this moment, the ruthless woman was like she had been injected with adrenaline. She was grinning with excitement and said, "Say it again, I'll say it again. Did I ask you to save me? Ha ha ha." Swish. A sound of breaking air was heard. The laughter of the heartless woman also stopped abruptly. She lowered her head in disbelief, looking at the Qingxiao sword piercing her chest, her eyes wide open. You actually dare to kill me?" Xiao Qingshi didn't say anything, the spiritual energy in her body gushed out, and Qing Yan rose again, directly refining the heartless woman. When the people blocking the door saw this scene, their legs went weak and they quickly stepped back. Some of them began to kneel down and apologize. However, Xiao Qingshi, who had already decided to kill, showed no mercy. As it was swung, green flames raged and screams rang out one after another. Xiao Qingshi walked out of the factory, followed by the rescued piglets. Just as everyone left the factory, they heard a loud bang. The factory building that was regarded as hell by countless people finally collapsed. Green flames rise into the sky, lighting up the dark night. Does it also illuminate the already dark lives of all the piglets? At this moment, all the rescued piglets knelt on the ground and cried with joy. They will never forget in their lives that there was such a little girl, who was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, descending from the sky and pulling them out of the endless abyss of hell. Squeak! The sudden snake roar attracted everyone's attention. The girl sat on the back of the giant red python and flew into the air. This moment is eternity. Cotton North Park. Part 3, the core area. There were no less than 20 men and women sitting in the spacious and luxurious conference room. A dull and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. Everyone frowned, with fear and worry in their eyes, but many were also angry. Cough. Suddenly, a loud cough broke the silence in the meeting room. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the old man sitting in the main seat, a look of awe in their eyes. The old man's name is Bai Shoucheng, the head of the Bai family, one of the three major families. Bai Shoucheng is insidious and cunning, and his methods are bloody and cruel. The reason why the Myanbeay Park is so unscrupulous is directly related to his character. Rather than saying there are three major families, it would be better to say that there is one dominant family. The Bai family is the owner of the entire Cotton North Park. The other Wei and Lu families were just recruited by Bai Shoucheng to resist damage. Now, the Cotton North Park is in a life and death crisis, and Bai Shoucheng must step forward to make a decision. Wei-san, have you found out the origins of this group of people? The hoarse voice exuded a tremendous rage. Everyone's heart tightened, and the awe in their eyes intensified. At this time, the old man sitting on Bai Shoucheng's left quickly replied, "Brother, for now, we haven't found out yet." Then when can you find out? Will you wait until we are completely wiped out? Bai Shoucheng's voice was surprisingly calm. However, Wei San's legs went weak, his eyes filled with fear, beads of sweat streamed down his wrinkled face as he spoke. "Brother, I'm sorry, I'm useless." "Since you know you're useless, why don't you just die? Just go die?" Bang! Bai Shoucheng said this without knowing when he took out a handful of truth and threw it directly in front of Wei San, pointing at the truth and slowly said, "Hurry up, go to hell." "Brother, I. Go to hell, you piece of shit." Bai Shoucheng slammed the table and stood up like a hyena, his eyes bloodshot and full of hostility. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely tense. Chapter 101 Buddha said, human nature is evil. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense. Everyone in the Wei family felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, not daring to even breathe. They all lowered their heads and stared at the conference table in front of them, as if they were trying to see something. Plop! Wei San was completely terrified. He knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fear, and tremblingly said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Please, give me one more chance. I promise to find out the origins of this group of people in the shortest possible time." Bai Shouqing took a deep breath, sat down again, and said expressionlessly, "All right. Get up. You're already old, isn't it embarrassing?" Wei San smiled flatteringly and quickly shook his head. "It's not shameful, not at all shameful. It's our Myanbeay rule to punish people for doing something wrong." Bai Shouqing was in no mood to listen to the old man's endless chatter, so he raised his hand to interrupt him. "I'm asking you one last time, are you sitting down or not? If not, then kneel down." "Sit, sit, sit." Wei San hurriedly sat back in his chair. Bai Shouqing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This crisis is a matter of life and death for us in Myanbeay. If we can get through it, we will be prosperous for 100 years. But now it seems that getting through this crisis is extremely difficult as climbing to heaven. Brother, just tell us what you need us to do, and we'll do whatever you say." Lu Xiang, the head of the Lu family, who was sitting on Bai Shouqing's right, said with a firm look on his face. Wei San on the opposite side couldn't help but roll his eyes and cursed his good second brother in his heart. Bai Shouqing frowned and fell into deep thought. The entire conference room fell silent. Time passes by every second. After a long moment, Bai Shouqing narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent filling him. He gritted his teeth and said, "At this point, we have no choice but to give it a try. Success or failure depends on this one move. Brother, do you want to let those guys out?" Wei San's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. "This is our only solution, and it's also Myanbeay's last stand. These little bastards are ridiculously strong. The great Xiao kingdom must have attacked us." Bai Shouqing paused, his face filled with madness as he continued, "Since the outside world says we are completely devoid of conscience and humanity, why not just go all out? Anyone who wants to quit can stand up now. I won't make things difficult for you." Before Bai Shouqing finished speaking, Lu Xiangjing stood up and expressed his loyalty in a resounding voice. "Brother, without you, where would Myanbeay be? Where would we be today? You gave us everything. I, Lu Heir, don't have much ability. I only know how to follow you, brother, so I can eat meat and play with women." Upon hearing this, Wei San's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, "Damn. This old guy got there first again. Third brother, you don't want to quit, do you?" Not only did Lu Xiangjing take the initiative to express his loyalty, he also stepped on Wei San. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei San immediately felt the death gaze from Bai Shouqing. Bang! Wei San's face flushed red, and he slammed the table and stood up. "Fuck. Lu Heir, you're talking bullshit. Big brother gave me this life. As long as Big brother gave the order to let me die, I wouldn't even frown. Do you think that you, a latecomer, can sow discord between me and my elder brother?" Bang! Lu Xiangjing also stood up, slamming the table in anger, and said angrily, "Who the hell provoked you and Big brother?" Dong dong dong. Bai Shouqing knocked heavily on the conference table and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, sit down. His words are the imperial decree." Lu and Wei did not dare to disobey and sat down quickly. Bai Shouqing took out a remote control, pressed the green button, and shouted frantically, "Success or failure depends on this. Brother, we will definitely be able to overcome this crisis and usher in a new life." Wei San finally got a chance to show his abilities. In the conference room, everyone clenched their hands and prayed silently in their hearts. At the same time, the core park. Amat Ba. Benefactor, put down your butcher knife. Jinkong raised his eyebrows, looked at the 5 spiritual warriors in front of him, and uttered Sanskrit sounds. Li Jia, who was standing by, carrying his firecloud spear, his eyes filled with murderous intent, angrily said, "Little monk, why is the threshold to Buddhism so low? Even animals are willing to join?" Amat Ba. Buddha said, "All things have spirits. Did the Buddha say that one's nature is hard to change?" At this time, the scarred middle-aged man in the center of the 5 people cursed, "Fuck. Where did these 2 little bastards come from? Why are they so mean?" Jinkong's face was solemn, and the kindness on his face gradually faded. Amat Ba. Donerly said, "That's right. Li Jia grinned and said, "Little monk, why don't you worship Buddha from now on? Just worship me." Ba. Donorly, please don't be rude. Being ignored, the scarred middle-aged man flew into a rage. He looked hideous, and the scar on his face made him look even more hideous. "You little bastards, I'll send you to see the Buddha right now. That's all." The middle-aged man with scar rushed out with a heavy knife in his hand. Buzz. The sword strike created a series of sonic booms, and even the spatial barrier was distorted. And this is simply because the knife is too heavy. Ba. I'll do it. Li Jia roared and took a step forward. The ground beneath his feet was melted by the Samadhi true fire, and a deep pit appeared. When the fire cloud spear and the heavy sword collided fiercely, sending sparks flying. The aftermath of the attack spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. "Xiao Ba!" The scarred middle-aged man exclaimed, "You giant baby, you're so strong." "Giant baby?" Li Jia was shocked. He looked at the scarred middle-aged man in disbelief and asked through gritted teeth, "You called me a giant baby?" The scarred middle-aged man clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He grinned and said, "1-year-old face, 10-year-old body, what the hell are you if not a giant baby?" Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Li Jia raised his head and laughed, and a sea of red fire appeared behind him, emitting a power that could burn the sky. All the space barriers under the sea of fire were melted. At first glance, it looks like an endless abyss with no bottom, swallowing everything. Seeing this, Jingkong, who was standing by, suddenly chanted without warning, "Ba." Buddha said, "Those who commit evil will not live. You deserve to die." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the void. The next second, suddenly, a slender figure stood up in the red sea of fire. He was surrounded by flames, his eyes were flaming, his red hair was flying, a red mark was conspicuous between his eyebrows, and he was holding a fire cloud spear. He was like a demon god descending to the earth, shocking everyone. When the middle-aged man with the scar saw the young man standing on the sea of fire, his pupils contracted, his whole body felt cold, and the suffocating feeling of death swept over him. "Xiao Ba! How can you transform, you little bastard?" Li Jia narrowed his eyes, and flames flared up. "Your mouth really stinks." Before he finished speaking, scarred middle-aged only felt a flash of fire before his eyes. He suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Li Jia, who appeared out of nowhere in front of him with fear, and screamed in shock, Why are you here?" Chapter 102 Bart's expression. Li Jia raised the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly, "Let me give you a bath." "Xiao Ba! What the hell are you? I'll chop you into pieces." The middle-aged man with the scar roared, swung the heavy sword with a ferocious face, and chopped it down fiercely. Crack! The space barrier shattered. But the next second, the middle-aged man with scars felt numb, his eyes widened, and fear filled his eyes. "No! How is this possible?" Li Jia blocked the heavy sword with just one finger. Scar's face was distorted as he shouted sternly, "Xiao Ba! I won't believe this today." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force, and veins all over his body bulged. But no matter how hard he tried, the heavy sword in his hand could not move forward at all. Li Jia's finger was like Optimus Prime, motionless. "Rubbish! When?" Crack! Li Jia snapped his fingers and the heavy sword broke directly. Before the middle-aged man with the scar could recover from the shock, he felt an irresistible force of fear pouring into his body. Puff! The middle-aged man with the scar spurted blood and retreated backwards. Li Jia just stood there, smiling as he watched the scarred middle-aged man getting farther and farther away. He slowly said, "You've broken the law of heaven, how can you still escape?" Before he finished speaking, a scream of awe was heard. Scarred middle-aged man's body suddenly caught fire without any warning, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. The heart-wrenching screams became louder and louder. The middle-aged man with scar in the distance completely turned into a man of fire, lying on the ground struggling and screaming desperately. "Save me, save me, save me." Listening to Scar middle-aged's desperate cry for help, his companions around him had no intention of helping at all. As early as the moment they joined Myanbeay, their conscience and humanity were thrown outside the gate of the park. If it's none of your business, just stay out of it. There is absolutely no need to rescue a companion who is no longer of any use to you. The screams of agony grew weaker and weaker until they disappeared. In the end, the only sound left on the scene was the sizzling sound caused by the violent collision of oil and flames. Li Jia waved his hand to disperse the samadhi true fire, leaving only a black and charred skeleton on the ground, which looked shocking. Jingkong walked over to Li Jia and clasped his hands together, saying, Amatba. Donor Li's anger has subsided. Is it my turn to purify them next? Li Jia curled his lips and said, You don't need to purify these beasts. Let me cremate them directly. As he spoke, he swung the fire cloud spear violently, and a sea of fire fell from the sky behind him. Get started! The remaining 4 spiritual warriors at the peak of the third realm shouted in unison and rushed towards Li Jia. Amatba. 5 fingers hold up, the Sky Buddha is destroyed. Suddenly. Not willing to be left behind, Master Jingkong spoke slowly, his Buddhist chants rumbling and deafening. A golden Buddha statue sits in the sky. The golden Buddha slapped out with one palm, and the endless Buddha power made the dark park shine with golden light. Boom! With a loud bang, the park shook violently, and a palm print 1 meter deep appeared on the ground. The 4 spiritual warriors at the peak of the third realm had no power to fight back at all, and they lay on the ground in a neat row, spitting blood. Let me cremate them! Li Jia's excited voice rang out, and a beam of samadhi true fire shot straight towards the 4 people. Seeing this, Master Jingkong flipped his palm and the Buddha's hand fell again. In order to get 4 heads, the 2 of them showed off their skills. However, in the end, their attacks landed simultaneously. Boom! With a deafening sound, the 4 people's bodies were completely destroyed, and only a small handful of black ashes remained in the deep pit of the handprint, which weighed less than 1 pound in total. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, applause broke out. Li Jia and Jingkong looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man walking out of the magnificent manor. He was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan, looking like an immortal. The atmosphere of the 4 realms is very oppressive. This person is the only one in the 4th realm in the Myanbeay park. You 2 young friends are so powerful despite your youth. This is the first time I've encountered such prowess in my life. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? Li Jia glanced at the old man with disdain. What do you want to talk to us about? The old man stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. There's an old saying in the great Xiao kingdom, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. As long as you're willing to stop, you can ask for any terms you want. Can you really bring it up casually? Li Jia narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. The old man's face lit up and he nodded, of course. Any conditions, just ask. Li Jia chuckled, come on. Give me a striptease. I want to see the hottest one. The old man's smile froze instantly when he heard this, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. My dear friend, what's so good about an old man like me? Why don't I find you some pretty and charming girls? I guarantee they'll be clean. I just want to see you dance. Will you dance or not? As Li Jia spoke, he swung the fire cloud spear, and his whole body was engulfed in flames, ready to strike. The old man frowned, his eyes grew colder, and he said in a cold voice, My friend, are you kidding me? Fuck. You talk so much nonsense. Li Jia's already limited patience was completely exhausted by the old man. However, just as he was about to take action, from the endless darkness, an extremely powerful force swept over. The 3 people's faces changed drastically and they retreated at the same time. Crack! The space barrier shattered. Sword energy surrounded by green flames descended from the sky and slashed directly towards the old man with an immortal look. Damn it! The old man roared, waving the folding fan in his hand, and successively set up 3 transparent spiritual barriers. However, under the sword energy surrounded by green flames, the 3 barriers were like paper and could not withstand a single blow. Puff! Blood splattered. Although the old man avoided the vital parts at the last moment, he paid the price of an arm. Damn it! Who attacked me? Get out here! Just as the old man finished speaking, a rustling sound of footsteps was heard in the darkness. Mingyuan, Xiao, and Fan Tong came towards them. The sword strike just now was a very casual one by Xiao. They are both in the 4th realm, but their strengths are vastly different. The old man stared at Xiao intently, his heart filled with shock. At such a young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of the 4th realm. Such talent was simply unheard of. Brother Lin. Amatba. Donor Lin. Li Jia and Jingkong walked towards Lin Yuan and the other 2, and the Dawn team reunited. Bart, who was holding a sniper rifle at a high point, shot the old man in the leg to prove his presence. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the old man's left leg was directly shattered by the Barrack 12.7mm bullet. Blood and flesh splattered. Ah! The old man fell down and screamed in pain. The corners of several people's mouths twitched. Bart's way of expression was very special. Lin Yuan looked at the old man lying on the ground and asked, "Are all the people from the three major families inside?" Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and said sternly, let me go, and I will tell you." Chapter 103, Dawn Alliance. Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and said sternly, let me go, and I will tell you." Lin Yuan nodded. The old man's face lit up with joy when he saw this. But the next second, Lin Yuan walked forward with a smile in his eyes and said, "Kill him." "What?" The old man screamed and the smile on his face froze. Immediately afterwards, a green sword pierced through his chest, and his consciousness fell into darkness. The whole process is just like Dove. The old man stared with his eyes wide open, and died with his eyes open. A powerful warrior in the fourth realm died even more miserably than Zhao Guoqiang's father. Stop. As soon as the 5 people stepped through the gate of the manor, they were stopped by 6 practitioners with ferocious looks. All 6 of them are at the peak of the third realm, exuding an aura of being ready to die, and they are staring at the enemy with greedy eyes. However, before Lin Yuan and his companions could make any move, they heard a deafening sound of breaking air, and bullets wrapped in violent spiritual energy pierced through the space barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the successive gunshots, red and white liquids splashed. The 6 people's heads exploded like watermelons. Puff, puff, puff. This scene is extremely visually impactful. Fantong couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his head, muttering softly, Boqi is invincible at long range. A peak level 3 cultivator can just headshot me. Xiao raised her eyebrows, a strange color flashed in her black and white eyes, and she opened her red lips slightly. His bullets should be improved. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and said slowly, that's right. Otherwise, with the physical strength of a spiritual warrior, ordinary Barrett bullets would hardly cause such great damage. This guy is not simple. Lin Yuan looked back at Bart, who was standing on the high ground in the distance, his eyes gleaming. The Dawn team really needs a shooter like this. With him here, the Dawn team has nothing to worry about. Lin Yuan made up his mind that no matter what the cost, he must recruit Bart into the Dawn team. Let's go. Dawn team, let's team up for the first time to clear the last dungeon in Myanbeay. Once we're done, let's go home. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, all the doors of the manor in front of him opened wide at the same time. Ha! The wind howled, raising a cloud of dust. The evil aura wandered in the wind and spread. A group of figures slowly walked out from the strong wind. Myanbeay. It's an alien race. Master Jinkon puts his hands together with a solemn and dignified appearance. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surging, the infant-devouring tribe. No, it's unexpected, but also reasonable. Pale baby faces appeared and disappeared in the dust, and their eerie smiles were chilling. On its body, black tentacles danced wildly, as if they had their own life, stretching out in all directions with their fangs and claws. Each tentacle was covered with sticky liquid, dripping onto the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. As they approached, the evil aura emanating from their bodies pressed down like a substance, and the strange and evil aura became stronger and stronger. The air was filled with the smell of blood and stench, making one's stomach churn. The eyes of these beasts were so red that they seemed to be dripping blood. They stared at Lin Yuan and others, revealing endless cruelty and greed, and they wanted to eat them alive. Fuck! Why are there so many? Xiao looked at the densely packed, black mass of the baby-eating clan with shock in his eyes. Lin Yuan made a rough estimate and found that there were thousands of baby-eating monsters before, which means they had eaten thousands of babies. 1,000 newborn lives, just like that. Fuck! Kill! Lin Yuan roared and shot out with the black gold glazed knife in his hand. 9,000 thunders. Nothing left uncut. Mirror flower, water moon. The 3 skills were used at the same time, instantly creating a gap in the densely packed baby-eating monsters. Black blood splattered everywhere. Lin Yuan became braver as the battle went on. Xiao followed closely behind, moving with lotus steps, with green flames raging in her left hand and black ice penetrating her bones in her right hand. These 2 extreme powers actually appeared in the same person. The girl pushed forward with overwhelming force. The green flame in his left hand burned the baby-eating monster to ashes. The black ice in his right hand turned the baby-eating monster into ice crystals. Both forces erupted with extremely terrifying dominance. Damn it! These two are more perverted than the other. If they keep going like this, they'll kill them all. Ba. I'll go ahead. Jinkong's body was glowing with golden light as he took a big step forward. With a flip of Jin Fofa's hand, groups of baby-eating monsters fell down. Li Zha's face was startled, and he turned to look at Fan Tong beside him, and their eyes met. What are you looking at? I can still let you. Xiao Hong, go ahead, let that little bastard take the last place. Without waiting for Li Zha to finish his words, Fan Tong shouted and rushed towards the baby-eating monster on his 9-headed snake. Squeak! The snake's hum is shrill. The hydra opened its bloody mouth and began to perform its talent show. The baby-eating monsters were sucked into the hydra's belly without any resistance. Fan Tong's fat face flushed red as he raised his arms and shouted, I've seen dragons sucking water, today I'll show you what it's like to have a snake sucking a ghost. Fuck! You fat bastard, you still want me to be at the bottom? Dream on! Li Zha cursed and swung his fire cloud spear, and a fire dragon rose up. The dragon roared and the void trembled. On the top of the mountain, Bart was unwilling to be lonely, carrying the barret and pulling the trigger frequently. He used the sniper rifle like a Gatling gun. Bullets fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The baby-eating monsters exploded one after another, forming balls of thick black liquid that splashed everywhere. The 6 people each showed their magical powers. At this moment, their strength was fully unleashed without any scruples. At the same time, the magnificent conference room has been transformed into a cinema, and the huge screen is playing an epic movie Alliance of the Dawn. Moviegoers, Gyazi Holy Land, Myanbeay Park, and core members of the 3 major families. Brother, if they keep going like this, these aliens won't be able to stop them. Wei San's eyes were filled with fear and his voice couldn't stop trembling. Everyone looked at Bai Shoucheng, who was sitting in the main seat with an expressionless face. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense. The screams from the baby-eating monster were so horrific and terrifying that they echoed in the silent conference room. Brother, please speak up, how can I? Bang! There was a sudden gunshot. Red and white liquid splashed everywhere. A headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Patriarch? The expressions of the Wei family members changed drastically and they screamed in shock. Bang! 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 Bai Shoucheng pulled the trigger repeatedly, and smoke rose from the pistol in his hand. The Wei family members fell in a pool of blood one after another. The entire conference room was filled with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. But no one dared to make a sound. Bai Shoucheng was like a madman, shooting continuously with his pistol. Blood rained down and screams rang out one after another. Everyone in the Wei family rushed out the door desperately. Chapter 104 Game, Run Fast. Everyone in the Wei family rushed out the door desperately, but their escape speed was much slower than Bai Shoucheng's speed of shooting with a pistol. With the last gunshot. Bang! The last member of the Wei family also fell in a pool of blood. In the magnificent office, blood flowed like a river, corpses were lying all over the place, and the hot and fishy blood irritated everyone's nose, making people feel nauseous and their stomachs churn. Lu Xiang, who had been sitting quietly on the sidelines from beginning to end, discovered a detail: the number of bullets in Bai Shoucheng's gun was exactly equal to the number of Wei family members. Is this a coincidence? Or, had he already decided to kill? When? A sudden muffled sound interrupted Lu Xiangjing's thoughts. Bai Shoucheng casually threw the gun on the table, which scared everyone from the Bai and Lu families so much that their faces turned pale, their nerves tensed, and they dared not even breathe. Lu Xiang was squinting his eyes and was the first to speak to break the tense atmosphere. He asked with a smile, Brother, have you calmed down? Bai Shoucheng exhaled a breath of foul air, nodded, and said, Not bad. I feel much better now. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they calm down, they won't have to be shot. Brother, what should we do next? Lu Xiangjing had a very bright smile on his face, showing no fear or worry at all. Seeing this, Bai Shoucheng raised his eyebrows and asked, Aren't you afraid? Don't be afraid. Why? I believe that big brother must have another way. Lu Xiangjing said in a firm voice. However, Bai Shoucheng didn't say much. He just withdrew his gaze, rubbed his frown, and said in a deep voice, It seems that these beasts can't be relied upon now. Brother, these alien beasts are not your trump card at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. Aren't aliens by Shoucheng's last trump card? So what's his trump card? Everyone turned to look at Bai Shoucheng, and hope of life rekindled in their eyes. After hearing this, Bai Shoucheng glanced at Lu Xiangjing meaningfully and asked with a half smile, "Then tell me what my trump card is?" "It's you, big brother." Lu Xiangjing had just finished speaking. All I heard was the sound of applause. Bai Shoucheng applauded and laughed. "Congratulations, you got the answer right. I decided to give you a reward." Lu Xiangjing's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. He waved his hand and said, "Brother, there's no need for a reward." "No, no, no." Bai Shoucheng shook his head and said, "You must take this reward." Lu Xiang was pretending to be reluctant. "Brother, since you insist on giving it to me, I can only respectfully obey your order." "Ha ha ha. This gift is specially prepared for you," Bai Shoucheng said, reaching into his arms and taking out the gift that had been prepared long ago. The next second, the conference room fell into deathly silence again. The smile on Lu Xiangjing's face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by endless fear. Plop! Lu Xiang was kneeling on the ground, looking at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun in front of him, trembling violently. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "I am loyal to you." Bai Shoucheng's mouth corners curled up, and the smile on his face made people's backs chill. "I know you're loyal to me, but who among you isn't? Even those lying on the ground have no second thoughts about me. That's not what you need to impress me." Lu Xiang was sweating profusely, with beads of sweat running down his face. "Brother, please let me die with understanding." Bai Shoucheng grinned and said, "How about you guess? Aren't you very smart?" "I know." Lu Xiangjing smiled miserably. "I died because of my own cleverness." "Clever." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The red and white liquid bloomed again. The remaining members of the Lu family finally realized the despair that the Wei family had experienced. Bai Shoucheng leaned back in his chair, raised his pistol slowly, and said slowly, "Let's play a game that all of you are very familiar with, Run Fast." When they heard the name of the game, everyone in the conference room's faces changed drastically and they couldn't stop shaking. Running fast is like competing with the speed of a bullet. Only by outrunning the bullet can you survive. This is a game that is bound to lead to death. The inventor is of course the sadistic king of Myanbeay, Bai Shoucheng. Running fast is the most popular game among the members of the three major families in Myanbeay. They provide pleasure by playing with and torturing piglets. The piglets know that there is no hope, but are still full of hope, and in the end there is only despair. But now, the people from the Bai and Lu families never imagined that they would also become piglets that provide pleasure. Everyone in the Bai family knelt on the ground and begged bitterly, hoping to influence Bai Shoucheng through family affection. But how can an animal have so-called emotions? 3, 2. At this moment, a smart guy took the lead. With a whoosh, he rushed out. As a result, there was a bang sound of a gunshot, and a headless body fell heavily in a pool of blood. Bai Shoucheng said expressionlessly, "My rules are the rules. If you break my rules, I will make sure you don't even qualify to participate in the game. Restart. 3, 2, 1. Start." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted at the top of his lungs, "Let's kill this old beast together." This shout immediately resonated with everyone. They turned around with ferocious faces, as if they had found a bug in the game. "Old man, you deserve to die." Bai Shoucheng, WCNM, are you still human? You didn't even let your own son go, you beast. You old man, you've miscalculated. The world has changed. If you have any last words, tell them now. It's not too late. Bai Shoucheng glanced at his own son and shook his head slightly, jumming. You are so stupid. How come you didn't inherit any of my genes? Old man, is there a possibility that you are not my father? Fuck. Big brother, what about me? I'm not this old man's son either. Bai Jiawei, the second son of the Bai family, also doubted his own life experience. These two rebellious sons really made the cold-blooded and ruthless King Myanbeay very angry. What a sin! Bai Shoucheng was really angry. He shouted and pulled the trigger. Two bang-bang sounds. Both brothers Bai Jiaming and Bai Jiawei had their heads shot. Everyone, stop standing there. Hurry up and kill this old beast. Facing the crowd with ferocious faces, Bai Shouqing smiled strangely. I gave you a chance. The hoarse voice sounded creepy. At the same time, in Manor Square, the Dawn Squad's killing spree has ended. In the square covering thousands of square meters, broken limbs can be seen everywhere, and the corpses of baby-eating monsters are piled up like mountains. Brother Lin, we've searched the entire manor, but haven't found anyone from the three major families. Fan Tong had a stern face and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 105, It's actually a Soul Master. Happy New Year to everyone. Li Jia frowned, his voice low and murderous. Brother Lin, could they have already escaped? Xiao Tian shook his head, his tone very firm. No. They must still be in this manor. Brother Lin, excuse me for asking, where do you get so much confidence from? Fan Tong blinked his eyes, very surprised. Lin Yuan raised his hand, without looking back, pointed behind him, and said slowly, Don't forget, we have people above us. Bitch? Fan Tong raised his eyebrows and whispered, Brother Lin, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. When you don't know whether you should say it or not, then just don't say it. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and retorted the fat man's words. Fan Tong wanted to say something but stopped himself, feeling like there was something stuck in his throat, and his fat face turned red. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's face turned serious. He said in a deep voice, Fatty, I know what you are going to say, but our ancestors once said, don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Suspicion is often the most hurtful. Jing Kong clasped his hands together, his fair face like jade, full of a kind smile. Amatba. The Buddha said, Donor Lin, good. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, thank the Buddha for me. After receiving ideological education, Fan Tong's attitude obviously improved a lot. He looked around with his small eyes wide open. Brother Lin, where could these bastards be hiding? The square suddenly became quiet. I can find them. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Xia Qingxi beside him and asked curiously, Sheer, can you find it? Xia Qingxi nodded slightly. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her black and white eyes had turned azure blue. A mysterious and powerful spiritual power burst out from these blue eyes. In a moment, the entire manor was enveloped. Under the spiritual power, Lin Yuan and the others felt a slight tingling sensation in their sea of consciousness. The fat man, who was the weakest among them, couldn't help but hold his head with his hands and groan in pain. At this time, Jing Kong's hands flashed, releasing a ray of Buddha's light, which enveloped Fan Tong and slowed down the impact of his spiritual power. Little monk. Thank you. Fan Tong said this with gratitude in his eyes, then sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Amatba. Donor Fan, you're welcome. After Jing Kong finished speaking, he looked at Xia Qingxi, who was shrouded in the power of the soul, with fear in his eyes, and slowly said, Amatba. Mr. Xia, you are actually a soul master. Soul master. Lin Yuan widened his eyes and screamed in surprise. As far as he knew, Soul Master was a very impressive identity. There are billions of practitioners in the Blue Star continent, but the number of Soul Masters announced does not exceed one hand. A probability of 1 in a billion. It's even comparable to his SSS level martial arts talent. Soul Master, truly killing people without being seen. At the same time, what is even more amazing is that Soul Masters have a variety of innate skills. Lin Yuan thought to himself, did I get the script for the male and female kings? Very good and powerful. Thinking of this, his eyes were full of smiles. The stronger Xia Qingxi becomes, the happier he is. Now it seems that the girl's cultivation speed is so fast, which is probably directly related to her identity as a soul master. Lin Yuan now increasingly suspects that she has a system. Brother Lin, I found it. As Xia Qingxi's cold voice rang out, the spiritual power that enveloped the entire manor receded like a tide. Where? Lin Yuan asked hurriedly. Xia Qingxi pointed at a villa in the middle of the square, and said, there's a secret room under this villa. The person is hiding there. After hearing this, Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, and the smile on his face was so proud, as if he was the one who awakened the soul master. Of course, there is actually no difference between Xia Qingxi becoming a soul master and him becoming a soul master. After all, their current relationship is, she is in him and he is in her. Lin Yuan took the icy, soft, boneless hand and smiled, let's go. When Xia Qingxi caught a glimpse of the smile on Lin Yuan's face, she couldn't help but laugh along and whispered, childish. Under the leadership of Xia Qingxi, the 5 people found a secret door in the villa in the middle. Fuck. These beasts from the three major families really value their lives. Who would have thought that they would hide the secret door in the toilet? And it's a third-party toilet. Fan Tong cursed. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "It's indeed quite creative, but this third-party toilet is really amazing." As he said that, he raised his hand to push the secret door. "Wait a minute." Fan Tong suddenly spoke up to stop him. Lin Yuan and his companions simultaneously circulated their spiritual energy and were ready for battle. "Fatty! What's wrong?" Li Jia held the fire cloud spear, and the Samadhi true fire was burning fiercely. Fan Tong's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "Brother Lin, I was wondering if this door has some kind of trap, like 1,000 arrows shooting out from behind it, or a mercury tank?" "What did you find?" Lin Yuan asked with a frown. Fan Tong shook his head. "No. Isn't that how tomb raiding novels and movies play out? It's just basic." Lin Yuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. He kept telling himself in his heart, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If you get angry, no one will take your place." But he really can't do it. Isn't it wrong to hurt your own body because of someone else's stupidity? Bang! Reward! You're so clever. Without warning, Lin Yuan swung a huge chestnut, hitting Fan Tong so hard that he felt dizzy and screamed in pain. "Brother Lin, you hit me? Is there something wrong with what I said? Don't you read the 4 most important words at the beginning of novels and movies? What 4 characters? It's pure fiction. Also, what you are looking at is a tomb, and this is a secret room." Lin Yuan became more and more angry as he spoke, and raised his hand again. However, this time Fan Tong obviously predicted it, and he flashed away the moment Lin Yuan raised his arm. "Fatty, you run fast." After Lin Yuan finished speaking with gritted teeth, he walked back to the secret door. But as soon as he raised his hand, he thought of the mechanism that Fan Tong had mentioned, and his heart was confused. Bang! Fuck! Still coming? Brother Lin, I didn't say anything. Fan Tong was anxious, he was really anxious. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, "You're disturbing my Dao heart." "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Fan Tong shrank his head, a smile plastered across his fat face. "I give in." "Brother Lin, is your Dao heart stable now?" "It's stable. But if you give it another slap, it can be further strengthened." "I'm retreating." Fan Tong slipped away easily. Lin Yuan curled his lips, raised his hand and pushed gently, and the secret door opened. When several people saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned and shocked. Li Jia swallowed hard and screamed, "Fuck you. My home is like a slum compared to this place." Chapter 106 by Shoucheng is pregnant. At this time, in front of Lin Yuan and others was a golden passage that was 3 meters wide and 100 meters long. The ground, the walls, the top of your head. Wherever you look, it is paved with gold bricks. It is magnificent and dazzling. It's simply inhumane. Let's go. Send those beasts from the 3 major families on their way. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he raised his leg and walked forward. Tat-tack. The sound of shoe soles colliding with gold bricks echoed in the passage. After turning a right-angled bend, they all stopped at the same time, their expressions changing again and again. There was hot and fishy blood under my feet, and the pungent smell of blood hit my face. Looking up, bright red blood flowed like a river, flowing down along the gold bricks. Fuck! How many people were killed and so much blood was shed? Fan Tong screamed in shock, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Yuan said nothing and continued to walk forward, the black gold glazed knife in his hand emitting a faint cold light. Xiao Qingxi and others followed closely behind, murderous intent raging. A minute later, Team Dawn arrived at the office door. "This is the source of the blood river." Bang! Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked. With a loud bang, the pure gold door was kicked away. However, the moment the door flew open, headless corpses poured out of the conference room. The scene was truly spectacular. How come these people are so rich, wearing gold and silver and all branded clothes? Fan Tong asked with a frown. Although the headless corpse on the ground was covered in blood, the brands of some jewelry and clothes could still be seen at a glance. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be thinking, perhaps, these people are not piglets. Who is that? The core members of the 3 major families. The one who answered Fan Tong was not Lin Yuan, but the cold Xiao Qingxi. Pa. Suddenly, applause broke out in the conference room filled with corpses. Then, a laugh sounded. "Little girl, you are very smart and powerful." Lin Yuan looked over when he heard the voice and saw only an old man in the huge conference room, holding a mutilated corpse in his arms. The body was covered with bite marks, uneven in shape. The old man's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were strange and gloomy. Come in and sit down." The old man extended the invitation very enthusiastically. However, the moment the old man opened his mouth, he revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs. There were still pieces of meat and bone hanging on the fangs. Vomit. Fan Tong's stomach was churning and he almost vomited the stinky tofu he had eaten last night. Fuck. Old man, you eat human flesh, aren't you afraid of getting sick? Ha 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 ha. Bai Shoucheng laughed and said, "Little fatty, your meat must be delicious." Bright red blood flowed down his teeth, and his wrinkled old face. This scene can definitely become a childhood nightmare for many children. Even Fan Tong, a chubby baby over 200 months old, felt a deep shadow in his heart when he saw Bai Shoucheng at this moment. Amat Ba. Buddha said, "Why should people eat each other?" The compassionate master Jingkong clasped his hands together, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Li Zhe swung his fire cloud spear violently and roared, "Brother Lin, I stabbed him." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, there's something wrong with it." "Brother Lin, what did you find?" Li Zhe suppressed the impulse in his heart and asked. Lin Yuan did not respond immediately, but stared at Bai Shoucheng intently. He vaguely felt that the old man in front of him was not a human. To be more precise. Suddenly, Xiao Qingxi said coldly, "Brother Lin, there is still a life inside it." When these words were spoken, everyone, including Bai Shoucheng, was shocked. Li Zhe asked in disbelief, "Sister-in-law, what the hell are you talking about? This old thing is pregnant?" Pregnant. A pregnant man, a fighting man among men. Lao Dang, do you have any hidden skills? Are you so perverted? Li Zhe starts as the crouching dragon, and Fan Tong must follow as the phoenix chick. The weird and evil book instantly turns into a nonsensical comedy book. The corners of Bai Shoucheng's fong-filled mouth twitched again and again. "Little fatty, are you so impatient for me to eat you? Damn. Old man, you want to kill me to silence me." Fan Tong stared with his small eyes full of anger. But at this moment, Bai Shoucheng suddenly stood up, and a black aura emanated from his body, as black as ink. "Fatty, be careful." As Lin Yuan shouted, the black gold glazed knife in his hand slashed down. Puff! The arrow formed by the black spiritual energy was cut off by Lin Yuan's sword. The moment it fell to the ground, it turned into inky spiritual energy again. Then, this black spiritual energy seemed to have life and returned to Bai Shoucheng's body. Seeing such a strange scene, Lin Yuan's brows twisted into a chuan shape, and he thought to himself, what was that spiritual energy just now? That black spiritual energy just now was the alien in his body. Xiao Qingxi's cold voice sounded at the right time. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered when he heard this, an alien race that can coexist with humans? Fake human race. Fake humans? Li Zhe screamed in shock. It's actually those beasts? Good fellow, beasts beating beasts, these two are quite a powerful alliance. Swish! Along with the sudden sound of breaking through the air, another black arrow shot out. Li Zhe raised the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly, "Beast! I'm waiting for you!" Boom! There was a loud bang, and the fire cloud spear fell down with endless murderous aura. The black arrow was instantly covered by the samadhi true fire. Suddenly, a piercing scream was heard. Aha! Like a baby crying. At the same time, the black arrow covered by the samadhi true fire turned into a person in the blink of an eye. It had human limbs, but no face and various organs. Like a simplified Chinese person who has not fully evolved, his whole body is black. This is a fake alien. Damn human, I will make you my puppet. The pseudo-human's voice was like crying and laughing, and after its voice ended, the samadhi true fire that enveloped its body was all absorbed into its body. The next second, the fake person changed strangely again. Its body continued to twist and deform under the flames, and its originally pitch-black body gradually revealed a strange dark red light, like a red-hot iron. The flames began to spread from its limbs, gradually covering the entire body, outlining a creepy outline. On the face without any facial features, lines of flame suddenly appeared, like mysterious runes, emitting an evil aura. His legs were as thick as pillars, and with every step he took, the ground beneath his feet would be scorched by flames, leaving deep black footprints. The flames formed a long tail behind it, like a devil's tail, swinging wildly. At this moment, the fake man looked like a fiery demon walking out from the depths of hell, which was terrifying. Dong dong dong. Along with the heavy and powerful footsteps, the entire secret room shook violently. Li Jia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Chapter 107 Paid Program. The approach of the fake man made Li Jia feel under great pressure. This beast actually swallowed his samadhi true fire and used it for its own benefit. The strength has skyrocketed, and it feels extremely oppressive. But the education Li Jia received since childhood did not allow him to retreat. You beast! You want to scare me off? Just think about it. My grandfather once told me that our Li family never retreats. We would rather die standing than take a single step back. Li Jia spoke with great dominance and passion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and others gave him a thumbs up and said in their hearts, "Well done." There is a reason why the Li family is full of loyal heroes. However, I have been a rebellious person since I was little, and I'm always disobedient. Li Jia changed the subject and retreated rapidly to create some distance. After the pseudo-human mutated, his strength increased by at least 3, equivalent to the 5th realm. The front foot rushes forward, and the back foot clicks. How could Li Jia just watch himself die? As for the Li family's ancestral teachings, they are of no use to him. Your life is your own, family honor, go to hell. He. Where can you hide, little doll? As the pseudo-man spoke, his mouth, which looked like a lava crack, spewed out samadhi true fire from time to time. The terrifying temperature caused the surrounding space barrier to begin to distort and melt. Honeycomb-shaped black holes appeared, densely packed. Brother Lin, request a gathering. Brother Lin, request a gathering. Brother Lin, request a gathering. Li Jia started pinning signals crazily. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. If you didn't know, you would have thought this was a real-life version of Luolu. Although the members of the Dawn team were speechless about this, they all worked together to get closer to Li Jia. Get ready for team fight. As the commander, Lin Yuan immediately issued tactical assignments. Leave the fake person to me, Sheer, Li Jia. Jingkong, Fatty, the two of you go take care of Bai Shoucheng. Get going, get moving. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, rushed towards the fake man first, and used all his skills. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. The Way of the Gene Cart. 9,000 Thunders. Null. Fight. Max out all 5 skills and go all out. Xiao Qingxi held Xingyan in her left hand and Xianbing in her right hand. The two extreme powers merged with each other to produce a new power. The light is dazzling, like a brilliant galaxy. Wherever it went, the surrounding airflow surged violently and the space trembled, as if it could crush all matter in an instant. I'll use this beast like you to test my Shi Yuan's power. Xiao Qingxi's eyes grew colder, her voice as cold as ice. She raised her hand and gently grasped it, and the brilliant galaxy turned directly into a long sword, half red and half white. In an instant, the girl soared into the air, her momentum soaring. Li Jia looked at the fully fired-up Lin Yuan and the surging Xiao Qingxi, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Okay. That's how we play, right? Then let's roll up. Saying, our third prince just stomped his feet, and the endless sea of fire fell from the sky, directly burning this magnificent manor into ruins. The raging flames engulfed the entire Cotton North Park in flames. Across the river, people in Ningzhou City watched the Myanbeay Industrial Park, which was burning red, weep with joy and shout loudly, God has mercy on us. Li Jia stood on the sea of fire, his eyes ablaze with flames, his entire body bathed in flames. He swung his fire cloud spear violently and shouted, Beast! Die for me! Kill! The spear comes out, gods and demons cry, kill the gods! Li Jia fired a shot, and the sea of fire under his feet turned into a cage of fire, falling directly towards the fake man. Bang! The loud noise was like the sound of a huge bell, deafening and alarming. Damn it! Looking at the cages around him, the pseudo-man roared and punched out with a deafening sonic boom. The space barrier began to spread with cracks visible to the naked eye. Boom! This punch knocked the sea of fire cage back more than 10 meters. It can be seen that its power is so strong. However, at this moment, Li Jia's attack followed, and a 100-meter-long fire dragon swooped down. A hint of madness flashed in the pseudo-man's scarlet eyes. Instead of retreating, it advanced and swung hundreds of fists as big as sandbags to smash down fiercely. Ouch! Following a miserable dragon roar. The fire dragon was smashed to pieces by the fake man's punch. Puff! Li Xiao was severely injured and blood spilled into the sky. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi looked at each other and rushed towards the fake man at the same time. When the word emptiness is spoken, time stands still. The way of the gene cart plus Thunderbolt 9000 plus fighting. I saw that where the black gold glazed knife was, a crack was torn in the space barrier, and it slashed towards the fake person with a devastating force. At the same time, Xia Qingxi's Shiyuan sword also slashed down. Swords and knives defeat demons. The fake man was split into three and fell to the ground motionless. The three of them worked together to kill the 5 realms. However, this attack was already their limit. Xia Qingxi's delicate body trembled slightly, and suddenly, she fell into the void. Lin Yuan was quick-eyed and, despite the dizziness caused by the depletion of his spiritual energy, he stepped forward and held Xia Qingxi firmly in his arms. "Sheer, are you okay?" Xia Qingxi's pretty face was pale and bloodless. She shook her head weakly and said slowly, "Brother Lin, I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt?" Lin Yuan gently scratched the girl's delicately carved nose and said with a smile, "I'm not hurt." "That's good." "Fuck. Brother Lin, you two are showing off your affection, can you please consider the feelings of a single dog like me?" Li Jia had a bitter face and felt like he had no desire to live. "My body has already been severely damaged, can you please not let my heart be broken? I don't want to eat dog food." Listening to Li Jia's almost roaring roar, Lin Yuan grinned and said, "Others want to eat but can't. I'm lucky I don't charge you." Li Jia was stunned when he heard this, then he chuckled, "Brother Lin, are there any paid services? Then I'll give you 100 million. Fuck you." Lin Yuan let go of Xia Qingxi and used 9,000 thunders. With lightning speed, he appeared in front of Li Jia out of thin air. "Just lift your leg and kick." Bang! With a dull thud, Li Jia flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, doing a free fall and hitting the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Brother Lin, your kick was too." Before Xia Qingxi could finish her words, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I didn't use my full strength. This guy won't die." "Brother Lin, I want to ask if you hit me too lightly." Seeing Xia Qingxi's serious expression, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Why is my heroine so different from the heroines in time travel novels? Virgin Mary? It doesn't exist at all. Even more decisive than the male protagonist himself." Sometimes, Lin Yuan wondered if this girl was a murderous female devil. "All the tenderness is given to myself. Are you happy?" "Of course I'm very happy. Oh my god. Brother Lin, this is bad, that old Bai Shoucheng has used his blood escape technique." Chapter 108 Golden Cicada Capsule. Fan Tong's fat face turned red and he stamped his feet anxiously. He was anxious, he was really anxious. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked around, but didn't see Bai Shoucheng. He asked, "What's going on?" "Ahmet Ba." Jing Kong frowned, looking somewhat remorseful. "Donor Lin. It was my negligence that allowed the thief to escape." Lin Yuan waved his hands, "It's okay, he can't escape." Before he could finish his words, something unexpected happened. "Brother Lin, the fake person is gone too." Li Jia's weak voice sounded. Lin Yuan looked back and saw that it was indeed the case. The pseudo-man's body, which was split into 3 parts, disappeared out of thin air. Only a pool of black and thick liquid was left on the ground, and the pungent fishy smell was nauseating. Xia Qingxi's pale face softened considerably. Frowning, she asked, "Brother Lin, was it the fake person who saved Bai Shoucheng, or was it Bai Shoucheng who saved the fake person?" Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he asked back, "What do you think?" Xia Qingxi pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes gleaming. "It was Bai Shoucheng who rescued the fake person, and I always feel that there is some conspiracy behind this." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, "I think so too. Can we still find their location?" "Let me try. Do you need to recover and adjust your condition?" Xia Qingxi shook her head and said, "Brother Lin, I'm fine. Let's hurry up. Bai Shoucheng must have a bigger conspiracy." "Good." A powerful spiritual power emanated from Xia Qingxi, once again enveloping the manor that had already fallen into ruins. Time passes by every second. Xia Qingxi's face became paler and paler, and she looked extremely weak. Lin Yuan wanted to interrupt it many times, but was afraid that it would backfire, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only wait and see. Puff! Suddenly, Xiao Qingshi's breathing became disordered and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's face changed drastically. He quickly hugged the shaky Xiao Qingshi in his arms, his eyes full of tension. "Sheer, what's wrong with you?" Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Qingshi coughed violently and said intermittently, "Brother Lin, there is still a space under our feet. Bai Shoucheng is there." "Sheer, I understand. Don't say anything for now. The most important thing right now is your injury." As Lin Yuan spoke, he carefully helped Xiao Qingshi sit down, then took out the pill given to him by Feng Tianyuan from his arms. At this time, Jing Kong handed over a golden pill, and a strong vitality came to his face. "Ba. Mr. Lin, please give this pill to Miss Xia. It might be more effective." Lin Yuan didn't waste any words. He quickly took the pill and put it into Xiao Qingshi's mouth, saying softly, "Sheer, eat it quickly." Xiao Qingshi closed her mouth, and the moment she took the pill, a powerful vitality immediately emanated from her body, and her pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling down. Then, he turned to look at Jing Kong, eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you. Ba. Donor Lin, you're welcome. You're my friend." Lin Yuan grinned and said, "I wonder if you can give my friend another pill?" Ah. Jing Kong was stunned. Ba? Donor Lin, you are injured too? I'll be prepared. People like us who practice martial arts are either injured or on the way to being injured. It's better to be prepared. Mr. Lin, how can you think about getting hurt when you are not injured? The Buddha said. The Buddha said, will you give it or not? Lin Yuan interrupted with a smile. Ba. This little monk, here. Jing Kong gritted his teeth, took out another golden elixir from his arms, and handed it over reluctantly. Donor Lin. These are the golden cicada capsules from my Xianin temple. Please don't waste them. Master Jing Kong's face was serious and he gave repeated instructions. Lin Yuan suppressed his anxiety and snatched the golden cicada capsule from Jing Kong's hand. Don't worry, it's a good medicine. I will definitely use it on the wound and won't waste it. While the two were talking, Xiao Qingshi had recovered to full health, her breathing was steady, and her face was rosy. Ding Kong. Thank you. Jing Kong clasped his hands together, shook his head, and said, Ba. Miss Xia, you don't have to be polite. Buddha said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Buddha said, there is nothing wrong, and you still have a 7-story pagoda here with me. Jing Kong, why don't you invest a 7-story pagoda in me as well? And me? How can I, Li Jia, be absent from such a task of helping others? Fan Tong and Li Jia were so kind-hearted for the first time in their lives, but they scared Jing Kong so much that he ran away, and even said Bai as Bao. All right. Collect. Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop the three of them. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Sheer, tell us, what did you see? Xiao Qingshi raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Brother Lin, there's actually a huge altar beneath our feet. Bai Shoucheng seems to be performing some kind of ritual. Furthermore, this evil ritual has a very strong spiritual power. I was hurt so badly because of the backlash of this spiritual power. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's brows knitted into the shape of a character, and his eyes gradually became serious. Bai Shoucheng can turn a 5th-level pseudo-human into his chess piece. His scheming is unimaginable. Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we go down? Fantong's fat face was tense, and neither his expression nor his tone showed his nervousness. As for the other three, they all stared at Lin Yuan, waiting for the final order. What do you think? Lin Yuan asked back. Down. The four of them looked determined and shouted in unison. So what are you waiting for? Get ready for battle. Let's put a perfect end to this group raid on Myanbeay. If evil spirits try to invade the daytime sky, I shall rise to the summit of the vast clouds. Wield a knife to break the haze and stain the sky with blood. The light of dawn is eternal. The night is as dark as ink. Boom. There was a loud thunder and a strong wind. In the darkness, lightning tore through the sky again and again. The surrounding trees trembled violently in the strong wind, and the branches collided with each other, making a terrifying crunching sound. The thunder was deafening, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, and the ground beneath our feet trembled slightly. Thick dark clouds rolled in, and the inky night grew darker, almost swallowing up the northern part of the country. The wind grew stronger, and the rain grew more violent. In this night of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, the 5 members of the Dawn team resolutely moved towards the unknown danger. Crack! There was a loud, deafening bang. In a moment, the dark night turned into day, but it was gone in a flash. At this moment, Fan Tong frowned and suddenly asked, "Brother Lin, with such a large thunderstorm, is Boqi still on the mountain? Is he okay?" Chapter 109 by Shoucheng's blood is still hot. Fatty. If Bart knew you were so filial, he would definitely be very touched. Li Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and joked. Fan Tong stared with his small eyes, his mouth opening and closing. "Brother, in. All right. Let's get started." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Xiaoqingxi beside him and nodded slightly. The two looked into each other's eyes and circulated their spiritual energy at the same time. For a moment, the sword light and sword energy crisscrossed. Li Xiao was stunned. Damn! Are we going to get enough dog food tonight? Even if it's a buffet, they wouldn't force us to eat like this. Boom! A sudden loud noise drowned out the deafening thunder. The ground beneath my feet shook violently. Cracks spread out in all directions. Hua la la! The ground sank and gravel rolled down. Lin Yuan and the others jumped aside and waited for the underground altar to reveal its full appearance. Time flies. 3 minutes later, a huge and terrifying altar finally appeared in full. The entire altar was made of huge black stones, with dark red liquid flowing on its surface, as if blood was slowly flowing. Above the altar, a chair stood proudly. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be made of a pile of hideous human heads. Some of those heads had wide open eyes, filled with fear and despair, while others had their mouths wide open, as if they were screaming their last. The armrests and backrest of the king's chair were inlaid with sharp white bones, which gleamed palely under the lightning. There are also huge bronze tripods placed around the altar, with faint blue flames burning in the tripods. The flickering flames reflect the distorted shadows around them. The wind howled violently, surrounding the altar, making eerie whistling sounds, as if countless wronged souls were crying. The whole scene was weird and terrifying, making people shudder. Bai Shoucheng sat on the chair made of human heads. He looked at Lin Yuan and the others with a smile in his eyes and said slowly, "Welcome to my dojo." As soon as the hoarse voice sounded, a strange and evil aura filled the air, making people shudder. At this time, Bai Shoucheng did not seem to have any obvious changes, except for a black symbol mark between his eyebrows, emitting a strange power fluctuation. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Where did you take the fake person?" "Fake man? He's here." After Bai Shoucheng finished speaking, he threw his head back and laughed like crazy, "Ha ha." The shrill laughter echoed through the dark night. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up. "You are such a beast. You can actually eat something so black and dirty?" Bai Shoucheng grinned and said, "I've been planning for this day for 30 years. Everything I do is dedicated to eating it. Otherwise, why do you think I went to so much trouble to build the Cotton North Park and kill so many people? It was just to paralyze it and make it think I have no humanity. Only then will it let down its guard and I'll have a chance." At this point, Bai Shoucheng suddenly changed the subject. "I will kill all the alien races for the human race. My blood is still hot." "Fuck you." Li Xiao cursed angrily, "Old man, you killed so many people, and now you say you killed all the aliens for the sake of the human race, and your blood is still hot. You are kidding me, you are kidding me." Although Lin Yuan and his companions did not swear like Li Xiao, their eyes said it all. This old thing is really funny. Killing people, for the sake of humanity, and finally he said, "The blood is not cold yet." Bai Shoucheng shook his head and sighed, "Ah. How could you little guys possibly understand my good intentions? Forget it, forget it. Since you don't understand me, I will kill you first. I believe there will always be someone who does." As Bai Shoucheng spoke, his aura began to surge, breaking through the 5th level in one fell swoop. At the same time, an ink-like spiritual energy emanated from his body, enveloping the entire altar. For a moment, shrill and sharp screams came one after another. It seemed as if there were countless wronged souls and ghosts howling and roaring in this black spiritual energy. However, before everyone could react, the black spiritual energy shrouding the altar suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall pseudo-human, also of the 5th level. Bai Shoucheng laughed heartily. This is a gift I specially prepared for you little ones. Do you like it? I've also prepared a gift for you. I hope you like it. Li Jia said, waving to the void. Aunt Jing, I'll leave it to you next. As Li Jia finished speaking, there was a click sound and a crack appeared in the void. A mature woman in a plain skirt twisted her sexy waist and walked out of the void crack. Aunt Jingxiang, who was gentle, intellectual, but not charming, satisfied all the fantasies of the three young men present about women. Hiss. Lin Yuan gasped in pain and turned to look at Xiao Qingxi, who was as cold as ice, with his mouth twitching. Sheer, what are you doing? Quickly, let go. Xiao Qingxi gritted her teeth and asked, does it look good? Lin Yuan shook his head like a rattle. Sheer, what did you say? I don't understand. Pretending? You're still pretending? Your eyes are almost falling on this auntie. Pinch. Pinch me hard. Li Jia added fuel to the fire, fanned the flames, and made things worse. In short, he would never do anything that had anything to do with people. Lin Yuan groaned and gritted his teeth. We're not going to be together anymore, are we? Third prince? Li Jia shrank his head and hurriedly walked to Jingxiang's side. He raised his hands to hug her plump but fat-free sexy waist and directly declared his sovereignty. Aunt Shizuka's right body trembled suddenly, and her charming face was instantly flushed, full of ant flavor. The plain skirt soaked by rain outlines the perfect curves and arcs, with a convex front and a curved back. Master, don't do this, it will have a bad influence on you. Li Jia chuckled and asked nonchalantly, what's wrong with it? As he said that, this guy actually exerted force and hugged Aunt Shizuka tightly in his arms, his hands wandering dishonestly around her plump waist. Aunt Jingxiang felt numb all over, her legs were weak, and she was in danger of falling at any time. The breath from her cherry lips was as sweet as orchid, and she made a rapid panting sound that made one's blood boil. Master, stop making trouble, I feel so uncomfortable. After seeing Aunt Jingxiang's performance, Li Jia had to give up. He didn't want to embarrass the woman he had already chosen in front of so many people. However, Li Jia suddenly stopped, and Aunt Jingxiang felt empty. Her extremely sensitive body was neither moving up nor down, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Aunt Shizuka, are you okay? Li Jia saw Aunt Jingxiang with a frown on her face and asked hurriedly. Aunt Shizuka shook her head in panic. No, it's okay. You little bastard, you really know how to enjoy yourself. You actually found such a top-notch woman. I've played with countless women, but I've never met such a top-notch one. After Bai Shouqing finished speaking, he licked his lips, his eyes full of lust, without any concealment. Chapter 110, is it complete? Bai Shouqing's eyes were full of lust, and he didn't hide it. Boy, is this what you prepared for me to continue? I like it very much. After I have fun with this little girl, I will let you go. Li Jia looked at Bai Shouqing with a half smile and said slowly, Old Deng, trust me, you can't control it. I can't control her? Bai Shouqing sneered. There's no woman I can't control. You don't know I have another nickname, the Quilt King of 12 Nights. Although Li Jia was still smiling, his narrowed eyes emanated an extremely strong murderous intent. Aunt Jingxiang, I'm very angry now, angrier than ever before. What do you think we should do? Aunt Jingxiang's eyes gradually turned cold, and she said softly, Master, I know what to do. Go. Quick and decisive. Good. Aunt Jingxiang took a step forward and almost teleported in front of Bai Shouqing, her pair of captivating eyes flashing with cold light. Little girl, did you deliver yourself to the door? While Bai Shouqing was speaking rudely, he waved his hand without any warning, and the fake person not far away suddenly attacked. Lin Yuan rubbed his waist, which had been ravaged by Xiao Qingxi, and said, this old thing looks lustful, but he's actually just pretending. Snort. Xiao Qingxi snorted coldly to express her dissatisfaction, turned her head and looked away without saying a word. Lin Yuan secretly groaned in his heart, and when he got home he would frantically hand in his homework to prove his innocence. If you make the young master angry, you will pay the price. Aunt Jingxiang opened her red lips slightly, and the spiritual energy in her body surged like a tide, instantly dispersing the black spiritual energy that enveloped the altar. Bai Shouqing's eyes flashed, and he shouted sternly, kill her. The fake man took advantage of the situation and rushed towards Aunt Shizuka with open arms. Aunt Shizuka raised her hand calmly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The next second, the pseudo-man exploded and turned into thick black liquid that splashed everywhere. The aftermath of Aunt Shizuka's attack spread out in all directions in visible ripples, cutting the pouring rain curtain into two. Bai Shouqing's eyes widened in shock, and he cried out in shock, You are in the sixth realm. Aunt Jingxiang had no expression on her face. She raised her delicate hand and said slowly, Die. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy turned into rain and poured down. Puff, puff, puff. Black and red liquid splashed. Bai Shouqing was instantly pierced by the rain like a sieve, ending his sinful life. After Aunt Jingxiang easily dealt with Bai Shouqing and the fake man, she disappeared again into the void. Li Jia chuckled and clapped his hands, done. Fan Tongyi was full of envy. It's fun to cheat for a while, and it's fun to cheat all the time. Jing Kong clasped his hands together and said, Amitba. Buddha said, Good deeds will be rewarded with good, evil deeds will be punished with evil, karma and reincarnation will not spare anyone. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He yawned and said, Let's go home. Xia Qingxi pouted her cherry lips and whispered, Wait until we get home and see how I deal with you. The heavy rain poured down, washing away the blood and black liquid on the ground, and at the same time, washing away all the sins of Myanbeay. Sudden. The wind died down, the thunder disappeared, and even the rain stopped dripping. The sky was as dark as ink, with a hint of paleness. The golden sunlight shines down, covering the entire northern cotton region, and the place is reborn. Tat-tack. The orderly sound of footsteps became the only sound in Myanbeay at this moment. The 5 members of the Dawn team marched against the light. The light of dawn is eternal. On the Myanbeay mountain, the young man put down the sniper rifle on his shoulder, knelt on his knees, and shouted, Dad, I have avenged you. The roar echoed throughout Myanbeay. At this moment, a hand appeared out of thin air in front of the boy. The boy looked up and saw a smiling face. Get up. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Bart took a deep breath, clasped the hands in front of him, stood up, and said in a deep voice, Thank you. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, We should thank you. Brother Lin, I'm telling you everyone's tired, so let's stop beating around the bush and just hug. Fanton looked at Bart and said straight to the point, Boqi. Brother Lin wants to recruit you to join our gang. Fatty, if you can speak, just say a few words. If you can't, just shut your ass. We are a team, this is Tim. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Fanton covered his head and retreated with a look of vigilance in his eyes. Lin Yuan turned to look at Bart, and the anger on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. The speed of his expression changing was textbook-like. Bart. I'm the captain of the Dawn Squad, and I'd like to invite. I'm in. Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, Bart agreed. For a moment, all members of the Dawn team were stunned. Isn't it too quick to agree? Especially Lin Yuan, he had prepared some remarks. But in the end it was not used. Are you sure you want to join the Dawn Squad? Lin Yuan spoke again to confirm. Bart nodded with a determined look in his eyes, Sure. My father is a warrior, I want to be like him and fight bravely. Lin Yuan patted Bart's shoulder and grinned, Don't worry. The last thing the Dawn Squad lacks is combat. The last piece of the puzzle for the Dawn team has been successfully put into place, the King of Guns Bart. Carrying the truth on your shoulders, you can take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. You are invincible. 2 days later. Fang Tianyuan, apartment number 1. The warm sun blows on my face and the breeze is gentle. On the soft big bed, the boy and girl are expressing their love for each other in their own way. But their methods are a little crazy. There were also tissues all over the floor. And the smell of love filling the house. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Qingxi and grinned, Shall we continue? Xiao Qingxi's face, exposed from the eyes upwards, was shy and timid as she nodded slightly, Continue. An hour later. Lin Yuan asked, Is it still in place? Xiao Qingxi whispered, Just do it. 2 hours later. Lin Yuan, is it correct? Xiao Qingxi, finish. 3 hours later. All. 4 hours later. 5 hours later. All. No. Brother Lin, please let me go. I really can't take it anymore. I'm about to fall apart. Xiao Qingxi was sweating profusely, her face flushed, a trace of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she begged desperately. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was like a victorious general, majestic on his battlefield. Are you convinced? I give in. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, Then I'll reluctantly let you go. After saying that, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and fell asleep. Xiao Qingxi stuck out her tongue and fell into a deep sleep. On the third day, the sky was still clear. After a day and a night of adjustment, Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi recovered with full health. The two looked at each other. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "Do you want to fix it?" Chapter 111 Freshman Competition. Fix it? Xiao Qingxi was reluctant to accept it. You can do a little work on it. At noon, the sun was scorching. In apartment number 1, Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi had rosy complexions and were dressed neatly, ready to go out to find food and replenish their bodies. Boom! The roar of the V-18 engine sounded. Lin Yuan stepped on the accelerator, and the black warrior rushed out like a steel beast. Shie! The brakes screeched, the tires rubbed violently against the ground, black smoke billowed, and a burning smell filled the air. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. "Hey, Coach Han, could you please stop being so elusive? What if I kill you?" "You can't kill me." Han Zhe had a blank expression and spoke concisely and clearly. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he was speechless about this cold-blooded head coach. "Coach Han, is there something wrong?" "Yes. Don't forget the freshman competition this afternoon. Because you two went on a mission a few days ago, the academy has decided to let you go straight to the quarterfinals. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first martial arts arena." After Han Zhe finished speaking, he disappeared out of thin air without waiting for Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi to react. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. "A plant. Brother Lin, shall we go out to eat?" Xiao Qingxi asked with a pout. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and stepped on the accelerator. "The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Let's fill our stomach first." Time flies. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Feng Tianyuan, the first martial arts arena. Today is the third day of the Fengtian Academy freshman competition, and the 50,000 square meter training ground is packed with people. The auditorium was packed with people, every seat was occupied. The sounds of conversation and laughter came one after another, and the air was filled with the flavor of youth. "Isn't it hot in such a bright sun? Hot. 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 The sun is so strong it's right in my face, it's almost melting me. It's been an hour, why hasn't the quarterfinals started yet? It is said that the people are not all present? Not all of us here? Fuck. Who's so awesome that they're making me wait here in the scorching sun for more than an hour? Didn't you see that Coach Han and Vice Dean Yang were waiting patiently under the scorching sun just like us? I'll have to open my eyes and see who has such a big face." Listening to the dissatisfied discussions below, Yang Jinshan, the vice president of Fengtian Academy, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and gritted his teeth. "Han Zhe, are you sure you conveyed my words well?" "Sure." "Then why didn't Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingxi come?" "Why?" "Have no idea." "You." Yang Jinshan almost died from lack of breath. Facing this guy Han Zhe, he had no way to deal with him. If you fight, you will be evenly matched, and you might even be accused of bullying the weak. No matter how much you curse, Han Zhe is just a blockhead. Even if you curse him to death, he won't say a word. It makes you feel like you are cursing yourself. Yang Jinshan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I say. Why don't you go look for it?" "No. Didn't you hear the students below wailing and complaining? Go find Lin Yuan." "You go if you want to go, I won't go." Yang Jinshan's face flushed, and he was furious. "As the president of Fengtian Academy, I order you to go find Lin Yuan. You're the deputy." "Fuck. Han Zhe, I fucking." Boom boom boom. The sudden roar of the engine made the noisy first training ground suddenly quiet down. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. The black warrior drove to the parking lot at the side under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Here I come!" Someone in the crowd shouted. Some senior students in the audience were stunned when they saw this cool black warrior. It turns out to be this living dad. No wonder Coach Han and Vice President Yang are waiting so willingly. Looking around Fengtian Court, only this person can have such a great face. From him, I felt for the first time that high talent is really useful. The freshmen in the audience were all confused when they heard the sighs of the seniors. I'm getting more and more curious about this late guy. Finally, as everyone waited and watched intently, the door of the black warrior's car slowly opened. First, a pair of white and slender legs appeared in everyone's sight. What followed was a cold and beautiful face, exuding an indifference that kept people at a distance. What a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty among our freshman class. In the quarterfinals waiting area, a voice filled with shock rang out. I saw a handsome young man with shining eyes and a look of amazement in his eyes. Brother, listen to this fatty's advice. You'd better not even think about it. The handsome young man turned his head to look at the shifty-looking fat man beside him, and said jokingly with a smile, Brother, don't tell me you are interested too? The fat man's mouth twitched, and he shook his head like a rattle. No, no, no. I haven't lived enough, don't talk nonsense. The handsome boy raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? It's nothing, I just want to tell you that this flower is already taken, and you can't afford to offend the owner of this flower. Interesting. Fatty, do you know who I am? I'm the top scholar in Longjiang province, Xiao. Meet me. The fat man pretended to be shocked. Wow. The top scholar in Longjiang province, how impressive. Xiao raised his eyebrows. He was not stupid, so how could he not hear the fat man's sarcasm? However, he did not say anything harsh, rude, or threatening. Don't be fooled by Xiaoshan's handsome appearance and fair complexion, he is very cruel and believes in solving everything with violence. At the same time, Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi walked hand in hand towards the first martial arts field. The men are very imposing and the women are stunningly beautiful. The scene looks like a wedding. All of them, the audience, are here to witness happiness together. Vice Principal Yang, Coach Han, I'm sorry, I was stuck in traffic and am late. I think I should still make it. Yang Jinshan squeezed in without smiling, it's just in time. Absolutely in time, the timing is just right. That's good. I would feel bad if I let everyone stay in the sun for so long. Lin Yuan said with a smile. When Yang Jinshan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, you still feel sorry for it. But in reality, what he said was, getting more sun exposure can supplement calcium, which is a good thing. After hearing this, Lin Yuan completely lost all his psychological burden and said with a smile, let's get started. The corner of Yang Jinshan's mouth twitched, and the expression on his face was very interesting. Why did it feel like Lin Yuan was the principal, and he was the student? I declare that the Feng Tianyuan 22-25 freshman competition quarterfinals will begin. Quarterfinals, first match. The top student in Longjiang province, Xiao, versus the top student in Liaoyang province, Lu Hui. Both parties please come to the ring immediately to compete. At this time, Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the waiting area, said, it looks like a freshman competition, but it's actually a competition between provinces. Chapter 112 Your eyes make me feel sick. The first martial arts arena of Feng Tianyuan, the arena. Xiao and the burly young man Lu Hui stood facing each other. As the strongest candidates in the two provinces, they both had great momentum. Although, the battle has not yet begun. However, the two have already begun to compete with each other in momentum. The aftermath of the spiritual energy collision spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. Damn! What are these two guys doing? Why haven't they started yet? You don't understand this, do you? High-end games are all like this. Both sides first release their aura to pretend to be Poppy, and then start fighting. You've missed one step, mutual commercial support. Before he finished speaking, Xiao on the stage laughed loudly and said, as expected of the #1 scholar in Liaoyang province, amazing. You're not bad for being the top scholar in Longjiang province. Xiao raised the corners of his mouth, his face filled with a confident smile, let's get started, let's finish this quickly. Then I won't be polite. After Lu Hui finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body gushed out violently. He held a big black stick covered with dense thunder power and swung it violently. All I could hear was the deafening sound of thunder. Lu Hui was in high spirits. He took a step forward and the power of thunder around him became stronger and stronger. Xiao smiled faintly, raised his hand nonchalantly and took out a scimitar from behind his back, which emitted bursts of faint blade light and a chilling aura. Take my blow, blood moon scimitar. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard. Xiao swung his sword, and wherever the blood moon scimitar passed, the space seemed to be torn apart. A crescent-shaped blood-red light roared out, carrying with it endless murderous intent and a sharp aura. The surrounding air was compressed instantly, making a rumbling sound, like thousands of horses galloping. The blood-red light became brighter and brighter, as if a real blood moon had descended upon the earth. Wherever the light reached, the ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. The strong wind pressure made it difficult for the people watching below the stage to breathe, and they all stepped back unconsciously. The energy fluctuations generated by the blood moon scimitar made the entire training ground tremble. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this force, and the sunlight shone directly down, but it could not cover up the terrifying light of the blood moon scimitar. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted, and then his eyes flashed as he praised, the strongest candidate in the province. He really lives up to his reputation. This knife is very powerful. Xiao Qingxi, however, looked unconvinced. That's all? I only need 3 swords. When Lin Yuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Others might not know this girl's strength, but he knew it very well. 3 swords, that's actually a very conservative description. If Xiao Qingxi went all out, the battle could be ended with 1 sword. Ding! Sign-in mission released. Host, please win first place in the freshman competition. Lin Yuan listened to the system prompt sound in his mind, and the expression on his face did not change much. This task was so simple that he wanted to apply for the task reward directly from the system. However, just as this thought came to mind, before he could say it out loud, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Host, please don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth in his heart and said, Reverse Tiangang. Ding! Please don't be angry, host. I'm just stating the facts. Chen, your sister. For the last time. Received. Also, there are no sisters in this system. Lin Yuan. The first martial arts arena, the ring. Xiao Shan slashed with his sword, and the blood moon instantly penetrated the space in front of the two of them. The spatial boundary was distorted and shattered. When the people in the audience seats saw this scene, they were all stunned and exclaimed, so strong. Thunderous! Lu Hui shouted loudly and advanced instead of retreating. He took a step forward, the arena beneath his feet shook violently, gravel flew everywhere, and the big black stick in his hand burst out with dazzling lightning. Boom! A loud bang. The moment the thunder and the blood moon collided with each other, a violent force spread out in all directions with the contact point as the center. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Everyone's eyes were on the two people fighting on the ring. At this moment, time seems to have stood still. Lu Hui and Xiao Shan stood there motionless, looking at each other with fighting spirit in their eyes. This battle is evenly matched. Come again. Lu Hui suddenly swung the big black stick. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and smashed down. Xiao Shan's pupils contracted, and he swung the scimitar in his hand, and another blood moon shot out. However, what no one expected was that this blood moon actually split into 2 halfway. One of the blood moons flew towards Lu Hui. At this critical moment, Lu Hui's expression changed drastically. He definitely couldn't hide, so he could only avoid the vital points as much as possible. Puff! Blood splattered. Lu Hui's left shoulder was pierced by the blood moon. The next second, the scimitar in Xiao Shan's hand appeared on Lu Hui's neck. For a moment, a cold feeling swept over my whole body. Lu Hui shuddered, a hint of unwillingness flashing across his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. I lost. Thank you. Xiao Shan raised the corner of his mouth, put away his crescent-shaped scimitar, turned around and walked towards the center of the ring. First match of the quarterfinals, Xiao Shan wins. There was a burst of cheers and shouts from the audience. Most of them are girls. After all, Xiao Shan's character is that of a male protagonist. He is handsome, powerful, extremely talented, and has a strong background. This is the perfect man in every girl's mind. Of course, there are also some boys who want to take the back door and are working hard and showing active performance. Xiao Shan really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and his condescending gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the audience. The audience is all ordinary people. But when he saw that stunningly pretty face in the crowd, Xiao Shan couldn't take his eyes away. His expression became increasingly complicated. There is admiration, aggression, and a strong desire for possession. All kinds of emotions have reached a peak and are extremely hot. He even wanted to rush up and hug the girl in his arms. She is really extraordinary. After Xiao Qingxi felt the fanatical gaze from Xiao Shan, she looked up and her eyes gradually became cold, which made her feel sick. Sierra, what's wrong? Lin Yuan asked with concern. Xiao Qingxi frowned and said coldly, this person's eyes make me feel sick. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked towards the arena. Xiao Shan's eyes were full of affection, and they made people get goosebumps. You're trying to poach my girlfriend right in front of me? You don't even treat me as a human being. Lin Yuan muttered, narrowing his eyes with murderous intent. But at this moment, Xiao stood up suddenly and said coldly, "Your eyes make me feel sick. If you look at me again, I don't mind digging out your eyes." As soon as these words were spoken, the first martial arts arena fell into deathly silence. TSK. Why are you pretending to be so noble? There are tens of thousands of girls in Fengtian courtyard, but you're the only one living with Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice broke the silence. Chapter 113, Beating a Woman? Lin Yuan smiled and turned to look at the girl with glasses sitting behind them. You really are good at talking bad about people behind their backs. Did I say something bad? Isn't that the truth? The woman with glasses pushed her glasses up on her nose and shouted, "Everyone in Fengtian knows that you two are living together in the same dormitory. It's okay for a man like you to be shameless. Xiao Qingxi is such a shameless girl, and she's even pretending to be noble today. I'm disgusted by her face." The girl with glasses kept talking non-stop, as if all her meridians were open. "You're looking for death." The murderous intent in Xiao Qingxi's eyes turned into reality. She raised her hand, ready to chop the girl with glasses with a palm. But Lin Yuan stopped him. "Sheer, calm down. There are so many people watching us. It will have a bad influence." The woman with glasses had a smug smile on her face and shouted, "Little bitch, did you hear that? Or is your wild man sensible?" "No." Bang! There was a crisp sound of slapping. The lenses of the woman wearing glasses were shattered all over the floor. "Ah! Lin Yuan, you're crazy. How dare you hit me in front of so many people?" The woman with glasses who lost her glasses was like a blind person. She pointed at the innocent people around her and spoke harshly based on her memory. The innocent audience was very attentive. They pulled the glasses girl's finger and pointed at Lin Yuan, and said considerately, "I am not Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is here. Don't be silly." The bespectacled woman had 5 scarlet fingerprints on her face, and her expression gradually twisted. "Lin Yuan, get over here and apologize to me, or I won't let you off today. The dean and Coach Han are watching us." "Han Zhe, what are you doing? Go ahead, they're all low on health, go and harvest them. Why are you in such a hurry? I know what's going on." Everyone turned their heads to look at the podium, their CPUs pumping with excitement. It would be difficult for them to escape. 2 school leaders who are almost 200 years old in total are actually playing games. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, and the smile on his face was so bright, "They are all very busy." "Lin Yuan, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm scolding Xiao Qingxi, not you." The girl with glasses was panicking and started talking nonsense. "Then you deserve to die even more." As he spoke, Lin Yuan grabbed the glasses girl's neck and asked, "How do you want to die?" The cold voice exuded endless murderous intent, and the feeling of suffocation made the girl with glasses feel the crisis of death. She couldn't stop shaking, and her face turned red and purple. "Let me go, Lin Yuan, are you a man? How dare you hit a woman?" The voice of the girl with glasses was intermittent. "Hit a woman? First of all, in my eyes, you're not even a human being, so how can you be called a woman?" Before Lin Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. "You! Woo-woo!" The woman with glasses stopped talking abruptly, and her feet began to do the spacewalk in the air. Gradually, the movement becomes smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller, until there is no movement. Holy crap! How dare Lin Yuan kill someone in front of the vice dean and Coach Han? There's still no law? Are there still school rules? Is there still humanity? Royal law? School rules? Humanity? But he is the only SSS-level talent awakener. Amid the discussions around her, the vitality of the girl with glasses was gradually fading away, and her consciousness was gradually sinking into darkness. "Stop it, Lin Yuan." A cold voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. "It's Han Zhe." Lin Yuan turned his head and looked towards the podium. Coincidentally, at this moment, Han Zhe also looked over and nodded slightly, signaling him to stop. But Lin Yuan didn't do as he was told. Instead, he asked, "Are we just going to let this go? But my girlfriend is still feeling aggrieved. What should I do?" Han Zhe's face was startled, his brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "I will take care of it, trust me." "Good." This time, Lin Yuan agreed very readily. Plop. With a dull thud, the girl with glasses fell heavily to the ground, motionless, like a dead dog. Dead. The first training ground fell into a deathly silence that lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. Sudden. Ah! Help! Help! The girl with glasses let out a scream, covered her neck with both hands, and breathed in big gulps of fresh air greedily. Just now, she really stepped through the gates of hell and truly felt the coming of death. From now on, if I hear anyone from Feng Tianyuan say something bad about Xiao again, I will come after you. By then, even the gods won't be able to save you. I say! As Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, the girl with glasses shuddered violently, her eyes filled with fear. She nodded quickly and said intermittently, I understand. Get lost. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he let out a low shout. The girl with glasses turned pale instantly, she struggled to stand up, and stumbled away. Everything in the training ground returned to normal. Everyone in the audience looked at Lin Yuan, their eyes filled with fear. This guy really dares to kill people. And, more importantly, he kills people and nothing happens to him. Who can stand that? Lin Yuan turned to look at Xiao Shan on the stage, his eyes tinged with a hint of teasing. Take my advice, you can't grasp it. Xiao Shan raised the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. Whether I can grasp it or not is not up to you to decide. Strength is the key. You think you're strong? That's enough for you. The two were on the verge of a fight and confronted each other. At this time, Xiao Shan turned to look at Han Zhe, clasped his hands together, and said loudly, Master Han, I wonder if I can apply to fight Lin Yuan. I can't wait to ask this SSS-level martial arts talent awakener for advice. Han Zhe frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the audience, jumped up and landed lightly on the stage. Coach Han, I think this makes sense. Han Ze's eyes flickered, and he looked at the smiling Xiao Shan with sympathy, and asked, Are you sure you want to challenge Lin Yuan? I'm sure. Seeing Xiao Shan still insisting, Han Ze said nothing more. He walked to the center of the ring and said coldly, Second match of the quarterfinals, Xiao Shan versus Lin Yuan. Both parties, get ready and start. Han Ze's figure flashed and he left the ring. On the ring, the two stood facing each other. The atmosphere was already extremely tense before the ring battle even started. Xiao Shan smiled and asked, I heard you were very strong. You said it was just hearsay. How do you define strong or not? If I'm stronger than you, then I'm considered strong. Then I should be called invincible. Lin Yuan doesn't know what it means to be low-key, he only knows that the truth comes out of his fists. Xiao Shan narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, You are the only one who dares to talk to me like this. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, That may be because I am the only one who got the rabies vaccine. Xiao Shan has always believed that he is very sophisticated and can remain expressionless. Chapter 114, Shadow Clone. Xiao Shan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart that was almost uncontrollable. Give that girl to me, and I will make your loss less ugly. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, murderous intent filled his eyes, your tongue, I want them all. So, you rejected me, didn't you? After Xiao Shan finished speaking, he raised his leg and walked forward. He took a step forward, and the spiritual energy in his body surged violently. In my eyes, categorizing martial arts talent into different levels is the most foolish thing in the world. Strength determines everything. With the blessing of spiritual energy, Xiao Shan's voice was deafening and echoed throughout the entire martial arts field. Lin Yuan asked jokingly, Are you done yet, speaker? Looking for death. Xiao Shan shouted, and the scimitar appeared in his hand again, Blood Moon Scimitar. Even though the audience had seen this blow for the second time, they were still shocked. A knife slashed out from a distance. A blood-red crescent moon about 4 or 5 meters high swung out from the blade, silently cutting through the space barrier, and in an instant, it penetrated the space in front of the two people. However, Lin Yuan stood there motionless with a smile on his face. After Xiao Shan discovered this phenomenon, he frowned slightly. His intuition told him that Lin Yuan was definitely not waiting to die. Although, he sneered at the SSS-level martial arts talent and was very disdainful of it. But in fact, he was still very wary. Moreover, Xiao Shan felt a very strong sense of crisis. Cut! Xiao Shan roared loudly again, and the power and speed emitted by the Blood Moon sword. A blood moon came towards them. The distance was getting closer and closer, less than 10 meters away. And this 10-meter distance was covered in a flash. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Where did the mirror come from? Xiao widened his eyes, looking at the mirror that appeared out of nowhere in disbelief, and couldn't help but scream. This scene is really too weird. However, for the old students watching the game, it was no longer surprising. Is this the reason for your pride? Lin Yuan joked with a smile. Xiao stared at the mirror not far away, his eyes full of fear, but what he said was, "Are you performing magic with me?" Magic? Lin Yuan said with a smile, "You can think so, but this magic trick of mine can kill people." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. Crack! There was a sound of shattering. The huge mirror exploded and turned into mirror flowers floating in the air. Xiao Shan's pupils contracted and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Yuan's hands flashed, and he said with a smile, "Next, please enjoy the sea of mirror flowers I prepared for you. I hope you like it." That's all. Lin Yuan pushed forward with both hands. Those bizarre mirror flowers shot out like bullets. Xiao Shan's face changed drastically, and an unprecedented sense of fear instantly swept over his body. Blood Moon Scimitar. As Xiao Shan retreated backward, he swung the scimitar in his hand and slashed down repeatedly. The crescent blade beams sank into the sea of mirror flowers, and became silent like a stone sinking into the sea. Seeing the sea of mirror flowers getting closer, Xiao Shan frantically urged the spiritual energy in his body and shouted loudly, "Xiao Busan." A burst of white light appeared around Xiao Shan, instantly enveloping him. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Along with a series of dull sounds, the mirror flowers shattered one by one. Xiao Shan was covered in white light and was unharmed. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "This guy really has this ability." However, Xiao Shan was not feeling well at this time. Although he was not injured due to the protection of the white light, the severe pain caused by the mirror flowers hitting his body was so excruciating that he almost wanted to die. Puff! Xiao Shan finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking. When the scimitar stabbed into the ring, Xiao Shan stood with his back bent, leaning on his sword. The first martial arts arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone was in shock. Is Xiao Shan strong? The answer is yes. The number 1 scholar in Longjiang province was won by Xiao Shan with his sword strikes one by one, and his strength is unquestionable. No one can deny his strength. The reason why he was killed instantly was because his opponent was stronger and more abnormal. Can you still stand up? Suddenly, a teasing voice broke the silence in the training ground. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Lin Yuan's face was full of smiles, but it made people shudder, especially his cold eyes, which exuded murderous intent. Xiao Shan took a deep breath, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his waist, stared at Lin Yuan with a serious look. SSS level talent awakener, it is indeed very strong. In my opinion, dividing martial arts talents into levels is the most foolish behavior in the world. Strength determines everything, Lin Yuan said with a smile. This sentence sounded familiar to everyone present. Xiao Shan's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He never thought that such a thing as shooting himself in the foot would happen to him. Do you think you've won? After Xiao Shan finished speaking, his hands flashed and he shouted loudly, "Double shadow clone." Suddenly, a mysterious wave of power surged in the air. With a whoosh sound, 2 identical Xiao Shan appeared on the ring, even the scimitars in their hands were exactly the same. You're already very strong enough to force me out. Xiao Shan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yuan curled his lips, you talk too much. 1 is a beating, 2 is abuse, come together. Annihilation Flash Moon. The 2 Xiao Shan shouted in unison and swung the scimitars in their hands at the same time, emitting a cold light like moonlight, which spread out like water waves, illuminating the entire arena with a silver-white glow. The light moved across the blade like an electric current, making crackling sounds. As they shouted in unison, a powerful spiritual energy quickly spread out with the scimitar as the center, and the air was torn apart by this spiritual energy, making a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, the spiritual energy transformed into countless purple crescent-shaped light blades, flying towards Lin Yuan with the momentum to destroy everything. Wherever the light blade passed, space was slightly distorted, as if it could not withstand such powerful force. The full strength attack of the 2 Xiao Shans is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The strength has increased exponentially. Just when everyone was curious about how Lin Yuan would defend, a scene occurred that they will never forget. There was a loud thunder in the arena. Lin Yuan did not retreat but advanced instead, his speed reaching an extreme speed. He took a step forward and appeared 100 meters away. Null. Time stands still. Countless purple light blades transformed into purple mirror flowers and remained in the air. Xiao Shan's eyes widened, filled with shock and fear. No. This is absolutely impossible. How so? Xiao Shan was extremely uneasy. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why his attack turned into a mirage. Why? It's over. A cold voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. Chapter 115, Flying on the Clouds. It's over. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice rang out, the other Xiao Shan disappeared out of thin air. However, the impact is not significant. There was only a puff sound. Blood splattered. As the piercing pain hit him, Xiao Shan's world fell into darkness. No. My eyes. Puff. Woo woo woo. The hysterical screams instantly turned into painful groans of woo-woo, echoing over the first martial arts field. Everyone looked at Xiao Shan, who was curled up on the ground in the ring. A hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes, but many of them were still filled with fear. There was a police flower stuck in each of Xiao Shan's eye sockets, and half of his tongue was covered in blood. This is just a small lesson. If I catch you peeking at my girlfriend again, I promise you'll die a miserable death. A cold voice sounded. Xiao Shan trembled violently, his facial features gradually distorted, blood flowed from his mouth and eyes, and he looked hideous and terrifying. His mouth opened and closed, but he can only make a woo-woo sound. It really makes people's ears restless and is more annoying than flies. Bang! Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked Xiao Shan directly off the ring. Get lost. Go away and whine away, you're so upset. The training ground was completely silent. Coach Han, can we announce the results now? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. After Han Zhe came to his senses, he looked at Lin Yuan deeply. His expressionless face finally showed some expression, and he looked shocked. Were you too cruel? Lin Yuan curled his lips and said, if a man is not ruthless, he can't stand firm. There's nothing I can do. Who allowed him to poach people in front of me? I didn't kill him, so I've already done enough. After hearing this, Han Ze's face twitched. For a moment, he was speechless. After all, what Lin Yuan said was indeed the truth. Han Ze shouted, second match of the quarterfinals, Lin Yuan wins. If anyone wants to challenge Lin Yuan, please come on stage and challenge him immediately. After Han Ze finished speaking, a long while passed. No one in the quarterfinals waiting area was brave enough to stand up. At this moment, silence is golden. Han Ze's cold and ruthless eyes swept across the faces of the top 8 freshmen in the waiting area, SSS level. The remaining 5 people all lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe. They were afraid that Han Ze would call them up on stage and force them to challenge Lin Yuan. However, Han Ze was not so idle. After watching Lin Yuan walk off the stage, he announced loudly, the third round of the quarterfinals begins. The upcoming quarterfinals had no appeal to Lin Yuan. In the warm sunshine, he felt drowsy. Gradually, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Time flies. The sun sets in the west and it gets dark. The quarterfinals are coming to an end, and the final rankings are freshly released. I hereby declare that in the 22-25 Fengtian Academy freshman competition, the first place winner is Lin Yuan. Come on stage and receive your award. Brother Lin, wake up quickly. Coach Han wants you to go up on stage to receive your reward. Xia Qingxi shook Lin Yuan's arm and greeted him softly. Finally, Lin Yuan looked around sleepily and asked dazedly, is it over? Xia Qingxi nodded, it's over. Coach Han wants you to go on stage to receive the award. Oh. Lin Yuan stood up, rubbed his eyes, and walked onto the ring. Coach Han, where's the reward? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. Looking around Fengtian courtyard, everyone knows that Coach Han attaches great importance to etiquette. Holy crap! How dare he talk to Coach Han like that? He really thinks his talent is a lifesaver. I remember last time, a guy almost got the shit beaten out of him because he didn't salute Coach Han. Everyone, what do you say this time? Han Ze's face turned red and blue. He took a deep breath, reached into his arms, and took out a blue-covered martial arts book. He said in a deep voice, this is a reward for you. It's the 7th level flying martial arts book, Flying on the Clouds. It doesn't matter what martial arts technique it is. Level 7, these 2 words are enough to prove everything. Lin Yuan, who was in a daze, suddenly perked up. He took the martial arts with both hands and said with a smile, "Thank you, Coach Han, thank you, Vice President Yang, and thank you, Fengtian Academy." Yang Jinshan laughed heartily and said in a loud voice, "Fengtian Academy is never stingy with talents. Fengtian Grand Arena, if you have the ability, come." Hanzhe rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "Go down with your martial arts skills." Okay. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan swaggered off the stage with "Flying on the Cloud." "Sheer, I wonder what your reward will be." Lin Yuan muttered curiously. "We'll know soon." As soon as Xia Qingxi finished speaking, Hanzhe's voice rang out again, "Xia Qingxi, second place in the freshman competition, come on stage to receive your award." The training grounds suddenly became quiet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Qingxi walked onto the stage. Hanzhe took out a blue-covered martial arts book from his arms, the Mysterious Woman's Sutra. There is no great description. But Xia Qingxi raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. The Zhuan Sutra is the only reward from Feng Tianyuan that can impress her. This martial arts book is a reward given to you by the dean himself. Hanzhe's cold voice was surprisingly respectful. "Thank the dean for me. I'll bring it there." Xia Qingxi turned around and walked off the stage, unable to hide the joy on her face. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw this. "Sheer, is this technique important to you?" Xia Qingxi's eyes flashed with excitement. "Brother Lin, the Zhuan Sutra can increase my cultivation speed." "Can your cultivation speed be further improved?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. "That's right. Once I successfully cultivate the Zhuan Sutra, my cultivation speed will at least double." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. Double. Oh my god, she opened it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lin Yuan, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the purple treasure chest. Do you want to start it now? Lin Yuan, open. Ding. Sign-in quest reward, skill, the way of the gene card LV2. Note, the way of the Jinche, when the Jinche is combined, it is a chopping motion. Nothing can escape being chopped off. No martial arts skills are needed, just one strike. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt that his skills were no longer important. He now only wanted to improve his realm. Night falls, Zhao Mansion. The royal Zhao family, whose head, Zhao Donghai, colluded with alien races, was killed by the spirit enforcing team. This incident caused the once prosperous Zhao family's reputation and status to plummet, and they lost their royal title. The retainers kept by the clan left one after another. The Xiao family has now fallen into a second-rate family, and their former enemies have come to seek revenge one after another. The people in the huge Zhao mansion were in panic, and the atmosphere was depressing and solemn. Bang! A sudden muffled sound broke the silence in the Zhao residence. Zhao Laosan's face flushed red, his hair standing on end with rage. Spirit enforcement team, these bastards are going too far. Chapter 116. The Zhao brothers betray each other. Sent away? At this moment, a calm voice sounded. It seemed as if there was some kind of magic that gradually calmed down Zhao Laosan, who was in an extremely irritable mood. Hear the sound and look. In the main hall of the Zhao family, Zhao Dongyi sat on the chair on the left, his head supported by his hand. His eyes were shining brightly under his gold-rimmed glasses, emitting a wise light. It seems that no one has any secrets under these eyes. Zhao Laosan gritted his teeth and said, "Send him away." Okay. Stop being angry and sit down and talk. Zhao Dongyi pointed to a chair beside him and said with a smile. Zhao Laosan snorted coldly, sat down, and drank tea in big gulps, as if to express his dissatisfaction. Zhao Dongyi shook his head and smiled. Aren't you afraid of insomnia at night? Don't be afraid. Zhao Laosan said angrily in a muffled voice, I can't sleep, so I just went to talk to Big Brother. When Zhao Dongyi heard this, the smile on his face froze and his eyes were filled with murderous intent, but all of this disappeared in a flash. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the dark night outside, and slowly spoke. Third brother, are you still blaming me? I wouldn't dare. You're the head of the Zhao family now, how could I dare to blame you? Zhao Laosan's yin and yang skills are very powerful. Even Zhao Dongyi, who was extremely cunning, couldn't withstand it and couldn't help feeling a headache. This reckless man. Third brother, I know that in your heart, you are still brooding over your eldest brother's death and blaming me for not saving him. I didn't. Xiao Dongyi raised his hand to interrupt him and continued, you can blame me if you want. If you think I'm not worthy of being your second brother, or if you're not comfortable staying in the Xiao family, then leave. As soon as these words were spoken, bang! Zhao Laosan slammed the table and stood up, glaring at each other. Xiao Dongyi, what the hell did you say? Let me leave? Are you trying to drive me out of the Xiao family? I'm not kicking you out. You're the one who's unhappy staying in this house and you're dissatisfied with me. So, if that's the case, then go away, as far away as you can. After Xiao Dongyi finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Laosan laughed out loud as if he was crazy, with his head thrown back, and his laughter echoed throughout the Xiao mansion. However, this burly man started crying while laughing, with tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, Zhao Laosan's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at Xiao Dongyi in front of him and said sternly, Xiao Dongyi, have you finally revealed your true colors? You deliberately didn't save my eldest brother, causing him to die tragically in the ancestral home. Now you're leaving and kicking me out of the Xiao family. You planned all of this. You are just Zhuge Liang of the Xiao family. I admire you so much. You killed your brother and usurped the throne. You are not a human being, you beast. Xiao Dongyi narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing. Zhao Laosan, that's enough. Shut up. Get out of the Xiao family, and I can pretend nothing happened, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Laosan is also a stubborn guy. He is so angry that he will never give up. Moreover, he has been holding a grudge ever since Xiao Donghai's death. A surge of anger towards Xiao Dongyi. He's going to explode today. The spiritual energy in Zhao Laosan's body gushed out. He took a step forward, and a deep pit appeared under his feet, and gravel flew everywhere. I want to see what you can do to me. At this time, figures emitting powerful auras rushed in from outside the door. When the guests saw the two brothers at loggerheads, they were stunned. Second master, third master, you are brothers, is there anything you can't talk about nicely? Yeah. It would be nice if the misunderstanding was resolved. Why make it so unpleasant? Second master, you don't know that third master has such a bad temper. How can you be on the same level as him? WQNMD. Zhao Laosan pointed at the retainer's nose and cursed, spewing foul language, who the hell do you think you are? Third master. You. What do you mean by I? Get lost. You losers are all the same as Xiao Dongyi, you're in cahoots with each other. Stop pretending to be decent people in front of me. After Zhao Laosan finished cursing, the spiritual energy in his body gushed out, and he swung the two giant axes in his hands violently, causing the void to tremble and cracks in space to appear. The faces of the guests around him changed drastically, and they retreated, shouting in unison, Third Master, are you crazy? Zhao Laosan grinned grimly, crazy? That's right. I am crazy. I'm going to kill all of you hypocritical beasts. As he spoke, Zhao Laosan rushed towards the group of guests. As the giant axe was swung, it emitted bursts of strong murderous intent. Second master. Third master. You go down first and guard the door. No one is allowed to step out of the main hall. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed without mercy. Xiao Dongyi stood up slowly, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and gave an order. Second master, you want it? Sacrifice your relatives for the sake of justice. Say it. Xiao Dongyi raised his leg and walked towards Zhao Laosan. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. After 5 steps, Xiao Dongyi's momentum reached its peak, the spiritual energy around him raged, and the surrounding space barrier twisted and shattered. 6th realm. Second master is actually a 6th level expert. He hides it very well. Second master's almost monstrous mind makes people overlook his talent. Although the head of the family has passed away, as long as the second master is here, the Xiao family will have no worries about returning to the royal family. Yeah. I decided not to leave. I won't leave either. I swear to follow the Xiao family and the second master until death. Go out. Xiao Dongyi shouted loudly. The guests, who were talking among themselves, left the main hall at the same time. Bang! As the door to the main hall slammed shut, the room fell into darkness. There was a gleam in Xiao Dongyi's eyes. Zhao Laosan's eyes were bloodshot. The two brothers are at loggerheads. I never thought that one day a situation of fratricide would happen to me, Xiao Dongi. Xiao Dongi said self-deprecatingly, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. On the other hand, Zhao Laosan was filled with murderous intent. He stared at Xiao Dongi intently and shouted, Xiao Dongi, you beast, are you worthy of the ancestors of the Xiao family? Are you worthy of your father? Are you worthy of your eldest brother? Xiao Dongi took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and shouted loudly, I, Xiao Dongi, will always be worthy of the ancestors of the Xiao family, worthy of my father, worthy of my eldest brother, and even more worthy of you, Zhao Laosan. Have you forgotten who took the blame for you when you made mistakes, got into trouble, and upset your father time and time again? Don't you remember that 2 years ago, because of your recklessness, the Xiao family lost a spirit stone mine? And who was it that concealed the truth about your eldest brother and saved you from danger? Zhao Laosan, remember this, even if I, Xiao Dongi, feel sorry for anyone else, I will always be worthy of you, Xiao Dongbiao. Amidst Xiao Dongi's deafening shouts. I haven't fucking forgotten. Zhao Laosan shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes were red, his big black face gradually twisted, and he couldn't stop shaking violently. Suddenly, Zhao Laosan raised his head and looked at Xiao Dongi with a ferocious expression, saying sternly, but that was in the past. Who can guarantee that it was not from that time that you started to betray the Xiao family? Ahahaha. Chapter 117, Blood Test. Ahahaha. Xiao Dongi laughed loudly and shouted in a deep voice, Zhao Laosan, you ungrateful thing, you deserve to die. Xiao Dongi, stop pretending to be a decent person here. Aren't you tired? Zhao Laosan grinned grimly and looked at Xiao Dongi while waving 2 huge axes. Crack. Zhao Laosan really had the intention to kill. 2 huge axes fell from the sky and directly smashed the space barrier. Go straight to Xiao Dongi's face. A fatal blow. Third brother, I haven't taken action in so many years, have you forgotten my strength? Xiao Dongi raised the corners of his mouth and advanced instead of retreating. Boom! There was a loud bang. The huge main hall shook violently, and cracks quickly spread in all directions. Cracked like a spider web. Just one blow made Zhao Laosan feel his blood boiling. He roared, Xiao Dongi, you're really hiding it. The words fell. The huge axe in Zhao Laosan's hand chopped straight towards Xiao Dongi's face. Boom! There was a loud bang. Xiao Dongi grabbed Zhao Laosan's wrist and all attacks came to an abrupt stop. No matter how hard Zhao Laosan tried, the giant axe in his hand didn't move at all. Third brother, you are still too weak. Xiao Dongi shook his head and smiled bitterly. After hearing this, Zhao Laosan flew into a rage, WQNND, who are you looking down on? Asshole. You deserve a beating. Xiao Dongi narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed, and he punched Zhao Laosan in the chest. It seemed like an insignificant punch, but it carried an unstoppable momentum. Zhao Laosan truly felt the suffocation of death. His face was distorted and he roared fiercely, Ah! Xiao Dongi, you beast, I will fight you to the death, go to hell. Xiao Dongi's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly, You are the one who deserves to die. At this time, the guests who were eavesdropping on the door were stunned when they heard the conversation between Xiao Dongi and Zhao Laosan in the main hall. Could it be that second master really killed third master? Is there any need to ask? The third master has already said WQNND, how could the second master possibly show mercy? Has the third master gone crazy? What third master? That's Xiao. Boom! Crack! With a loud bang, the door of the main hall shattered. Wood chips flew everywhere. Next second. Plop! The main hall collapsed and turned into ruins. The entire Xiao mansion trembled violently. Second master. All the guests screamed in shock. In the ruins, Xiao Dongi was covered in blood, holding a headless corpse in his arms. Judging from his clothes, it was Zhao Laosan. The retainer's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with shock. Although, they had just guessed that Xiao Dongi would kill Zhao Laosan. But when I saw the scene with my own eyes, I still found it unbelievable. Fratricide. Tat-tack. Heavy footsteps were heard. Xiao Dongi stared blankly at the headless corpse in his arms, and walked out of the wasteland step by step. There were streaks of blood on the ground. Second master, are you okay? Xiao Dongi didn't say anything, just stared and walked forward. Second master. Second master. Second master. The doorman called out cautiously and softly. But Xiao Dongi acted as if he didn't hear it and just kept walking forward. Stop. Suddenly, a powerful voice broke the silence of the Xiao family. At the same time, a man stood in front of Xiao Dongyi and stopped him. Get out of the way. Xiao Dongyi didn't look up, his tone was calm, neither sad nor happy. Xiao Dongyi, the Xiao family is in a special situation right now. I hope you can cooperate with us. Song Tianming frowned and said without question. But at this moment, Xiao Dongyi suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He spoke word by word in a hoarse voice, Captain Song. The dead are the greatest. Under the gaze of Xiao Dongyi's scarlet eyes, Song Tianming's heart suddenly contracted, but he still said in a deep voice, Xiao Dongyi, please say it one last time, please cooperate with my work, don't cause trouble for yourself, and don't push the Xiao family into the abyss, otherwise your eldest brother. Shut up. Xiao Dongyi took a sudden step forward, his violent murderous aura transformed into substance and wreaked havoc. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his cheeks, which was shocking to the eye. Don't mention my brother. The hoarse voice was filled with endless resentment. Song Tianming's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath and said, Xiao Dongyi, I only need 1 drop of blood essence, and then I can bury Xiao Laosan in peace. Otherwise, if the 2 of us waste time like this, it will not be good for anyone. What if I say no? Xiao Dongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Song Tianming. All the retainers of the Xiao family circulated their spiritual energy at the same time, ready for battle. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The huge Xiao mansion was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Song Tianming narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed, and he slowly said, Xiao Dongyi, don't walk your own path to death. As soon as the words fell, the members of the spirit-carrying team appeared one after another, all holding weapons and ready to go. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Dongyi laughed with his head tilted back, tears of blood streaming out of his eyes. Third brother. Second brother, I'm sorry. Song Tianming didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and took a drop of blood from the chest of the headless corpse in Xiao Dongyi's arms. Then, Song Tianming twisted his fingers and the essence and blood floated in the air. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The essence and blood exploded into negligible blood drops, which slowly gathered together and eventually formed the appearance of Xiao Laosan. When Xiao Dongyi saw the bloody shadow of Xiao Laosan, his face turned pale, his legs went weak and he fell down. Second Master. The Xiao family's retainer's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurried forward to help him up. Second Master, are you okay? Xiao Dongyi shook his head, looking very weak. Captain Song, can you leave my Xiao mansion now? Or are you going to force me to death before you give up? Song Tianming looked at Xiao Dongyi deeply, his frown not relaxing. My condolences. After saying that, he led the team away. Xiao Dongyi looked at Song Tianming's back, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He shouted, pass on my order, send my third brother, Xiao Dongbiao, on his last journey tomorrow. Yes. The Xiao family's guests shouted in unison, deafening. Second Master. Leave third master's body to me. I'll go. Before the retainer could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Dongyi's eyes that looked like a ferocious beast. I want to personally send my third brother to the ancestral hall. Outside Xiao Mansion. Inside a brown SUV, Song Tianming frowned and remained silent. The atmosphere in the whole car was very depressing. Boss, what's wrong with you? You haven't said a word since you came out of Xiao's house. Should we leave or not? Zhou Yue frowned and asked. Song Tianming came back to his senses and pondered, the 3 Xiao brothers are famous for their brotherly love. Could they really kill each other? Why do I always feel that there is something fishy going on here? Didn't you take a blood test? Semen and blood test? Suddenly, Song Tianming's eyes flashed. Chapter 118 The Storm is Coming. Semen and blood test? Song Tianming's eyes flashed, and he asked, tell me, with Xiao Dongyi's devilish brain, can he not guess that I want to do a semen and blood test? Zhao Yue's pupils contracted, and she said coldly, so, you're saying the blood essence is fake? It's possible. Bang! Zhao Yue, come back. Song Tianming called him to stop. Zhao Yue frowned, let's go. Go in and find Xiao Dongyi. Song Tianming shook his head and said, even if the blood essence is fake, it's too late to go now. What should we do then? I have a feeling tomorrow will not be peaceful. Song Tianming's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. At the same time, Feng Tianyuan, apartment number 1. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi were preparing to go out for a walk after dinner, but as soon as they went out, the void in front of them began to distort and a crack appeared. And Yi Wudao also appeared immediately. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, Master San, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so sad? Zhao Lao San is dead. Zhao Lao San? Lin Yuan was very surprised. Zhao Lao San, whose son Zhao Laoer lives or dies, has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Yi Wudao's mouth twitched, he rolled his eyes in annoyance, and analyzed it from beginning to end. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered after hearing this. So, you're saying that this drama directed and acted by Zhao Dongyi is a conspiracy carefully prepared for me? Yi Wudao frowned, his face very solemn. Whether it's true or not, tomorrow, you have to be extra careful. Don't go anywhere. Just stay in Fengtian courtyard. Do you hear me? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Don't worry, I don't plan to go out either. So, are you going to open the coffin and perform the autopsy with Captain Song tomorrow? No. Your safety is above all else. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched after hearing this. He quickly turned his head to look at Xia Qingxi beside him and explained, Sheer. Don't get me wrong, this guy and I are innocent. Yi Wudao's eyes went dark and he almost fell over. Damn. Brat, why are you acting so much? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, how are your arrangements with Bart going? Everything is arranged. You can report to Feng Tianyuan tomorrow. Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the six-man team finished their expedition to Myanbeay, Bart and he returned to Jiangcheng. However, a problem arose immediately. So where does Bart go when there is no mission? Finally, it was unanimously decided to let him come to Feng Tianyuan. However, Fengtian Academy has very strict admissions requirements. Even if Yi Wudao used the Yi family's connections and the power of the spirit exercising team, it was useless in the end as he was rejected outright by Fengtian Academy. The student's own strength and talent are the only criteria for Fengtian Academy's admissions, and no one can break this rule. However, it now seems that Bart has conquered all the examiners of Fengtian Academy with his abnormal shooting skills. Yi Wudao grinned and said, you didn't see the scene when Bart was taking the test. It was so spectacular that it shocked those old guys in Fengtian Academy. In the end, they unanimously decided to make an exception for the admissions process and even opened a separate class for Bart, with Bart as the instructor. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, so, I have to call Bart coach every time I see him from now on? I think it's necessary. Yi Wudao chuckled and disappeared out of thin air. Lin Yuan curled his lips, raised his arm and hugged Xia Qingxi's slender waist, a smile flashed in his eyes. Sheer, it's getting late, shouldn't we go back to bed? The girl blushed shyly, you big pervert. Ha 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 ha. Amidst laughter, the two turned and walked into apartment number 1. In a dark corner not far away, a pair of eyes were staring at the backs of the two people, emitting and blooming an evil look. Very interesting little guy, worthy of his SSS-level martial arts talent. The next day. The sky was gray and the dark clouds were like heavy mountains pressed together, almost touching the roof. The wind howled violently, bending the branches on the street and making them almost break. The leaves rustled and the dust flew up, forming a muddy vortex. A stuffy atmosphere permeated the air, as if water could be squeezed out of the air. In the distant sky, lightning was looming, like a silver snake weaving through the clouds, and dull thunder could be heard faintly. Boom! Pedestrians were hurrying along, their faces filled with anxiety and uneasiness. At this moment, the sky was like a taut bowstring, which could be torn apart by a thunder at any time, causing heavy rain to pour down. In such extreme weather, the Xiao mansion hung white lanterns to suit the occasion, funeral music played, and a sad and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire Xiao mansion. Everyone in the Xiao mansion wore white clothes and mourning bands on their heads. In the main hall, Xiao Dongyi closed his eyes, his face pale, and sat motionless in the chair. He sat like this all night. Second master, how about you go lie down for a while, and I'll call you when I send third master off. Xiao Dongyi waved his hand, his voice hoarse, almost voiceless. No, I have to accompany my third brother for the last leg. Is everyone ready? Ready. Xiao Dongyi nodded slightly and continued, give the order. Anyone who dares to delay my third brother's burial today will be killed without mercy. Anyone. The retainer was startled and suddenly asked, Second master, what if it's someone from the spirit enforcement team? Xiao Dongyi suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and said coldly, didn't you understand what I said? I'm talking about anyone. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, the retainer's heart tightened, his eyes filled with fear. He nodded quickly and said, Second master, yes, I'm sorry, I understand. Okay. Go down. Deliver my words exactly as they say. Zhao Dongyi waved his hand and said weakly. After hearing this, the retainer bowed and said, Second master, I will withdraw first. After saying that, he left quickly. Zhao Dongyi was the only one left in the huge main hall. The air suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. In the dim main hall, a gleam of light flashed in Zhao Dongyi's scarlet eyes. At this moment, a low roar resounded throughout the Xiao mansion. The time has come. Open the coffin and bury the third master. Everyone began to shout in unison. The time has come. Open the coffin and bury the third master. The time has come. Open the coffin and bury the third master. The time has come. Open the coffin and bury the third master. Rise. The 18th level retainers of the Xiao family exerted their strength at the same time. I saw the huge wooden coffin being slowly lifted up. Send the third master to rest in peace. There was another loud shout, and the people in the front began to scatter paper money. They are all genuine Daxia coins. Zhao Dongyi stood up and walked towards the door, but when he reached the door, he paused and said slowly, Third brother, this is all I can do for you. Chapter 119, Zhao Family Zhuge. The base of the Spirit Enforcement Team, Little White Building. Song Tianming looked at the gray sky outside the window and said slowly, The storm is coming. Boss. When do we leave? Zhao Yue asked with a frown. How's Yi-san doing? He's in Fengtian Court. Song Tianming nodded and said, Tell him that no matter what happens here, he must not leave Lin Yuan's side. I'll tell him. Zhao Yue also realized the seriousness of the matter, and her pretty face became much more serious. Let's go. Let's go. This matter should finally come to an end. After Song Tianming finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. Hurry up and grab it, is the Zhao family throwing money away? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Zhao family is so wealthy and powerful that they just spend real money. I got it. I got it this time, it's all money. The Xiao family's funeral procession was walking in front, followed by a group of ordinary people who were scrambling to bend down and pick up the money. The scene was chaotic for a while. All the ordinary people in Jiangcheng were rushing here, robbing money while also seeing Zhao Laosan off. The streets were completely blocked, causing serious traffic jams. The retainer frowned and asked, Second master, do we need to chase the people behind us away? Why do you want to drive him away? Zhao Dongyi asked back. I'm afraid of disturbing the third master's peace. Old Third always loved the hustle and bustle when he was alive. He couldn't be happier to have so many people come to see him off. Keep going. The corners of Zhao Dongyi's mouth rose, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Feng Tianyuan, apartment number 1. Lin Yuan ate breakfast while watching the live broadcast of the Zhao family's funeral procession. Xiao Qingxi raised her eyebrows and asked, The Zhao family is making such a big fuss to see off Zhao Laosan. Is there some conspiracy? He definitely has no good intentions. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gleaming light flashing. He paused and continued, just like Yi Wudao said, this is most likely a conspiracy against me. If they dare to do this, I will let everyone in the Zhao family be buried with them. Xiao Qingxi's voice was as cold as ice, and a strong murderous intent emanated from her. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, a crazy husband protecting woman. Stop. A low shout suddenly came from the phone that was watching the live broadcast. The show is about to begin. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The bustling streets, filled with mournful music, suddenly fell into deathly silence. Accompanied by a low shout, Song Tianming descended from the sky and stopped the Zhao family's funeral procession. Zhao Dongyi stepped forward and roared, Captain Song, what do you mean by this? Zhao Dongyi, you should know exactly what I mean. Get out of the way. I don't know what you mean. Captain Song, it's time for my third brother's funeral. No matter what prejudice you have against me or the Zhao family, I hope you can let it go at this time. The dead are the greatest. Zhao Dongyi's words immediately caused an uproar. Take money from others and speak for them. The people of Jiangcheng who had followed the Zhao family's funeral procession and picked up people along the way began to curse Song Tianming and others. What are these people doing? They actually stopped the funeral procession. Do they have any humanity at all? Isn't there anyone who died in their family? Look at them, they all have sad faces, they must have grown up as orphans. Court death. Zhao Yue let out a delicate cry, and the spiritual energy in her body gushed out like a tide. How could this group of ordinary people possibly withstand such terrifying spiritual pressure? Their faces changed drastically and their blood rushed to their heads. Help! Someone's killing someone, help! The crowd was in chaos. Zhao Doni sneered and said, Captain Song, the spirit control team is truly impressive. Instead of hunting down the alien race, they're bullying a bunch of powerless ordinary people. Song Tianming frowned and said in a deep voice, Zhao Yue, don't be impulsive. Boss, what they said was too harsh. I heard you. But don't forget our mission. Zhao Yue gritted her teeth and had to disperse her spiritual energy. Song Tianming stared at Zhao Doni intently, his voice low, I'll say this one last time, I want to have my blood and sperm tested again. My third brother is already in the coffin, how can you verify it? Open the coffin. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into deathly silence. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhao Doni laughed out loud like crazy. But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous murderous aura erupted. Zhao Doni's eyes were bloodshot, his face distorted, and he shouted sternly, Captain Song, you're going too far. I now suspect that the body in the coffin is not Zhao Laosan. You doubt it? You asked me to open the coffin just because you doubted it. You're going too far. Zhao Doni, you are a smart man. You should know the price of doing this. Smart guy? Zhao Doni laughed at himself. There's no one in this world more foolish than me. Song Tianming, let me ask you one question, do you absolutely have to open this coffin? It must be opened. Song Tianming was resolute and spoke very decisively. Today I finally understand what it means when officials force the people to rebel, the people have no choice but to rebel. Zhao Doni sneered, everyone, listen up. Captain of the Soul Examining Team, Song Tianming is going too far by opening the coffin for an autopsy. He's forcing our Zhao family into a corner. If I, Zhao Doni, can't even protect my own brother's coffin today, how can I have the dignity to live in this world? Zhao family retainers, are you willing to join me in a fight? Then, Zhao Doni roared. The Zhao family's retainers blushed, their eyes filled with fanaticism, and they shouted in unison, we are willing to follow the second master until death. Kill. Song Tianming frowned, the current situation was obviously out of control. Ordinary people around who were holding the Xiao family's paper money also spontaneously approached the spirit-carrying team. Zhao Doni narrowed his eyes, his gleaming eyes flickering. He shouted loudly, everyone, please be safe and evacuate in an orderly manner. Master Zhao is kind and righteous, so we can't do anything for you. Since we've taken your Zhao family's money, we must help you. These bastards have gone too far. Opening the coffin for an autopsy is a sheer disgrace. Come on. If you want to open the coffin and examine the body, then step over our bodies. Song Tianming's pupils contracted. The Zhao family's Zhuge Liang was indeed worthy of his reputation. Before they knew it, they were already in the game. Hi. It's really high. You are worthy of being Zhao Doni. Today I finally saw your ability. It's amazing. Song Tianming gave a thumbs up and praised. Zhao Doni didn't try to argue and said frankly, there's nothing I can do. Captain Song is extremely powerful. Commoners like me can only use our brains to protect ourselves. Suddenly, Song Tianming asked in confusion, but the more you act like this, doesn't it just prove that you're up to something? Zhao Doni, you've got another trick up your sleeve for me? Ha ha ha. Zhao Doni laughed out loud, smart. So, do you want to open this coffin? Song Tianming felt numb. After saying these two sentences to Zhao Doni, he felt like his hair was falling out in clumps. Chapter 120 There is no solution to this situation. Fengtian Courtyard, Mansion Number 1. Lin Yuan and Xia Qingxi both frowned and stared at the TV screen. The scene on TV was exactly the scene of the Zhao family's funeral procession. Xia Qingxi raised her eyebrows and asked, Brother Lin, if it were you, what would you choose? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer the question immediately. Instead, he continued, Zhao Doni has calculated every possibility, and at the end of every possibility, he has prepared a surprise for the spirit control team. This question has no answer, and yet it's all answers. But Lin Yuan changed the subject, if it were me, I would insist on opening the coffin. Why? Don't you feel a sense of accomplishment in publicly exposing this extremely confident and conceited guy? Xiao Qingshi's gaze fell on the coffin and she said slowly, if it's not Zhao Laosan in the coffin, who else could it be? A killer weapon that can force Master Yi San to support the spiritual control team and put me in a desperate situation. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance and his face was filled with a confident smile. However, before he finished speaking, a thick smoke that choked the nose rushed towards me. Yi Wudao appeared out of nowhere, a cigarette in his mouth, sat down on the sofa, grinned and said, since you said so, I can't leave. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with interest, do you think Xiaodong can't calculate this? Fuck. I'm so tired. I feel like a fool just chatting with you guys. Yi Wudao cursed, took a deep breath of Lao Likun, replenished some blue, and asked, Xiaodong has figured it out, then what? Lin Yuan looked at Xiaodong, who was strategizing on TV, and said with a smile, he will make you go to support. I won't go. Is there no one in the spirit enforcement team that you care about? Yi Wudao's hand trembled, and the cigarette ash fell to the ground. Jiu Yue? You mean he might make a fuss about Zhao Yue? Not maybe, definitely. Open the coffin. There was a loud shout from the TV. Song Tianming finally chose to open the coffin and perform an autopsy. Xiaodong smiled, Captain Song, you still made the choice I wanted. That's all. The smile on Xiaodong's face disappeared instantly. He said loudly, protect the third master's coffin. Anyone who comes close will be killed. Yes. The Zhao family's retainers shouted in unison, with great momentum. Song Tianming didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and the spirit control team moved along with the situation. The battle broke out instantly. Although the individual combat strength of the Xiao family's retainers is not as strong as that of the spirit control team members, a good tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. There are more than 30 Xiao family retainers. Including Song Tianming, there are only 5 members in the spirit enforcement team. 1v6. On the side, Xiaodong, who is at the 6th level, is watching with eager eyes. The spirit enforcement team instantly fell into a very passive situation. Song Tianming's eyes opened wide, the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, his momentum soared, and his punch sent out a series of sonic booms. He took care of the 3 retainers with great ease. When the remaining 3 people saw this, fear appeared in their eyes. However, at this moment, Xiaodong came over and raised his hand to stop the 2 retainers. You go support others, I will deal with Captain Song? Yes. Second master, then you better be careful. Don't worry. I know my limits. As the guests left, Xiaodong and Song Tianming stood facing each other. Captain Song, let me, Zhao, come and learn from you. Song Tianming raised his eyebrows, Xiaodong, it's not too late for you to regret now. Regret? I'm avenging my brother, why should I regret it? As he spoke, Xiaodong raised his hand and took off his glasses. He seemed to have released some kind of seal, his aura soared, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a strange light. Captain Song, you killed my eldest brother, right? Xiaodong's voice was hoarse as he tried his best to suppress the murderous aura in his body. Song Tianming snorted coldly and said, I killed him. He betrayed the human race, and his death does not deserve a pity. There's no need to talk about this now, is there? After Xiaodong finished speaking, his figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Song Tianming. With one slap of his palm, the space barrier twisted and shattered. This palm is very powerful. Song Tianming's pupils contracted, but instead of retreating, he moved forward, crossed his arms, and took it on. Boom! There was a loud bang. The muscles in Song Tianming's arms bulged high, and the veins popped out, like earthworms trying to break through the skin. A deep pit appeared on the ground beneath my feet, with debris flying everywhere and cracks spreading in all directions. This attack is so terrifying. At first, Song Tianming only felt numbness in his arms, and then he felt a piercing pain that made him tremble. Xiaodong did not continue to attack and took a step back. Captain Song, if this is all you can do, then this battle may be over. Who would have thought that Zhuge Liang of the Xiao family, a man who always plays with his brain, would have such terrifying strength? Song Tianming said this more like he was talking to himself. However, on second thought, Xiaodong is so smart, how could his martial arts talent be bad? Captain Song, if it weren't for you and that little fellow named Lin Yuan, the 3 of US brothers would have targeted the Imperial plan next. Xiaodong said this with a look of regret on his face, what a pity. It's all just a dream in vain. Plans can't keep up with the speed of change. When you get down there, don't forget to tell my eldest brother, his second younger brother, that you didn't embarrass him. That's all. Xiao Dongyi went all out, his momentum soaring again. The surrounding space barrier began to fall apart under the stimulation of this spiritual energy. At the same time, Xiao Dongyi's realm began to rise. The second level of the sixth realm is broken. The third transformation of the sixth realm is broken. 6 realms in 4 turns, done. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Xiao Dongyi broke through 3 realms in a row, and the aura around him became more and more violent and fierce, unstoppable. Spiritual energy burned around his body like flames, distorting the surrounding space. His eyes were still bloodshot, as if they could drip blood, and wherever his gaze went, people shuddered. Every breath is accompanied by a surge of powerful spiritual energy. The clothes on his body rustled under the impact of spiritual energy, and the lines of his muscles were clearly visible, as if containing endless power. His already tall figure now appeared even more majestic, like a mountain, giving people an unshakable sense of oppression. Xiao Dongyi clenched his fist slightly, and the space around him instantly made a cracking sound, and black space cracks spread like a spider web. The ground beneath his feet could not bear the weight and continued to collapse and sink, forming a huge deep pit. Captain Song, after today, regardless of success or failure, the Xiao family will come to a perfect end. Xiao Dongyi's voice was like thunder, deafening. Song Tianming's eyes flashed, and his expression became extremely solemn. Xiao Dongyi was already so strong, how much more powerful would the killer weapon inside the black coffin be? Is this a dead end? Chapter 121: A Deadly Situation. Song Tianming took a deep breath, his eyes firm and murderous intent growing stronger, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Dongyi, you must die today." Before he finished speaking, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy surged around him, and a light flashed. He took a step forward suddenly, and the ground instantly sank. The powerful force made the surrounding gravel bounce up. Xiao Dongyi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, and rushed forward again like a ghost. His speed was so fast that only a trail of afterimages was left behind. Bang! The two men's fists collided again, stirring up circles of terrifying energy ripples. The force swept across the surroundings, uprooting nearby trees and causing earth and rocks to fly. Xiao Dongyi's attack was like a violent storm, and every move contained the power to destroy the world. Song Tianming gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. Song Tianming leaned sideways to avoid Xiao Dongyi's fatal blow, and then swung a punch, hitting Xiao Dongyi's ribs. However, Xiao Dongyi reacted extremely quickly, and with his backhand, he grabbed Song Tianming's fist tightly. Snort! Xiao Dongyi swung his body hard, and Song Tianming's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into several thick trees before he could barely stabilize his body. Song Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, without any fear in his eyes, and rushed towards Xiao Dongyi again. Their battle became more and more intense, and the entire space was filled with violent spiritual power, with flashing lights and endless roars. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if venting the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in Xiao Dongyi's eyes, his hands flashed, and a huge beam of spiritual light fell from the sky and flew straight towards Song Tianming. Wherever it passed, the space barrier collapsed, making a sharp whistling sound and a crackling thunder sound that echoed each other. Kill! Song Tianming shouted loudly, and gathered all the spiritual power in his body in his hands, holding up a spiritual barrier. But the power of the light column was too strong, the defense was broken in an instant, and Song Tianming was completely submerged in the light. At this moment, the whole street fell into deathly silence. Suddenly, Boss! Team Leader! Accompanied by screams, Zhao Yue and other members of the spirit exercising team came to their senses and rushed towards Song Tianming, who had disappeared in the light. The corners of Xiao Dongyi's mouth rose, his eyes narrowed slightly and a hint of scarlet appeared in them. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. You all deserve to die. That's all. The murderous aura on Xiao Dongyi turned into substance and gushed out, forming a barrier that blocked all the spirit controlling teams. Get out of the way. Zhao Yue held a scimitar in her hand and let out a delicate cry. The voice was extremely cold. Don't waste your energy, he's already dead. Xiao Dongyi said with a bright smile on his face. Suddenly, he changed the subject, don't worry. You'll meet soon. Court death. Zhao Yue shot out, swung the scimitar in her hand, and slashed directly at the spiritual barrier in front of her. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Then, puff! Zhao Yue vomited blood wildly, her face turned pale in an instant, and she flew backwards. The faces of the spirit control team members changed drastically. They stepped forward to support Zhao Yue and said, "This guy is too strong. You are no match for him. Zhao Yue frowned and asked coldly, what should we do then? There's nothing we can do. This is a trap Zhao Dongi has carefully set up for our spirit control team. Let's fight. The members of the spirit control team spoke in unison and began to release spiritual energy crazily. At this moment, they knew they were going to die. But still no looking back. This is the spirit of the spirit-carrying team. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. Zhao Doni looked full of admiration and said, although we are enemies, the spirit control team deserves my respect. I will give you a dignified death. Kill. The members of the spirit-carrying team shouted in unison. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. The members of the spirit enforcement team rushed forward at the same time. However, facing the murderous Zhao Yue and others, Zhao Doni remained calm. To him, except Song Tianming and that person, no one in the spirit control team could be taken seriously. Zhao Doni slowly raised his arms, and the spiritual energy was instantly mobilized and gathered on his palms. The violent force squeezed the surrounding air, making a crunching sound. Die. Although the voice was calm, it contained Zhao Dong's determination to kill. He slowly pushed out his fists, sweeping towards Zhao Yue and others with overwhelming force. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise. Zhao Dong's terrifying punch was actually blocked, and the space barrier exploded, revealing a huge black hole. For a moment, everyone stared into space in shock. There was still an extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation remaining there. However, what puzzled Zhao Yue was that Zhao Dong's attack was resolved, and not only did he not show any anger, but he was smiling instead. Zhao Dongi laughed out loud, little third master, since you are here, show yourself. Young master San? Yi Wudao? As soon as the words fell, a puff of smoke appeared first. Immediately afterwards, Yi Wudao, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked out of the space barrier in a nonchalant manner, with Song Tianming, covered in blood, standing behind him. The appearance of the two immediately brought the lifeless and fearless spirit handling team back to life, and all of them were filled with ecstasy. Even Zhao Yue's frosty face began to melt and she smiled. Yi San. Hearing Zhao Yue's nickname, Yi Wudao immediately grinned, here I come. Zhao Yue hummed softly. To her, these three words carry a lot of weight. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Dong's laughter interrupted the two of them. He said with a smile, little third master, I didn't expect to alarm you. Yi Wudao retracted his gaze and turned to look at Zhao Dongi, who was smiling broadly. He curled his lips and said, are you pretending to be a businessman? Isn't this the result you want to see most? Zhao Dongi's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he asked, young master San, what do you mean? If I don't come, how will you have the chance to take action against that brat Lin Yuan? Yi Wudao hated beating around the bush the most and was straightforward. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Dongi laughed again, gave Yi Wudao a thumbs up, and praised him, little third master, you are smart. I didn't expect that my little tricks would be invisible in front of you. Stop. Yi Wudao waved his hand and said, I'm just a mouthpiece. I'm not the one who sees through your little thoughts. Oh? Not the third master? Then who is it? Lin Yuan. The smile on Zhao Dongi's face froze, but he quickly returned to normal and laughed out loud. What a clever little guy. Zhao Dongi paused and continued, so, Lin Yuan has found a way to break the impasse? After he finished speaking, he stared at Yi Wudao intently. Chapter 122 The Blood-Robed Cult Leader. So, he found a way to break the deadlock? Zhao Dongi stared at Yi Wudao intently, his voice slightly uneasy. However, Yi Wudao shook his head and said, I don't know, but he asked me to come for support. Zhao Dongi's eyes flashed, but he still stared at Yi Wudao, wanting to see some flaws and useful information from the other's eyes and face. But, he miscalculated. Yi Wudao exhaled a puff of thick smoke, which just covered his face full of stories, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Zhao Dongi frowned slightly, his scarlet eyes flickering, young master San, since you're here, then stay. Yi Wudao raised his eyebrows after hearing this, you still want to keep me here? Do you think I'm boss Song? Cough cough cough. Song Tianming, who was standing by, coughed violently, glared at Yi Wudao unhappily, and muttered softly, you presumptuous fellow. Zhao Dongi raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, young master San, of course I know your strength. It is indeed not something that ordinary people can do to kill a 7th-level infant devouring king. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Wudao at the scene and Lin Yuan who was watching the live broadcast in Feng Tianyuan were both stunned. Somehow, they both seemed to be aware of a very terrifying situation. Wait. Could it be? Lin Yuan stood up suddenly, his eyes widened and his face flushed red. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Xiao Qingxi's eyes were full of worry and she spoke softly. Lin Yuan stared at Zhao Dani, who had a strange smile on his face on the screen, and spoke slowly. You are the leader of the blood robe cult. Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao, who was more than 10 kilometers away, said in unison. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Dani threw his head back and laughed, his laughter was deafening. The next second, his figure shook. A white robe instantly turned into a red dress, as bright red as blood, shocking. Really? The leader of the blood robe cult, Zhao Dani. A mastermind who hides until the end. Quiet. The scene fell into deathly silence. Those ordinary people who had just been helping Zhao Dani were all dumbfounded. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew that the leader of the blood-cloaked cult was an unforgivable evildoer who had murdered countless people. Young Master San, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Zhao Dani was the first to break the silence and asked with a smile in his eyes. Yi Wudao nodded. Very pleasantly surprised, and also very unexpected. Does this mean Wang Buwei is just a scapegoat? No, no, no. Zhao Dani suddenly shook his head in denial. Wang Buwei is indeed the leader of the blood robe cult, but he is the second in command, and I am the first. Of course, you could also say he is a puppet. Did you predict this day would come? Certainly. Yi Wudao was once again stunned by Zhao Dani's almost demonic mind. This guy is so perverted. All right. Little third master, you can die knowing full well. Zhao Dani said with a smile, then turned back to look at the surveillance camera not far away and said, you can die knowing full well too. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. In terms of IQ, he was completely defeated. Little third master, have a safe journey. Suddenly, Zhao Dani shouted. Before he finished speaking. Crack. The wooden coffin shattered with a sound. He he he. A sinister, harsh, and sharp voice rang out. A ghost-faced monster appeared out of nowhere. Pale and distorted. The long, pointed, scarlet tongue was like a long snake, extending half a meter from the mouth and twisting flexibly. The ghost-faced tribe. Zhao. You did great, you will be proud of your choice. This ghost-faced monster has strong language skills and clear logic, and has reached at least the 6th level. Zhao Dani raised the corner of his mouth and introduced with a smile, Little Third Master, the 7th level peak Ghost Face King, I wonder if you can create a miracle this time? Yi Wudao's pupils shrank as he looked at the ghost-faced king, whose body was emitting terrifying evil power fluctuations. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The ghost-faced king in front of him is much stronger than the infant-eating king. Yi Wudao took a deep breath, raised his 3-foot-long sword, and said in a deep voice, You prepared a 7th level peak Ghost Face King for me, so what did you prepare for Lin Yuan? Don't worry, Third Master. I won't treat Lin Yuan unfairly. He also has a 7th level peak Rosy Skull. Zhao Dani said it lightly. But it brought great shock to Yi Wudao. The 7th level peak Pink Skeleton? 2 7th level peak Alien Kings are enough to massacre the entire Jilin province. You really spent a lot of money. Yi Wudao gritted his teeth. Little Third Master, how can you avenge your hatred without spending a lot of money? Zhao Dani finished speaking, but before he finished speaking, he waved his hand and shouted, Kill him. He he he. The ghost-faced king grabbed the onlookers around him and bit off their heads. The crunching sound of chewing is creepy. Red and white liquid flowed down the bloody mouth of the ghost-faced king. Ordinary people around scattered and fled in all directions. As the ghost-faced king waved his arms, a strong wind arose, and the fleeing crowd fell to the ground. The ghost-faced king rushed forward and ate it in big mouthfuls. It licked its lips and grinned, I'm full. I can't wait any longer. Yi Wudao frowned and gripped the 3-foot-long sword in his hand even tighter. This battle is very difficult for him. Not only the 7th level Ghost Face King, but also Zhao Dani is eyeing him covetously. Call. Yi Wudao exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes becoming more determined. Little Third Master, your current realm is no match for the 7th level peak Ghost Face King. Why don't you unlock it? Zhao Dani gave a very thoughtful reminder. However, his words revealed a mockery of Yi Wudao. However, before Zhao Dani could react, Yi Wudao nodded and said in a deep voice, Then it's as you wish. That's all. Yi Wudao's hands flashed, and his whole body was covered with golden light, like chains. These lights gradually condensed and formed complex and mysterious runes that surrounded his body. The powerful force emitted by the seal on Yi Wudao caused the surrounding space to distort. As the golden runes flashed, an ancient and vast aura came towards him, shocking him. A hint of fear appeared on the originally ferocious face of the 7th-level peak Ghost Face King. It could feel the threat brought by Yi Wudao's seal being lifted, and this increase in power far exceeded its expectations. Xiao frowned, a hint of shock in his eyes. According to his understanding, Yi Wudao would have to pay a huge price to break the seal on his body. It will never be as easy as it is now. As the golden light became more and more dazzling, Yi Wudao's aura continued to rise. The air around seemed to become heavy because of this powerful force, making people feel oppressive and suffocated, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 123 Yi Wudao vs the 7th-level Ghost Face King. After Zhao Dongi felt the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Wudao, his pupils contracted and his expression became solemn. It was obvious that Yi Wudao in front of him had exceeded his expectations. It's the only variable. Zhao Dongi hated this feeling of being out of control, which made him feel insecure. Get ready! When the ghost-faced king heard Zhao Dongi's cold voice, his twisted, pale face gradually twisted, his eyes full of evil and sinister hostility. He. The ghost-faced king let out a shrill laugh, and then continued, I can't wait any longer. Before he finished speaking. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard. The next second, the ghost-faced king almost teleported in front of Yi Wudao. A punch was thrown, hitting the face. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The ghost-faced king's powerful fist was blocked by a palm. The aftermath of the attack spread out in all directions in ripples visible to the naked eye. You! The ghost-faced king looked at Yi Wudao in disbelief and said sternly, how is this possible? How can you stop me? The Lao Likun cigarette in Yi Wudao's mouth had just burned out. He opened his mouth, pushed hard with his tongue, and the scarlet cigarette but flew out like an arrow. And hurry up! And strong! It flew straight towards the ghost-faced king's sunken eyes, but soon the scarlet cigarette but was annihilated by an invisible force, turned into ashes, and scattered by the wind. He. The ghost-faced king let out a strange cry, then sternly said, is this all you have? Too weak. As he spoke, an extremely evil power wave emanated from the ghost-faced king, and his momentum soared. Go to hell, ant! Suddenly, the ghost-faced king threw a punch. Crack! This punch is several times more powerful than the previous one. The space barrier shattered with a crackling sound. In tatters. Yi Wudao stared at the ghost-faced king with a sharp gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. The ghost-faced king's fist, filled with endless evil power, attacked again. Yi Wudao's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The ghost-faced king's fist missed and hit the ground, instantly creating a huge deep pit and sending gravel flying everywhere. Huh, that's it? Yi Wudao's voice echoed in the air. However, these 3 short words were extremely lethal to the ghost-faced king. It immediately became angry and the evil aura around it became stronger and stronger, turning into a thick black fog that spread in all directions. Seeing this, Yi Wudao flashed his hands and spiritual energy burst out, forming a transparent spiritual energy barrier. The thick black fog collided with the spiritual barrier, making a sizzling sound, just like water and fire cannot coexist. The powerful impact caused the surrounding space to distort, and the wind whistled like ghosts and wolves howling. In an instant, countless black tentacles emerged from his body and swept towards Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's eyes flashed, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A golden light burst out from his body, instantly cutting off those black tentacles. However, the ghost-faced king's attacks did not stop. It suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of black flames. Wherever the flames went, everything turned to ashes. Yi Wudao was not afraid at all. He raised his palm and slapped the spiritual energy violently. When it collided with the black flame, it immediately turned into white steam that filled the air. At this time, the entire battlefield was in ruins, the streets were cracked, and the surrounding high-rise buildings collapsed. Zhao Dongi was terrified watching from the side. He didn't expect that Yi Wudao could fight the Ghost-Face King so hard. I underestimated him after all. Zhao Dongi thought to himself. Ah! The ghost-faced king roared, and the evil power in his body surged again. His body became extremely huge, like a mountain. He raised his huge foot and stomped hard at Yi Wudao. Ant. Die. Yi Wudao retreated rapidly, waving his hands continuously, and powerful spiritual energy shot towards the ghost-faced king like arrows. Boom! The spiritual energy hit the ghost-faced king, causing a series of explosions. The ghost-faced king's body trembled slightly, but he was not seriously injured. However, this is also unacceptable to it. This battle should have been a crushing victory. Let's kill him together. Suddenly, Zhao Dongyi's cold voice sounded. But the ghost-faced king didn't appreciate it at all. He even raised his hand and pushed him aside, saying sinisterly, "Get out. This place has nothing to do with you." Throat. Zhao Dongyi groaned, his blood rushed up, his face turned red instantly, and he roared silently in his heart. Damn it! How dare this beast attack me? However, the situation forced us to do so. Zhao Dongyi didn't dare to break up with the ghost-faced king, so he could only swallow his anger. Damn ant! Go to hell! The ghost-faced king's roar shook the heaven and earth, but Yi Wudao was not moved at all. He flipped his right hand, and a 3-foot green sword appeared in his hand. The sword flashed with a cold light. Yi Wudao narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura suddenly changed. He shook his wrist lightly, and a sharp sword energy instantly whizzed out, slashing straight towards the huge body of the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king felt the powerful sword energy and quickly waved his huge arms to try to block it. However, the sword energy was so sharp that it instantly cut a deep gash in his arm. Black blood gushed out and the ghost-faced king roared in pain. Ah! You ant, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The ghost-faced king was furious. He danced wildly, stirring up chaos in the surrounding space. Yi Wudao stepped on the void, his body was as fast as lightning, and the 3-foot green sword in his hand was constantly waving. Sword chi crisscrossed and wove into a huge sword net, covering the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king was trapped in the sword net. He struggled desperately, and evil forces rushed everywhere. But Yi Wudao's sword energy was extremely tough and bound it tightly. Break! Yi Wudao shouted loudly, and the sword net suddenly shrank, making crackling sounds. The ghost-faced king's body was covered with wounds from the sword energy, and his breath gradually became weaker. However, the ghost-faced king is, after all, a 7th-level peak alien. Its eyes were red, and it let out a strange cry. A dark energy burst out from its body, instantly breaking through the sword net. Yi Wudao was knocked back several steps by this powerful force, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Beast! He cursed angrily and tightly gripped the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The ghost-faced king took the opportunity to launch another attack. He opened his huge mouth and spewed out a dark torrent that swept towards Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's eyes focused, and he injected all the spiritual energy in his body into the 3-foot green sword, and the sword shone brightly. He swung his sword with force, and a bright sword light faced the dark torrent. Chapter 124 Play Video. Yi Wudao's eyes focused, and he injected all the spiritual energy in his body into the 3-foot green sword, and the sword shone brightly. He swung his sword with force, and a bright sword light faced the dark torrent. Boom! The two collided, causing a huge explosion, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. The aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, destroying everything wherever it went. Yi Wudao and the ghost-faced king both suffered considerable injuries from this powerful impact. But none of them took a step back, still staring at each other, ready to attack at any time. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain was pouring down. Yi Wudao took a deep breath, raised the 3-foot green sword in his hand again, and rushed towards the ghost-faced king. Swish! Sword energy burst out, cutting through the rain curtain. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill and eerie scream broke the silence of the entire street. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. I saw an arm as thick as an elephant's leg flying high up, and thick black liquid splashed out. The pungent fishy smell filled the air, which was nauseating. With one sword, he cut off the ghost-faced king's arm. Kill! Yi Wudao roared and took a step forward. Bang! A deep pit suddenly appeared under my feet, and gravel flew everywhere. The next second, Yi Wudao, holding a 3-foot green sword, broke through the rain curtain and rushed straight towards the ghost-faced king. The distance of just a few hundred meters was passed in an instant. Yi Wudao stepped on the ground again, flew into the air, held the sword in both hands, and slashed at the ghost-faced king fiercely. The long sword, filled with endless murderous aura, slashed down fiercely. For the first time, the ghost-faced king felt the fear of death. Ah! Come help! Puff! The ghost-faced king's voice suddenly stopped, and the long sword split him in two with overwhelming force. Plop, plop. The two halves of the body fell to the ground at the same time. Large amounts of rain splashed. The street was silent. Whether it was the ordinary people around, or the members of the spirit enforcement team such as Song Tianming, including Zhao Dani, they were all stunned, looking at the corpse of the ghost-faced king on the ground with disbelief. Ka ka ka. The sudden sound of a lighter breaking the silence of the street. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Yi Wudao pressed the lighter frantically, but the fire wouldn't start. Damn! That broken lighter failed at the critical moment? Yi Wudao cursed and gritted his teeth, such a good opportunity to show off, and I just missed it. Yi Wudao threw the lighter to the ground, then turned to look at passerby A and asked, "Do you want to smoke? Lend me a light." Ah. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master, I'll give you fire. Passerby A quickly took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it respectfully to Yi Wudao. Crack. Call. Yi Wudao took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring. Although showing off may be late, it will never be absent. When did Ji-san become so strong? Song Tianming looked at Yi Wudao, who was puffing out smoke and tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, and asked. Zhao Yue's face flushed, and her eyes were full of love as she said, "Sanner, you have always been so strong." Song Tianming looked at Zhao Yue's infatuated look and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's hard to imagine that this woman can also be a bit of a nymphomaniac. However, on second thought, it is understandable. Master San, has your seal been broken? Zhao Dongyi's voice was full of shock. Yi Wudao retracted his gaze, wiped the rain that had splashed on his face because of his pretense, and said, "It's untied." Zhao Dongyi frowned, his face full of confusion. As far as he knew, in order to break Yi Wudao's seal, it would cost a huge price and there was a time limit. But right now, Yi Wudao acted as if nothing had happened. This is unreasonable. The more Zhao Dongyi thought about it, the more confused he became. His brows knitted into the shape of a character and he said in a deep voice, "Young Master San, you want to ask me why nothing happened, don't you?" Yi Wudao interrupted him with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Dongyi nodded and said, "Yeah. Maybe it's because I died once, and the seal loosened. Now I can break the seal anytime I want." Zhao Dongyi's face turned extremely ugly after hearing this, but he still managed to hold back and said, "Then I have to congratulate the third master for turning a disaster into a blessing." Yi Wudao agreed very much and said, "It is indeed a blessing in disguise, but this is not a blessing. What's even more perverted is that I can use the sealed realm to improve and unlock the sealed realm." When Zhao Dongyi heard this, he stood there in a daze, his face full of shock and disbelief. This might be the first time in his life that he lost his composure like this. Young Master San is truly blessed with great fortune. This idiom seemed to be tailor-made for Yi Wudao. Hiss. Sizzle. Yi Wudao took a deep puff of his cigarette, then flicked the cigarette butt away, dropping it accurately into the ashtray in the trash can. The movements are graceful and very cool. Sanner, you look more and more handsome. At this moment, Zhao Yue was completely bewitched by Yi Wudao. So cool. Yi Wudao put one hand in his pocket and said slowly, "Let's get ready to go." Zhao Dongyi took a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face. It's my honor to die at the hands of the third young master. However, I really want to know how Mingyuan breaks the deadlock. Yi Wudao was about to speak. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the cell phone vibrating suddenly rang out. Speak of the devil. Yi Wudao connected the video, and Mingyuan, with a smile on his face, appeared on the phone screen. "Third master, show him how I break the deadlock." Mingyuan's voice came. When Zhao Dongyi heard this, his heart tightened and he had a vague sense of foreboding. Yi Wudao turned the screen of his phone and said unhappily, "Show it." Mingyuan chuckled and disappeared from the phone screen. When he appeared again, he had a woman covered in blood in his hands. The sharp lenses of her glasses had pierced her eyes, and she was bleeding profusely. She looked horrible. This woman has already changed beyond recognition. However, the moment Zhao Dongyi saw the woman, he froze, his features gradually distorted. No. Impossible. This is a peak level 7th order Red Skull. How did you do it? Even Hanzei is no match for a 7th level peak level Red Skull. Looking across Fengtian Courtyard, there are only a handful of people who can save you, and it's definitely too late. What on earth is going on? Zhao Dongyi almost roared. Lin Yuan on the screen gave a thumbs up and praised, amazing. After saying that, he turned around and called out, Xingluan, come out. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, a woman in a green dress walked over from the side. Uncle. Lin Yuan nodded and introduced him to Zhao Dani, second master. Let me introduce you to this person, who is also at the peak of the 7th realm. He is my girlfriend's protector. The main reason I am able to survive and come down here is because I am living a gigolo life. Chapter 125 I Want to be Queen. Zhao Dani looked at the woman in green standing with her back bent on the screen of his mobile phone, and his eyes twitched frequently. I lost. Although I am reluctant, I accepted calmly. Zhao Dani's face was calm, and he released his spiritual energy and stood in the rain. Seeing this, Yi Wudao curled his lips, lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and said slowly, since ancient times, evil cannot prevail over good. With your strength and intelligence, if you follow the right path, the Xiao family may become an imperial family. Zhao Dani smiled carefreely, Master San, can you give me one? Yi Wudao didn't say anything, but just threw the cigarette he had already taken a puff of over to him. Zhao Dani looked at the saliva on it, his mouth twitched, he rubbed it without leaving any trace, and then put it in his mouth with disgust. Snort! Yi Wudao snorted coldly, took out the empty box from his pocket, and said, this is the last one. Zhao Dani felt a little guilty when he heard this and was about to apologize. Unexpectedly. I can only have a cohiba. Yi Wudao said as he took out a cigar and put it in his mouth, taking a puff. It was such a pleasure. Zhao Dani gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. The two stood facing each other, puffing out cigarettes, and the scene was very harmonious. Tick tick tick. The heavy rain is still falling. The only sound on the street was the sound of rain falling, and it was very quiet. Half an hour ago. Feng Tianyuan, apartment number 1. Dong dong dong. The sudden knock on the door made the atmosphere in the villa instantly tense. Here I come. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the closed door of the villa. At this moment, there was a click sound. The void cracked. Head coach Han Zhe came over and waved his hand, and the door slowly opened. Coach Han is so attentive to his students, yet he's actually lowered himself to become a watchdog here. A resentful and teasing voice came from outside the door. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This voice seemed familiar. It's you! A rare look of shock appeared on Han Ze's expressionless face. Chuckle. The sound of laughter echoed in my ears. Why not me? As soon as the words fell, a figure rose into the air. Lin Yuan looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted. She is the 7th level peak skeleton king. Xia Qingshu's words were filled with disbelief. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and said uncomfortably, it's hard to imagine. I slapped him with my own hands and even knocked his glasses off. Brother Lin, you are right. She is indeed not even a human being. Xia Qingshi blinked her beautiful eyes, her tone very playful. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to joke? What are you afraid of? Xia Qingshi asked back, then smiled and said, Brother Lin, how about we make a bet? If it can get 1 meter close to the villa, I lose, and tonight, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. On the other hand, if it can't get 1 meter closer to the villa, you have to listen to me tonight. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Qingshi, who had a sly smile on her face, and frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Be the queen. He. Suddenly, the woman with glasses laughed coquettishly and said sternly, Coach Han, get ready to go. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air. The glasses girl's attack came from the sky. Bang! Han Zhe crossed his arms and tried to withstand the blow, but the terrifying force caused his blood to surge and his face turned red. He. Coach Han, can't you bear this? Before she finished speaking, the eyes of the girl with glasses suddenly turned cold, and the flesh and blood on the arm that was stopped by Han Zhe faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only white bones. However, the power. Boom! Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. However, the power is so terrifying. Han Ze's arms were broken and severely deformed. Han Zhe, who is at the 6th level, is no match for the girl with glasses. Coach Han! Lin Yuan roared, his face changed drastically, and his heart sank. The woman with glasses looked over when she heard the sound, raised the corner of her mouth, and smiled sinisterly, Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. I'm going to pull your head off and taste it slowly. The girl with glasses said this and moved towards Hanzei again. The skeleton arm was extremely powerful. With a slight wave, it brought up a sharp wind and smashed down directly. Hanzei dodged sideways suddenly, but he was a bit too slow after all. He was swept by the aftermath of the force and staggered back a few steps, spurting blood. Humph, still struggling? The woman with glasses sneered and rushed forward again. Her movements were swift and fierce, and each one aimed directly at the vital points. Hanzei could only dodge with his years of combat experience. However, having lost both arms, he still had huge loopholes in his defense. The girl with glasses seized the opportunity and kicked Hanzei in the abdomen. He instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall heavily, and dust flew everywhere. Puff! Hanzei spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. However, he still forced himself to stand up, staring at the girl with glasses. But the girl with glasses didn't give him a chance to breathe. She followed him like a shadow and launched another series of attacks. Hanzei was unable to dodge and was injured in many places. His clothes were torn and blood splattered. Coach Han, you are too weak. You are nothing but an ant in front of me. The woman with glasses smiled proudly. Hanzei gritted his teeth and roared, as long as I have breath left, I won't let you succeed. His resistance seemed so powerless in front of the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses waved her arm, and a beam of bone shot out, piercing Hanzei's shoulder directly. Hanzei wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The bone light pierced his shoulder and he groaned in pain again. Hanzei was already shaky at this time, but his eyes were still full of determination. The girl with glasses had a look of disdain on her face. The one-sided crushing of the game made her feel boring and a complete waste of time. Let us end it. The woman with glasses spoke slowly, her strength began to gather, and a strange light appeared on her skeletal arms. Die. Call out. A punch was thrown. Wherever the fist passed, the air exploded and twisted. Hanzei looked at the oncoming fist, refused to give in, and was ready to die. Mingyuan frowned and was about to speak. Xiao Qingxi, who was standing by, raised her delicate hand and waved it gently. Do it. That's all. A layer of green ripples appeared in the void. Bang! A dull sound was heard. The punch from the girl with glasses was easily deflected. At the same time, a woman in green stood in front of Hanzei, with her hands behind her back. Without any movement, she easily blocked the attack of the girl with glasses. Who is this woman? Mingyuan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Qingxi blinked her watery eyes and smiled. Qinghuan, the protector my father arranged for me. After saying that, she added, Qinghuan is very strong, brother Lin, don't forget our bet. Chapter 126 Qinghuan. Mingyuan looked at the shy girl beside him, his mouth twitching. Sheer, are you still the aloof school beauty I know? Why have you become like this now? Xiao Qingxi's pretty face flushed red as if dripping with blood. She whispered softly, you're the one who made me like this? I don't care. Tonight, I want to be the queen. Don't cheat. Xiao Qingxi pouted her lips with a serious look on her face. Mingyuan looked up to the sky and sighed, what a sin. The woman with glasses stared at Qinghuan, who appeared out of nowhere, her brows furrowed. The unprecedented crisis of death made her heart tighten suddenly. Very strong. Qinghuan's power made it feel afraid. You're strong. But I'm not weak either. How about we just leave this matter at that? The girl with glasses decisively chose to give up killing Mingyuan. Originally, the relationship between Red Pink Skull and Zhao Dongi was a cooperative one. There's no need to risk your life just to help. It's not worth it. Therefore, we must withdraw when we need to, without any ambiguity. However, Qinghuan's expression remained cold and ruthless from beginning to end. Kill it. Yes. Faced with Xiao Qingxi's order, Qinghuan did not hesitate at all. She flashed her body and soared into the air, floating like a real Qinghuan. It looks pleasing to the eye. Hiss. Mingyuan sucked in a breath of cold air, his face changing drastically. Sheer, what are you doing? Let go. It hurts. It hurts. Xiao Qingxi pouted and said angrily, your eyes are almost flying to Qinghuan. Mingyuan's mouth twitched, and he quickly explained, Sheer, I was watching Qinghuan's body movements. Humph. Xiao Qingxi snorted coldly, gritting her teeth. That's better. The moment she finished speaking and let go of his hand, Mingyuan felt like he was reborn. Even without looking, you can guess that the piece of flesh on the waist is either purple or blue. Boom! There was a loud bang, deafening. The void trembled, and cracks appeared in the space barrier and spread out in all directions. The woman with glasses was completely embedded in the void, spurting blood, her chest was sunken, and her white bones were exposed. With one strike from Mingyuan, the 7th level peak skeleton king was instantly defeated. Its strength is evident. Bitch! The pink skeleton roared. It struggled to stand up, its facial features gradually distorted, and it grinned fiercely. Hee bitch, you forced me to do this. Before she finished speaking, the woman with glasses flashed her hands and a black light appeared all over her body. Its body began to tremble violently, and its already distorted facial features became even more hideous and terrifying. Ah! The woman with glasses raised her head and let out a long, shrill howl. The sound seemed to come from the netherworld, which was creepy. Along with its long roar, there was a crackling sound from inside its body, as if its bones were reorganizing and its muscles were tearing. In an instant, its skin began to crack inch by inch, and bright red flesh and blood spurted out, splashing all over the surrounding space. But the strange thing is, the splattered flesh and blood did not fall to the ground, but was suspended in the air by a strange force, forming a bloody mist. The body of the girl with glasses kept twitching, and with every tremor, more flesh and blood was peeled off. Its eyes changed, its eyeballs bulged out, its eye sockets collapsed, and black blood flowed down its cheeks. Then, its nose and mouth began to melt, exposing its teeth, which flashed a sinister cold light. The flesh and blood on its body fell off madly as if it was swept by a strong wind. The white bones gradually appeared, and those bones were flashing with a strange black light, as if they were cursed. The muscles in its arms and legs quickly disappeared, leaving only thick black bones. The bones in the fingers and toes continued to lengthen and become sharp spurs. The vertebrae on its back protruded one by one, and sharp bone spurs grew from the spine, piercing its clothes. Its head also turned into a bald skull, and flames in its eye sockets were burning fiercely, as if to burn everything in the world to ashes. During this extremely bloody and terrifying transformation, the woman with glasses has completely lost her human form and turned into a huge, hideous black skeleton. It exudes an endless evil aura that makes people shudder. It hurts just looking at it. This guy is so cruel. He's so hard on himself. Lin Yuan witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of having flesh and blood peeled off is terrifying just to think about. Crackling, crackling. The skeleton king shook his skull, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded even more creepy. Bitch! I gave you a chance, but you were useless and couldn't seize it. Don't blame me then. As he spoke, the skeleton king swung his hand at Mingyuan without warning. For a moment, spiritual energy raged and burst out. The whole world was changed color by the disturbance. This attack is very powerful. Mingyuan's pretty face, which was as cold as ice, did not change much, and her slender jade hand gently grabbed. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around was imprisoned. Then, Mingyuan flipped his hands and clapped them. Buzz! Endless spiritual energy gathered into a transparent barrier. Bang! The skeleton king's attack hit the transparent barrier and was instantly bounced back. It itself was staggered back by the recoil force. Mingyuan has a fairy-like figure and fluttering clothes. She lightly tapped her jade finger, and a green light suddenly appeared, transforming into a green dragon phantom, pouncing towards the skeleton king with its fangs and claws bared. Ah! Damn it! The skeleton king roared and waved his bony arms to try to resist, but the azure dragon's phantom was unstoppable and directly crushed his bony arms. Aha! The skeleton king roared repeatedly, and the fire in his eyes burned even more vigorously. Black smoke billowed around it, trying to block Mingyuan's sight and escape. But Mingyuan looked calm, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered the word broken. Before the voice fell, the black smoke disappeared in an instant. Mingyuan formed seals with her hands, and a bright moon appeared behind her. The cold light shone down, making the skeleton king's movements slow down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyuan flashed and teleported in front of the skeleton king. She raised her leg and kicked the skeleton king on the sternum. With a crack, the skeleton king's sternum broke and his whole body flew backwards. Before it could steady itself, Mingyuan clasped its hands together again and pushed forward. Countless green runes flew out from her hands, binding the skeleton king tightly like ropes. Skeleton king struggled desperately, but to no avail. Ah! Bitch, let me go. You bitch, I don't accept it, let's do it again. Let me go. the Skeleton King roared loudly one after another. Qingyuan ignored him, turned to look at Xiao, and bowed slightly. Miss, should I kill him or not? Xiao narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Brother Lin, you decide, I'll listen to you. Chapter 127, Ending a Stupid Life. Brother Lin, you decide, I'll listen to you. Xiao said indifferently with a tense face. At this time, the Skeleton King had turned back into the appearance of the woman with glasses. It was lying on the ground like a dead dog, covered in blood, with empty eyes and shaking violently. No, don't kill me, I don't want to, I want to die. When the girl with glasses saw Lin Yuan with a sneer on his face, the suffocating feeling of death made her almost desperate, and she uttered intermittent pleas for mercy. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, not killing you? Why? Because, I. The girl with glasses hesitated for a long time and couldn't explain why. Lin Yuan grinned and said, look. Even you can't explain why I didn't kill you. The woman with glasses shuddered and yelled, I don't want to die. Then it began to struggle frantically, and as its movements became more intense, blood began to spurt out from the wounds all over its body. Hiss. It hurts just looking at it. Lin Yuan gasped, how about taking a break? I won't kill you right now. Good. Lin Yuan was surprised by the straightforward answer from the girl with glasses. Inside the villa. Brother Lin, why don't you kill it? Xiao sat on the sofa, blinking her watery eyes, and asked with a puzzled look. On the other hand, Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, the time has not come yet. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a video call to Yi Wudao. And then the scene just now happened. In the picture, Zhang looked at the dying girl with glasses on the ground in disbelief, and an unprecedented sense of frustration surged in his heart. He lost all the games in this game. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhang laughed out loud like a madman, letting the rain splash on his face. The laughter faded. Zhang lowered his head and stared at the phone screen, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. I lost. Lin Yuan curled his lips. Is it hard to accept? It's hard to accept. After all, this is a perfect killing plan specially prepared for you. Zhang stared with scarlet eyes, his tone revealing regret. Perhaps, only he himself knows how frustrated he is at this moment. Give your all and be willing to sacrifice yourself. But in the end, all efforts failed. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick will be vulnerable. I lost in the end. In just 3 or 2 minutes, Zhang's heart was dead, the scarlet in his eyes gradually faded, and the brilliance in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes were dull. Let's do it. Zhang said this expressionlessly. Lin Yuan nodded and said, kill it. Yes. Qingyuan received the order, her eyes fixed, and she gently clenched her delicate hands. With a bang, the girl with glasses completely turned into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. After doing all this, Qingyuan disappeared on the spot. Zhang closed his eyes and prepared to face death. Yi Wudao was too lazy to waste time. The moment he raised his hand, spiritual energy raged. But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Second brother. Third brother. Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. At the end of the street, a burly figure strode towards them, his feet stepping on the rain. Every time his feet stepped on the ground, there was a dull dong 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 sound. It's like stepping on everyone's heart. Xiao ran all the way, the rain splashing everywhere, his eyes wide open, and roared, second brother, why did you lie to me? You idiot! Who asked you to come? I planned everything to create a way out for you, but in the end, you destroyed it with your own hands. Xiaodong's face flushed red, his eyes filled with anger. He pointed at Zhao Dongbiao and continued to curse, you are such a bastard. Zhao Dongbiao didn't think he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was quite reasonable. Second brother, why are you scolding me? The moment I realized you were doing this for my own good, I forgave you and came all the way here to fight alongside you. Zhao Dongyi opened his mouth when he heard this, but was speechless for a moment. He closed his eyes, his face filled with despair. Do it. Okay. Second brother, let us two brothers fight side by side. Zhao Dongbiao shouted and shot out like a cannonball. Yi Wudao just caught Gao Shiba in his mouth, looked at Zhao Dongbiao who was coming over, his eyes flashed, and he cursed, idiot. Who the hell are you scolding? I'm going to chop you up. Zhao Dongbiao stepped on the ground, creating a deep pit and sending gravel flying everywhere. He swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped it down straight away. Crack! This axe successfully shattered the spatial barrier into pieces. Yi Wudao's figure was like a ghost, easily avoiding Zhao Dongbiao's violent axe attack. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he flicked the ash lightly with his fingers. The tobacco of Cohiba was still burning and the smoke was curling up. Fuck! You're showing off. I'll chop you to death, you show off. Zhao Dongbiao roared and swung the giant axe again. The axe wind whistled and the rain was split apart. Yi Wudao just slightly turned sideways, and the attack missed. Then, he appeared out of nowhere beside Zhao Dongbiao, raised his leg and kicked him with such force that it created a gust of wind. Zhao Dongbiao only felt an irresistible force coming at him, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. With a loud bang, he crashed into the ground, splashing a lot of mud and water. Yi Wudao stood there leisurely, the smile on his lips still lingering. The butt of his Cohiba cigarette was still flashing red in the rain, emitting wisps of green smoke. His eyes were cold. To him, this battle was just a drop of water. The rain slid down Yi Wudao's cheeks, but it could not conceal the domineering and casual aura around him. Puff! Zhao Dongbiao was spitting blood and lying in a deep pit, dying. Zhao Dongyi was completely desperate about his third brother and was speechless. He had already done everything an older brother should do. Let's get going. Yi Wudao spoke slowly. The next second, the sword energy cut through the rain curtain, and a line of blood bloomed under the night sky. Plop! Zhao Dongyi died with his eyes wide open and fell heavily to the ground. Second brother. Ah! I'm going to fight you. Zhao Dongbiao witnessed Zhao Dongyi's death with his own eyes and immediately fell into a state of madness. He screamed at the top of his lungs and didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually stood up. Puff! Zhao Dongbiao suddenly felt a chill through his heart. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the scimitar that pierced his body. He opened his mouth and could only make a woo-woo sound. Consciousness gradually fell into darkness. Plop! As Zhao Yue drew out his scimitar, Zhao Dongbiao also ended his foolish life. Song Tianming looked around and saw that there was no danger. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and ordered, "Take all the Zhao family's guests back to the base." Yes. The members of the spirit enforcement team shouted in unison. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Yi Wudao turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Zhao Yue suddenly spoke and called him to stop. Yi-san, come back. Chapter 128. Jingjing is a person. Yi Wudao paused and felt a chill all over his body. His intuition told him that Zhao Yue was very angry, extremely angry, and extremely angry. However, Yi Wudao quickly reviewed in his mind everything he had done in the past few days, including the postures of defecating, farting, and urinating. As a result, no mistakes were found. Come over. Zhao Yue shouted coldly. Yi Wudao's face was filled with flattering smiles, and he said cautiously, "Whoever made my little Yeye angry, I'm going to beat him up right now." Is it you, Boss Song? Song Tianming's mouth twitched, and he glared at Yi Wudao, who started biting him. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you sick?" After saying that, he left quickly, without paying any attention to Yi Wudao's expression. I'm saying this one last time, come here. Zhao Yue's voice couldn't help but become a few degrees colder. Yi Wudao's heart tightened, and he didn't dare to delay, so he quickly lowered his head and walked over. Xiao Yeye, I. Ouch. My ears, let go. Before Yi Wudao could finish his words, Zhao Yue raised her hand, pinched his ear, and twisted it round and round. Xiao Yeye, if you have anything to say, just say it nicely. Let go quickly, it's going to fall. Yi Wudao complained bitterly. However, Zhao Yue's face remained as cold as ice. Not only did she not intend to let go, but she was gradually increasing her strength. Tell me. Are you interested in that Qingyuan? The cold voice makes people shudder. Especially the person involved, Yi Wudao, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly explained, Xiao Yeye, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I fall for Qingyuan? Then why have you been out for so long and not in a hurry to come back to see me? You weren't like this before. Don't you love me anymore? Yi Wudao's cheeks twitched, and he said with a frustrated look, Xiao Yeye, I didn't come back to see you because I couldn't get away. It's all because of that bastard Lin Yuan. He's a troublemaker. If he's not causing trouble, he's on his way to causing trouble. How can he be idle? Also, this is the first time I've heard of Qingyuan's existence. We've never met before. Looking at Yi Wudao, who was trying hard to prove his innocence, Zhao Yue finally lightened the strength in her hands. Really? You didn't lie to me? Even his voice had warmth. Yi Wudao nodded vigorously and swore, it is absolutely true. If there is even a single lie, I, Yi Wudao, will not, woo-woo. A smooth snake head slipped into his mouth, and Yi Wudao's remaining words were retorted to him. After a long time, the two reluctantly parted. Zhao Yue's face flushed red as she whispered, will you come back to the base with me today? Yi Wudao said affectionately, I really want to go back to the base with you, but you also know that bastard Lin Yuan is a troublemaker, I can't get away. Grass. Even through the screen, Lin Yuan could sense Zhao Yue's dissatisfaction with him. He muttered to himself, am I also part of your play? Yi Wudao coughed and kept winking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood, and grinned, with Qingyuan here, I don't need the third master for the time being. The smile on Yi Wudao's face had frozen. He looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, gritting his teeth, his mouth opening and closing with a sweet smell. However, Lin Yuan ignored him and continued to say with a smile, third master, why don't you ask him if he wants to be quiet? Quiet. Zhao Yue frowned. Why do you want to be quiet? Lin Yuan took the lead and said, sister-in-law, do you think it is possible that Jingjing is a person, and a mature and attractive woman? Woman. Ah. Beep. With a heart-wrenching scream, the video was immediately disconnected. Apartment 1. Xiao Qingxi looked at the extinguished phone screen and couldn't help asking, Brother Lin, is third uncle okay? No. Lin Yuan waved his hands, grinning with a wicked smile, Zhao Yue can only cripple him at best, just sprinkle some water on him. Xiao Qingxi rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, Brother Lin, you're not the one crying thief. It's obviously you who has feelings for Jingxiang. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing between his legs. He hurriedly clamped his legs together and shook his head like a rattle. I swear to God, I don't have any improper thoughts about Aunt Jingxiang. Besides, she's the woman Li Jia has chosen. You can't ride on your friend's wife. Xiao Qingxi looked at Lin Yuan, who was speaking righteously, but she did not let down her guard. She raised the corner of her mouth and said with interest, mature woman, friend's wife, double buffs are fully stacked. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, with a bitter face, and he felt like he had lost all hope in life. Sheer, where did you learn all this? I don't have any feelings for Aunt Jingxiang. Humph. Xiao Qingxi snorted coldly, you're smart. Let's go back to our room. Faced with Xiao Qingxi's order, Lin Yuan dared not resist. He followed her dejectedly and walked into the bedroom. Crack. As the door closed, Xiao Qingxi's cold voice rang out from inside the room, what are you still standing there for? Come here, put your hands on your head, and squat down. Then, another cold and majestic voice rang out, I am your queen. The next day. When the first ray of sunshine shines on the earth, all things come back to life. The drizzle continued all night long, and the air was filled with the unique fragrance after the rain, which made people feel relaxed and happy. There are two very obvious handprints on the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and there are two small dots under the handprints, which are very eye-catching. It makes people think a lot. Ning Ning. On a soft big bed. Xiao Qingxi stretched lazily, her beautiful eyes slowly opening, her stunning face flushed. I slept so comfortably. Eh? Brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Who messed with you so early in the morning? Xiao Qingxi blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lin Yuan, who was lying beside her pillow with an unhappy look on his face, in confusion. What's wrong with me? Why are you letting me lie on the window? If someone sees me, my reputation will be ruined. Why are you doing this to me? Why? 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 The more Lin Yuan spoke, the more frustrated he became, wishing he could find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. However, Xiao Qingxi remained calm. She took out her phone, opened the photo album, and clicked on the video. In the video, Lin Yuan was leaning against the window, with Xiao Qingxi standing behind him with an indifferent expression. And then... Oh my God! Are you taking secret photos? Lin Yuan screamed in shock, his face turning green. Xiao Qingxi rolled her eyes and said, I knew you would default on your debt. I have the video as evidence. Who was it that begged me last night? Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lin Yuan's back teeth made a crunch sound, his face flushed. Xiao Qingxi, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 129 Mission, Go to Japan. Noon. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, got out of bed with a smile on his face, and washed up. Behind him was Xiao, lying motionless on the bed, her face flushed and weak. Ah! You big rascal, I swear, I'll make you pay next time. I'm waiting. Lin Yuan said this and walked into the bathroom. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone interrupted Lin Yuan and Xiaoqingxi's lunchtime. Lin Yuan took out his phone. When he saw the caller ID on the screen, his face froze. He muttered softly, "Why is my father-in-law calling?" "Xiao, you're not going to complain, are you?" Xiaoqingxi was filled with shame and indignation. "No, I didn't. How could I have the nerve to complain to my father about something like that?" "Then why are you calling?" "You'll know once you pick it up, won't you?" 2. Lin Yuan pressed the connect button, and then Xiao's sonorous and powerful voice came, saying concisely, "There is a mission." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, put down his chopsticks, and said slowly, "What mission?" "Go to Japan and assassinate Bergen Jingxuan." "Check your phone. I've already sent you the entire mission." "Okay. Uncle Xiao, goodbye." Lin Yuan was about to hang up the phone when Xiao said without warning, "Young people, be restrained and focus on cultivation." Cough, cough, cough. Xiao hung up the phone as Lin Yuan coughed violently. The busy tone of the cell phone made Lin Yuan feel embarrassed and ashamed. Xiaoqingxi, who was standing aside, covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, lowering her head and saying nothing. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and opened his mobile email. Mission: assassinate Bergen Jingxuan. This person has made insulting remarks against Great Xiao on the public network platforms of the Five Nations many times, raped Great Xiao women many times in Japan, and purchased a large number of Great Xiao people as slaves through Myanbeay. He then brutally killed the Great Xiao people and posted photos and videos on the website of the Five Nations Alliance to show off. At the end of the file are photos that Bergen Jingxuan posted on social media platforms in 5 countries to show off. He has a typical Japanese appearance, not tall, 1.58 meters, with a tuft of hair under his nose and a wretched look. Bergen Village. Age, 20. Realm, 3 realms in 1 transformation. Martial arts talent, S level. The Bergen family, a top martial arts family in Japan with great strength. This mission is not easy. Going to Japan to assassinate a member of a top family in Japan is very dangerous. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Xiaoqingxi raised her eyebrows, pouted her lips, and said angrily, "Brother Lin, what do you mean? Don't you want to take me with you?" Lin Yuan was exposed by this and touched his nose in embarrassment. Xiao, this mission requires only 3 people to go, so why am I not among these 3 people? Xiao, Japan is very dirty. I mean, you should understand what I mean by dirty, right? Xiaoqingxi nodded and said, "I understand. That's why I want to go with you. I'm afraid you'll get dirty." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched, and he said depressedly, "Xiao, is this the image of me in your mind?" "Brother Lin, I believe you, but I don't trust those women from Japan. They're too good at it. What if you're impossible?" Before Xiaoqingxi could finish her words, Lin Yuan interrupted her with a resounding voice. Seeing Lin Yuan's serious face, Xiaoqingxi whispered, "I won't be participating in this mission." Hearing this, Lin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't show it. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "You're not going to give me a surprise like last time, are you?" Xiaoqingxi seemed to have been hit on the head. Her face flushed visibly. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "No, I won't. I promise." "Humph." Lin Yuan snorted coldly, "That's better, otherwise, I'll beat you with sticks." In the afterglow of the setting sun, the black warrior drove out of the Feng Tianyuan gate at high speed, leaving behind a burst of excited laughter. "Edo, here I come." Lin Yuan glanced at Fan Tong, whose big, fat face was flushed with excitement as he sat in the passenger seat, and warned him, "Fatty, we're going to Japan to carry out a mission, not to let you go." Fan Tong's small, bean-sized eyes lit up. "Brother Lin, we're all men, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Besides, my sister-in-law is not here. I've brought plenty of bullets this time. I'm determined to find those teachers who have accompanied me through countless lonely nights and give them a real fight. Teacher Hashimoto, Teacher Eri, and my favorite Aunt Mizuno. Gay, gay, gay." This laughter makes your scalp tingle. Lin Yuan regretted bringing this guy to Japan. How the hell does this look like a mission? Wasn't he it clearly Wanli who went to Senmu? After a long while, Fantong finally controlled his excitement and asked, "Brother Lin, how long will it take for the kid to arrive?" Lin Yuan glanced at the time. "It should be soon. Speak of the devil, and he will appear." Xiao. As the brakes sounded, Li Jia appeared out of nowhere in front of the black warrior, carrying a big gun. Under the strong inertia, Fantong hit his head on the windshield. Fortunately, the windshield of this black warrior was specially made and very strong. Otherwise, with Fantong's tonnage, an ordinary windshield would definitely not be able to withstand it. "Oh my god. Make a big mess for me." Fantong covered his forehead, spitting out foul language, and pulled out the Hydra, roaring, "You little bastard, I want to duel with you." Li Jia whistled, ignoring the man. He opened the car door with a look of disdain and sat in the back seat. "I'm at your service anytime." "Fuck. Get off me." Fantong pushed open the car door, cursing. These two funny guys will always fight whenever they meet. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Come back. Be quiet and don't waste time." Fantong had no choice but to close the car door again, glared at Li Jia fiercely, and said through gritted teeth, "Just wait. I'm at your service any time." Grass. Debut Q. Half an hour later. An especially intense academic forum is in full swing. Fuck. Brother Fan, please accept my humble greeting. I apologize for my previous disrespect. Please forgive me and don't take it personally. I'm young and naive. Li Jia clasped his hands together and was humble towards Fantong. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Fantong's eyes, originally filled with anger, were now filled with laughter. He waved his hands magnanimously. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I was wrong before, too. I'm sorry, brother." What exactly caused them to undergo such earth-shaking changes? Of course. Up to 1000 megabytes of resource sharing. Brother Jia, tell me, what kind of anime do you like? Chapter 133, Some Edo Station. It must be the anti-series, you know? Li Jia was young and extremely vulgar. Brother Fan, what about you? Fantong narrowed his eyes, his face full of excitement. What a coincidence, Aunt Mizuno has accompanied me on many lonely nights. Of course, the Little Devil series is also my favorite, especially JK White Sox and Hinata Xiao. Great minds think alike. The two smiled at each other and felt that they had met too late. Lin Yuan, who was driving, heard the conversation between the two and his eyes twitched. He suddenly felt that taking these two guys to Japan to carry out the mission was the stupidest decision in his life. Xiao. Bang. Oh my god. The sound of brakes, collisions, and curses rang out one after another. Fantong covered his head, his face filled with anger. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Brother Lin, there's no one here. Why did you slam on the brakes? Get out of the car. Now, right now. And you. Get out. Lin Yuan shouted in a low voice. Fantong's eyes flickered, and he asked cautiously, "Brother Lin, what's wrong? What the hell are you talking about?" "We're going to Japan to carry out a mission, not to meet their fans, and certainly not to engage in academic research." Can you please be serious? Abel. Fantong and Li Jia sat upright and spoke in unison. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. If I hear you two mention the main industrial chain of Japan again, get out of here. Yes. The two shouted in unison. Boom. Lin Yuan stepped on the accelerator hard, and the black warrior took off and disappeared into the night. Japan, Edo. In a magnificent and extremely luxurious private manor, a young man was sitting shirtless on a leather sofa, holding an iron chain in his hand. On the other end of the chain was a naked woman, lying on the ground like a dog, with messy hair, eyes full of fear and moaning. The young man hooked his finger and the woman immediately crawled over. I heard that you came here voluntarily to be my slave? That's right. May I have your name? Master Huijingsuan, your slave's name is Zhang Mengyu. Ah ha 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 ha. The young man threw his head back and laughed heartily. He grabbed the woman's chin and shouted, Excellent. I declare that from now on, you are my personal slave in Bergen Village. This dog chain will be permanently around your neck as a symbol of your status. The woman's face flushed with excitement and she couldn't stop trembling. Thank you for your gift, master. I will definitely be your dog. Woof woof woof. These two dog barks are so similar. Ha 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 ha. The young man was very satisfied. He raised his legs and put them on the woman's neck. He closed his eyes and smiled. Let me feel comfortable. Yes. Master. Ka ka ka. However, just as Zhang Mingyu picked up Bergen Jingsuan's feet and placed them on his chest, footsteps were heard. I saw an old man wearing clogs walking quickly towards me. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyu paused and instinctively wanted to cover her private parts, but as soon as she stopped, she was kicked in the face. Bang! Zhang Mingyu's face was covered in blood and he let out a scream. Ah! Bergen Jingsuan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent, and said in a cold voice, "Have you forgotten that you are just a dog now? Who asked you to block it? Keep going." Yes. Master. Zhang Mingyu didn't care about her bleeding face, and picked up Bergen Jingsuan's feet again, placed them on her chest, and kneaded them carefully. Young master, the patriarch asked me to tell you not to publish any comments related to the Great Xiao nation in the near future, and especially not to post photos like this. The photos in the old man's hand were frames of Zhang Mingyu kneeling on the ground being abused by Bergen Jingsuan. They were so clear that even the pores could be seen. However, Bergen Jingsuan scoffed at the old man's warning and said, "Go back and tell my father that I will handle my own affairs." Young master. The patriarch is doing this for your own good. If you continue to post these comments and photos on the 5 nations' social media platforms, the Great Xiao nation will definitely take action. Ah ha 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 ha. Bergen Jingsuan laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke. I wish the Great Xiao kingdom would take some action. This is the great enemy country of Japan, Edo, the headquarters of my Bergen family. Even if the Great Xiao king himself comes, I guarantee that he won't be able to leave alive. Young master, you. Bakayalu. Get out. Don't spoil my fun. Bergen Jingsuan roared and stood up suddenly. The old man's eyes flashed, he dared not speak, and bent down to retreat. Old man, even my father can't control me, and you still want to convince me? Bergen Jingsuan looked at the old man's back with murderous intent in his eyes. He had a rage in his heart that needed to be vented urgently. At this time, Zhang Mingyu was crawling on the ground, not even daring to breathe, for fear of getting into trouble. As a dog, what right does it have to say no? Come here. A sinister voice sounded. Zhang Mingyu trembled violently, extremely frightened, and instinctively took a step back. But what awaited it was brutal beatings, torture and humiliation in Bergenjing village. They also took photos and videos of the entire process and posted them on social media platforms in 5 countries. #Daxia women are willing to be dogs, lowly beasts #. Just 1 second after the video was released, it received tens of millions of views and millions of likes, becoming a hot topic. Moreover, at the end of the video, Bergen Jingsuan personally showed up and challenged the Great Xiao nation. He declared, "We welcome the people of the Great Xiao nation to seek revenge on him at any time. I guarantee that no one will return. Higashido Airport. Fuck. This beast, I'm going to stab him right now." As soon as Li Jia got into the car and turned on his phone, he saw the news released by Bergen Jingsuan. He was immediately furious and picked up his gun to carry out the mission. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and Fan Tong were quick to act and pressed him into his seat. Are you crazy? What's the difference between seeking revenge on Bergenjing village at this time and committing suicide? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, his face and tone very serious. Seeing this, Li Jia had no choice but to throw the fire cloud spear aside in anger, gasping for breath. No conversation along the way. 20 minutes later, the 3 of them stood in front of a shabby little hotel, stunned. Fantong's fat face tensed up, and he asked in disbelief, "Brother Lin, is this the Shitsuan International Hotel you were talking about?" Lin Yuan looked up at the word Shitsuan, which looked almost identical to Daxia. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said uncomfortably, "It's Shitsuan, but I'm not sure if it's the International Hotel." Is the organization so stingy? We're on a cross-border mission, and we're just living in this shabby place? Fantong stepped back with a look of resistance on his face. As a young master of the imperial family, Li Jia was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and couldn't get used to it. Forget it, I'll arrange a place to live. However, Li Jia had just finished speaking. There was only a crunch sound.